The moment his little sister awakened a god-tier star cultivation talent, she suddenly vanished. Alive, no one could find her. Dead, no one could find her body. His parents spent a full week desperately investigating and finally found a few clues, but that very night, they were beaten into critical condition and fell unconscious. And around Chun-Yi, two strangers had appeared as well, watching him at all times. Their killing intent was becoming more and more obvious. Luckily, the system had activated. Constitution, Spirit, Comprehension, every attribute doubled once every day, with no upper limit. Day 1, attributes doubled. Constitution surged, breaking the limits of the human body. Day 10, Comprehension defied the heavens. Spirit exceeded 10,000. Cultivation methods and martial skills instantly reached perfection. Day 100, Pluck the moon with one hand. Shatter stars with one punch. Martial god, nothing but an ant. Day 1000, body like a black hole, boundless and endless. With every breath, billions of stars were annihilated. Day 10,000, the story begins. Kunlun City, 5th People's Hospital, outside the intensive care unit. Looking at his heavily injured parents lying unconscious, Chun-Yi clenched both fists, his face full of hatred. Half a month ago, his little sister, who had just awakened a god-tier star cultivation talent, suddenly disappeared. They had reported it and searched for days, but whether alive or dead, there was no trace of her. Chun-Yi's parents could no longer sit still and decided to search for her personally. After a week of painful investigation, they finally found some clues and were preparing to submit evidence to the patrol division and demand a full investigation. But who would have thought, on the way there, they ran into a group of drunk martial artists and were beaten into severe injuries for no apparent reason. If they had not been taken to the hospital in time, they probably would have died already. And today, the patrol division had also given its reply. They said it was all a coincidence. That group had simply gotten drunk, gone wild, and accidentally injured them. Now, they had all been arrested, and every one of them had confessed and accepted punishment with a good attitude. Confessed and accepted punishment with a good attitude? A coincidence? An accident? Chan Yusinidit Inyarthi. Then he turned to the right, narrowed his eyes, and said in a low voice, "Then what about those two guys who've been watching me for 5 days and 5 nights? Is that a coincidence too?" This floor belonged to the ICU area, and there were not many family members around. Most of the people here were doctors and nurses in white coats. Because of that, the two men in suits sitting on the benches ahead, holding their phones and pretending to scroll through videos while secretly locking on to Chun-Yi, stood out extremely clearly. But they did not care in the slightest. When they saw Chun-Yi looking over, they even glared back at him directly, their eyes cold, as if they were looking at a dead man. Trying to kill me? Chen Yimut did it. Ever since his parents had been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment a few days ago, these two had appeared without a sound, sticking to him like dogskin plaster and following behind him the entire time. At first, they had still shown some restraint. The two put on an act, hiding and sneaking around, afraid Chun-Yi would notice them. But after Chun-Yi kept staying inside the hospital and refused to go out, their patience was gradually worn away. Their actions became more and more brazen, and their killing intent grew more and more obvious. Chun-Yi guessed that if he still did not go out today, they would probably make a move and kill him right here in the hospital. Who? Chun-Yi took a deep breath and forcibly calmed himself down. Then he pulled out his phone and stared at it fixedly. As time passed, the expression on his face became more and more expectant. 11:58, 11:59, 12 o'clock. The daily reset. Attributes doubled. Name, Chun. Age, 19. Realm, Un. Constitution, 232. Value, after doubling. Spirit, 256. Comprehension, 320. Star cultivation talent, 24. Medium. Skills, 6th generation educational calisthenics, perfection. Basic combat, perfection. The system had appeared 5 days ago. Its function was very simple. Every day at 12 noon, all attributes automatically doubled, with no upper limit. During the past few days, Chun-Yi had hidden in the hospital. His attributes had already skyrocketed from single digits to over 200. Seeing this, Chun-Yi softly said, "That should be enough." After speaking, his gaze turned firm, and he turned to leave. Once outside the hospital, the weather was clear and sunny, and a light breeze blew past. The mood Chun-Yi had kept suppressed for so long eased up quite a bit. But when he turned his head, those two guys were still following him. Their eyes were gloomy and cold as they stared at Chun-Yi, not bothering to hide their killing intent at all. Chun-Yi ignored them. He crossed the street and chose a martial arts gym. He walked in, paid, got a membership card, all in one smooth motion, without the slightest hesitation. My attributes are indeed high. I've already broken past the limits of the human body and am comparable to a martial artist. But in the end, attributes alone are still just brute force. Whether I can deal with those two stalkers is hard to say, not to mention what happened to my parents and my little sister's disappearance. Chun-Yi was not stupid. This whole chain of events definitely had something to do with his sister's star cultivation talent. If he wanted to investigate everything clearly, then he had to learn martial arts and raise his combat strength. If he only hid and waited for his attributes to double every day, who knew whether some accident might happen? Besides, he did not want to hide. He wanted to uncover the truth as soon as possible, resolve the crisis, and bring his little sister back. When is the nearest class? After finishing the membership process at the front desk, Chun-Yi asked. Time was tight. He did not want to waste even a single minute. 5 minutes later. Third floor. Left side, the first classroom. Instructor Zhang Su will be teaching. He's a mid-stage body refinement martial artist and a junior martial instructor. He's been teaching here for nearly 6 years, has plenty of experience, and has a gentle temperament. He's very suitable for beginner students. Chen Yu nodded. Following the signs, he quickly found the classroom. At the moment, quite a few people were already waiting inside, most of them teenagers. A moment later, footsteps sounded, and a burly middle-aged man in a blue martial instructor uniform walked over. He had a gentle appearance and a smile on his face. After sweeping his gaze over everyone, he said, "My name is Zhang Su. I'm a junior martial instructor at Luosher Martial Arts Gym. Every Monday through Friday. The 2 classes at 12:20 noon and 2:20 in the afternoon are both taught by me. If you're interested, you can come during those times." "Yes, Instructor Zhang." Everyone called out in unison as they consciously lined up in 2 rows. Zhang Su gave a slight nod. Then he spoke again as everyone knows. Our Blue Star has 2 cultivation systems. One is the new method, Star Cultivation. The other is the old method, Chi Blood Martial Arts. Although the new method is very powerful and allows one to absorb starlight power and cast heaven-reaching arts with a raise of the hand, the old method is not weak either. This is something our ancestors painstakingly researched and passed down for tens of thousands of years. If you can master it, whether for finding work or protecting yourselves, it will be more than enough. That was what Zhang Su said, but everyone understood. If someone had star cultivation talent, who would still come here to learn martial arts? Star cultivation advanced quickly, required fewer resources, had powerful arts, and possessed a complete inheritance system. In only 100 years since its appearance, it had already produced 9 star gods who suppressed the current age and were known as the strongest cultivators. As for Chi Blood martial arts, not only was cultivation slow, resources were scarce, and cultivation methods were monopolized. Its inheritance also came with countless rules, emphasizing moral character and valuing comprehension. With the same talent and the same amount of training time, a star cultivator could break through to the 3rd or 4th realm within a year. Meanwhile, someone in Chi Blood martial arts would still be in the 1st realm, tempering their foundation. Chun-Yi slightly shook his head and thought to himself. He had talent for star cultivation. It was low at first, but after doubling for a few days, it had reached 24, which counted as average. But it still wasn't enough. Training it now would be a pure waste of time. After it reached 100, a god-tier talent, it still wouldn't be too late to start. And right now, his attributes were more suited for martial arts. I wonder if 320 comprehension will have any effect? Chun-Yi muttered to himself. At that moment, Zhang Su also began the formal lesson. Black Tiger Stance. It's the basic body tempering stance art of our martial hall. It can temper the body, strengthen muscles and bones, and train the skin and flesh. On the martial path, the foundation matters most. The stronger your body is tempered, the faster your cultivation speed will be after you ignite your chi and blood. Watch carefully. Copy my posture. Zhang Su assumed a strange stance. His hands formed claws, his back arched slightly, and he stood on his toes, his whole body taut. He looked like a black tiger lying in wait. Along with his long breathing, the flesh all over his body kept trembling. When the others saw it, they quickly found places for themselves and began copying him, learning in a rough but decent manner. Only Chun-Yi was different. He stared at Zhang Su's posture, his eyes flickering surprise on his face. The next moment, he made a movement similar to Zhang Su's, but the details, form, and intent were more lifelike, more complete. As if he were an old grandmaster who had practiced the black tiger stance for decades. And with a single breath from Chun-Yi, the flesh on his body began to tremble. At the same time, a scorching aura rose up, instantly alarming everyone. What the hell? Where's this heat coming from? Holy crap, that's boiling chi and blood. Someone broke through to body tempering perfection. How is that possible? He just started training and already broke through to body tempering perfection? Are you stupid? One look and you can tell he's already trained before. He's pretending to be a newbie here. Chattering discussion broke out. Zhang Su had originally been holding a standard black tiger stance, but after hearing this, he could no longer keep standing still. He stared fixedly at Chun-Yi. The expression on his face shifted from surprise to shock, then finally darkened into something extremely ugly. But Chun-Yi ignored the commotion around him. His attention was entirely on the system panel in front of him. Realm, body tempering, perfection. Skills, 6th generation teaching calisthenics, perfection. Basic combat, perfection. Black tiger stance, perfection. The black tiger stance had gone straight to max level. His realm had also advanced in one step, charging straight into body tempering perfection. Chun-Yi was ecstatic. 320 points of comprehension was even more terrifying than he had imagined. With just one look at Zhang Su's movements, his mind had already rehearsed them thousands upon thousands of times. The force application techniques and breathing rhythm had instantly fused into one in his understanding. Not only that, But the first realm of the Qi and blood martial path was body tempering. Its core was using cultivation methods to temper skin, flesh, tendons, and bones, raising physical constitution until the blood began to boil. For ordinary people, this process would take at least 2 years. But Chun Yi was different. His attributes doubled every day, and his constitution had now reached as high as 232 points. It had long surpassed the limits of ordinary people. The strength of his body had already been enough for a long time. He had only been missing the final step. The black tiger stance was that final step. As the technique circulated, the massive foundation of his physique was activated, and his qi and blood instantly boiled. He didn't even encounter a bottleneck for a single second. Which martial hall sent you here to cause trouble? A cold shout interrupted Chun Yi's thoughts. Zhang Su strode over, his face ashen. There was none of the gentle martial instructor demeanor from before. Chun Yi withdrew his stance, and his qi and blood gradually calmed down. I got my membership today. I came here to learn martial arts myself. Bullshit. Zhang Su directly cursed and pointed at Chun Yi's nose as he shouted, You only took one look, and you can train black tiger stance to perfection? Who the hell are you trying to fool? A body tempering perfection expert specially runs over to my place just to show me how a genius practices stance arts? Is that fun? Huh? Say it. Which one sent you? Using such underhanded methods too. The surrounding apprentices heard this and immediately came to a realization. So he's here to kick the hall. I knew it. How can anyone learn it after seeing it once? So he'd already mastered it and came here to show off. That's really dirty. And he even acted pretty convincingly. As everyone pointed and whispered, Chun Yi looked at Zhang Su's certain expression and knew explaining would be useless. In this world, there really were no normal people who could reach perfection with a single glance. Seeing this, Chun Yi couldn't be bothered with more nonsense and said, Since you're not welcoming me, then refund my money. Return the 1,000 yuan I just paid, and I'll leave immediately. Zhang Su, refund your money? You came to the Luo Martial Hall to make trouble, and you still want a refund? Get the hell out already. Don't force me to call people over. When that happens, it won't just be a matter of refunding your money or not. Chun Yi's face sank slightly. 1,000 yuan, before, for him, that might have been half a month's living expenses. But now things were different. His younger sister was missing, and his parents were lying in the ICU. The daily medical expenses were astronomical. The house had long since been sold, and the remaining money wouldn't last more than a few days. Every single penny mattered. He had been here for less than 10 minutes, and they wanted to swallow 1,000 yuan just like that? No way. I'll say it one more time. Refund the money. Chun Yi's tone turned icy as he took a step forward. Oh, you still got some nerve? Zhang Su spoke hasi, but his body took half a step back. He was only at the middle stage of body tempering. If they actually fought, he definitely wouldn't be a match for someone at body tempering perfection. But he wasn't afraid. This was Luo Martial Hall, and he wasn't the only martial instructor here. And sure enough, a voice came at just the right time. A refund? If you can last 2 moves under me, so what if I refund you? Outside the training room, a powerfully built man strode over. He wore a fitted martial outfit, and on his chest was embroidered a golden Luo character. Zhang Su's eyes lit up, and he quickly went up to greet him. Brother Su, why are you here? The newcomer was none other than Su Ji, a senior martial instructor of Luo Martial Hall, a martial artist at the early stage of the second realm, 100 temperings. He glanced at Zhang Su and said, I just happened to be passing by. I heard all the shouting inside, so I came in to see what was going on. I didn't expect someone would dare come to my Luo Martial Hall and cause trouble. He walked in front of Chun Yi, his face full of disdain, and said coldly, Kid, I've seen plenty of this underhanded crap between martial halls. But someone like you, daring to come looking for trouble in broad daylight, you're really the first. Now, while I'm still in a decent mood, get the hell out. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. The apprentices all retreated one after another, making space for the 2 of them. Instructor Su is here. This kid's screwed. Instructor Su is a 100 temperings expert. One slap from him can shatter a stone steel. Serve him right. Who told him to come kick the hall? Chun Yi said nothing. Seeing this, Su Ji thought he was scared and impatiently said, playing deaf and dumb, Scared now? Then get the hell out already. As he spoke, Su Ji extended his right hand and shoved it toward Chun Yi's shoulder. He only used 30% of his strength in this shove. If it had been an ordinary body tempering perfection martial artist, at the very least he would have been shoved back several steps and sent sprawling on the ground. It would count as a lesson. His palm slammed heavily onto Chun Yi's shoulder with a dull bang. But unexpectedly, Chun Yi stood like he had taken root beneath his feet. His body didn't even sway in the slightest. Instead, Su Ji felt like he had shoved against something hard, and the shock made his wrist go slightly numb. He froze, and his brows instantly drew tight. You got a bit of substance after all. Su Ji sna. The muscles in his arms swelled, veins bulging, as he pressed down with his full strength, holding nothing back. Kneel for me. A berserk force came crashing down. Even the floor tiles beneath Chun Yi's feet let out a cracking sound, unable to bear the weight. But unfortunately, Chun Yi still didn't move an inch. He lifted his eyelids and glanced at Su Ji, his gaze utterly calm. Then Chun Yi raised his right hand and grabbed the wrist Su Ji had pressed onto his shoulder. Take your hand off me. Chun E's voice wasn't too loud. His palm pressed down, and a savage force exploded along his arm. A physique of 232 points displayed crushing level strength at this moment. With a creak, a teeth-gritting sound of bones grinding came from Su Ji's wrist. His body pitched downward out of control, and he almost dropped to his knees on the spot. Fuck! Su Ji's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, veins bulging wildly on his forehead. He clenched his teeth with all his strength and slapped his left hand on as well. With both hands gripping Chun E's right hand, he used every ounce of strength in his body, trying to force Chun E's hand back up. The veins in his neck looked like they were about to burst, and his face had turned purple from the strain. But Chun E's hand stayed suspended steadily in midair, pressing down little by little. No matter how Su Ji struggled, he couldn't move it in the slightest. The apprentices around them were all dumbstruck. The entire training room fell into dead silence. Not even breathing could be heard. Zhang Su's mouth hung open, his eyes bulging wide in total shock. That was Brother Su, a 100-tempering realm martial artist. Yet he was being suppressed one-handed by some kid without the slightest chance to fight back. How was that possible? Why you a horse were squeezed out of Su Ji's throat? He let go with both hands, risking dislocating his wrist, and scrambled backward 3 or 4 steps. He gasped for breath, looking at the hand that was trembling uncontrollably, then at the stunned expressions of the apprentices around him. A wave of humiliation rushed straight to his head. He was a dignified senior martial instructor, a second realm 100-tempering martial artist, yet in public, he had almost been forced to kneel by some brat. I'm fucking killing you. Su Ji instantly lost all reason. With a boom, the chi and blood inside his body exploded. Second realm, 100-tempering. His blood boiled to the extreme, seeping out through the surface of his body. A faint layer of blood flame rose over Su Ji's hand. Blood flame. Instructor Su is getting serious. In a 100-tempering realm, you temper your chi and blood again and again, purifying and refining it until it boils and blood flames rise. Your physique surges massively. After 100 temperings, it reaches perfection. Blood flames cover the whole body, and your combat strength becomes inhuman. Even though Instructor Su is only at the early 100 tempering stage and can only cover his hands in blood flame, it's still not something a body tempering martial artist can withstand. Everyone back up. Don't get caught in it. The apprentices hurriedly nodded and all scattered, shrinking toward the corners of the room. Zhang Su was startled too and shouted, Brother Su, don't kill him. But unfortunately, Su Ji couldn't hear a word of it. He stared fixedly at Chun E, his right fist wrapped in blazing blood flame and shrieking through the air, smashed straight toward Chun E's head. When a common man erupts in fury, blood splashes 5 steps. This punch was truly meant to kill. Chun E stood where he was, watching that mass of blood flame draw closer and closer. He didn't dodge. His body's instinct reacted faster than his mind. His left hand clenched into a fist, his waist twisted sharply, and every muscle in his body tightened in an instant. No fancy moves, only savage power. Facing Su Ji's blood flame reed fist head-on, Chun E threw a punch. Bang! The 2 fists collided with a deafening muffled blast. Then came a crack. The sound of bone breaking was especially piercing in the training room. The blood flame on Su Ji's fist vanished instantly. His entire right arm twisted and bent at a grotesque angle. Pale white bone fragments pierced through the skin, exposed to the air, and blood sprayed wildly. Su Ji let out a miserable scream as his whole body was sent flying backward, slamming heavily into the wall behind him. Several cracks spread across the wall from the impact. Su Ji slid down to the floor, clutching his broken arm and rolling around, his screams tearing at the heart. At that moment, the entire place went silent. No one could make a sound. Zhang Su's legs went weak, and with a thump he collapsed on the ground, his face deathly pale. One punch, just one punch, and Su Ji, a 100-tempering martial artist, had been crippled? What kind of monster was this? The training room instantly fell quiet. The apprentices who had been jeering just moments ago all froze. Some stood there with mouths hanging open, unable to close them for a long time. Someone dropped the water cup in his hand, and it rolled across the floor with a clatter until it hit the wall. The 2 apprentices by the door, who had wanted to move closer to watch the excitement, now didn't even dare breathe loudly. The anger on Zhang Su's south face stiffened in place. He looked at Su Ji's deformed wrist, then at the fist Chun he had withdrawn. His throat bobbed, and his feet edged backward. Su Ji was at the early 100 tempering stage, at Luo's martial arts hall. Other than the hall master and the 2 other senior martial instructors, he was one of the people they could put forward to uphold the play's reputation. This result had already gone beyond Zhang Su's understanding. First realm, body tempering. Second realm, 100 tempering. Body tempering trained skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. One could sense chi and blood, and only when the chi and blood boiled had one reached the end of that realm. 100 tempering required repeatedly refining the blood, making one's chi and blood denser, while the physical body would also rise by a huge margin. If the same punch was thrown, The force behind 100 tempering realm strike was something an ordinary peak body tempering martial artist simply could not withstand. But now, Suji's arm had been broken by one punch from Chun-Yi. That meant the other party was definitely not in the body tempering realm, but 100 tempering or even higher. Leaning against the wall, Suji ground his teeth so hard they clicked. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Chun-Yi. Why you read definitely not body tempering. He was breathing heavily. Your physical body is stronger than mine. The moment he said that, gasps and exclamations erupted one after another in the training room. Stronger than Instructor Su? Then what was that breakthrough to peak body tempering just now supposed to be? He was already in 100 tempering, wasn't he? Came here pretending to be a new apprentice for fun? Is he insane? 100 tempering expert scamming people for $1,000 just to get a membership card? With only a few sentences, the rumors twisted further and further out of shape. Chun-Yi didn't explain. There was no point in explaining anyway. His realm really was peak body tempering. He had only broken through not long ago. But his physique was far beyond what a normal body tempering martial artist could compare to. The system's daily doubling had pushed his physique up first. His realm breakthrough had only completed the step of circulating chi in blood. 232 points of physique. Judging from that exchange, just now, Suji's body strength was only a little over 100. In a head-on clash, it was perfectly normal for Suji to come out worse. Chun-Yi looked at Jiangsu. Refund the money. The two words fell, and Jiangsu's face twitched. If this had been a moment ago, he would have cursed right back. But Suji's screams were still ringing in his ears. How could he possibly dare charge forward now? Still, if he refunded the money in front of so many apprentices, it would mean admitting that Luo's martial arts hall was scared. Jiangsu turned to look at Suji. Suji's lips had gone white from pain, and his eyes were full of vicious malice. Call someone. Jiangsu immediately found a way out. Turning around, he roared toward the doorway. Go get the hall master. Hurry. Someone's here to kick the hall, and he injured Instructor Su. One apprentice at the door took off running, his shoes scraping out hurried sounds in the hallway. Chen Yi frowned it. Things had already gone off track. He didn't have time to waste with Luo's martial arts hall. Beat the small ones, and the old ones come out. Who knew how big this would get? Chen Yi turned and walked toward the door. Zhang Su's expression changed. He quickly stretched out an arm to block him, but didn't dare actually touch Chun-Yi. He could only stand in front of him. You injured our Instructor Su, and you still think you can leave? A few fiercely loyal martial arts hall disciples also crowded up. They were holding training staffs in their hands. Their stances were anything but steady, but they shouted fiercely enough. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about walking out that door. Do you think Luo's martial arts hall is a place where you can come and go whenever you want? If you got the guts, beat all of us to death. Otherwise, you're not leaving. Chun-Yi swept his gaze over them. Most of these people hadn't even entered body tempering yet. If he really made a move, it would be one punch each. But this was a martial arts hall. If he fought his way out, things would only blow up further. Chun-Yi stopped at the doorway. Move. No one moved, hiding behind the crowd. Jiangsu had calmed down a little from his earlier fear, and his voice grew loud again. Hold him here. The hall master will be here any second. Then he pointed at Chun-Yi and shouted, You hurt someone, and now you want to just walk away? In your dreams. Chun-Yi turned back and glanced at Jiangsu. Jiangsu shrank his neck, but his mouth still wouldn't stop. Don't think you're so great just because you can fight. The Luo Martial Hall has been open for more than 20 years. You think nobody can deal with you? Chun-Yi didn't want to keep arguing with him and prepared to force his way out. But because of this delay, a string of dense footsteps rang out. Very quickly, more than a dozen people flooded in outside the training room. At the front was an old man with graying hair. The old man wore a black training uniform. He was tall, his back was slightly bent, and he leaned on a cane. The moment he entered, the surrounding disciples all retreated to both sides. The golden Luo character on his chest was even larger than the one on Suji's chest. Hall master of the Luo Martial Hall, Luo Yonghu. In his younger days, he had once reached the perfection of 100 temperings. In recent years, he had been running the hall and making money. With less life and death fighting, his chi and blood had declined badly, but his name still carried weight. The two middle-aged men behind him were also wearing fitted martial outfits, and golden Luo characters were embroidered on their chests as well. They were the other two senior martial instructors in the hall. Counting Suji, the entire Luo Martial Hall had a total of 3 senior martial instructors. Now all of them were here. The disciple who had gone to report squeezed the front, pointed at Chun-Yi, and spoke so anxiously that his face had turned red. Hall master, it's him. He disguised himself as a new apprentice and came to class. First he showed off in Instructor Zhang's class. Then he injured Instructor Su. He is clearly here to challenge the hall. Zhang Su quickly picked up where he left off. Hall master, I knew from the start something was off about him. He said he just started learning martial arts. But he reached perfection in the Black Tiger stance the moment he stood in it. How could something like that be possible? Suji clutched his broken wrist, his forehead covered in sweat. Hall Master Luo, don't waste words with him. This kid's body is very strong. There's definitely someone backing him. Luo Yonghu stopped walking. He first looked at Suji's injury, then turned to Chun-Yi. That old face of his grew darker and darker. Chun-Yi was sizing him up too. Luo Yonghu was old. His chi and blood weren't as surging as Su Ji's, but standing there. His footing was extremely steady. This old man was more dangerous than Su Ji. At the very least, the current Chun-Yi could not treat him as an ordinary early 100 temperings martial artist. The training room was already surrounded by people. Some apprentices were secretly filming with their phones. The people beside them lowered their voices and urged them to turn them off. Yet still couldn't help craning their necks to look inside. Luo Yonghu's face tightened. A martial hall feared nothing more than damage to its reputation. If Chun-Yi were allowed to leave like this today, then by tomorrow the other martial halls would hear about it. The Luo name had been pierced through by a young man, and they couldn't even keep him there. Once those words got out, the signboard Luo had built over more than 20 years would be trampled underfoot. Luo Yonghu stepped forward twice. The two senior martial instructors behind him followed and stepped up as well, spreading out to the left and right and blocking the last gap at the doorway. The cane struck the floor tile. Zong, quite the nerve. Luo Yonghu's voice sank. His anger pressed into his throat. You dare come to my Luo martial hall to cause trouble and even injure my instructors? He raised the cane and pointed it at Chun-Yi. Speak. Whose man are you? Which martial hall sent you? Chun-Yi's expression darkened. He had only come here to learn martial arts. He had paid money and learned a stance, yet he was being treated as someone challenging the hall, from start to finish. Not a single person had been willing to hear him out. He swept a glance over Luo Yonghu, then looked at the two men blocking the doorway and forcefully suppressed the irritation in his heart. I came to get a membership card today because I wanted to learn some martial arts. I spent 1,000 on the card. Zhang Su first said I was here to challenge the hall. I wanted a refund and to leave. Su Ji was the one who attacked first. Before he could finish, Luo Yonghu slammed his cane onto the ground and directly cut him off. Enough. Several apprentices were so frightened that they shrank back, hurriedly hiding their phones behind them. Luo Yonghu stared at Chun-Yi, anger suppressed in his eyes. You come to my Luo martial hall to cause trouble, injure my instructors, and now you think a few words are enough to fool your way out of it? You really think I, Luo Yonghu, am old? The bit of anger in Chun-Yi's chest finally became impossible to hold down. You don't even ask before deciding I'm here to cause trouble? I've run a martial hall for more than 20 years. What kind of people haven't I seen? Luo Yonghu took 2 more steps forward and tossed the cane behind him. Cut the crap. If you want to challenge the hall, then we'll settle it with our hands. As his words fell, both his palms rose. A faint red blood flame floated up from his palms, jumping close to his flesh. The display wasn't large, but compared to the outward explosive release Su Ji had used, it was much more solid. As his aura spread out, the faces of the apprentices in the front row changed, and they retreated several steps. At the doorway, the 2 senior martial instructors moved at this moment as well. The man on the left circled toward Chun-Yi's ribs, while the man on the right charged in along his shoulder line. The instant they moved, they sealed off every direction Chun-Yi could retreat. 3 men attacking together. Everyone in the training room was stunned. The hall master is personally taking action, and he even brought 2 senior martial instructors. This kid's finished. The surrounding apprentices all shrank back. No one dare make a sound, much less speak a word of fairness for Chun-Yi. In their eyes, Chun-Yi was here to challenge the hall. He had injured instructor Su, so the hall master leading people to surround him wasn't wrong at all. As for Chun-Yi, he was truly so angry he laughed. He had come to this martial hall today, paid money, and learned martial arts. Simply wanted to use the Black Tiger stance to complete the first step of the Chi Blood martial path. In the end, after learning for just 2 minutes, he was slapped with the label of Hall Challenger. He explained himself politely, and no one listened. He wanted to calm things down and leave without asking for his money back, and they still wouldn't let him. Now 3 people were attacking together, not even giving him a chance to speak. Even a clayman had 3 parts fire. Since that was the case, then let us see whose bones are harder. When Luo Yonghu saw that no blood flame had even risen from Chun-Yi's body, his expression immediately turned even uglier. Arrogant. In his youth, Luo Yonghu had reached 100 temperings perfection and had made a name for himself. In Kunlun City, he had counted as a notable figure. Later, after opening a hall and taking disciples, his life stabilized. With less life and death combat, his chi and blood grew weaker year by year, and now he was only at about the level of mid-100 temperings. But no matter what, his foundation was still there. Experience, technique, control over chi and blood. Every single one of those far surpassed Su Ji by a huge margin. Yet this young man in front of him wasn't even circulating his chi and blood and was standing there relying only on his body. In Luo Yonghu's eyes, that was a slap to his face in front of everyone. I'll cripple you today. Luo Yonghu took 3 steps forward, his right palm striking toward Chun-Yi's chest. The palm wind arrived first, and the heat from the blood flame made people's skin ache. He was slow, and the angle was vicious. He really was an old hand who had fought for half his life. Chun-Yi did not retreat. He drew his right fist back to his waist and lowered his body. Only when Luo Yonghu's palm came within 3 feet of him did his fist suddenly shoot out. Bang! Fist and palm collided, and a blast of air surged out in all directions, kicking up a cloud of dust from the ground. Luo Yonghu's feet slid backward half a step. His palm went numb, his tiger's mouth hurt too, and his eyes were filled with shock and uncertainty. This kid hadn't released his chi and blood at all. Hadn't even activated blood flame, and yet purely with his body, he had forcibly blocked the power of his palm. Luo Yonghu gritted his back teeth and forcefully drove the chi and blood in his body. Chi and blood he had not mobilized with full strength in many years. The blood flame on both palms thickened by a full layer, and his entire presence rose sharply. He let out a furious shout, stacked both palms together, poured all his chi and blood into them, and blasted them straight toward Chun-E's chest. This strike was nearly twice as strong as the last one. The air itself was pressed into a buzzing hum. Yet Chun-E still did not retreat. Stepping forward, he swung his right fist in a full arc, twisting through his waist and abdomen, in the style of close combat. All the power brought by his 232 points of constitution gathered onto the face of his fist. Facing that massive blood flame, he smashed out a punch. Bang! Crack! In an instant, the sound of cracking bones rang out. The blood flame in Luo Yonghu's hands was shattered. His palms caved in, and both wrists twisted outward at an unnatural angle. His whole body was sent flying off the ground. He bounced twice on the floor, then rolled all the way into the corner. Curator! Zhang Su let out a shrill scream. The senior martial instructor on the left turned deathly pale, but his punch had already reached Chun-E's ribs. The one on the right gritted his teeth and sped up, both arms pressing in sideways. Try to lock Chun-E down in the opening after his punch. They had just watched the curator get sent flying by a single punch. Their minds were already in chaos, but they couldn't pull back in time. They could only charge forward with their scalps numb. Chun-E took 2 steps back and opened the distance. His shoe ground over broken bricks, producing a harsh, scraping sound. He twisted at the waist and swept out his right leg. There was no move name and no flashy variation. Only speed. Only weight. Both men raised their arms at the same time to block. The instructor on the left had only just lifted his arms when he felt the pressure of that sweeping leg wind crashing down. This power, before he could finish, Chun-E's leg had already smashed into his forearms. Crack! Both arms collapsed inward. Bones snapped with a crisp sound, and his chest took the impact too. His whole body flew sideways, smashing through 3 rows of training wooden stakes and knocking down a whole section of a wooden rack beside them. The instructor on the right was only half a beat slower. Chun-E's sweeping leg hadn't stopped. Following the turn of his body, it had already swept in front of him. The man crossed both arms over his chest to guard. Crack! The arms shielding his chest bent into a grotesque arc, and even his sternum shook numbly from the impact. He flew backward to the doorway and crashed into the cluster of apprentices, taking down 2 boys who hadn't dodged in time. In the end, he slammed down at the feet of several disciples, curling into a ball from the pain, with nothing left in his mouth but ragged gasps. The training room fell silent, even quieter than when Su Ji had his arm broken. Su Ji's screams had stopped too. Leaning against the wall, all color had drained from his face. He looked at Luo Yonghu, whose fate was unknown, then looked back at Chun-E. A muffled sound squeezed out his throat, but he couldn't force out a complete sentence. The apprentice who had just been secretly filming with his phone had his hand go limp, and the phone fell to the ground. Zhang Su hid behind a crowd, his calves trembling nonstop. He looked at Luo Yonghu on the ground, then at the 2 martial instructors with broken arms. There was nothing left in his eyes but confusion. Even the curator had lost. Who were they supposed to call now? Chun-E withdrew his leg, his breathing still steady. After fighting up to this point, he now had a clear judgment of his own strength. Luo Yonghu was stronger than Su Ji, and his attacks were more seasoned. But the gap in attributes was right there. At the end of the day, this was all the Luo martial arts gym had. Their strongest, the curator, was only at mid-stage 100 tempering, and even then he was half crippled. In actual combat strength, he was only somewhat stronger than Su Ji, with a constitution of 232 points. As long as his physical strength overwhelmed the opponent, then even without exquisite techniques, wild punches could still beat an old master to death. Once the gap reached this level, technique was no longer that important. Chun-E walked over to Luo Yonghu. Only then had Luo Yonghu just barely managed to crawl back up. Leaning against the wall, he could only crane his neck upward. The anger and authority on that old face were completely gone, replaced only by fear. He had run a martial arts gym for over 20 years and had seen all kinds of scenes, but never once had he been punched so hard by someone that he couldn't even stand back up. Just what realm was this man in? Chun-E stopped in front of him and looked down at him from above. Well, what now? Luo Yonghu leaned against the wall, his chest aching dully. His wrists hung twisted outward, completely useless. He looked up at Chun-E. That old face was flushed a dark purple, blood still clinging to the corner of his mouth. A few beads of cold sweat slid down his chin and dripped onto the floor tiles. His lips trembled twice, wanted to spit out something harsh. But when he met Chen-Yi's calm eyes, every word in his throat jammed up. You. After a long while, he only forced out that one word, then swallowed it back down. The silence around them was terrifying. More than a dozen apprentices huddled in the corner with their backs pressed to the wall. Not one of them dared take another look. Luo Yonghu closed his eyes for a moment and forcibly swallowed down the humiliation in his chest. What do you want? He was like a completely different person from the curator who had just been shouting that he'd de-crippled Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi looked at him. I want to quit. Halfway through, he stopped. His gaze swept across the room. A refund? 1,000 yuan. What could that do? 1,000 yuan couldn't solve his biggest problem right now. The truth behind his younger sister's disappearance still hadn't been uncovered. His parents were still lying in the ICU. And outside, there were still 2 trackers clinging to him like ghosts. He had brute strength now, but he had no clue at all how the path of Chi blood martial arts went upward from here. Black Tiger stance was only basic body tempering. Beyond that, what he needed was a truly systematic cultivation method. Chen-Yi withdrew his gaze. Find somewhere private. Let us talk. Luo Yonghu froze. He had thought Chen-Yi would humiliate him in front of everyone, or make some even more excessive demand. Talk alone? His heart skipped, but now, he was qualified to refuse. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yonghu slowly pushed himself up against the wall. His wrists drooped downward, unable to exert any strength. His whole body was hunched over, as if he had aged 10 years compared to when he came in. Follow me. He walked straight out of the training room. Chen-Yi followed behind him. The 2 of them passed through the corridor and went up to the 4th floor. The curator's office was at the very end. As soon as the door shut, the gazes and discussion outside were cut off. The office was large. A redwood desk, a huge leather sofa, and by the floor-to-ceiling windows stood a whole row of glittering martial arts gym trophies. Chen-Yi walked in and casually pulled out a chair to sit down. Luo Yonghu braced himself against the desk and sat down as well, his expression ashen, his eyes fixed on Chen-Yi with wariness. Chen-Yi didn't beat around the bush. Give me the core cultivation method of your Luo martial arts gym. Luo Yonghu's expression changed. Impossible. His voice turned sharp, and the veins on his neck bulged. Do you even know what a cultivation method means to a martial arts gym? It's our lifeline, the thing we eat with. Absolutely impossible. Chen-Yi said nothing. He leaned back in his chair and looked at Luo Yonghu coldly. No threats, and no sign of making a move. He just looked at him. The office was eerily quiet. At first, Luo Yonghu could still hold on, stiffening his neck and glaring back. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. There was no anger in Chen-Yi's gaze. No killing intent. It was precisely the calmness that made Luo Yonghu's back slowly turn cold. Downstairs just now, Chen-Yi hadn't even stirred his chi blood. Yet he had sent him flying with 1 punch and crippled 3 martial instructors. If he really wanted to make a move, he could snap his neck right here in this office. He wouldn't even get the chance to cry for help. The silence dragged on longer and longer. Luo Yonghu's eyelids twitched twice. He pressed his lips together and finally turned his head away. Only you're allowed to read it. The words squeezed out through clenched teeth, full of an indescribable humiliation. An old hand of the Jianghu still cherished his life in the end. Using the hand that could still barely move, he pulled out his phone, searched for a long while, and opened an encrypted folder. Then he pulled open the lower drawer of the desk and took out a black tablet from inside. With one scan from the phone, the tablet screen lit up. There used to be a paper copy in the early years. Later, they were all destroyed. Luo Yonghu pushed the tablet to the edge of the desk. His tone was weak, but there was also anger he couldn't suppress. Inside are teaching videos I recorded myself when I was middle-aged. Black Tiger art in 2 parts. The first part is body tempering, up to body tempering perfection. The second part is blood tempering, up to 100 temperings perfection. It also comes with a palm technique. Black Tiger palm. And a movement technique, Black Tiger step. It's all in the videos. Watch them yourself. After saying that, he stopped talking. Chen-Yi picked up the tablet. He swiped open the screen and tapped on the folder marked Cultivation Art Teaching. The videos inside were lined up in order. The first clip, Black Tiger Art, first part. The person on screen wore a black training outfit. He looked to be around 40, with a burly build and abundant chi and blood. It was none other than a younger Luo Yonghu. Back then, Luo Yonghu had still been at his peak. With one palm strike, his sleeve let out a sharp, explosive crack. With one step, even the blue bricks in the courtyard gave a faint tremor. When his chi and blood surged, a faint red mist surfaced over his skin. Looking at his past self on the screen, Luo Yonghu's gaze flickered in a daze. At that time, this old man had just entered 100 temperings perfection. His voice was hoarse, carrying a trace of pride, and also a resentment he could not suppress. What a pity. I'm old. Once chi and blood decline and the bones grow brittle, no matter how good the martial art is, not much of it remains. Chen-Yi did not respond. He kept staring at the video. In the video, Luo Yonghu went through the entire set from opening stance to closing stance 3 times. The breathing rhythm, the flow of chi and blood, the techniques for exerting force, all of it came with voice explanations. Chen-Yi only watched it once. In his mind, Every detail of that cultivation art had already been automatically broken apart, reorganized, and completed. 320 points of comprehension began to operate. The entire first part of the cultivation art went from unfamiliar to fully understood in less than 2 seconds. The second clip, Black Tiger art, second part. Compared to the first part, the blood tempering method was far more complicated. Projecting chi and blood outward, condensing blood flame, repeatedly tempering impure blood. It was all in there. The demonstration movements were broad and forceful, and the circulation routes of chi and blood were explained in extreme detail. Chun-Yi stared at the screen without even blinking. His breathing gradually synced with the movements in the video. In his mind, it was as if another self was repeatedly deducing it. Once, 10 times, 100 times, tens of thousands of times. Every bottleneck was completely broken through. The front and back parts also fused together completely. The third clip, Black Tiger palm. The fourth clip, Black Tiger step. The palm art was fierce and overbearing. The footwork was nimble. One for offense, one for defense, perfectly complementing the Black Tiger art itself. After watching everything, Chun-Yi was still sitting in the chair, but a dull rumble suddenly came from within his body. His skin, flesh, tendons, and bones all trembled along with it. His original 232 points of physique had always felt like a flood blocked behind a dam, never able to find an outlet. At this moment, following the circulation path of Black Tiger art, it was fully activated. An extremely hot current shot up from his dantian and coursed wildly through all his limbs and bones. This power was terrifyingly immense. A layer of faint red mist seeped uncontrollably out over Chun-Yi's skin. The system panel refreshed accordingly. Realm, 100 temperings, perfection. Skills, 6th generation teaching calisthenics, perfection. Basic combat, perfection. Black Tiger art, perfection. Black Tiger palm, perfection. Black Tiger step, perfection. Staring at the panel, Chun-Yi froze for 2 seconds. 100 temperings, perfection. He had reached it just like that. He had only watched a few videos. He had not even practiced a single move. Yet his realm had jumped directly from body tempering perfection to 100 temperings perfection. That was way too absurd. A physique of 232 points had long surpassed the bodily strength required for 100 temperings perfection. With 320 points of comprehension, he could fully grasp a cultivation art after watching it once, and all the circulation routes of chi and blood had been opened through. All the prerequisites had already been met. For him, the only thing missing for his realm to rise had been a cultivation art capable of keeping up. Chun-Yi clenched his fist and felt the surging chi and blood inside his body. It was different from just now. He could feel the impurities in his blood being washed away again and again. That sense of clarity was refreshingly invigorating. His whole body was transforming from the inside out. 100 temperings, perfection. In the Luo martial arts hall, this was already the level the hall master had reached in his youthful prime. And from the moment he stepped into the martial arts hall until now, not even 1 hour had passed. Chun-Yi slowly stood up. His left hand casually slashed through the air. A domineering gust swept across the tabletop, making the teacups rattle with sharp clinks. With just a slight push of force under his feet, Black Tiger step activated naturally. His figure swayed where he stood, leaving behind a blurred afterimage. Luo Yonghu, standing across the table, was completely dumbfounded. When he saw the layer of blood flame on Chun-Yi's body, his mouth fell wide open, and both his hands started trembling uncontrollably. Why you 100 temperings perfection? Luo Yonghu suddenly understood. That was it. This kid had been 100 temperings perfection martial artist from start. No wonder he had sent Su Ji flying with 1 punch earlier. No wonder even 3 senior martial instructors had been completely unable to fight back. Chun-Yi ignored him and restrained his aura. The blood flame fused back into his body. He put the tablet back on the table, then shifted his gaze to the desk drawer. He pulled it open casually. Inside were more than a dozen neat stacks of cash that had not yet been deposited into the bank. Chun-Yi did not waste words. He grabbed a handbag beside the table and, in a few quick motions, swept all the cash into it. Carrying the heavy bag, he looked up at Luo Yonghu. Without another word, he turned, pulled open the office door, and walked out. The moment the disciples in the hallway saw him come out, they were so frightened that they all stepped back in unison. In a crowded corridor, they forcibly made way for a path 2 meters wide. No one dared raise his head to look at him. Only after Chun-Yi went down the stairs did that frozen atmosphere ease a little. His footsteps gradually faded away in the corridor. Only then did Luo Yonghu turn his head back, lean against the back of his chair, and let out a long breath. Less than 3 minutes after Chun-Yi left, the office door was pushed open. Suji walked in front. His right arm was crudely tied up with clothing, his face pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Behind him followed the other 2 senior martial instructors. One had his left arm bent at a strange angle and hanging in front of his chest. The other was holding his ribs, gasping in pain with every step. The 3 of them entered the office wearing nearly the same expression. Hall master, that guy left? Suji spoke first, his voice a little hoarse. Luo Yonghu nodded. Suji caught sight of the tablet on the desk, its screen still lit, and his expression changed slightly. What did he ask for? Luo Yonghu, was silent for a moment. Black tiger art, and over 100,000 in cash. The three exchanged glances. Suji frowned, then quickly let out a sigh of relief. That's it? Luo Yonghu did not answer. Suji gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Black tiger art wasn't even created by you. Several martial arts halls outside have the first part, and there are simplified versions on the market too. The second part is rarer, sure, but it's not unique either. The martial instructor with the injured left arm also spoke up. Other bigger martial arts halls have the second part too. I heard there's even a higher level version called something like Black Tiger True Interpretation. I can't remember clearly. The other martial instructor held his ribs and took a breath before adding, some major factions even have the follow-up methods. You can cultivate all the way to Beacon Fire Realm with them. Anyway, it's not some exclusive ultimate skill. As for the money, if it's gone, we'll just earn it again. Suji kept his voice very low. Since we gave it. It's not a loss. Not a loss. In front of dozens of people, he had been sent flying by a single punch from Sabrat. 3 senior martial instructors had all been crippled. In the end, they had even been robbed of their core technique and over 100,000 yuan. If word of this got out, where would the Luoshi Martial Arts Hall have any face left to put? Luo Yonghu's expression darkened. Suji asked cautiously, how about we report it to the patrol office? Have them arrest him? Report my ass. Luo Yonghu slammed the table hard. The motion pulled at his broken wrist, and the pain made him bare his teeth on the spot. Report it so all of Kunlun City finds out that my Luoshi got crushed by some brat in less than 10 minutes? By tomorrow, the entire martial arts circle of Kunlun City will be laughing their damn heads off. After that, who the hell is still going to come to our martial arts hall to pay for membership cards? The 3 men shrank their necks and didn't dare speak again. Luo Yonghu took several heavy breaths before finally forcing the anger down. Go to the hospital first and get your injuries treated. I'll cover the cost. Put on the martial arts hall as public account. Find the best doctor. The 3 answered and were just about to head out. Wait. Luo Yonghu stopped them. His voice sank, carrying a cold, sinister edge. Go investigate. Find a few unfamiliar apprentices and have them secretly follow him. Find out who that brat is, what street he lives on, who else is in his family, what background he has, whether he has any backing. I've been running a martial arts hall for over 20 years. Never once has anyone ridden on my neck and taken shit. This matter absolutely cannot end just like this. Luo Yonghu's gaze was frighteningly cold. Once we've checked everything out, if it really comes down to it, then we'll pay a huge price to hire 2 Beacon Fire Realm experts. I want to watch with my own eyes as his limbs are broken inch by inch. Then make him kneel at the entrance of Luoshi Martial Arts Hall and kowtow to beg forgiveness. First floor lobby of the martial arts hall. He walked out of the elevator. The apprentices who had been gathered in 2s and 3s, discussing things inside the hall, fell silent the moment they saw him. Then they all moved aside, forcibly clearing out a path 2 meters wide. He strode forward and pushed open the martial arts hall as front doors. Sunlight fell from outside, a little glaring. The instant he stepped over the threshold, he stopped. At the foot of the stairs, one on the left and one on the right, stood 2 burly figures blocking the way. It had been 5 days. In the past 5 days, this was the first time he had gotten this close to the 2 men tailing him. Back in the hospital corridor, with over 10 meters between them, he hadn't even been able to see clearly. Now, face to face, only 3 or 4 steps apart, every detail on their faces fell into his eyes. Both men wore suits and leather shoes, but the fabric of those suits was stretched tight over their shoulders and backs. Black tank tops showed beneath their collars, and the muscles beneath pushed the cloth outward in bulging outlines. The one on the left had a buzz cut, high cheekbones, and thin lips. The one on the right had an old scar on his cheek, deep-set eyes, and shoulders a full size broader than an ordinary person's. When Chun-Yi saw them, they saw him too. The buzz-cut man was clearly startled. They probably hadn't expected Chun-Yi to come out of the martial arts hall so quickly. Very soon, the buzz-cut man grinned, revealing a row of teeth stained yellow from smoking. Scarface smiled too. The 2 walked up from left and right, not fast, with loose, casual postures, like they had just run into an acquaintance on the street. Little brother. The buzz-cut man spoke, his voice hoarse, and directly placed his right hand on Chun-Yi's right shoulder. Scarface didn't say anything. He moved in from the other side, pressing his left hand onto Chun-Yi's left shoulder too. Both palms pushed down lightly at the same time. The force was very light, way weaker than Suji's shove. Noticing that, a trace of confusion flashed through Chun-Yi's heart, but nothing showed on his face. The buzz-cut man leaned close to Chun-Yi's ear, the stench of cheap tobacco spraying from his mouth. You've been in the hospital for 5 days, and the moment you came out, you headed straight for the martial arts hall. What? Trying to become a martial artist so you can get rid of us? He chuckled twice, his tone full of mockery and disdain. Come on, let us find someplace without people and have a good little chat. Chun-Yi looked at him. All right. He nodded. The 2 men exchanged a glance, clearly not expecting Chun-Yi to cooperate so readily. But that surprise lasted only an instant. In their eyes, this was resignation. The contempt in the buzz-cut man's eyes deepened. His palm added a little force, pushing Chun-Yi forward. As they crossed the street outside the martial arts hall, the two men practically held and marched Chun-Yi along. From behind, it looked exactly like two big men escorting a young man under guard. A few apprentices smoking near the entrance saw the scene and quickly turned their heads away. No one dared ask questions. After walking less than 50 meters down the street, the buzz-cut man led them into a narrow alley off to the side. The alley never saw sunlight year-round. On both sides were the side walls of old residential buildings. The cement surfaces were mottled and blackened. Moss grew in the corners, and there were discarded cardboard boxes, stinking plastic buckets, and several bags of uncollected trash piled together. The farther in they went, the darker it got. They kept walking until the very end, where a dead red brick wall over 3 meters high stood in front of them. The buzz-cut man gave Chun-Yi a hard shove toward the base of the wall. Scarface stepped back 2 paces and blocked the mouth of the alley, one hand already reaching toward the back of his waist. The only way out was sealed by the buzz-cut man standing directly in front of Chun-Yi. The alley fell silent. After steadying himself, Chun-Yi raised a hand and brushed the dust off his shoulder. Only then did he speak. "Who are you?" The buzz-cut man didn't answer. He only tilted his head and sized him up. Chun-Yi asked again, "Why are you following me? You've been tailing me for 5 days from the hospital all the way to here." His tone was flat. "Did my parents' incident have anything to do with you?" The smile on the buzz-cut man's face slowly disappeared. He glanced at Scarface. The other man had already pulled a short dagger from behind his waist. The buzz-cut man turned back, staring at Chun-Yi, and tugged the corner of his mouth upward. "You sure ask a lot of questions." His right hand also reached behind his waist and drew out a triangular military spike. The blade wasn't too long, but it had been polished bright. "You want to know?" The buzz-cut man let out a savage grin. "Go ask the king of hell." The moment the words fell, both men moved at once. The triangular military spike thrust in from the front, aimed straight at Chun-Yi's stomach. Scarface's short dagger stabbed in from the side, sealing off his retreat at the waist. The two worked together with practiced coordination. Clearly, this was their first time doing something like this. The moment they moved, they went for killing blows. Fast, precise, ruthless, leaving not the slightest room. If this had been the Chun-Yi from 5 days ago, once that blade came down, even if it didn't die, he would still be stabbed clean through. But now, things were different. Chun-Yi stepped back half a pace. The military spike swept past the front hem of his clothes, and the dagger stabbed into empty air too, not even touching his skin. The next moment, every inch of skin and flesh on his body tightened. He stopped concealing it. Boom! His chi and blood activated. Pale red blood flames flickered against his skin, wrapping around his whole body as though he were burning. The chilly air in the alley was instantly swept away. The savage grin on the buzz-cut man's face froze. Chun-Yi's right hand formed a palm. Black tiger palm. His waist twisted, and his right arm drove forward. What came pressing down along that arm was the terrifying chi and blood brought by Black Tiger art at the Great Perfection realm. That palm struck straight toward the buzz-cut man's chest. Chun-Yi did not hold back. The instant he struck, he had already thought through 3 follow-up moves in his head for if the buzz-cut man blocked, retreated, or dodged sideways. Poochie! A muffled sound rang out, souring the listener's teeth. But the result completely exceeded Chun-Yi's expectations. The buzz-cut man did not block, nor did he dodge. He didn't even have a decent reaction. He was still leaning forward in the posture after thrusting out the military dagger, and his right foot hadn't even had time to pull back. The palm wind arrived first. The suit jacket on the buzz-cut man's chest suddenly caved inward. The sensation at that moment was strange. There was no resistance. None at all. It wasn't like when he struck Su Ji with that hard head-on collision. It also wasn't like when he hit Luo Yonghu with that seasoned rebound of chi and blood. It was just a lump of soft flesh and blood. The berserk power of chi and blood met no obstruction at all and poured straight into the buzz-cut man's chest. The sound of bones shattering rang out one after another. His chest instantly collapsed inward, and his back violently burst open. Several ribs jutted out from behind, tearing through the suit fabric. The next instant, the buzz-cut man's whole body left the ground and was sent flying by the massive impact. Bang! His body slammed heavily into the red brick wall at the end of the alley. A large web of cracks spread across the brick wall, and debris kept falling down. The buzz-cut man slid down along the wall. An exaggerated crater had sunk into his chest, and mouthful after mouthful of blood, mixed with chunks of organs, poured from his mouth. He didn't even let out a groan. His head tilted to one side. His eyes were still open, but his pupils had already gone unfocused. Then on the spot, the alley suddenly fell silent. Chun-Yi stood where he was, still holding the posture of that palm strike, and froze for a moment. He lowered his head and looked at his right palm, still glowing with crimson blood flame. Then he looked toward the corpse in the corner by the wall. That's it. Chun-Yi's mind worked fast. He finally realized it. These 2 stalkers who had scared him so badly that he hadn't dared leave the hospital gates for 5 days. The ones he had treated like a great enemy weren't some hidden masters at all. Forget 100 tempering. Even in body tempering, they were at most late stage. Maybe just a bit stronger than Zhang Su, the the beginner martial instructor at the Luo Martial Arts Hall. That was all. He had scared himself. Still, that wasn't really his fault. After his younger sister awakened a god-tier talent and vanished, and his parents were mysteriously beaten into critical condition by a drunk, while the patrol office smoothed things over and closed the case with all of that piled together, Chun had instinctively assumed that some big shot with immense power was behind it all. If that was the case, then how could the people sent to watch him possibly be ordinary nobodies? They might even be top assassins, or perhaps existences beyond the second realm, beyond 100 tempering. If he carelessly showed himself and ran into an enemy of that level, it would be nothing but throwing his life away. So he had kept his head down the whole time. Only today, after Black Tiger Art had reached perfection, his realm had been pushed to 100 tempering, and his physique had passed 200, did he dare come out and face them. There was nothing wrong with being cautious. If he wasn't sure, he absolutely wouldn't do it. That was the rule for staying alive. Chun put away that little bit of self-mockery in his heart and shifted his gaze back onto the scar-faced man. In the few seconds Chun had spent sorting out his thoughts, the scar-faced man at the side, the one blocking the way with a knife, was already on the verge of going insane. Clang! The dagger in his hand fell to the ground. He looked at his companion's mangled corpse, then at the crimson blood flame still burning on Chun's arm. Why you're a martial artist? He retreated again and again until his back hit the wall. There was nowhere left to retreat. Chi and blood projection. 100 tempering realm. You're at the completion of second realm 100 tempering. By the end, even his voice had changed pitch. How is that possible? You're only 19. How could you be in the 100 tempering realm? The information from above clearly said you were just some ordinary student with no power, no backing, and not a shred of talent. What kind of ordinary college student can smash a late-stage body-tempering martial artist into this with one palm? This fucking intel is wrong. Dead wrong. Ridiculously wrong. The scar-faced man's knees went weak, and he dropped straight to the ground. Chun started walking, one step at a time, toward the scar-faced man. He stopped in front of him and looked down. In the eyes of a man who had just killed someone, there wasn't the slightest trace of warmth. Now, I'll ask you one more time. Who are you people? Who sent you? In the cramped alley, this little bit of noise could instead be heard with perfect clarity. The scar-faced man's apple bobbed twice. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his companion's collapsed chest nearby. His body trembled non-stop, but though his mouth opened and closed, not a single word came out. Trying to stall? Still clinging to luck? Or maybe still looking for a chance to counterkill? Chun had no patience to waste on him. He lifted his right leg and stomped directly down at the scar-faced man's left knee. Bang! Crack! The sound of bone snapping was especially clear in the narrow alley. The scar-faced man collapsed to one side, clutching his knee and rolling back and forth in the dirty water. His scream slammed against the brick walls on both sides and bounced back. Chun's face did not change in the slightest. His toes shifted over and pressed against the scar-faced man's right knee. Next kick, your right leg. If you still want to talk, then I'll switch to your spine. The scar-faced man was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Snot and tears smeared all over his face. This time, he was truly terrified. This person in front of him, who still looked like a student, was even more ruthless than people like them who did dirty work for a living. I'll talk. Don't stomp, bro. Seriously, don't stomp. Chun, he pulled his foot back. Name, Zhao Deshang. My name is Zhao Deshang. While gasping for breath, the scar-faced man pointed toward the corpse in the corner by the wall. P.S. Lu Tao, we're on the same team. Chun, he looked down at him. What team? Zhao Deshang shivered as he spoke. Yufeng Group, Cleanup Department, Wolf Class Team 18. Yufeng Group, in Kunlun City. Quite a few companies wore the skin of legitimate businesses while doing filthy things behind the scenes. Be more specific. Not daring to hide a single word anymore. Zhao Deshang's speech suddenly sped up. It's Yufeng Group, the commercial trade company in the Central District. On the surface, it's a legitimate company. But in private, they keep a group of martial artists to handle dirty work for those with money and power. Chun, he stared at him. These past 5 days, you've been watching me outside the hospital? Yes. Zhao Deshang nodded frantically. It was a mission from above. We were told to keep a dead watch on you and report wherever you went. Chun, he stepped forward. The sole of his shoe landed beside the wound on Zhao Deshang's broken leg and pressed down with a little force. My parents, was that your doing too? Zhao Deshang howled in pain, both hands desperately trying to pry Chun's shoe away. But that foot pressed there without moving an inch. Yes. It was our team that did it. But I didn't go. I really didn't go. He hurriedly shouted. That day it was arranged by Captain Mu, Olma, and Heisey were the ones who did it. They originally planned to intercept your parents on the road, kill them directly, and dump them in the wilderness. But patrol office car just happened to pass by. They had no choice. The captain made them pretend to be drunk martial artists, cripple your parents, and then withdraw. Afterward, they found someone to take the blame, go to the patrol office to accept punishment, and suppress the matter. The force under Chun's foot slowly stopped. Crippling them was enough. Zhao Deshang's lips turned pale. That's what the later mission said. The alley suddenly fell silent for a moment. Everything matched up. There had never been any drunk, and there had never been any coincidence. My little sister went missing. My parents went out looking for clues, ran into this group, and nearly lost their lives too. Chun, he held out his right hand. Phone. Zhao Dashang froze. Chun, he lifted his eyelids slightly. Zhao Dashang hurriedly fumbled a mud-stained phone out of his pocket and handed it over with both hands. The screen was still locked. Chun, he shoved the phone in front of his face. Unlock it. Zhao Dashang pressed it with his thumb, then, trembling, recited the passcode. The screen lit up. Chun, he opened Feishuan. The pinned contact was Captain Mu. The chat history hadn't been deleted. Chun, he scrolled all the way to the top and started reading from the beginning. Captain Mu, still in the hospital? Zhao Dashang, yeah. Has gone out for 3 days. Captain Mu, trash. 2 late-stage body tempering cultivators, and you can't deal with 1 student? Lu Tao, too many people in the hospital. Hard to make a move. Captain Mu, if it's hard, then find a chance. If this drags on any longer, the people above will start holding us accountable. Chun, he swiped upward with his thumb. Captain Mu, has that brat left the hospital yet? Zhao Dashang, no. The intensive care unit has too many people coming and going, plus doctors and nurses. Hard to make a move directly. Captain, should we wait until he goes back to his rental first? Captain Mu, no more waiting. The people above are pushing hard. It has to be done today. The moment he dares step 1 foot outside the hospital doors, make your move. After finishing the old messages, Chun, he slid the screen back down to the bottom. Captain Mu, no need to wait anymore. Captain Mu, due in the hospital too. Captain Mu, take care Chun. Captain Mu, those 2 in the intensive care unit, clean them up too. Captain Mu, wipe out the whole family. Don't leave anyone alive. Chun, he stared at those few lines. The intensive care unit, his unconscious parents. They wouldn't even spare people lying in hospital beds. Chun-E's 5 fingers suddenly tightened. Crack. The phone casing let out a shrill snap. The screen split apart. The body of the phone warped in his palm, crushed alive into a lump of scrap metal. Zhao Dashang stared at that lump of twisted metal. His mouth opened, then immediately shut again. If that grip landed on his neck, his head would come right off. Chun, he turned to look at him. Yufeng Group. Strength. Background. Zhao Dashang was in so much pain that his mind was starting to drift. Hearing the question, he could only answer on instinct. The cleanup department handles all the Group S dirty work. The department head is Tan Xinghong, late 4th realm. There is also a deputy head, mid 4th realm. Below them are Dragon, Tiger, and Wolf rank teams. There are 2 Dragon rank teams. Every member is in the 3rd realm, true Fenghua realm experts. Their Yufeng Group S trump card for holding its ground in Kunlun City. There are 10 Tiger rank teams, all of them 2nd realm 100 temper experts. There are 50 Wolf rank teams, all 1st realm. 5 people per team. At that point, he hurriedly added another sentence. Our team 18 is just Wolf ranked. 5 people, all body tempering 1st realm. We're really just the lowest level errand runners. Bro, asking me 1T help. I don't even know who issued the mission. Chun, he ran the information through his head. Fenghua realm, the 3rd realm of the Qi blood martial path. His constitution had already reached 232 points. And he also had max level Black Tiger art. Against an ordinary 100 temper expert, he could crush him outright. But whether he could beat a Fenghua realm expert or not, he would only know after fighting one. This mission, who issued it? Zhao Dashang shook his head. I don't know. I swear, I really don't know. We're just the people at the very bottom, taking money and doing jobs. Orders get passed down layer by layer to the captain. As for who the actual employer is, only the captain or the department executives would know. Chun asked, why target my family? Zhao Dashang's face twisted together from the pain. I don't know. Chun, he said nothing. Zhao Dashang panicked at once. I really don't know. We only got orders to keep an eye on you and find a chance to kill you. Same with your parents. No reason was given. The captain might know a little, and above him, the department head definitely knows. But people like us, how will we dare ask? Ask one question too many, and the next day someone else will be cleaning us up. Chun, he stood up. Things were already clear enough. Zhao Dashang and Lu Tao were just small fry. Yufeng was the monster lurking beneath the surface of the iceberg. His sister's disappearance, his parents being attacked, and the attempted silencing at the hospital. The 3 incidents connected together were no longer some ordinary act of revenge. That line had finally shown a piece of itself. The moment Zhao Dashang saw Chun Yi stand up, he completely panicked. Bro, I told you everything. He dragged himself forward on his broken leg, reaching out to grab Chun Yi's pant leg. I can lead the way. I can testify too. I've got a wife and kids at home. I'll get out of Kunlun City right now and never come back. Spare my life. I'll be your dog if I have to. Chun Yi looked down at him. When you broke my parents' bones, did you ever think about sparing them? Zhao Dashang's face stiffened. Chun Yi asked again. When you were discussing in the chat log how to get into the ward and pull the tubes, did you ever think about sparing my family? Zhao Dashang's lips trembled. Bro, when you took this job, did you know that if I died, my parents wouldn't survive either? Zhao Dashang sensed the coldness in Chun Yi's eyes and knew he wasn't getting out alive. The pleading on his face instantly turned venomous. He suddenly pulled a spare knuckle duster from his waist and lunged at Chun Yi with the force of his hips. Then we died together. She didn't even dodge. His right hand rose. One palm came down. Bang. The strength built for more than 200 points of constitution all crashed down onto Zhao Deshang's head. Zhao Deshang didn't even manage a grunt. His neck snapped on the spot. His whole body flipped on the ground. The back of his head slamming hard into the concrete by the wall. He twitched twice, then stopped breathing for good. By the wall, there was now a fresh patch of blood. Chun-Yi withdrew his hand and didn't look at him again. These people wanted to kill him, and they wanted to kill his parents in the intensive care unit too. Let him go. That would be brain damage. Chun-Yi turned around and walked over to Lu Tao. He bent down and searched through the inside pocket of Lu Tao's suit. Very quickly, he found another phone. The screen was smeared with blood, and the fingerprint lock was still active. Chun-Yi grabbed Lu Tao's still warm thumb and pressed it against the bottom of the screen. The screen lit up. In Feishuan, there was also Mu-Yi. Chun-Yi opened the chat box and sent a message. Lu Tao, Captain, mission accomplished. That kid has been taken care of. The message had barely gone out before the other side replied. Captain Mu, Chun-Yi is dead. Lu Tao dead. Captain Mu, where is Zhao Deshang? Lu Tao, right beside me. Captain Mu, did you dispose of the body yet? Chun-Yi glanced at the corner by the wall. Lu Tao, in the middle of it. Captain Mu, you didn't leave any loose ends, right? The patrol division is watching closely these past few days. Don't make too much noise. Lu Tao handled it cleanly. Took care of him in Rotten Tail Alley. No one saw. The other side went silent for more than 10 seconds. Captain Mu, what about the two at the hospital? Chun-Yi's gaze turned cold as he kept replying. Lu Tao, both dealt with. Captain Mu, I'm good. Right after that, the other side sent over a location. The pin showed a budget hotel. Captain Mu, Jinyuan Hotel, room 602, come meet up here. Chun-Yi's gaze shifted slightly. Jinyuan Hotel, 602. Holding Lu Tao's phone, Chun-Yi sent a reply. Lu Tao got it. Be there soon. The reply came back quickly. Captain Mu, hurry up. The people above are still waiting for our update. Seeing those two words, Chun-Yi narrowed his eyes. The people above. Even better. He de-searched layer by layer. Sooner or later, he defined whoever was behind all this. Chun-Yi gave the two corpses on the ground another look. Today, this score would start with Mu-Yi, captain of cleanup department Wolf Class Team 18. He walked out of the narrow alley. Outside, the noise of traffic flooded over him from the street. Pedestrians came and went along the roadside, unaware that two people had just died in the alley. Chun-Yi raised a hand and flagged down a taxi. The driver leaned out and asked where to. Chun-Yi pulled open the back door and got in. His voice was calm. Jinyuan Hotel. Inside the taxi, Chun-Yi sat in the back seat. Half his face reflected in the window. The street scenery sped backward. He lowered his head slightly and glanced at his right hand. He had already wiped his palm clean, but there were still traces of blood left between his fingers. The first time killing someone, he really had felt a moment of discomfort. His chest had tightened for an instant, and his stomach had churned too. Then it was gone. Maybe the system's doubling had doubled his adaptability too? Besides, his younger sister was missing. His parents were badly injured. The patrol station had brushed it off with a simple accidental injury. Zhao Deshang and Lu Tao had even gone to the hospital to silence them. By this point, it was hard for Chun-Yi to still see them as ordinary people. They wanted to kill his whole family. So to protect his family, he had to kill first. The logic was that simple. Half an hour later, they arrived at Jinyuan Hotel. The hotel wasn't too big, just an old 7-story building. Its outer walls were dull gray. A yellowed light sign hung over the entrance, with one of the two light boxes broken. On the glass doors was a sticker advertising discounted hourly rooms. We're here, the driver said, turning around. Chun-Yi scanned to pay, then pushed the door open and got out. The driver took the money, turned the wheel, and drove off without sparing him a second glance. Chun-Yi walked into the hotel. The young woman at the front desk was leaning back in her chair, scrolling short videos on her phone with the sound playing out loud. Her sharp, grating laughter filled the air. Hearing footsteps, she looked up. Checking in? Chun-Yi didn't answer and walked straight toward the elevator. Seeing that he ignored her, the girl couldn't be bothered to ask again and lowered her head to keep scrolling. In a cheap little hotel like this, guests came and went all the time. Nobody wanted to mind other people's business. The elevator went up. 6th floor. Chun-Yi stopped outside room 602. Faint voices could be heard inside. Zhao Deshang and Lu Tao. Those two idiots really know how to drag things out. One student, and after 5 days, they still haven't handled it. If word gets out, where's Wolf Class Team 18's face gonna go? Face. We'll be lucky if the job gets done on time. Inside the room, the smell of cigarettes mixed with takeout food. The curtains were drawn, and only one light was on. The coffee table was piled with cigarette packs, beer cans, and several unclean meal boxes. Mu-Yi sat on the sofa with a phone in his hand. He was around 27 or 28, with very short hair, a thin face, and an old scar at the corner of his eye. He was the captain of cleanup department Wolf Class Team 18 under Yufeng Group. Body tempering perfection. Among Wolf Class teams, that already counted as pretty capable in a fight. There were two other people in the room. One was a yellow-haired young man, sitting on the edge of the bed in a floral shirt and slippers, cracking sunflower seeds. His nickname was Old Ma. His real name was Wang Feng. The other stood by the window smoking. He had a solid build, a buzz cut, and tattoos on his arm. His nickname was Heisey. His real name was Zhou Guang. Both were members of Wolf Class Team 18. Wang Feng spat a sunflower seed shell into the ashtray. Captain, do you think Zhao Deshang chickened out? Squatted outside the hospital for days and ended up squatting himself weak? Heisey laughed and cursed. He was weak to begin with. He fine for scaring people, but if he runs into someone tough, he'll be the first one to bolt. Wang Feng laughed. Lu Tao isn't much better either. The two of them together, no wonder they're dragging their feet. Mu Yi looked up at them. Enough. Wang Feng shrugged. All right. You're the captain. Your call. Mu Yi looked back at his phone. Lu Tao had just sent a message saying the mission was complete and the target had already been taken care of. Logically, things should have wrapped up here. But he still didn't feel at ease. Chun Yi had hidden in a hospital for 5 days, and today he died as soon as he stepped outside. It was a little too smo. Heisey exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Captain, what exactly are the people above in such a rush about? That kid's parents are lying in intensive care. It's not like he can run. Mu Yi glanced at him. You really want to know? Heisey paused, then gave a dry laugh. No, just asking. In their line of work, knowing too much was never a good thing. The room fell quiet for a few seconds. Then came a knock at the door. Thud, thud, thud. 3 knocks, neither hurried nor slow. The room went still at once. Mu Yi placed his phone face down on the table. Go check. Wang Feng stood up, his slippers scraping over the carpet, still muttering under his breath. Must be Zhao Deshang and the others. Coming back is one thing, but they're really putting on airs. When he reached the door, he didn't open it right away. He first leaned toward the peephole and looked through it. The next second, he froze. The person standing outside wasn't Zhao Deshang, and it wasn't Lu Tao either. It was a young man, around 19, dressed plainly, with almost no expression on his face. Wang Feng turned his head. Captain, it's not Zhao Bang. The door was smashed open from the outside. The lock burst apart and the frame cracked. The door panel slammed hard into Wang Feng. His whole body flew backward, his back crashing heavily into the TV stand. Water bottles, the remote, and cigarette packs rolled all over the floor. Wang Feng collapsed beside the TV stand and couldn't get back up for a long while. Mu Yi and Heisey both stood up at the same time. One look was enough for both of them to recognize Chun Yi. You're not dead. Where are Zhao Deshang and Lu Tao? Chun Yi said nothing, expressionless. He walked into the room. Wang Feng, still unable to rise after being smashed by the door, lay on the ground cursing. Fuck, your ass. Chun Yi moved. Black Tiger, step unfolded. In just a few strides, he reached the TV stand and brought his foot down. Crack. Wang Feng's body jerked violently. His neck bone snapped. He moved no more. Heisey's expression changed. Mu Yi stared at Chun Yi, his face dark and his voice taut. Do you know who we are? Chun Yi kept walking forward. Heisey pulled out a short knife and pointed the tip at him. Stop. Mu Yi followed up. We belong to Yufeng Group's cleanup department. If you touch us, you're making an enemy of Yufeng Group. Chun Yi still did not stop, grinding his teeth. Heisey kicked off the ground and drove the short knife straight at Chun Yi's throat. The room wasn't too big. The bed, coffee table, and sofa cramped movement into a narrow space. Heisey's knife came fast and vicious, but Chun Yi was even faster. With one movement of Black Tiger's step, he closed in right in front of Heisey, so close that Heisey hadn't even had time to withdraw his knife. Chun Yi raised his palm. Crimson blood flames rose from his palm, spread up along his forearm, and covered his entire body. The temperature in the room shot up at once. Heisey's eyelids twitched wildly. 100 temperings before he could finish. The Black Tiger palm had already landed on his chest. Bang! Heisey's back slammed into the wall, making it shake. The short knife in his hand fell to the floor. A section of his chest caved in, and blood poured from his mouth. He lowered his head to look at himself, then looked at Chun Yi. His eyes were filled with terror. Then his consciousness faded, and his breathing stopped completely. This scene made Mu Yi's face turn deathly pale. Looking at the blood flames shrouding Chun Yi's body, he was terrified beyond measure. This was not early 100 temperings, nor was it mid-stage 100 temperings. This was peak 100 temperings. Mu Yi's throat went dry, and his voice was full of disbelief. Peak 100 temperings. The moment those words fell, Chun Yi was already 3 meters in front of him. Mu Yi instinctively took half a step back, his right foot hitting the edge of the sofa. Despair rose in his heart as he glanced around the room from the corner of his eye. The door was behind Chun. The window was on the 6th floor. If he jumped, even if he survived, he would be a cripple. He could only fight. The panic on Mu Yi's face lasted only half a second before it was quickly suppressed by vicious resolve. To become a captain in the cleanup department of Yufeng Group, he was absolutely no ordinary person. Even if he couldn't win, he still had to fight with everything he had. A mere peak 100 temperings dared kill Yufeng's people. Mu Yi let out a low roar. His arms sank, and he forcibly stirred the chi and blood inside his body. He was at body tempering completion, just a step away from 100 temperings. In the next second, his right fist shot straight at Chun Yi's face. His left hand was hidden beneath his ribs, with a thin steel needle pinched between his fingers. The punch was only a cover. The steel needle was the real backup. For someone like him, as long as it could kill, any method was fair game. Chun-E's gaze flicked over, and he immediately saw through the other man's vicious trick. He didn't dodge the punch, and he didn't care about the steel needle either. He simply stepped forward. His right leg swept across. He had only just pushed the steel needle forward half an inch when Chun-E's leg had already arrived. Bang! Crack! Mu-E's left leg broke on the spot. The broken bone pierced through his pant leg, and blood immediately gushed out. Before he could even fall properly, Chun-E's second kick was already there. His right leg broke too. Mu-E lost all support and fell sideways, his shoulder smashing into the coffee table. Glass shattered. A miserable scream exploded through the room. Mu-E cried out in pain, still trying to prop himself up with one hand. But Chun-E had already walked up to him and stepped on the side of his head. Half of Mu-E's face was pressed beside the broken glass. The corner of his forehead split open, and blood streamed down his face. Chun-E looked down at him. "You're Mu-E." It wasn't a question. In the taxi, he had gone through Lu Tao's phone. The man in front of him was the captain of Wolf Team 18, Mu-E. Mu-E panted heavily. His face pressed against the floor tiles, his voice muffled. "Chun, how could you possibly be a martial warrior and even reach peak hunter temperings? The file clearly said you were just an ordinary college student." Chun-E added a little more force under his foot. Mu-E's face was pressed even lower. His teeth struck the floor, and blood seeped from his mouth. "Do you even know what you're doing?" Mu-E gritted out. "I'm from Yufeng Group's cleanup department. If you kill us, there won't be any way for you to survive in all of Kunlun City." Chun-E pressed down with the tip of his foot. Crack! One of Mu-E's teeth was crushed, and the pain made his whole body tense. "Answer what I ask." Chun-E's voice was steady. "Otherwise, I don't mind crushing your head." Mu-E shut his mouth. The air conditioner in the room was still blowing, the vent humming softly. Two corpses lay on the floor. Broken glass was scattered everywhere, and blood slowly seeped into the carpet. Only now did Mu-E truly understand. This man was not threatening him. Chun-E asked, "You know me, right?" Mu-E didn't answer. Chun-E slowly increased the pressure beneath his foot. The veins on Mu-E's forehead bulged, and a pained cry was forced from his throat. "I do." Chun-E asked, "My parents, were you the ones who arranged for people to beat them?" Mu-E fell silent again. Chun-E lifted his foot and stepped onto his broken lower leg. Before he even applied force, Mu-E had already screamed out, "Yes, yes, our team did it." His voice trembled from pain. "But that was a group mission. We were just following orders. It had nothing to do with us." Chun-E glanced at him. "Who did it?" "Wang Feng and Haizi. They were the ones who beat your parents into critical condition," Mu-E said urgently. Zhao Deshang and Lu Tao only arrived later to clean things up. Then patrol security showed up, and to complete the mission completely, Zhao Deshang and the other one were told to wait for a chance to strike at the hospital. Chun-E's gaze swept over Wang Feng and Haizi on the floor. The two who had directly laid hands on them were already dead. Why? Mu-E was breathing hard. It was a mission from above. Who was above? The cleanup department minister, Tan Xinghong. Chun-E asked strength. Late Fourth Realm, Wolf Smoke Realm. Mu-E answered quickly, afraid that if he was any slower, he would get stepped on again. He asked the minister of Yufeng Group's cleanup department. The Dragon Dash, Tiger Dash, and Wolf level teams below all answered him. There are 2 Dragon level teams, all of them 3rd Realm Beacon Fire. There are 10 Tiger level teams, all of them 2nd Realm Hunter Temperings. There are 50 Wolf level teams, all 1st Realm. What he said was more or less the same as what Zhao Deshang had said. Chun-E continued. "How much do you know about my sister's matter?" "I don't know." Chun-E's tone moved. "I really don't know." Mu hurriedly shouted. "Something like your sister's matter would never be handled by our Wolf level team. The only task we received was to find a chance to deal with you and your parents. The Li my parents found? It's not with me. Where is it? I don't know." Mu-E's voice tightened. That day, they were going to the patrol station. The only order from above was that they couldn't be allowed to reach it. Whatever they had must be been taken by someone higher up. "I'm not qualified to see it." Chun-E stared at him. Mu-E's back was drenched in sweat. "What I said is all true." Chun-E asked, "Who is above Tan Xinghong?" "I don't know." Mu-E swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva. Seeing that, Chun-E didn't press further. In an organization with strict ranks like this, information would only be passed down layer by layer. He asked a few more questions. Yufeng Group's headquarters was in the central district. Most of the time, Tan Xinghong stayed in the group building. Dragon level teams rarely went on missions. They specialized in handling troubles above the 3rd realm. Anything deeper than that, Mu-E couldn't say. Wolf level captain sounded like it carried some status. But in Yufeng's cleanup department, he was only at the bottom. After the questioning, Chun-E lifted his foot. Mu-E finally let out a breath of relief. He raised his head, his face covered in blood, and forced himself to speak. "I've told you everything. If you let me go, I can help you investigate. I know a few people in the cleanup department. I can pass you information. As for Zhao Deshang and Lu Tao, I can pin it on another force. I can handle what happened at the hotel today too. Chun-E, you're only 19, and already at peak hunter temperings. That's valuable. Yufeng might even recruit you. Really, there's no need for you to throw your life away for two ordinary people. Chun Yi looked at him. Two ordinary people? Mui say lips taichit. And regret suddenly rose in his heart. He hurriedly tried to patch things up. What I mean is, Chun Yi's eyes turned icy. Without any warning, his right foot came down toward the man's head. With a bang, red and white splattered everywhere. Only then did Chun Yi say flatly, "Those are my parents." Then he crouched down and pulled the phone off Mu Yi's body. He grabbed Mu Yi's finger and unlocked the screen. There were only a few code names in the contact list. One of them was marked Superior 3. The chat history had been cleaned out. Most of the mission details left behind were just code names and timestamps. But the latest few hadn't been deleted in time. They mentioned the hospital, Chun Yi, and the words, "cleanly deal with it." The people below occasionally addressed the other side as Minister Tan. Only then did Chun Yi confirm that the cleanup department Minister Mu Yi had mentioned was Tan Xinghong. He put the phone away and swept his gaze around. Zhao Desheng, Lu Tao, Wang Feng, Zhou Guang Mu Yi. The direct murderers who had harmed his parents were all dead. But this matter wasn't over. The real mastermind was still alive. Tan Xinghong was still there. Yufeng Group was still there. Chun Yi pulled open the door and stepped into the corridor. There was no one on the 6th floor. The elevator doors opened. It was empty inside. Chun Yi walked in and pressed the button for the 1st floor. The mirrored elevator wall reflected his face. 19 years old, he still looked like a student. But in less than half a day, he had crushed the Luo Martial Arts Hall and killed 5 people from Yufeng Group. Before, he and T understood how filthy this world was. Now, there was nothing more to say. The elevator reached the 1st floor. The young woman at the front desk was still scrolling short videos, not even looking up. At the hotel entrance, Chun Yi looked toward the central district. The satisfaction of taking direct revenge didn't last long, because he knew very clearly that Mu Yi was just a minor character. Tan Xinghong was at the late stage of the 4th realm. With his current strength, he could crush people in the 2nd realm, but against the 3rd realm, it was hard to say. Against the 4th realm, he would just be throwing his life away. He absolutely could not act recklessly. Revenge was revenge, but he couldn't move blindly. What he lacked most right now was still strength. He casually found a place to sit. What came next was something Chun Yi needed to think through carefully. First, his parents were still in the ICU. They couldn't leave the machines, and they couldn't do without doctors either. He wanted to move them, but that would be difficult. They couldn't do without ventilators, and they couldn't withstand being jostled on the road. And now that Wolf Class Team 18 had been wiped out by him, Yufeng Group might not react immediately in the short term. Even if they did react, they would first have to find out how Mu Yi and the others died. There was a gap in time here. As long as Chun Yi didn't go back to the hospital and didn't draw trouble over there, the hospital would actually be temporarily safe. On his parents' side, they could only remain in the hospital for now. Second, his younger sister had just awakened a god-tier star refining talent, and then she suddenly disappeared. There had been something wrong with this from the very beginning. His parents got into trouble after finding clues, which meant that whatever they had uncovered had touched someone's sore spot. Yufeng Group was in charge of silencing people, which made it a very clear lead. If he investigated upward through Tan Xinghong, he would definitely be able to uncover more. Of course, he also had to investigate the school his sister had attended. Where had she awakened? Who had taken her away? Someone at the school definitely knew. Third, strength. This was the top priority. Without strength, what did finding the truth even matter? Someone like Tan Xinghong could casually jump out, and he was already at the late stage of the 4th realm. Who knew whether Yufeng Group had even stronger people? If he dug deeper, would it drag in other forces as well? Chun Yi didn't know, but relying on his current 100 temperance perfection was still far from enough. He had to keep cultivating martial arts. 3rd realm, 4th realm, 5th realm, and even higher. Thinking of this, Chun Yi took out his phone, opened a search page, and typed in Kunlun City Chi Blood Martial Arts. He knew these search records could expose him as well. But at this point, it was no longer a question of whether he could leave traces behind. Yufeng Group would find him sooner or later. What he was racing for was time. The first few results that popped up were all ads. Children's Martial Arts Enlightenment. Martial arts cram courses for the college entrance exam. One-on-one Chi Blood private coaching. Chun Yi scrolled down. Most of what he saw were martial arts halls. After Chi Blood martial arts declined, martial arts halls had turned into businesses. They charged membership fees, taught basic stance methods, sold courses, and also sold medicinal bath packs. The Luo Martial Arts Hall was one of those. The strongest one was Tianhong Martial Arts Hall, the biggest chain martial arts hall in Kunlun City. Every district had a branch, and it was said that the chief hall master was a 5th realm blood pillar martial artist, famous in old martial arts circles. A place like that definitely had follow-up cultivation methods, but it was also troublesome. Too many people, too many eyes, too much useless crap. He had just caused trouble at the Luo Martial Arts Hall. The news might not stay hidden. If he went to Tianhong Martial Arts Hall, it would be easy for people to keep an eye on him. Martial arts halls were not suitable. They cared more about money and reputation. If he wanted to get true core cultivation methods, he would definitely have to sign all kinds of contracts or work for the hall. Chun Yi didn't have that kind of time. He kept looking. Outside martial arts halls, there were martial arts families. Some families had been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years. Their foundations were deep, and their cultivation methods were complete. But families were the most exclusionary. If an outsider like him went to their door, no one would hand over their core cultivation methods. Last were sections. The true old roots of Chi blood martial arts mostly lay in sections. Sects had passed their inheritances down generation after generation. They were strict in accepting disciples, and they had many rules. Although old martial arts had been pushed down after the rise of star refining, many sects had become low-key. They didn't show off, and they didn't compete for fame. But low-key didn't mean they had nothing. In the world of Chi blood martial arts, they were still the most complete inheritance systems. Chun-Yi changed the keywords a few times. Kunlun City, old martial arts sections. Kunlun City, Chi blood sections. Kunlun City, martial arts inheritance. More than 10 minutes later, an old, outdated webpage popped up. Hun Tiongota. The page was very crude. The pictures were blurry, and there was very little introduction. Hun Tiongota, an old martial arts sect in Kunlun City, located on Qingqiong Mountain outside the city. 100 years ago, it had once shaken Tianqing province with its name. Now the mountain was half closed, it rarely accepted disciples, and it was not open to outside visitors. One line in the introduction caught Chun-Yi's attention. The sect's inheritance is complete, and its upper limit is extremely high. At the bottom was an address. Northern foothills of Qingqiong Mountain, more than 40 kilometers from the urban district. Chun-Yi looked at the name. So little information had been left online, which meant it wasn't relying on recruiting students to make money. A martial arts force that didn't rely on that to make money most likely had the real thing in its hands. Normal apprenticeship was too slow. He also didn't have time to go through some proper process. But he didn't need them to truly take him in. Chun-Yi only needed one look. Even if it was just an outer sect martial demonstration, even if it was just a broken inscription fragment. As long as it had a circulation method above the third realm, that would be enough. With his current comprehension, one glance would be enough for him to deduce it to perfection. If not, then he would wait until tomorrow for his attributes to double. Chun-Yi put away his phone. The target was set. Hun Tiongota. He stood up and walked to the roadside to hail a car. A taxi pulled over. The driver rolled down the window. Where to? Chun-Yi pulled open the back door and got in. The northern foothills of Qingqiong Mountain. The driver turned to look at him. That place is far. We have to leave the city and then take the mountain roads. On the way back, I probably won't even get many passengers. The meaning was obvious enough. More money. Go. Seeing that he didn't look like he was joking, the driver nodded and started the car. The taxi merged into traffic and headed out of the city. Chun-Yi leaned back in the rear seat and closed his eyes to rest. He didn't think about Mu-E's corpse again, nor did he think about how Yufeng Group would investigate. Right now, every minute had to be used where it mattered most. As long as tomorrow at noon, at 12 o'clock, arrived, his attributes would double again. If he could get a higher tier cultivation method before then, he could keep climbing higher. Third realm, beacon fires. Fourth realm, wolf smoke. At the same time, back at the hotel, the young girl at the front desk received a complaint from the 6th floor, saying there was a strange smell. She thought some guest had spilled something in one of the rooms, so she called housekeeping upstairs. When housekeeping reached the 6th floor, the moment she got to the door of room 602, she smelled blood. The door was already broken, hanging crookedly in the frame. She took one look inside and collapsed to the floor in fright. A scream came from the 6th floor. 10 minutes later, people from the patrol office arrived. Several patrol cars stopped in front of the hotel, and a cordon was set up. The guests in the hotel were brought down one by one for questioning. The young girl at the front desk had gone pale. She was still clutching her phone and could barely speak clearly. I don't know. After he came out of the elevator, he just left directly. I really didn't see him clearly. Quite a few people had gathered outside the hotel to watch the excitement. Some were filming videos. Others were whispering among themselves. What happened? Someone died? I heard it was on the 6th floor. Several people died. For real? This hotel has always been a mess. Something was bound to happen sooner or later. The patrol officers drove the crowd back. Everyone back up. No filming. Put your phones away. The patrol chief leading the team entered the hotel. After seeing the situation inside the room, his expression changed slightly. A moment later, the identities of the 3 dead men were confirmed. Yufeng Group, cleanup department. In an instant, the people from the patrol office exchanged glances. Ordinary murder cases were under their jurisdiction, but martial artist murder cases were not. Not to mention that the dead were from Yufeng. They sealed off the scene, made a simple record, and quickly withdrew. Half an hour later, a black special-use SUV drove over and came to a steady stop in front of Jinyuan Hotel. There were no extra decorations on the vehicle. Only a white insignia printed on the side door. Stars and blades intertwined. Below it, 3 words stood out clearly. Jinwu Division. The doors opened. 5 people got out of the vehicle. They were all wearing black standard-issue uniforms, with the same white insignia embroidered on their chests. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a tall build and an expressionless face. He looked up at the lit window on the 6th floor of Jinyuan Hotel. The 4 team members behind him got out as well. A level 3 Jinwu team had arrived. Nearby, When the patrol officer in charge of sealing the scene saw them get out, he immediately went up to greet them. Comrades from the Jinwu division. The scene is on the 6th floor. The middle-aged man at the front glanced at him. The man was around 40, with a short buzz cut, a tall frame, and very broad shoulders. His black uniform was worn neatly, and a standard issue Jinwu division short blade hung at his waist. There was no unnecessary expression on his face. His name was Liu Yong, captain of Team 8, Level 3 Jinwu Team, Kunlun, Jinwu Branch Division. Third realm of Qi and Blood Martial Dao. Beacon fires perfection. The scene has been sealed? The patrol officer immediately answered, it has. We went up and did a preliminary confirmation. After discovering it involved martial artists, we didn't touch the scene any further. Someone is guarding room 602 on the 6th floor, and the hotel staff have all been kept downstairs. Liu Yong gave a slight nod. Then we'll take over from here. Hearing that, the patrol officer immediately stepped aside. Liu Yong walked into the hotel. The 4 team members followed close behind. Walking on the left was Jiang Shui. She was in her 20s, with long hair tied in a ponytail and clear eyes. A black recorder hung at her waist, and she was also holding a dedicated tablet in her hand. On the right was Ma Xiaoqian, not very tall, with a lazy air on his face like he had never fully woken up. The other 2 were named Qin Hai and Zhou Chun. All 5 were members of the Level 3 Jinwu team. Aside from Liu Yong, the rest were all in the late stage of third realm, beacon fires. The elevator went up. No one spoke inside the car. The 6th floor arrived. The moment the elevator doors opened, the smell of blood rushed at them. Jiang Shui's brows moved slightly as she raised a hand and switched on the recorder. The corridor lights were dim and yellow. At the end of the hall, the door to room 602 was already broken. The frame was cracked, and the door panel leaned crookedly inward. As soon as the patrol officers saw that the Jinwu division had arrived, they immediately stepped aside. Liu Yong put on gloves and walked into the room. The room was in complete disarray. 3 corpses lay in different positions. One had fallen beside the TV cabinet, his neck broken, his body twisted at an unnatural angle. One was sitting against the wall, his chest caved in. A short blade had fallen by his feet, and the wall above his head showed obvious spiderweb cracks. The last one lay beside the shattered glass of the coffee table. Both legs were broken, and his head had suffered a fatal blow. There were heavy signs of impact on the door panel. The first one was sent flying by the broken door. His back slammed into the TV cabinet. After that, his neck was crushed by a stomp, and his spine was fractured as well. He died on the spot. After checking the corpse beside the TV cabinet, Qin Hai spoke, then walked again to the corpse against the wall. He pressed on the dead man's chest, his brows furrowing. The sternum is shattered across a large area. The heart meridians were ruptured by external force. No signs of a weapon being used. He was killed purely by pressure from physical strength. Zhou Chen opened a portable testing case and quickly gave the result. No residual estar force. It was Qi and Blood Martial Dao. Qin Hai not dead? And the impact of Qi and blood was very strong. The one who attacked was at least in the 2nd realm, 100 tempering. Not someone who had just entered the 2nd realm. His Qi and blood density was low, possibly mid to late 100 tempering. By the coffee table, Liu Yong walked over. This corpse was in the worst state. Both legs were bent at bizarre angles, broken bones piercing through the pant legs. Half his face was pressed into shattered glass. His frontal bone caved in, and blood had congealed into a dark red patch on the carpet. Liu Yong crouched down and examined the break in Mu Es legs. A moment later, he stood up. This wasn't a group kill. Jiang Shui looked up. At the doorway, on the floor, on the walls, on the coffee table, Liu Yong's gaze swept across them bit by bit. One person entered the room. He forced the door open. The person behind the door was sent flying to the TV cabinet. After entering, the killer finished him with a kick. The second person drew his blade and counterattacked, but was killed head-on. The last one still tried to fight and had both legs broken. Liu Yong paused. He was probably interrogated before being silenced. Let us go to the surveillance room and watch the footage. The 5 of them followed the patrol officer to the security monitoring room in the 1st floor back office. The security guard gave up his seat. Jiang Shui stepped forward, connected into the system with practiced ease, and pulled up the 6th floor surveillance footage. Liu Yong stood directly in front of the screen. Fast forward. The footage played at 8 times speed. A few minutes later, a figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Stop. Play at normal speed, Liu Yong ordered. The footage returned to normal. A young man around 19, dressed in ordinary casual clothes, walked steadily into frame. He wasn't wearing a mask. He wasn't wearing a hat. He hadn't even deliberately avoided the surveillance cameras. Liu Yong narrowed his eyes. He saw the cameras. Jiang Shui froze. He saw it. Liu Yong pointed at the screen. Before entering the elevator, he looked up once. He also glanced down the hallway. He knew he'd been caught on camera. Ma Xiaoqian clicked his tongue. And he still dared go up? Liu Yong said in a deep voice. That means he was in a hurry. Or rather, he believed the price of exposing his identity was lower than the price of missing Mu E. The young man walked to the door of room 602 and paused for a moment. Then the door in the footage shook violently and was smashed open by brute force. The young man stepped inside and completely disappeared into the blind spot of the surveillance camera. 4.5 minutes later, He crawled out through the broken door hanging crooked in the frame. There were no large bloodstains on him, only a few dark red spots on his cuffs and the edges of his shoes. He lowered his head, glanced at them, took out a tissue, wiped his hands, and casually tossed it into the trash can nearby. There wasn't a trace of panic on his face. His steps were as steady as any ordinary passerby as he pressed the elevator button, went downstairs, and left. Staring at the screen, Ma Xiaoqian sucked in a cold breath. From entering to leaving, less than 5 minutes, and he killed 3 people? Lu Yong watched the young man's departing figure, then turned to Jiang Shui. Cross-check it with the file sent over by the patrol division. Jiang Shui took out the special tablet used by the Jinwu division. On the way to the hotel, the patrol division had already sent over the preliminary identity files. What she needed to do now was just verify the face from the surveillance footage and the corpses at the scene one more time. Very quickly, the results matched. The 3 dead upstairs were consistent with the patrol division's initial investigation. The leader was named Mu Yi, captain of Wolf Team 18 of the cleanup department under Yufeng Group, first realm body tempering, great perfection. The other 2 were his core members, Wang Feng and Zhou Guang, both in the late stage of body tempering. They usually handled Yufeng's dirty work in the shadows. Ma Xiaoqian clicked his tongue again. Ruthless. Jiang Shui glanced at him. Ma Xiaoqian spread his hands. I'm telling the truth. Those guys from Yufeng's cleanup department didn't even get a chance to run. The killer is definitely strong and strikes decisively. Lu Yong didn't deny it. The cleanup department has plenty of real combat experience. They're not some fledglings who've never seen blood. Jiang Shui didn't respond. Her finger slid across the tablet and pulled up another detail file that had just finished matching. The killer's identity is out too. She scrolled through the page and read aloud. Chen Yi, male, 19 years old, from Haiyun District, Kunlun City, second-year student at Kunlun University. Both parents are currently in the intensive care unit at 5th People's Hospital. Younger sister, Chun Yishi, third-year high school student at Kunlun No. 3 High School. Missing for half a month. She paused. The file shows Chun Yi has no registered cultivation record in blood and chi martial arts, no registered stellar cultivation talent, and ordinary physical test scores. Ma Xiaoqian leaned over for a look. Ordinary college student? He twitched the corner of his mouth. If this is an ordinary college student, then I'm a number 1 handsome man in Tianqing Prefecture. Qinhai took the tablet and flipped through it. Chen Yishi's file is ordinary too. Kunlun No. 3 High School conducted a stellar cultivation talent test half a month ago. Her entry says no stellar cultivation talent. This file doesn't seem to have any issues at all. It looks just like any other ordinary student. Lu Yong walked to the window and looked at the flashing police lights downstairs. Check for any recent abnormalities in Chun Yi's family. Jiang Shui's fingers moved rapidly over the tablet. The Jinwu Division's authority network connected quickly. A few seconds later, the relevant information popped up. Found it. Jiang Shui's voice dropped a little. Half a month ago, Chun Yishi disappeared. The patrol division opened a case to search for her, but there has still been no trace. There is one more thing. 5 days ago, Chun Yi's parents were assaulted on the street by several drunk men. Their injuries were extremely severe. They're still in the intensive care unit at 5th People's Hospital, being kept alive on ventilators. She looked at Lu Yong. The patrol division's closing report at the time listed it as provoking trouble, accidental injury, while intoxicated. The assailants have already been detained. Qinhai let out a cold laugh. Accidental injury while intoxicated? That might fool outsiders. Ma Xiaoqian added, get a few people to take the fall. Standard cleanup department routine. Lu Yong didn't jump to a conclusion. He looked at Chun Yi's photo on the tablet. The young man in the photo had calm brows and eyes. Dressed plainly, no different from any other college student outside. Just then, Zhou Chun's communicator vibrated. He answered it, listened for a few moments, and his face darkened. Captain Lu. After ending the call, Zhou Chun pulled up the newly received photos. The patrol division just sent over a merge case notice. 2 bodies were found in an alley. Their identities have already been confirmed. Zhao Desheng and Lu Tao, also members of Wolf Team 18 of Yufeng's cleanup department. Lu Yong took the phone. On the screen were crime scene photos. Zhao Desheng's knees had been crushed underfoot, and his neck had been snapped. Lu Tao's chest had collapsed inward, and his whole body had been smashed against a brick wall, with bone spurs piercing out through his back. Zhou Chun continued. Time of death was before the hotel murders. The footprints left at the scene matched the tread pattern of the shoes Chun Yi was wearing in the hotel surveillance footage. Ma Xiaoqian was stunned. 5 people. He wiped out an entire 5-man squad by himself. The room fell silent. Jiang Shui said softly, he killed Zhao Desheng and Lu Tao first, then rushed to Jinyuan Hotel and killed Mu Yi and the other 2. She paused. As for how he knew Mu Yi was here, Zhao Desheng and Lu Tao probably gave him that information. Ma Xiaoqian rubbed his chin. This kid has a brain. He didn't just go berserk and start killing blindly. Lu Yong immediately said, killer confirmed. Chun-Yi. Then he took out his phone and dialed an internal number of the Jinwu division. This is Lu Yong, captain of 3rd level Jinwu Team 8. Lock on a target Chen-Yi, male, 19, student of Kunlun University. First check mobile base station positioning. then pull all citywide traffic surveillance. Payment records, taxi records, and ride-hailing records. Target is suspected to be a second realm 100 temperings martial artist and is involved in the deaths of 5 martial artists. Send me the results the moment you have them. After he hung up, the surveillance room was quiet for a few seconds. Jiang Shui asked, Captain Liu, arrest him directly? Liu Yong looked at the young face on the screen. Contain him first. Ma Xiaoqian asked, what if he resists? Liu Yong slipped his phone back into his pocket. Then we handle it by Zhenwu division rules. Jiang Shui did not argue. The people Chun Yi killed were from Yufeng's cleanup department. Their hands weren't clean, and their deaths weren't worth sympathy. But Kunlun City couldn't allow a second realm martial artist to kill people and walk away freely. A few minutes later, Liu Yong's phone vibrated. An internal tracking result had come in. Chun Yi's phone signal was still active, but it had only been locked within the range of a base station in the direction of the city outskirts. An exact location couldn't be determined. The vehicle route from the taxi platform was clearer. The target took a taxi out of Heian district and is heading out of the city. Based on traffic surveillance along the route, payment records, and the taxi's real-time route analysis, estimated destination, Qingxiong Mountain. Jiang Shui froze when she saw the location. Qingxiong Mountain? Ma Xiaoqian was stunned too. That place. Huntiong Gota. Liu Yong stared at the screen, and his brows finally furrowed. Huntian Gate. An old traditional martial sect from Kunlun City. Its mountain had been half-sealed for many years, and it kept such a low profile in ordinary times that even the patrol division was close to forgetting it existed. But the name still carried no small influence within the Zhenwu division. Up on that mountain, there really were some old monsters capable of shaking Kunlun City. Liu Yong turned and walked out. Get in the car. The 5 of them quickly got into the black SUV. The engine started, and the headlights sliced through the night. Ma Xiaoqian fastened his seatbelt and muttered, this kid killed Yufeng's people, but instead of hiding or running, he is heading for Huntian Gate. What exactly is he trying to do? Kunlun City, Central District, Tianyu Villa. This was the Yang family's territory. The villa was built on one of the few isolated hills in the city center. It covered an enormous area, with towering outer walls and hidden sentries everywhere. From the foot of the mountain to the deepest part of the villa, there were 3 checkpoints in total. The first checked license plates. The second checked identities. The third was staffed by the Yang family's own guards. Ordinary people couldn't even get to the foot of the mountain. In the deepest part of the villa, there was a quiet courtyard. The courtyard was very large. The ground was paved with white jade stone slabs. Old pines were planted all around, and the light under the eaves fell onto a cultivation platform in the middle. The placement of the rockery, spring water, and stone lamps had all been carefully arranged. Anyone who understood star formations could tell at a glance that the position of every stone and every drop of water here had been arranged according to a formation meant to gather star power. On the cultivation platform, a young girl sat cross-legged. She was 18 years old, and her looks resembled Chun Yi's somewhat, though her features were softer, and her face still carried the air of a student. She was none other than Chun Yi's younger sister, Chun Yishi. Half a month ago, she had still been a senior at Kunlun No. 3 High School. Now, she had become Yang Wanda's direct disciple. Dense starlight gathered from all directions and fell onto her body. The starlight entered through her skin, then gathered behind her into a bright curtain of light filled with tiny floating points of stars. With every breath she took, those points of light grew a little brighter. Star power flowed through her meridians and finally gathered at her dantian, condensing into drops of crystalline star liquid. Beside the cultivation platform, a white-robed old man stood quietly. His hair and beard were completely white, but his back was straight. He held a white jade ruler in his hand, and a kind smile rested on his face, making him look like an old teacher guiding students in calligraphy. Young Wande, the Yang family's old ancestor, a 6th realm star cultivator. In Kunlun City, he was one of the people standing at the very top. At this moment, as he looked at Chun Yishi, the shock in his eyes could not be suppressed. A divine grade talent, just as expected. It had only been half a month since she first came into contact with star arts. 2nd realm, star liquid perfection. This speed could no longer be explained by the word genius alone. When ordinary people awaken their talents, even the fastest among them would need 1 or 2 months just to send star power and get started. But what about Chun Yishi? She had never come into contact with the star cultivation system before. She had no resources supporting her foundation. She had no famous teacher paving the way in advance. Yet after he brought her back and taught her for only half a month, she had already reached perfect completion of the 2nd realm. This level of compatibility was simply unimaginable. At that moment, the starlight gradually faded. Chun Yishi opened her eyes. She rose and stepped down from the platform, then gave Yang Wanda a proper bow. Master. Her voice was clear and pleasant, and her attitude was obedient. It made the smile on Yang Wanda's face grow even kinder. Not bad. He raised the white jade ruler and tapped the cultivation platform. 2nd realm star, liquid perfection. Your foundation is stable as well. After a few more days of settling it down, you'll be able to charge into the 3rd realm, star aperture. Joy appeared on Chun Yishi's face. Really? Naturally. Young Wande nodded. With your talent, The third realm is no obstacle. As long as the resources keep up, none of the later realms will be slow either. Chun Ishi pressed her lips together and smiled, but quickly held it back. She had actually wanted to smile more happily. But when she thought of her parents and her brother, she found herself unable to. She had been away from home for half a month. No phone, no news. Every day, aside from cultivation, there was still only cultivation. This was not the first time she had wanted to ask about her family. During the first few days after she arrived, she had asked almost every day, but the answer she got each time was basically the same. The outside world was dangerous. Her talent could not be exposed. Cultivation could not be distracted. After asking too many times, she gradually no longer dared to press too hard. Master treated her very well. Food, clothing, daily needs, cultivation resources, explanations of star arts. Nothing had ever been lacking. But she still missed home. She missed the tomato and egg noodles her mother made. She missed the hot steamed buns her father would casually bring home at night. She also missed her brother Chun-Yi, who would complain that she was annoying while still helping her correct her math problems. Chun-Ishi lowered her head and pinched the corner of her clothes. Master. Yang Wanda looked at her. What do you want to say? Chun-Ishi looked up, her tone very soft. You said before that after I break through to the fifth realm, you let me go back once to see my parents and my brother. Is that true? Yang Wanda smiled. Of course it's true. Chun-Ishi let out a breath of relief. Then I'll work hard. Yang Wanda stepped closer, his tone gentle. Ishi, you value love and loyalty. That is a good thing. But just as I said before, if you show yourself carelessly, you'll only bring danger to your family instead. At the mention of her family, Chun-Ishi's expression tightened. They'll be in danger? That is exactly why I, your master, want to let you go back right now. Yang Wanda spoke very slowly, every word sounding as though it had all been thought through for her sake. Don't worry. The day you enter my sect, I already sent people with generous gifts to your home in person to pass on word to your parents, explain your situation, and put their minds at ease. Your parents and your brother all know that you're cultivating safely in a secure place. Chun-Ishi's eyes lit up. Really? Have I ever lied to you? Chun-Ishi quickly shook her head. No. After thinking for a moment, she asked softly, then can I send them a message? Just one sentence will be fine. I'm afraid they'll worry. The smile on Yang Wanda's face did not change. Not now. Chun-Ishi's fingers tightened. Yang Wanda let out a sigh. You've only just stepped onto the path of star cultivation. What your mind fears most right now is disorder. If you send one sentence today, tomorrow you want to make a call. After making a call, you want to meet them. Once the heart scatters, cultivation slows. On the path of cultivation, what must be avoided most is being too deeply tied down by mortal attachments. Chun-Ishi said nothing. Yang Wanda raised a hand and gently patted her on the shoulder. When you reach the fifth realm, I'll personally take you back. At that time, if you want to stay with them for a few days, that'll be fine. Chun-Ishi looked up. The fifth realm. Is that soon? For others, no. Yang Wanda looked at her, the smile in his eyes deepening. For you, it won't take too long. Only then did Chun-Ishi nod. Okay. She did not ask about the phone again. Actually, she had always felt that something was a little off. Why couldn't Tishi make a phone call? Why wasn't Tishi even allowed to send a single message? Why had her phone been taken away? Why, after the school detected her talent that day, had the principal, her homeroom teacher, and the Yang family all urged her to leave immediately? They had said an opportunity could not be delayed. They had said that once a divine grade talent was exposed, it would attract danger. They had said that being personally accepted as a disciple by the Yang family's old ancestor was a blessing countless people in Kunlun City could only dream of. At the time, she had been afraid too. She had also asked whether she should tell her parents and brother first. The principal said the special training slot was urgent, and that the Yang family would send people to notify her family in person, so she did not need to worry. Her homeroom teacher had also persuaded her from the side. The procedures had been handled very quickly. All the way there, Yang Wanda had been kind and benevolent. He had not been fierce with her, nor had he forced her. After entering the Yang family, she ate top-grade star medicines, lived in a private little courtyard, had people guarding her cultivation, and had people explaining star arts to her. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't seem like a bad person. Maybe she really was overthinking it. Right now, she only had one thought. Reach the fifth realm as soon as possible. Go home as soon as possible. When that time came, she was going to give her brother a huge scare. She could also protect mom and dad, protect her brother, and never live that kind of hard life again. Yang Wanda saw it all. His gaze paused on her face for a moment. Ishi, there is one more thing. Yang Wanda pointed eastward. Kunlun City's resources are too limited in the end. The concentration of Star Force here also isn't enough to support your rapid breakthrough in the higher realms. Chun-Ishi froze. Then what should I do? Tianqing Prefecture. Yang Wanda said, once you successfully break through to the third realm in the next few days, I will personally take you to Tianqing Prefecture. There is a true star cultivator expert there. The resources, star arts, and cultivation insights in his hands are all far beyond anything in Kunlun City. If you stay here, your progress will still be fast. But if you go there, you'll be even faster. Chun-Ishi hesitated for a moment. Will I be gone for a long time? Not long. Yang Wanda smiled. It's only to let you see more of the world. A god-tier talent shouldn't be trapped in Kunlun City. Shin-ishi did not agree right away. She lowered her head and looked at the edge of the cultivation platform. Tianqing Prefecture sounded very far away, farther than the Yang family. The farther she got from home, the less secure she felt. Yang Wanda stood there quietly, waiting for her answer. After a while, Shin-ishi looked up. Master, if I go to Tianqing Prefecture, can I reach the fifth realm faster? Yes. Then I'll go. Shin-ishi answered with complete seriousness. I want to go back and see Mom, Dad, and my brother sooner. Yang Wanda smiled and nodded. Good child. The night wind blew in from outside the courtyard, and the lamplight under the eaves swayed gently. Shin-ishi looked at the cultivation platform once more. The starlight on it had not fully dispersed yet. Tiny specks of light fell across the stone slabs and slowly dimmed. She bowed to Yang Wanda and took her leave. Master, then I'll return to my room first. Go on, get some good rest. Yang Wanda waved his hand, looking casual, but in reality, his gaze remained locked on Shin-ishi the entire time. The smile on his face stayed the same, but his expression was strangely unreadable. The taxi stopped at the foot of Qingxiong Mountain. Chun-Yi pushed the door open and got out. He first looked ahead, and his brows twitched slightly. This place was a little different from what he had imagined. There was no deep mountain forest, nor was there a quiet mountain gate. The foot of the mountain had long since been fenced off as a tourist attraction. A long line stood in front of the ticket office. Both sides of the commercial street were packed with snack stalls and souvenir shops. The sightseeing shuttle station was crowded with tourists, and the noise came in wave after wave. Private cars were all stopped outside. If you really wanted to head into the mountain, you could only take the attraction as official shuttle bus. And Hunty Insect was farther up the mountainside. Chunny didn't waste any time. He bought a ticket and got on the bus. One shuttle bus was just about to leave. It was already nearly full, so he found a window seat in the second-to-last row and sat down, looking out the window without saying a word. In less than half a minute, someone stopped beside him. Hello, is anyone sitting here? He turned his head. The newcomer was a young man around 20 years old. His skin was slightly darker, his facial features more defined than those of the people of Jojo. His eye sockets somewhat deeper, and his irises carried a hint of amber. He was dressed in a very well-tailored casual outfit. A person from the Red Moon Nation. There were plenty of them online, so he was not surprised. He only gave a slight nod. After sitting down, the young man barely stopped talking. My name is Huyen. I'm from the Red Moon Nation. It's my first time traveling in Jojo. He glanced out the window, then said with a smile, This Qingxiong Mountain is pretty nice. I heard there is even a mysterious martial arts sect inside. He looked at him. You could say that. What's your surname? Brother? Are you local? Also here to tour the mountain? I did some research before coming. I heard Hunty Insect used to be pretty famous even in Tianqing Prefecture. Huyen kept talking on his own, from Qingxiong Mountain to Jojo customs. Then from the border cities of the Red Moon Nation to the differences in cultivation among the countries of Blue Star. A total chatterbox. Right now, Chun-Yi's head was full of the cultivation method, his sister, his parents, and the Yufeng group lead. He had no interest in chatting with a stranger. He only responded once in a while. Yes. Huyen wasn't embarrassed at all, seeing that Chun-Yi didn't really want to talk. He didn't force it. Instead, he turned and patted the shoulder of a local middle-aged man in the row ahead. Sir, do you come here often? After a few sentences, the two of them got into a lively conversation. Chun-Yi was happy to let it be that way. He leaned against the seat and closed his eyes to rest. Half an hour later, the shuttle bus arrived at the final stop of the attraction. The tourists poured out all at once. Chun-Yi walked at the very back of the crowd. After crossing the open ground ahead, his gaze fell on the center. There was an extremely wide staircase of white stone. Following the slope of the mountain, the stone steps rose upward, straight, steep, stretching all the way into the mist high above. With no end in sight, warning lines have been set up on both sides of the white steps. Wooden walkways have been built outside them. An ordinary tourist could only walk along those side paths and circle the foot of the mountain for sightseeing. At the entrance stood a conspicuous metal warning sign. Several large lines were carved into it. Restricted grounds of Hunty Insect. Entry without permission is forbidden. Offenders will bear the consequences. Tourist visitors, please use the wooden walkways on both sides. Nearby, a tour guide was shouting through a loudspeaker. Everyone use the side paths. Don't go up the white path in the middle. The people up there are martial artists, and their rules are strict as hell. If something really happens, the scenic area 1T be responsible. Chun-Yi glanced at the sign. Then he stepped forward and walked straight toward it. That scene made the originally noisy area fall silent for 2 seconds. Then all the surrounding tourists exploded. Holy shit, someone really dares walk through the middle? Who is this guy? Didn't he see the warning sign? He is probably from Hunty Insect, right? Otherwise, who dare barge in? Doesn't he look like it? He has dressed so normally. Chun-Yi heard every word clearly, but he didn't even turn his head. Right now, he was at 100 tempering perfection. With more than 200 points in physique, the strength in his legs was long beyond that of ordinary people. He tapped the ground with his toes. One step carried him across 3 stairs. His chi and blood circulated through his body, power bursting through his legs. He moved fast, and the only thing left by his ears was the mountain wind. He was just about to speed up further when a few meters behind him, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Brother Chun, you're going to hunt the insect too? He stopped and turned around. It was Hu Yen, and not just Hu Yen. There was now a young girl beside him. She looked about 16 or 17. She had the same Red Moon Nation appearance, wore a white tracksuit, and was breathtakingly beautiful, though her expression was ice cold. But what truly surprised Chun, he was not that they had appeared here. It was how they had caught up. He was now at 100 tempering perfection, with abundant chi and blood. His 5 senses had long surpassed those of ordinary people. Even if someone was walking more than 10 meters away, he could hear it clearly. But Hu Yen and this girl had already reached a point only a few meters behind him. Yet he hadn't heard a single footstep. And just now, he had been taking 3 stairs in 1 step. His speed was not slow. These two had caught up, yet their breathing was steady and their clothes weren't even disheveled. It was far too effortless. More importantly, they did not have the blazing aura of chi and blood martial arts on them. They were most likely star cultivators, and not low-level ones either. He suppressed the shock in his heart, and his expression returned to normal. You too? Hu Yen smiled and walked 2 steps closer, then pointed at the girl beside him. This is my cousin, Hu Xian. We're pretty curious about Juzhou Nation, so we came over this time for a trip. The elders in the family also told us to stop by the various local powers along the way and make some friends. He lifted his head and looked toward the end of the white steps. Hunting insect is our first stop. Shen Yi glanced at Hu, but she didn't even look at him properly. Her gaze had remained fixed on the distant mountain path the whole time, her expression unchanged. The 3 of them walked up along the white steps. Hu Yen's footsteps were light. As he walked, he asked Brother Chun, what are you going to hunt the insect for? Visiting relatives? To learn martial arts. Chun-Yi's reply was very short. Hu Yen paused for a moment. He turned to look at Chun-Yi, his gaze sweeping over him, and there was a trace more confusion in his tone. You have talent for star cultivation. Why aren't you cultivating stars and are learning martial arts instead? The martial path isn't easy. You'll have to suffer quite a bit. Chun-Yi's heart trembled. He stared at Hu Yen. His talent for star cultivation had only risen to medium grade after the system doubled it over the past few days. Logically speaking, star cultivation talent could only be tested with instruments. But Hu Yen had seen through it with just his eyes. This person was not simple. Chun-Yi showed no panic. He only gave a self-mocking smile. I'm just an ordinary person. My talent for star cultivation is average anyway. Star cultivation burns money and also depends on fate. Even if I really went into it, I might not amount to much. Learning martial arts is more practical. Hu Yen looked at him for 2 seconds. Then he nodded. There is still a long way ahead. Then my cousin and I will go on ahead first. After saying that, Hu Yen waved at Chun-Yi. The next moment, he and Hu Xian exerted force with their feet. There was no heavy sound of them stepping on the stone stairs, yet their figures were astonishingly fast. After just a few rises and falls, they had already left Chun-Yi far behind. Not long after, their backs disappeared into the clouds and missed at the end of the steps. From beginning to end, Hu Xian never said a single word. When she passed by Chun-Yi, she didn't even lift her eyelids. It wasn't that she was deliberately putting on airs. It was disregard that seeped out from her very bones. Chun-Yi stood on the steps, looking in the direction where the 2 had disappeared. His fingers slowly clenched tight. He had originally thought that reaching 100 tempering perfection this quickly was already fast enough. But now it seemed, it still wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. Half an hour later, at the end of the white steps, a broad flat stone plaza appeared. At the center of the plaza stood a tall stone archway. 2 thick stone pillars stood on either side of the mountain path, with a large plaque hanging between them. 3 words were carved on the plaque. Hunt the insect. Chun-Yi stopped and looked at it twice. Behind the sect gate, a stone road stretched deeper inward. A few low shouts of martial practice drifted over from the distance, short and heavy, too unclear to make out well. The martial arts manuals were inside, but beneath the sect gate stood 2 young disciples. Both wore white robes, their long hair tied up, their cuffs fastened tight. Their attire carried a somewhat ancient style. The one on the left had a long sword hanging at his waist. The one on the right had a long saber at his side. The moment Chun-Yi stepped onto the final stair, the disciple on the left took a sideways step and raised a hand to block him. Visitors, halt. Chun-Yi stopped. The disciple on the right glanced at him. Who are you? What are you here at hunting insect for? Chun-Yi didn't beat around the bush. I want to take a master and learn martial arts. The 2 disciples exchanged a glance. The one on the left shook his head. Take a master and learn martial arts? Go back. Our sect isn't accepting disciples right now. Chun-Yi frowned slightly. I have a foundation in martial arts. And my chi and blood base is decent too. Could you trouble yourselves to report it and give me a chance to be tested? That disciple's tone remained cold, but he wasn't deliberately making things difficult. It's not a matter of talent. Hunting sect accepts disciples on fixed dates, and there are fixed rules as well. For the past few years, the sect has been in semi-seclusion. No outside guests are received. The one on the right also spoke. If you're here for sightseeing, please take the outer wooden walkway. Hunting sect is an important place. We do not receive worshippers. Chen Yi said, I can accept an assessment. The disciple on the right cut him off directly. The assessment isn't now either. If you truly want to enter Huntian sect, come back in 2 years. At that time, the sect gate will open for unified examination. Chen Yi fell silent. 2 years later? In 2 years. He didn't even know what step he would have reached by then. His attributes doubled every day. If he really waited until then, would he still come here to learn martial arts? What he lacked right now was time. Unfortunately, looking at the 2 gate-guarding disciples, Chen Yi's expectations had come to nothing. Before coming here, he really had thought too simply. He had believed that with his current physical foundation, as long as he showed a little talent, Huntian sect would definitely give him a chance. Reality wasn't like that. The more inheritance a place had, the more rules it had. Chen Yi looked at the stone road behind the sect gate. Those distant, low shouts of martial practice came over again. His chest felt terribly stifled. The disciple on the left said, There's no need to ask anymore. We're only gate-guarding disciples. We don't have the authority to make exceptions. Please go back. Chen Yi withdrew his gaze. Forcing his way in, it was impossible. No matter how strong his physique was, he wasn't arrogant enough to challenge a Qi and blood sect with deep foundations by himself. He could only think of another way. Chen Yi suppressed that trace of impatience and cupped his hands. Sorry for the disturbance. After saying that, he turned and prepared to head back down mountain. Yet at that moment, a familiar voice came from inside the sect gate. Brother Chen. Chen Yi's footsteps halted. He turned his head to look. The man was walking out from inside the sect gate. He still had that same gentle, approachable manner. No different from when he had greeted him at the foot of the mountain. Only this time, Hu Xana was not by his side. Instead, it was a middle-aged man. That man wore a dark golden long robe. His build was sturdy, his shoulders and back broad. As he walked over the stone slabs, there was almost no sound beneath his feet. At first glance, there didn't even seem to be anything especially remarkable about him. He walked half a step ahead of Hu Yin, his expression calm, as though he were merely seeing a guest out, until his gaze landed on Chen Yi. In that instant, Chen Yi's chest suddenly sank. It wasn't killing intent, nor was it hostility. It was only the most natural scrutiny of a high-level martial artist. But that pressure was already enough to make every muscle in Chen Yi's body tighten. Strong, very strong, absurdly strong. There was no blood flame released outward, and there wasn't any movement either. Yet that invisible pressure rushed straight at him, making even breathing feel difficult. Chen Yi's breath stopped for half a beat, and cold sweat broke out across his back. 100 tempering like Luo Yonghu in front of this man didn't even qualify to be compared. This was a true high-level Qi and blood martial artist. When the 2 gate-guarding disciples saw the middle-aged man in the dark golden robe, their expressions changed on the spot. They immediately bent their waists in salute. Greetings, Sect Master. Sect Master? Chen Yi's heart thudded. The Huntian Sect Master looked at Chen Yi, then at Hu Yin. Young Master who knows him? Hu Yin smiled. You could say we know each other. He didn't say more. Just those few words, and he stopped. Sect Master Xue nodded and did not press the matter further. Hu Yin turned and cupped his fists toward the Huntian Sect Master. Sect Master Xue, I still have other things on my schedule, so I'll be taking my leave first. My little sister Sheener will be staying at Huntian Sect for the time being. I'll have to trouble you, Sect Master, to look after her. Sect Master Xue said, Young Master Hu, rest assured, as long as she is in Huntian Sect, nothing will happen to her. Hu Yin smiled. Then I won't stay any longer. If there is a chance later, I'll come visit Sect Master Xue again. Sect Master Xue said, Take care. Hu Yin turned and headed down the mountain. When he passed by Chen Yi, he paused for a moment and nodded at him. He said nothing, but the meaning was already very clear. The opportunity had come. Whether he could seize it depended on himself. Chen Yi nodded back at him. He accepted this favor. Hu Yin smiled, clasped his hands behind his back, and continued down the white stone steps. A moment later, his figure disappeared from sight. The area before the mountain gate fell quiet. Chen Yi did not hesitate. He turned to look at Sect Master Xue and cupped his hands as he spoke. Sect Master. The other party looked at him. The 2 gatekeeping disciples stood to the side, not daring to say another word. Chen Yi said, My name is Chen Yi. I want to join Huntian Sect and learn martial arts. Can you give me a chance? Sect Master Xue did not answer right away. He sized Chen Yi up a few times. Very ordinary. At least on the surface, there was nothing special about him. Under normal circumstances, someone like this wouldn't even be qualified to speak to him. The gatekeeping disciples would have already escorted him down the mountain. But Hu Yin's earlier line about knowing him carried real weight. Huntian Sect was keeping a low profile these days. There was no need to make enemies everywhere. Besides, for Chen Yi to have made it this far, his aura was not that of an ordinary person either. After a moment, Sect Master Xue spoke. You've practiced martial arts before? Chen Yi answered, I have. What realm? 100 temperings. Sect Master Xue's gaze paused on him for a moment. He wasn't that young anymore, but he wasn't old either. Chen Yi did not add anything. 19 years old, 100 temperings. Outside, that was already enough to make people give him a second look. But in Huntian Sect, he wasn't sure. Maybe it was because of what Hu Yin had just said. In the end, Sect Master Shui gave a soft grunt. Fine. The two gatekeeping disciples both looked up at once. Sect Master Shui said, take him to test his talent. If he passes, keep him in the sect as an exception. Chun, he cupped his hands. Many thanks, Sect Master. He said nothing more and turned to walk into the mountain gate. With one step, he was already several zhang away. With another, his figure was gone from before the gate. There wasn't even a sound of wind. The ones leading Chun into the sect were still those same two gatekeeping disciples. After walking not too far, the two of them stopped in front of Great Hall. A plaque hung above the entrance. 3 words were written on it. Martial Testing Hall. Chun lifted his eyes and gave it half a glance before stepping inside. The inside of the hall was a little different from what he had imagined. The blue-gray stone bricks were laid flat and even. The tables and chairs were all made of redwood. At first glance, it really did have that old sect feel. But several rows of cold white spotlights were shining overhead, and there were also 2 standing air conditioners placed to the left and right, their vents humming as they blew out cool air. An ancient martial sect paired with modern appliances was actually pretty practical. In the center of the hall stood a long redwood table. Behind it sat a deacon in red robes. Spread out on the table were a tablet, a roster, and several tools used for bone testing. As soon as the doors opened, everyone in the hall looked over. One of the gatekeeping disciples hurried forward a step and cupped his hands. Deacon, this is the one sect master instructed us about. We brought Chun over to test his talent. A man in red robes raised his brow. Sect master? He first looked at the gatekeeping disciple, then at Chun. Explained clearly. Are you saying sect master personally gave the order? Yes, it was sect master. This disciple wouldn't dare speak nonsense. Several young disciples in the hall exchanged glances. Huntian sect had been half closed to the outside world for so many years. There were already very few outside visitors to begin with, much less someone personally approved by the sect master. The red-robed deacon did not rush to begin the test. Instead, he sized Chen Yi up from head to toe. Name, Chen Yi. Age, 19. And your cultivation? What realm? 100 temperings. The red-robed deacon continued, be more specific. Early stage? Middle stage? Chen Yi's tone did not change. Perfection. 100 temperings perfection. 19 years old. 100 temperings perfection? His talent was decent, about on par with an inner sect disciple. But the sect master had personally given instructions. Could there be some other reason? The red-robed deacon couldn't make up his mind, so he simply walked to the side, took out his phone, and made a call. Hello, Martial Testing Hall here, right? Someone came over. He says sect master instructed it personally. His name is Chun Yi, 19 years old, and he says his realm is 100 temperings perfection. A reply quickly came from the other end. Huh, the 6th elder happens to be free? He even coming over personally? He put down his phone and looked at Chun Yi again. Wait for now. Chun Yi asked, not testing now? The red-robed deacon paused. By the rules, I should be the one testing you. But since you're someone sect master instructed us about, the higher-ups said the 6th elder will come take a look personally. They did not wait long before the sound of footsteps came from the rear hall. The one who walked out was an old man. His hair was grizzled, but his build was still sturdy. He wore a gray training outfit with a white robe draped over it, and he was holding a thermos cup in his hand. The red-robed deacon immediately stood up. 6th elder, you're here. Several young disciples also hurried to salute him. Greetings, elder. Greetings, 6th elder. The old man waved a hand. All right. No need to be so formal. He casually set the thermos cup on the table, then slowly walked up to Chun Yi and looked him over from top to bottom. You're Chun Yi? Chun Yi cupped his hands. Greetings, 6th elder. The old man nodded. This old man is Li Xuanjin, the 6th elder of Huntian sect. Talent testing is under my charge, and I handle some matters over in the transmission of techniques as well. He pointed at a low redwood stool nearby, then slowly put on a pair of thin gloves. Sit there. In Huntian sect, we only look at 2 things when testing talent. First, bone reading. How good your bone structure is, whether your tendons and flesh can withstand the scouring of qi and blood, whether your foundation is thick enough. We can feel a bit of all that. Second, comprehension. If we give you a cultivation method, how quickly can you learn it? Can you fully grasp the force application and the qi and blood circulation route? That also has to be tested. His explanation was very simple. Chen Yi nodded it. Li Xuanjin added another line. Relax. Don't circulate your qi and blood to resist me. Were the results 1 TB accurate? Chun Yi pulled over the stool and sat down, placing both hands flat on his knees. Li Xuanjin walked behind him and placed a hand on Chun Yi's shoulder bone, pressing downward along the shoulder blade. Special approval from the sect master was one thing, but at 19 years old and only at 100 temperance perfection, his talent really was just average, probably around the middle tier. In Huntian sect, at most he would be an inner sect disciple. So at first, Li Xuanjin's movements were very casual, but the moment he applied a little force with his fingertips, his brows suddenly furrowed. The feel of it, something was off, suspicion rising in his heart. Li Xuanjin gathered qi and blood at his fingertips. The force in his wrist pressed down a few degrees harder as he pushed against Chun Yi's shoulder bone again. With that press, all the casualness on his face vanished. Human bones had gaps. Even for 100 tempering's martial artist, before chi and blood had washed into the deep marrow, the frame of the bones would still have a certain roughness to it. But Chun-Yi's skeletal frame had a density that was downright terrifying, and the tendons and bones beneath his flesh were far too tight and solid. Li Xuanjin put away his disdain. He used both hands at once and pressed along the bones all the way down, shoulder bones, back, arms, wrist bones. His movements grew faster and faster, and his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The red-robed steward watched for a while and also started to feel that something was off. Normally, when the sixth elder examined bones, he got a result in a dozen seconds or so. Today, it had been almost 2 minutes, and the more he felt, the stranger his expression became. This was getting a little ridiculous. At this moment, however, Li Xuanjin's heart was full of shock. Chun-Yi's body did not feel like something that had been slowly tempered from childhood by practicing a single cultivation method. It felt more like someone had first polished this body to an extremely high level and only then begun formal cultivation. The thought was absurd, but what his hands were telling him could not lie. Chun-Yi's flesh, bones, tendons, and blood chi were all unreasonably strong, completely different from the information he showed on the surface. After a while, Li Xuanjin stopped and stared at Chun-Yi. "What cultivation method are you practicing, kid?" Chun-Yi said, "Black tiger art, both the front and back sections, plus black tiger palm and black tiger steps." Li Xuanjin's eye twitched. "Black tiger art? That trash no one wants from street stalls? The lowest level martial path cultivation method? How long have you been practicing it?" "Not long." "How short is not long?" "Don't fool this old man." "Exactly how short?" "Chen Yu pose it." "Really not that long." Li Xuanjin did not keep pressing. He just stared at him for a few breaths. That black tiger art sold by martial halls outside could temper the physical body to this degree? Who was he kidding? But since Chun-Yi did not want to say more, Li Xuanjin did not dig deeper on the spot. His innate talent was already strange enough. Then he would test his comprehension next. Li Xuanjin turned and instructed, "Little son, go get a beginner fist technique." The red-robed steward asked, "There are so many. Which one?" "Tiger split fist." The red-robed steward quickly took out a thin booklet from the bookshelf. The corners were worn pale, clearly something often used for testing. Li Xuanjin took it and handed it to Chun-Yi. "Take it. Tiger split fist, a beginner fist technique. Body tempering can practice it, and hunter tempering can too. There are illustrations inside, and also a mnemonic formula. Read through it yourself first, then perform a section for me to see." At that point, he added another sentence. "Relax. I'm not asking you to master it. I mainly want to see how much you can remember, and then how well you understand it." Chun-Yi took the thin booklet and opened the first page. The boxing frame, force application, breathing, and footwork were all written clearly on it. He read very quickly, flipping page after page. The expressions of several young disciples turned strange. One young man, carrying a saber bag, frowned and lowered his voice. "Damn, that fast? What can he even see?" Another disciple beside him also muttered quietly, "It's probably too hard." So he is just flipping through it and putting on an act. The red-robed steward also looked puzzled and glanced at Li Xuanjin. Li Xuanjin said nothing. He only stared at Chun-Yi's hands. In just a few seconds, Chun-Yi flipped to the last page. Bah! The booklet closed. In his mind, a system prompt flashed by. Realm, 100 tempering, perfection. Skills, 6th generation broadcast gymnastics, perfection. Basic combat, perfection. Black tiger art, perfection. Black tiger palm, perfection. Black tiger steps, perfection. Tiger split fist, perfection. Tiger split fist, perfection. Chun-Yi placed the thin booklet back on the table, his expression unchanged. Li Xuanjin looked at him. "What is this? You're not reading anymore?" Chun-Yi said. "I'm done." Li Xuanjin raised a brow. "You couldn't understand it? Too hard for you?" Chun-Yi shook his head. "I've already learned it." The entire hall fell silent. Even the sound of the air conditioner became clearer. The young man with the saber bag froze on the spot. The disciple who had been whispering earlier also lifted his head. Even the red-robed stewardess hand holding the tablet stopped in midair. Li Xuanjin stared at Chun-Yi. "What did you just say?" Chun-Yi repeated himself. "I said I've learned it." Li Xuanjin was almost mad enough to laugh. "You took one look and learned it?" Chun-Yi did not argue. He simply nodded, walked to the center of the hall, and stood still. Without any extra words, he immediately began throwing punches. Tiger split fist itself was not complicated, but the simpler the moves, the more they revealed a person's fundamentals. The young man with the saber bag, who had been doubting him just moments ago, slowly stiffened. The red-robed steward also sat up straighter. He had spent many years in the martial testing hall and had seen many people practice this tiger split fist. Some remembered the movements, but their force application was a mess. Some barely got the fist path right, but their footwork could not keep up. Some had a mnemonic formula memorized perfectly, but the moment they started moving, it turned into random flailing. But Chun-Yi was not like that. Every punch, every elbow withdrawal, every hip turn, every step flowed so naturally that it did not look like something he had just learned. It was as if he had already practiced this fist technique many times before. After finishing the full set, Chun-Yi steadily withdrew and settled his stance. No one in the hall spoke. Li Xuanjin walked up to Chun Yi and stared at him for several breaths. Tell me the truth. Did you secretly practice Tiger Split Fist before? No. Then you must have at least seen it before, right? Really no. Li Xuanjin still refused to give up. Have you practiced any fist technique with a similar style? Chun Yi thought for a moment. Other than basic combat, only Black Tiger Palm. Li Xuanjin directly shook his head. Black Tiger Palm isn't even the same style at all. After saying that, he picked up the manual on the table and flipped through a few pages. There was nothing wrong with the book, and Chun Yi had read it right under his nose. That left only one conclusion. Chun Yi had really learned it just by reading. Li Xuanjin had lived for many years and tested quite a few disciples. He had seen those with good innate talent, and he had also seen those with high comprehension. But a monster who could finish a beginner fist technique in a few seconds and then directly reach this level, he had truly never seen one before. This was no longer just genius. This was simply a freak. Li Xuanjin still found it hard to believe, so he turned and called out, "Little Sunday." Steward's son hurried forward. "Elder, your command." Li Xuanjin's gaze fell on Chun Yi again. Chun Yi had not brought a weapon. The joints of both his hands were even and well-shaped, and there were no thick calluses left by years of gripping a saber or sword. These were clearly not the hands of someone trained in weapons. 4 fists and kicks, maybe it could be called a blind cat stumbling onto a dead mouse. Just happening to have practiced something similar before. But what about saber techniques? Surely he could not have practiced those too. Li Xuanjin looked at Steward Sunday. Go get a high-level martial art. Steward's son froze. A high-level one? Another fist technique? Li Xuanjin said, switch to a saber technique. Steward's son walked to another row of bookshelves that were kept under much stricter control. He used his authority to open the cabinet door and took out a thick booklet from inside. 4 words were printed on the cover. Mountain Severing Saber Technique. Steward's son placed the booklet in front of Chun Yi. Here, Mountain Severing Saber Technique. This is a genuine high-level martial art. 100 Tempering can barely use it. This thing has decent power, and getting started with it is much harder. Look carefully yourself. It doesn't just have moves inside. It also has the circulation path for infusing blood chi into the saber body, and it's pretty complicated. After saying that, he still could not help but add a reminder. If you really can't understand it, just say so. Don't force yourself to practice it. Something could actually go wrong. That was not mockery. It was a real warning. A high-level martial art was not the same thing as a beginner fist technique. If you practiced a beginner fist technique wrong, at worst the movements would look ugly, or you might injure some tendons and bones. But high-level martial arts involved blood chi circulation paths. If you understood them wrong and your blood chi rebounded, that was no trivial matter. He said nothing more. He picked up the booklet and opened the first page. The first page's general outline wrote about saber momentum, stance, and the way the arm should bear force. The second page explained how to grip the saber. Starting from the third page, it began teaching chopping strikes, and after that, various techniques were listed. The chi blood route was indeed much more complicated than Tiger Rending Fist, but once Chun Yi really looked into it, he found that this so-called advanced martial art only meant more things to memorize for him. The speed at which he flipped through the book was still shockingly fast. No one in the hall spoke. Everyone was staring at his hands, especially that saber-carrying young man. His face was growing stiffer by the second, because only he knew best just how troublesome and obscure this mountain-severing saber art really was. Back when he first started, just reaching the entry level had taken him a full 3 months. 3 months. And this guy was flipping one page every few seconds? Was he reading a secret manual? Or checking for typos? Very soon, Chun Yi flipped to the last page. After the rustle of paper passed, he closed the booklet again. In his mind, the familiar system prompt appeared. Realm, 100 Temperings perfected. Skills, 6th generation broadcast gymnastics perfected. Basic combat perfected. Black Tiger art perfected. Black Tiger palm perfected. Black Tiger step perfected. Tiger rending fist perfected. Mountain severing saber art perfected. Mountain severing saber art perfected. Li Xuanjin stared at him. That's it? You're done reading? There's really nothing you couldn't understand? No. Li Xuanjin took a step forward, his tone uncertain. What, kid? Don't tell me you're saying you learned it again? Chen you nodded it. More or less. At once, the surrounding disciples held their breath. Even Steward's son subconsciously lightened his movements, his gaze fixed tightly on Chun Yi. Tiger rending fist, just now, had already been terrifying enough. And now he had learned mountain severing saber art too? This was an advanced saber art. It didn't just require understanding the moves. It also required understanding how to channel chi blood into the saber. The slightest mistake would mean chi blood rebounding at best, or damaged meridians at worst. The way everyone looked at Chun, he was no longer just curiosity. There was even more shock and disbelief now. After 2 breaths, Li Xuanjin finally could no longer suppress the agitation in his heart. Give him a saber. The saber-carrying young man froze where he stood. 6th Elder. Mountain severing saber art isn't an ordinary saber art. Are we really going to test it here? Li Xuanjin turned his head and glared fiercely at him. I said give him the saber. You don't understand? The saber-carrying young man swallowed and didn't dare say another word. He hurriedly removed the saber bag from his back. Junior brother Chun, This is a 100 refined saber. It's not top grade, but it's enough for practice. Chun-Yi reached out, took the saber, and walked to the center of the hall. The few disciples around him, all full of curiosity, consciously stepped back. Steward's son moved over beside the redwood long table, feeling that something huge was about to happen. Holding the long saber, Chun-Yi stood firm. He made no extra movements at all. He directly raised the saber and stepped forward with his right foot. Dense chi blood surged from inside his body into his arm, then slammed down through his palm into the hilt. A faint red blood flame quickly enveloped the sharp blade. The saber-carrying young man went dumb on the spot. He succeeded in channeling chi blood into the saber, just like that. Chun-Yi had only just taken the saber and already did it. Back then, he had trained bitterly on this step for a very long time. The crimson blood flame clung tightly to the blade, with no sign of scattering. Even though the two standing air conditioners were still blasting cold air with a loud hum, the temperature in the hall rose slightly. The next moment, Chun-Yi moved. The first strike came down heavily with a mountain-splitting stance. The long saber slashed viciously from top to bottom, a streak of red light pressing down along the blade. A thick ironwood stake in front of him split open on the spot, the break startlingly clean. The two halves of the stake crashed straight to the ground with two dull thuds. The second strike came out a fierce horizontal slash. With chi blood compressed into the middle section of the blade, the dazzling edge swept from left to right. Another ironwood stake nearby was ruthlessly cut in half at the waist. Splintered wood flew out and scattered across the floor. The saber-carrying young man had completely gone rigid. He could see it clearly. This was absolutely not some flashy empty form. The routes, the force, and even the release and withdrawal of chi blood were all correct. When he had trained this saber art, he had suffered endlessly. Just memorizing the mnemonic verses had taken him a full week. The first time he tried channeling chi blood into the saber, he had nearly crippled his own arm. After that, he had ground away for another 3 months before he could barely use the first form. Just how had Chun-Yi done this? He had clearly only casually flipped through a few pages. The third and fourth strikes were swung out one after another, followed closely by the fifth. This move was undoubtedly the hardest. It required pouring all the chi blood in the entire body into the blade. If there was the slightest carelessness during execution, a fatal chi blood backlash would occur. Chun-Yi stamped down again with ruthless force, and all the chi blood of his perfected 100 temperings realm was driven up in a frenzy. The blood flame on the saber thickened by a full layer. Li Xuanjin raised a hand and swept it out. A layer of chi blood spread out in front of everyone as a barrier. Back up. All of you back up. Only then did the disciples react, hurrying to press themselves against the walls. In the next breath, the long saber in Chun-Yi's hand fell onto the black iron force-testing stone in the center of the hall. With a deafening boom, a deep saber mark was cleaved into the black iron stone. The long saber got stuck in the stone and could not be pulled back out. The surrounding ground shook violently. At this moment, the martial testing hall was dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at the black iron stone. No one dared speak first to break the silence. The saber-carrying young man stared dumbly at the saber mark on the stone. Trembling, horrified, he cried out, "No. That's impossible." A disciple beside him raised a hand and pinched himself hard, baring his teeth in pain. "It hurts. It's real. But how is that possible?" He saw an advanced saber art once and instantly learned all of it, and it was completely not the look of someone who had barely learned it. Every move was perfect, all the way to perfected mastery. If not for the fact that Chun-Yi's realm was still stuck at 100 temperings, leaving his total chi blood insufficient. If that fifth strike had truly landed in full just now, no one could imagine the result. Steward's son lowered his head and looked at the tablet, his eyes full of bewilderment. He had no idea how he was supposed to write this up. The word genius was nowhere near enough. How exactly was he supposed to describe talent and comprehension in words? Even if he exaggerated those two traits to the extreme on the record, it still wouldn't be enough. Li Xuanjin stood where he was, his hands trembling slightly with excitement, his eyes full of frenzied exhilaration. He had stayed in the martial testing hall for so many years. He had seen people with good talent. He had seen people with high comprehension. But someone like Chun-Yi, so unreasonable, like some freak, some monster, he had truly never seen one before. He wouldn't even dare dream like this. After his mind went blank for a moment, Li Xuanjin suddenly turned around. An incomparably tyrannical wave of chi blood erupted from his body. Steward's son and the several disciples were forced back several steps by that pressure. Li Xuanjin stared coldly at the trembling crowd and said, "What happened today ends here. Whoever dares leak even half a word will be treated as a traitor to the sect." He turned that cold, emotionless gaze towards Steward's Sunday. The test record. Erase it immediately. Steward's son wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded frantically like a pounding garlic pestle. "Yes, sixth elder, I'll delete it right away." "Not right away. Now." Yes. I'll delete it now." Li Xuanjin still didn't feel fully at ease. So he swept his gaze over the few young disciples again. "You lot heard me clearly too. Everything you saw just now rots in your stomachs. If even the slightest rumor gets out, this old man will investigate you first. The unlucky disciples all lowered their heads together. Understood. This disciple absolutely will not spread it. Finally turning around, Li Xuanjin grabbed Chun Yi by the wrist. Chun Yi's brow twitched slightly. Elder, where are we going? To see the sectmaster. As soon as Li Xuanjin finished speaking, wind rose beneath his feet, and he dragged Chun Yi straight out of the martial testing hall. His speed was terrifying. The rows of buildings lining both sides of the mountain path rapidly fell away behind them. Along the way, they ran into a few unlucky mountain patrol disciples. The moment those disciples were about to bow, they only felt a gust of air rush past them. By the time they looked up in confusion, Li Xuanjin and Chun Yi were already long gone. The two of them did not spend much time before arriving in front of the sect's main hall at the top of the peak. A yawning disciple was standing guard at the entrance. When that disciple saw Li Xuanjin hurrying over, he quickly bowed in panic. Sixth Elder, where's the sect master? Reporting to Sixth Elder, the sect master ISNT in the main hall. He just returned to the cultivation chamber in the back mountain. Li Xuanjin did not waste another word. He yanked Chun Yi around and left at once. The gatekeeping disciple stood there with a blank face, staring dumbly as the two sprinted away. What is Sixth Elder doing? Did something huge happen? Li Xuanjin rushed all the way toward the back mountain, completely ignoring the strange looks from everyone else. Very soon, the two arrived outside a stone chamber. The stone door before them was shut tight. Li Xuanjin raised his hand and knocked hard. There was no response from inside. After waiting irritably for a few seconds, Li Xuanjin knocked a few more times with force. The hollow sound echoed through the corridor, but still no one opened the door. Li Xuanjin completely lost his patience and slapped his palm directly onto the stone door. Sectmaster, I have urgent news to report. Please open the door. From inside the heavy stone chamber came an extremely displeased, low voice. Li Xuanjin, if you don't have proper business, go receive punishment at the discipline hall yourself today. Shui Tianhu opened the stone door, looked at Li Xuanjin, then at Chun Yi, and immediately frowned. I told you to take this kid to test his talent. Why did you run over here to me? Li Xuanjin, who had been rushing anxiously just a moment ago, instead calmed down a little. He pulled Chun Yi into the room in large strides and shut the stone door behind them. Shui Tianhu's expression was grim as he stared into Li Xuanjin's eyes. Speak. Li Xuanjin grinned, not flustered in the slightest. He stepped forward twice, glanced at Chun Yi first, then turned to Shui Tianhu. Sectmaster, I personally examined his root bone just now. Shui Tianhu remained seated there, steady as a mountain, waiting for him to continue. This kid is very likely to have god-tier talent. Instantly, the already sealed stone chamber fell into complete dead silence. Shui Tianhu's hand, which had been resting casually on his knee, froze in place. His root bone is absurdly strong, completely absurd. Flesh, sinews, bones. The foundation of his chi and blood, they're beyond imagination. If we go by talent grades, then he is god-tier talent. But what is truly frightening ISNT his root bone? It's his comprehension. You know tiger-rending fist, right? He only watched it once and mastered it on the spot. The same with mountain-cleaving saber art. That high-level saber art that needs chi and blood infused in the blade. He also only watched it once. 5 moves. A full 5 moves. He mastered all of them. Not a single mistake in the chi and blood infusion route. Shui Tianhu stared fixedly at Chun Yi. He was, after all, someone who had seen great storms. On the surface, his expression was still barely steady. After a long stretch of silence, Shui Tianhu finally spoke. Li Xuanjin, is this true? True beyond a doubt. The stone chamber once again fell into an unnatural silence. Shui Tianhu sat on the stone stool, his eyes fixed on Li Xuanjin without moving. You'd better understand what you're saying. Li Xuanjin anxiously slapped his thigh and pointed at Chun Yi. Sectmaster, I guarantee it with the head on my neck. There is not half a lie in it. If you don't believe me, check him yourself. Shui Tianhu said nothing more. He abruptly stood up and crossed the distance to Chun Yi in a few strides. Keep your chi and blood restrained. Chun Yi nodded. Shui Tianhu's palm pressed down smoothly. After only 2 touches, his fingers suddenly stiffened. Both hands moved at once. He put away all carelessness, probing carefully. The astonishment in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. The density of that frame and the foundation of that chi and blood were simply outrageous. How was this merely 100-temper in perfection? Even those martial artists who had just entered the Fenghua realm would absolutely not have a physical body stronger than his. Shui Tianhu withdrew both hands and stared at Chun Yi for a full half-minute. You really only cultivated black tiger art before? Chun Yi answered without hesitation. Yes. Who taught you? Luoshi Martial Hall. Shui Tianhu turned to look at Li Xuanjin. Li Xuanjin spread both hands. I already asked him just now. That is what he said too. Shui Tianhu fell silent for 2 breaths. He had heard of a place like Luoshi Martial Hall, opening a hall, selling classes, teaching some basic techniques to fool ordinary people and help them strengthen their bodies. And black tiger art, both the front and back sections together, was a lowest grade cultivation method. Yet with just that one set of things, Chun Yi had trained himself into this. If word of this got out, even Luo Yonghu himself would not dare admit it. Shui Tianhu looked back at Chun Yi and kept nodding. Good. Very good. Chun Yi, you are very good. His tone was more solemn than ever before, even carrying a trace of excitement. I've lived this many years, and a root bone as solid as yours is something I've only seen once in my life. Then starting from today, Sect Master, don't rush yet. Li Xuanjin could no longer hold it in and interrupted Shui Tianhu on the spot. His body really is freakishly tough, but that is not even the scariest part. Shui Tianhu frowned. Being interrupted so abruptly annoyed him. If not that, then what? Li Xuanjin swallowed and pointed at Chun Yi, his voice tightening a little. His comprehension. This kid has comprehension is simply inhuman. Shui Tianhu recalled what Li Xuanjin had just said. If it were only this, would I have dragged him over here to you in such a panic? At last, the expression on Shui Tianhu's face changed. His eyes locked onto Li Xuanjin. Mountain-cleaving saber art. He watched it once and mastered all 5 moves. True beyond a doubt. Li Xuanjin thumped his chest in assurance. He didn't go off by even half a step on a chi and blood route. The blood flame clinging to the saber edge was steady as hell. Several disciples in the martial testing hall saw it with their own eyes. Shui Tianhu abruptly turned to look at Chun Yi, his Adam's apple bobbing. You really only watched it once? Chen Yi kindly nodded. Yes, I watched it once. No one taught you the route for infusing chi and blood into the blade? You figured it out yourself? Shui Tianhu could not help confirming it again. The diagram in the book was pretty clear. I just followed it. Chen Yi answered it just suavely. The next moment, Shui Tianhu suddenly laughed out loud. At first it was only a low chuckle, but before long, the laughter grew louder and louder. Ha ha ha, good. God-tier talent, God-tier comprehension. Good, good, good. His wild laughter shook the sealed stone chamber, and dust kept drifting down from the stone walls. A smile also appeared on Li Xuanjin's face. He had been holding this breath in for far too long. After stellar cultivation rose to prominence, the martial path of chi and blood had been suppressed for 100 years. Those stellar cultivation families outside always wore looks of contempt whenever the old martial path was mentioned. Huntian sect as partial seclusion over the years was not because they feared causing trouble. Rather, when the old martial path was at its weakest, exhausting their foundation in meaningless conflict had not been a good choice. But now, Chun Yi had appeared. Only 19 years old, yet his innate physique was so strong it was terrifying, and his comprehension was monstrously abnormal to the point of not seeming human. This wasn't as simple as picking up a genius. This was clearly a true dragon that could overturn the whole world. Shui Tianhu stopped laughing and looked at Chun Yi with a serious expression. Chen Yi, Shui Tianhu spoke solemnly. From today onward, you are my personal disciple, and also the true inheritance disciple of our Huntian sect in this generation. Among the true inheritance disciples, I'll approve the highest grade of resources for you. Cultivation methods, martial arts, medicinal baths, weapons. As long as it follows the rules, you can take it. If anyone dares stop you, I'll personally split him alive. When Chun Yi heard that, his heart suddenly loosened. Right after that, an intense wave of joy surged up in him. It was settled. His original goal in becoming a Huntian sect had been completely achieved. What he had originally wanted was simply to join Hunyuan sect and learn cultivation methods. But he had never imagined that he would be directly accepted by the sect master as a personal disciple. And the reason was his innate talent and comprehension. His innate talent wasn't shown on the panel, but it probably existed as well. And like his other attributes, it would double every day. Chun Yi was shocked. Only 5 days had passed since the system bound itself to him. From now on, every day, it would double again on top of what he already had. Then what about after 10 days? After a month? Chun Yi didn't dare imagine how terrifying his attributes would become by then. How high would his talent and comprehension be? And how shocked would Shui Tianhu and the others be once they found out? A joyeuse occasion. A évenchiquing joyeuse occasion. Sect Master. Li Xuanjin kept rubbing his hands at the side, his whole face flushed red with excitement. Our Huntian sect hasn't taken in a true inheritance disciple for many years, let alone a monster like this that only appears once in 10,000 years. A true inheritance slot has to be entered into the sect register, the ancestor hall has to be opened, and all the peaks have to be notified. I propose we start preparing the apprenticeship ceremony immediately. Invite every notable force in Kunlun City, and then shut up before Li Xuanjin could finish. Shui Tianhu cut him off directly. His face darkened as he barked. What damn ceremony are we holding? Do you think we're not dying fast enough? Li Xuanjin froze in place. This sect master, Shui Tianhu's gaze turned cold as he looked at him. What kind of world is it outside right now? Don't you have any sense of it? Out there, it's all the world of star practitioners. Those star god families and top-tier forces control all the resources, and the thing they can't stand most is our chi blood martial path rising up. Why do you think Huntian sect has half-sealed the mountain? To avoid their edge. Shui Tianhu turned to look at Chun Yi, deep consideration in his eyes. Chun Yi's talent is too monstrous. If talent like this is publicized, do you think those star cultivation forces outside will let him cultivate in peace? The ceremony absolutely cannot be held. Not only can it not be held, Even what happened in the martial testing hall today must be tightly sealed off. Shui Tianhu looked at Li Xuanjin and gave a clear order. Other than you, me, and those few disciples in the martial testing hall, no one is allowed to reveal a single word. To the outside world, we'll say only that Chun Yi is a newly accepted disciple admitted by exception. His status as a true inheritance disciple will not be made public for now. After hearing all that, Li Xuanjin put away his excitement. Once he calmed down and thought carefully, it was indeed true. He still understood the principle that a man is innocent, but possessing a jade is a crime. Understood. Sectmaster, I've already sealed the mouths on the martial testing hall side. I'll go give the order one more time. Whoever leaks, it will be dealt with as a traitor to the sect. Li Xuanjin straightened his expression. Understood. Shui Tianhu looked at Chun Yi again. We'll suppress the apprenticeship ceremony for now. When the time is right, we'll make it up later. Chun Yi, not holding the ceremony is a grievance to you, but it's for your protection. Do you have any objections? Chun Yi answered without the slightest hesitation. No, he didn't care about pomp and ceremony. The side arrangements and guest applause were all meaningless formalities. He had come here for one thing only, cultivation methods. Thinking of this, Chun Yi stepped forward and bowed smoothly. Master. He called out that master cleanly and decisively. A few more traces of satisfaction appeared in Shui Tianhu's eyes. Get up. Chan Yi sitriged in it. He didn't follow with any polite small talk. Instead, he went straight to the point. Master, my most urgent priority is cultivation. I came to Huntian's sect for cultivation methods. He didn't have ample time to waste. His parents were still in the intensive care unit, and his younger sister was still missing. Every single second he lived through had to be used to grow stronger. Shui Tianhu looked at Chun Yi's eyes, filled with longing. Not only did he feel no displeasure, the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. As a martial artist, one should have this kind of pure obsession with power. Good. Shui Tianhu waved his large hand readily and agreed. Since you're in a hurry to train, then I'll fulfill it for you right now. Shui Tianhu fell silent, turned, and walked outside. Chun Yi followed behind him, while Li Xuanjin hurriedly followed at the side. The old man's whole face flushed red with excitement. The three of them passed through the back mountain path. The farther in they went, the fewer people they saw. Old pines by the roadside pressed down their branches, and the wind passed through the forest with a rustling sound. Not far away stood a black tower. The tower was wedged tightly in front of a sheer cliff. It was 5 stories high, built entirely with wood and stone mortise and tenon joints. Its flying eaves and upturned corners were so black they seemed heavy, and a gloomy aura came crashing over them. It was a completely different world from those broken halls up front. The surroundings were deathly quiet, without even the shadow of a patrolling mountain disciple. At the entrance stood 2 red-robed deacons with sabers hanging at their waists, standing straight as spears. When the two saw Shui Tianhu, they quickly lowered their heads and saluted. Sectmaster. Shui Tianhu nodded. Open the door. One of the deacons took out a bronze token and forcefully pressed it into the groove beside the door. Click. The thick door was pushed open from the inside. Chun Yi lifted his eyes. On the black wooden plaque above the door were carved 3 words, Scripture Library. Shui Tianhu stepped inside, his voice calm. This is Huntian's sect's treasury of cultivation methods. There are 5 floors in total. The first floor is the most miscellaneous. It's full of cultivation insights from disciples of past generations, old notes, travel journals, and there are also miscellaneous chapters and incomplete copies piled there. The second floor contains beginner cultivation methods and martial skills. The third floor contains advanced cultivation methods, including quite a few methods for the third realm. The fourth floor contains top-tier cultivation methods. Chun Yi interrupted. What about the 5th floor? Shui Tianhu didn't stop walking at all, nor did he hide anything. Super cultivation methods. They are also Huntian's sect's core foundation. Other than me and the Supreme Elder, in secluded cultivation at the back mountain, no one else is allowed to glimpse them. Chun Yi stared at the stairs and didn't respond. But the breath that had been pressing in his chest for so long finally eased a little. This was exactly what he had come to Huntian's sect for. The first floor was fairly spacious, but the lighting was dim. Rows upon rows of bookshelves stood packed full. Miscellaneous books, incomplete manuals, travel notes. It was all a messy pile. Gray-robed and white-robed disciples made up most of the room. Some are reading books, some are muttering nonsense. When they saw Shui Tianhu come in, everyone hurriedly rose and saluted. Greetings, Sectmaster. Sectmaster. Shui Tianhu waved his hand and led Chun Yi straight upstairs. Only after the 3 of them left did the first floor become lively again. Who is that young guy? He is not even wearing disciple robes. No idea. Some young master shoved in here by connections. Maybe? Shut up. Someone personally brought in by the sect master. Is that your place to ask? After a few bits of idle chatter, the first floor fell quiet again. On the stairs, Shui Tianhu slowed his pace and said slowly, Huntian's sect has a lot of rules. You'll get familiar with them over time. As he walked, he continued. In the sect, everyone identifies rank by clothing. Outer sect disciples wear gray. Inner sect disciples wear white. Core disciples wear green. True inheritance disciples wear blue. Deacons wear red. and elders mostly wear gold or light gold. Chun-Yi nodded. What about me? Li Xuanjin hurried to speak first, looking eager. By the treatment of the sect master's direct disciple, you count as a true inheritance disciple. Xue Tianhu glared at him. Li Xuanjin gave a dry cough and quickly added, but for now, it won't be made public. Chan Yu nodded it. Not making it public was even better. The only thing he lacked was time. What the hell did Pomp matter? There were fewer people on the second floor. Most were inner sect disciples in white, with a few core disciples in green mixed in. Rows of cultivation manuals were arranged as neatly as troops in formation, and their names were blunt to the point of being tacky. Iron body art, stone-splitting fist, wind-breaking leg, Hung Shan saber. Chun-Yi couldn't even be bothered to look much. Out in the martial halls, these techniques were all signature arts. Thrown into Huntian sect, they were only fit to gather dust. The three continued upward. The third floor was much quieter. There was no sign of the gray and white ranks, only a few green-robed core disciples. When they ran into Xue Tianhu, they all stepped aside and lowered their heads in salute. After straightening up, their gazes fell on Chun-Yi and lingered a while longer. As Chun-Yi passed the bookshelves, several titles entered his sight. Mountain Shattering Palm, Kin of Steps, Crimson Blood Saber Scripture, Beacon Fire Organ Refining Method, Beacon Fire, the Third Realm. Chun-Yi's steps slowed involuntarily. Xue Tianhu noticed it all. Don't rush. These will be useful to you, but they're not what you should be looking at right now. Chun-Yi withdrew his gaze and followed. He didn't ask why. Since Xue Tianhu had personally brought him here, there was no way he had only come to show him this junk. A red bronze lock hung at the entrance to the fourth floor. It was called a lock, but it was more like a permission seal. Xue Tianhu took out the sect master's token and pressed it against the bronze lock. Click. The red patterns on the lock dimmed. The door had already been left slightly ajar, and Xue Tianhu pushed it open. Inside was even quieter than the third floor. More than half the bookshelves were gone. Redwood display stands held jade slips and ancient texts or old volumes sealed inside wooden boxes. And in this enormous fourth floor, there was only one person. By the wooden desk near the window sat a young girl. She wore a white tracksuit, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and was flipping through a yellow-covered book. Hearing the sound, the girl looked up. It was Hu Xin from Hongyue Nation. When she saw Xue Tianhu, she closed the book and stood up, hands folded together as she gave a standard junior salute. Sect Master Xue. Her tone was cool, her manners flawless. There was nothing to pick at. Xue Tianhu nodded politely, a host's smile on his face. Miss Hu reading? MHM. The next moment, her gaze landed on Chun-Yi behind Xue Tianhu. Chun-Yi recognized her too. On the way up the mountain, she had been with Hu Yin the whole time. It hadn't said a single word. Back then, she and even spared Chun-Yi a proper glance. Now, though, she was looking at him quite seriously. Hu Xin's fingers rested against the edge of the book, but for a long while, she didn't turn the page. She remembered Chun-Yi. Her hearing was good, and she never forgot things. On the bus, Hu Yin had exchanged a few words with this kid. On the way up the mountain, he had said he came to Huntian sect to learn martial arts. She had long since decided that Chun-Yi was just an ordinary young man from Jiuzhou. He had a tiny bit of martial arts foundation, admired the old martial path, wanted to enter Huntian sect, and then would get swept out the door. There were far too many mediocre people like that. They'd only crossed paths once. She wasn't blind or deaf, but she had been too lazy to care. Xue Tianhu noticed the look in Hu Xin's eyes, but did not explain. Miss Hu, take your time. This old man will head up first. After the polite exchange, Xue Tianhu turned to Chun-Yi. Let us go. Chun-Yi couldn't be bothered with her either. He answered and followed Xue Tianhu toward the wooden stairs deeper inside. Those stairs led to the fifth floor. They were absurdly narrow, and there wasn't even a disciple guarding the stairway entrance. Hu Xin stood where she was and watched the three pass by her side. One sectmaster, 1/6 elder, leading along a man she saw as ordinary, and continuing upward. Of course, Hu Xin understood what that meant. Xue Tianhu had been polite to her and allowed her to browse the top-tier techniques on the fourth floor, but as for the fifth floor, Xue Tianhu had never once brought it up from start to finish, and she had the sense not to ask. That was Huntian sect's lifeblood. Outsiders were not allowed to touch it. No matter how special her status was, it was useless, given her and Hu Yin's background. The absolute limit for them was the fourth floor. The fifth floor, they were not qualified to go up. But now, Chun-Yi had gone up. Hu Xin stared fixedly at Chun-Yi, watching him follow behind Xue Tianhu, step by step climbing higher. The wooden stairs creaked one after another, each sound grating on her nerves. Only after their figures disappeared into the stairway did the indifferent look on her face finally break. The fifth floor? Xue Tianhu had taken him to the fifth floor? That unremarkable young man had actually stepped in a Huntian sect's forbidden ground? Why? Who the hell did this kid think he was? The fourth floor sank back into dead silence. Hu Xin dropped back in her chair, lowered her head, and looked at the book, but the words on the yellowed paper had all turned into gibberish. She couldn't read a single one. Her mind was full of Chun-Yi's face. That face she had originally been too lazy to spare a second glance. She lifted her head and stared at the end of the stairs, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Chun-Yi. The stairs leading to the 5th floor were very narrow. Chun-Yi followed behind Shui Tianhu, going up one step at a time. Not long after, Shui Tianhu stopped and pressed several spots beside the door. Click. Several sounds of mechanisms releasing came one after another from inside. A moment later, the black door opened inward. Chun-Yi looked up. The 5th floor was very spacious, but there was not much inside. There were no rows of bookshelves like on the lower floors, nor piles of text stacked in the corners. There were only a few racks and display stands here, and on each stand sat just 1 or 2 items. Wooden boxes, jade slips, old volumes, pitifully few in number. But Chun-Yi could tell at a single glance that the things here were on a completely different level from everything below. At the same time, in the deepest part of the 5th floor sat a white-haired old woman. She wore an old robe, her hair combed neatly. A wooden staff rested at her side. She was very old, yet her back was still straight. After Shui Tianhu entered, he did not charge straight in. He first stopped and bowed. Martial Uncle Zhao. Li Xuanjin lowered his head as well. Chun-Yi did not hesitate and also gave a salute. The old woman did not speak. She only gave a slight nod. Only then did Shui Tianhu turn around and give Chun-Yi a brief introduction. Chun-Yi, remember this. This is Martial Uncle Zhao. She is the one who usually watches over the 5th floor. Chun-Yi lowered his head again. Greetings, senior. Martial Uncle Zhao still did not speak. Only her cloudy eyes fell on Chun-Yi. She looked at him for a while, and a rare trace of scrutiny appeared in her gaze. Shui Tianhu did not explain much either. He knew Martial Uncle Zhao could see certain things, but since she did not ask, that meant they could proceed. So he brought Chun-Yi farther inside. Take a good look. This is the 5th floor. Pick any one at random, and it's a top-tier technique. These are all the most core inheritances of our Huntian sect. There may not be many, but the full system is all here. As Chun-Yi listened, his gaze fell over those display stands. Cultivation methods, martial arts, movement techniques, body tempering arts, and some jade slips whose purpose he could not yet make out. Shui Tianhu stopped before the display stand in the middle. On it sat a thick old volume. He picked it up and handed it to Chun-Yi. Huntian divine art. Take it. This is our sect's core cultivation method. The paths for the first 5 realms are all in here. Chun-Yi took the old volume, his fingers tightening slightly. Shui Tianhu looked at Chun-Yi, his tone turning more serious. The complete system of our Huntian sect's cultivation method runs all the way from body refinement to the 9th realm. But rules can't be broken recklessly. Today, I'll only give you the methods for the first 5 realms. Once you break through the 5th realm, come back up and take the rest. Chen Yu nodded. Thank you, master. For the current hymn, the first 5 realms were already enough. At least for a short time, they were enough. Shui Tianhu continued, Disciple, your talent and comprehension are absolutely god tier. I've lived this many years, and I've barely seen a few like you. Li Xuanjin stood to the side and nodded. He had no objections to that at all. He still remembered the scene in the martial testing hall with perfect clarity. Shui Tianhu went on, but you have to remember, the Qi Blood martial path is different from star cultivation. Star cultivation borrows star force to train, so breaking through is fast. The Qi Blood martial path relies on yourself, skin and flesh, tendons and bones, the 5 viscera, Qi, and blood. Every step has to be tempered through hard training. That is why the Qi Blood martial path is slow, much slower than star cultivation. Chun-Yi did not interrupt. He listened seriously. With your bones and comprehension, I've estimated it. From your current 100 tempering perfection to breaking through to the 5th realm, it'll probably take about half a year. Li Xuanjin couldn't help but add, half a year? That speed is already terrifying. Put him among the geniuses our sect had before, and he'd still be walking sideways. Shui Tianhu shot him a glance, and Li Xuanjin immediately shut up. Then Shui Tianhu looked back at Chun-Yi. Don't think that's slow. Those so-called peerless heaven-s favorites out there have long since been left in your dust. Half a year, crossing beacon fire and wolf smoke to reach the blood pillar realm directly. If those words were spoken outside, people would absolutely think the speaker was insane. But in Shui Tianhu's eyes, the Chun-Yi before him was qualified for it. Chun-Yi nodded and tucked the 100 Heavens divine art into his robe. Got it, master. He did not argue, nor did he say anything more. But inwardly, he couldn't help thinking. Half a year? Break through to the 5th realm? If it takes more than 3 days, I'll eat shit upside down. Chun-Yi muttered to himself silently. Seeing him put away the cultivation art, Shui Tianhu paced over to the display stand beside them and took out a jade slip. This is a movement technique. If you run into a real tough opponent, and your speed and footwork can't keep up, that'll cost you your life. Take it back and train it like hell. Chun-Yi accepted it. Then Shui Tianhu pulled out another ancient book. A body tempering method. Training at 1T raise your realm. It purely improves your physique, and it complements the 100 Heavens divine art perfectly. Your foundation is good. This suits you best. Chun-Yi accepted that as well. After that, Shui Tianhu pulled out 3 more martial arts manuals, a fist art, a palm art, and a blade art, and handed them over to Chun-Yi one by one. A full set of super-grade martial arts. No threshold at all. No missions required, no assessment required. They were simply stuffed straight into Chun Yi's hands. Chun Yi refused none of it and took everything. Core cultivation method, movement technique, body tempering method, fist art, palm art, blade art. After this full set, the biggest weakness on his person had basically been patched up. At the end, Shui Tianhu walked to the very edge of the floor, stopped before a small display stand, and picked up a thin gray booklet. He paused within his hand, as if weighing something, but in the end still passed it over. This is a spiritual visualization method. Chun Yi reached out and took it, flipping it open for a glance. Inside were incomparably complicated patterns. After only one look, he felt his head grow dizzy. Shui Tianhu's expression turned extremely serious as he warned him. In the Qi blood martial path, the first 4 realms train the body. Only at the 5th realm do you begin training the spirit. Even though you're still far from the realm where you can train your spirit with your comprehension, letting you learn about it early 1T hurt. Li Xuanjin moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he held it back. Shui Tianhu handed the jade slip to Chun Yi. Remember this. If you feel unwell while practicing, if you feel dizzy or your qi and blood start surging, stop immediately. Don't force it. When your realm gets there, it won't be too late to train it then. Chun Yi accepted the jade slip. I'll remember. Shui Tianhu stared at him. I know you're anxious inside, but how can cultivation make a fat man in one bite? The farther you go, the less you can afford to lose your footing. Chen Yi nodded. Understood. He was indeed anxious, but he also understood that if his life was gone, then no matter how fast he cultivated, it would be useless. In the distance, Martial Uncle Zhao had been sitting quietly the whole time. Only after Chun Yi put away the visualization method did she slowly speak, her voice a little hoarse. High comprehension is a good thing, but don't let your heart grow chaotic. Chun Yi turned and cupped his fists in salute. Thank you for the guidance, senior. Martial Uncle Zhao nodded, then closed her eyes again. After choosing the cultivation methods, Shui Tianhu did not immediately take Chun Yi away. He walked to the side of the 5th floor and opened a cabinet. Inside were some weapons, armor, pills, and medicinal agents. There weren't many, but every single item was far from ordinary. Shui Tianhu pulled out a long blade and shoved it to Chun Yi. This blade is called Zhanyuan, a top-grade star weapon. It was forged from or infused with Star Force and is extremely tough. Chun Yi caught the long blade and casually drew it half an inch. The edge gleamed cold and bright, its chill pressing against him. Compared to the 100 refinements blade he had used earlier in the martial testing hall, it was stronger by who knew how many levels. Thank you, master. Shui Tianhu didn't turn around. From the rack beside him, he pulled down a black inner armor. This is called Xianlin, a top-grade armor. Wear under your clothes. At a critical moment, it can save your life. Finally, Shui Tianhu swept up several bottles of pills and medicinal agents and stuffed them all into Chun Yi's hands. The red bottles contained top-grade pills to assist blood tempering. The blue bottles contained top-grade medicinal agents to heal hidden injuries. And these as well, they're all resources for consolidating your foundation and nourishing your origin. He stuffed all those bottles and jars into a cloth bag and handed it to Chun Yi. Resources. I'm giving you the best of everything. Shui Tianhu looked at Chun Yi, his tone carrying the domineering presence of the Hunyuan sect master. You just focus on training. If you lack anything, come find me. Chun Yi held the heavy cloth bag, with a Zhanyuan blade hanging at his waist, and a full set of super-grade cultivation methods and a Xianlin armor tucked into his robes. He took a deep breath. This trip to Hunyuan sect had been far too worth it. After walking out of the scripture pavilion, Shui Tianhu strode quickly, dragging Chun Yi straight toward the sect master hall. Li Xuanjin chased after them from behind, panting for breath. Inside the grand hall, the lights were dazzling. 8 wooden pillars carved with coiling dragons supported the vaulted ceiling. In the hall stood 9 powerful experts in light golden robes, all of them elders of Hunyuan sect. These people usually acted like their noses were in the air, but today they were unusually proactive. The reason was simple. Half a quarter hour ago, Li Xuanjin had sent an urgent message. The sect master has taken a personal disciple. Get to the main hall now. That shout had blown every last one of them out. The thick wooden doors were pushed open in one motion as Shui Tianhu strode in. The wind swept up his dark golden robe. Chun Yi followed behind him, Zhanyuan hanging at his waist, Xianlin worn beneath his clothes, his pocket stuffed with all kinds of good things. This old getup was far too eye-catching. 9 lines of sight swept over at once. Chun Yi stood there steadily and let them look, neither making a sound nor avoiding their gazes. The group sized him up from top to bottom. A 19-year-old brat. He had his qi and blood drawn in neatly enough, and his lower stance was solid. He counted as decent material. But when had Hunyuan sect ever lacked decent material? Could a young man with fairly good talent really make Shui Tianhu break precedent and take a personal disciple? That might fool the people at the foot of the mountain. But barely. Shui Tianhu stopped in the middle of the hall and raised a hand to point at the middle-aged woman standing first on the left. Chanyi, remember this one. Grand Elder Zhao Xinjing. She looked to be in her 40s, with cold features, an imposing aura, a full figure, and fair skin. She stood there without speaking, with little expression on her face. Chun Yi stepped forward and cupped his fists. Greetings, Grand Elder. Zhao Xianjing lifted her eyelids slightly. Her gaze fixed on the Zhan Yuan blade, then swept over that bit of black inner armor. A top-grade star weapon. A top-grade inner armor. The sect master was truly willing to spend. She nodded and said mildly, "You may dispense with the ceremony." Shui Tianhu couldn't be bothered to waste words and only called out a few of the real power holders. This is the second elder, in charge of the punishment hall. The third elder is in charge of resources. The fourth elder is in charge of external affairs. Chun Yi greeted them one by one, flawless in every detail. The moment the introductions were done, the second elder could no longer hold back. He hurriedly stepped forward half a pace. "Sectmaster, Old Six said you took in a disciple. This kid?" Shui Tianhu patted Chun Yi on the shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. "That's right. Chanyi, great bones. High comprehension, a peerless genius. I haven't taken a disciple in decades, but today I'm making an exception." He really knew how to avoid the important points and dwell on the trivial ones. He only mentioned talent and comprehension, not a word about how Chun Yi had reached perfection in tiger-splitting fist after seeing it once. He also said nothing about how Chun Yi had mastered all 5 moves after flipping through the blade manual, much less how all those treasures in the scripture pavilion had practically been handed over to him for free. The elders looked at each other. None of them were fools. 100-year foundations like Hunty and Sect had seen all kinds of so-called peerless geniuses. Even if you want to make something up, you had to pick the right time. If he were just some ordinary genius, would he be worth dragging into the main hall? Would there be any need to send out a signal so urgently? Even the Zhan Yuan blade had been given away. Who was he trying to fool? The second elder was still unwilling to let it go. "Sectmaster, taking in a personal disciple is a major matter for the sect. Shouldn't we at least first find out this child's background and origins?" "That's enough. I know what I'm doing." Shui Tianhu cut him off forcefully. "Chun Yi is the best possible choice. You don't need to ask too much about the specifics. He deserves this status." The main hall fell silent. No one had anything to say. For Shui Tianhu to shut the matter down so completely could only mean one thing. Whatever secret Chun Yi carried was important. Today is just for everyone to recognize his face. This matter of taking him as a disciple must not be spread outside. Publicly, we'll say he was exceptionally accepted as an ordinary disciple. Shui Tianhu put away his smile. Whoever dares leak even half a word will be dealt with according to sect rules. Everyone lowered their heads and answered, "Yes, Sectmaster." And one more thing, the Tianshu Hall on the mountain peak is assigned to him. In an instant, the main hall stirred. Some raised their heads. Some stared with wide eyes. The way they looked at Chun Yi changed completely. Tianshu Hall was a treasure place. Good feng shui, good location. Traditionally, only elders were allowed to live there. And now it was being thrown to some brat who had just entered the sect? Was Shui Tianhu trying to create a living ancestor? The fifth elder opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end swallowed it back down. Instead, Zhao Xianjing nodded. Fine. Once the Grand Elder had spoken, the others naturally could not say much more. Shui Tianhu turned his head and called out Old Six. Take Chun Yi to Tianshu Hall. If he is missing anything, get it from the treasury. Got it. Li Shunzhen and Suara Ludli. He darted over to Chun Yi's side. Come on, kid. I'll show you around. Chun Yi cupped his fists. This disciple takes his leave. He saluted Shui Tianhu and the elders together. As soon as the hall doors opened, mountain wind carrying the scent of pine rushed at them. Li Shunzhen spoke as they walked. Kid, your treatment is one of a kind in the whole sect. Even I'm jealous. Once you get to Tianshu Hall, don't slack off. Chen Yi nodded. No matter where he lived, as long as no one bothered him, that was enough. He needed to digest those techniques as quickly as possible. Strength was the only real truth. As soon as the doors shut, just as the elders were about to speak, Shui Tianhu raised a hand to stop them. That's enough. Everyone can leave. Grand Elder stays. The others got the hint and filed out one after another. Once the doors were tightly shut, only 2 people remained. At that moment, the smiling, overprotective expression on Shui Tianhu's face gradually faded. He returned to the main seat and tapped the armrest without speaking. Zhao Xianjing got straight to the point. Did you investigate his background? I kept you behind for exactly this matter. Zhao Xianjing frowned. You didn't investigate? Shui Tianhu rubbed his brow. There wasn't tea time. Zhao Xianjing stared at him. You took him as a personal disciple without checking his background. Gave him Tianshu Hall, a star weapon, and inner armor too? Have you lost your mind? Those words were heavy enough. No one else would have dared question Shui Tianhu like that. But Zhao Xianjing was the Grand Elder. Not only was her strength second only to Shui Tianhu's, she had also reached the early stage of the 7th realm, and her mother was a supreme elder. So Shui Tianhu did not get angry. Leaning back in his chair, he said calmly, because I didn't investigate him. I had to invest first. That kid has comprehension is freakish. One look at a high-level blade technique, and he can open his chi and blood and master it thoroughly. If a living treasure like that walks right up to your door, only an idiot would let him go. But I don't know whether there is someone behind him. I also don't know whether he came to Huntian's sect with some purpose. And there is that urgency about him. The look in his eyes when he got those techniques, it wasn't the same as someone normally coming to take a master and learn the arts. Zhao Xianjing caught on. So you're trying to smash him dizzy with resources first? Shui Tianhu nodded hard. Give him whatever he wants. Once he has taken Huntian's sect as benefits and moved into Tianshu Hall, he'll have to stay right under my nose and behave himself. He won't be able to make any waves. Zhao Xianjing asked, and then Shui Tianhu slapped his thigh. Then you go to Kunlun City and find out everything clearly. Who is in his family? How did he spend the past 19 years? Who has he offended recently? Why did he suddenly come to Huntian's sect asking for techniques? And check one more thing. Has he had any contact with star cultivation forces? He paused. Be quick and keep your methods clean. Don't alert those star cultivation families outside. Zhao Xianjing was decisive as well. She turned and left at once. But when she reached the door, Shui Tianhu called out again. Send word back the moment you find anything. Zhao Xianjing stopped. What if I uncover a major problem? A chill surfaced on Shui Tianhu's face. We'll decide based on the situation. If it's only ordinary enemies, my Huntian sect can bear it. Zhao Xianjing understood and pushed the door open to leave. The main hall grew quiet again. Shui Tianhu stood there for a long time without moving. His excitement was real. Huntian's sect had been suppressed by the star cultivation system for so many years. Now with Chun, he had suddenly appeared. More than anyone, he wanted to raise this kid up, but as sect master, he could not act on hot blood alone. First pour in the resources and keep the person here. Then investigate his background clearly. Good or bad, it would not be too late to decide afterward. Ancestors, bless us. He lowered his voice, squeezing out a vague murmur from his throat. I hope all of this is real. The incense line of our old martial path is really about to be cut off completely. Resources given in full. Status given to the limit. Shui Tianhu was betting nearly all the few chips Huntian's sect still had. If he bet right, Huntian's sect might be able to use Chun-E's chance of becoming a martial god to resist the pressure coming from the star cultivation system. If he bet wrong, then it was fate. Nothing much to say about it. At the same time, at the summit of Qingqiong Mountain, Tianshu Hall, the highest place in all of Huntian's sect, occupying a cliff peak of its own. Other than the sect master and elders, no one else was qualified to live there. Li Xuanjin, whose mouth had not stopped chattering the whole way, led Chun-E into the courtyard. See this courtyard? Quiet. From now on, this is where you train. Li Xuanjin pointed at the main house. The bedding inside has all been replaced with new stuff. If you need anything, just say the word. I'll personally move it over for you. Chun-E looked around. Bluestone paving, a two-story house, an old-style architectural base, but with full water and electricity inside. The courtyard was very spacious. Many thanks, Sixth Elder, Chun-E said. What are you thanking me for? Right now, you're the sect master's precious lifeline. Li Xuanjin cheerfully slapped Chun-E on the shoulder. I'm leaving then. Someone will bring food later. Once you've eaten your fill, study those techniques properly. Don't waste that fine brain of yours. After saying that, the old man clasped his hands behind his back and headed down the mountain. Humming a tune all the way. At 9 o'clock that night, a disciple in gray clothes climbed up to Tianshu Hall, carrying a three-tiered food box, drenched in sweat. When he entered, he did not even dare raise his head. He set the food on the table, and by the time he backed out, his legs were weak. Thinking of all the warnings Sixth Elder had given him on the way over, he was shocked inside. Tianshu Hall had been empty for so long. Even deacons were not qualified to approach it. And now someone was living here? Had Huntian's sect gained another elder? The meal was lavish. 2 gene of sauce-braised beef, 1 roast chicken, a basin of medicinal stew, plus several bowls of rice. In less than 10 minutes after sitting down, the table had been swept completely clean. The consumption of qi and blood at 100 temperament perfection was huge. After this meal, a warm current rose in his stomach, and more than half of the fatigue throughout his body dispersed. After cleaning up, he carried a cup of water and walked onto the open-air balcony on the second floor. The wind was strong, making his sleeves flap loudly. Leaning against the stone railing, Chun-E looked up at the sky. The night sky was clear, with quite a few stars, and a moon hung right in the middle. And behind the moon, there was an incomparably enormous shadow. It was a gigantic star body radiating white light. 100 years ago, this thing had appeared out of nowhere near Blue Star, constantly giving off the power of starlight every moment. Some special groups were compatible with starlight and could absorb star power into their bodies, growing stronger without end. That was how star practitioners came into being. Lowering his head, his gaze passed over Qingqiong Mountain and looked toward the foot of the mountain. Far in the distance, the lights of Kunlun City stretched into one continuous expanse, dazzling to the eye. His parents were still lying in the intensive care unit of the 5th People's Hospital, their lives hanging by tubes. His younger sister was nowhere to be found, and Yu Feng Group could come sniffing after him at any time. He tightened his grip on the cup in his hand. Although he had now joined Hunyuan's sect and had gained a certain amount of backing, the source of all power still had to come from himself in the end. So, it was time to cultivate. Chun-E drained the cup in one gulp, turned, and went back into the room. After wiping his hands clean, he strode into the training room and sat cross-legged on the cushion. He pulled out the thick Huntian divine art from his chest. The old volume was very thick, and the cultivation methods for the first 5 realms were all inside. Body tempering, 100 tempering, beacon fire, wolf smoke, blood pillar. Each realm had its own separate circulation route. His 320 points of comprehension ran at full speed. Page after page flipped by. There was no obscurity, no obstruction. The complicated chi and blood circulation routes automatically broke down in his mind. The intricacies of a cultivation art that ordinary people would need months, or even years, to fully grasp. He completely understood them in less than a minute. He closed the old volume, his brows slightly furrowing. Black Tiger art was too poor. This cultivation art could only barely temper skin, flesh, sinews, and bones. Its chi and blood were mixed and impure. Using this trash cultivation art as a foundation would only lead to greater hidden dangers the further he went. He could only rebuild it. He closed his eyes and directly dispersed the chi and blood route in his body that had been operating according to Black Tiger art. Huntian divine art roared into motion. The foundation of his 232 points of physique was fully activated. Following the route of the divine art, his chi and blood began from the first realm, body tempering, and started washing over his skin, flesh, sinews, and bones all over again. During the first circulation, his chi and blood was still somewhat sluggish. The habits left behind by Black Tiger art were affecting the new route. He did not force a breakthrough. He adjusted his breathing and started over from the beginning. The second time, the sluggishness was reduced by more than half. The third circulation of chi and blood meant no obstruction at all. Rough impurities were forcibly crushed and expelled from his body through his pores. A string of crackling sounds came from his bones. The blood tempering method of Huntian divine art was far more meticulous than Black Tiger art. Chi and blood entered the blood itself, forcing out the remaining impurities bit by bit. The newly generated blood was repeatedly tempered, and its strength rose along with it. Chunyi's skin quickly turned red, and faint red blood flames emerged from both hands and spread upward along his arms. A few minutes later, the 100 tempering chapter was completely mastered. His chi and blood became even more condensed. If he fought Luo Yonghu again now, he would not even need to throw a punch with full strength. The terrifying power of a super cultivation art was fully revealed at this moment. In the process of rebuilding his foundation, the strength of his physical body welcomed a second explosive surge. The values on the system panel began to jump wildly. It increased by a full 50 points. With his thoroughly solidified chi and blood now unobstructed, it charged toward the barrier of the third realm. His chi and blood gathered toward his 5 viscera. After the first round of tempering was completed, Chunyi's heartbeat sped up. After the second round ended, his lungs and internal organs had been strengthened, and his breathing became even longer and steadier. Without any suspense, his 5 viscera gave off a deep resonant hum. Blood flames surged out from beneath his skin, first covering both arms, then his shoulders and back, chest, and both legs. The flames leapt violently, enveloping his entire body. The surrounding air warped and twisted from the high temperature, and the temperature in the training room skyrocketed in a straight line. The thermometer on the wall climbed all the way up from a little over 20 degrees and finally stopped at 59 degrees. Third realm, beacon fire perfection. Chun-Yi opened his eyes and swept his gaze over the system panel before him. Name, Chun. Realm, beacon fire perfection. Physique, 282. Comprehension, 320. Skills, Huntian divine art, third realm perfection. Black Tiger palm, perfection. Black Tiger step, perfection. The entries for 6th generation educational calisthenics and basic combat had completely disappeared. Under the overwhelming coverage of a super cultivation art, low-level skills like those did not even qualify to remain on the panel. Black Tiger art had also been completely replaced by Huntian divine art. Chun-Yi withdrew his gaze and let it fall on the cloth bag beside him filled with resources. Inside were the top-grade pills and potions Xue Tianhu had given him. He did not stop. He pulled the stopper from the red porcelain bottle, poured out 3 top-grade pills that assisted blood tempering, then picked up the blue glass bottle and poured the potion for repairing hidden injuries into his mouth as well. As soon as the medicinal power entered his stomach, it exploded directly inside him. If an ordinary martial artist dared to swallow top-grade pills like this, his meridians would have burst long ago. But Chun-Yi forcefully withstood this violent impact. Huntian divine art circulated frantically, turning the enormous medicinal power into chi and blood and smashing it fiercely against the gate of the 4th realm. The chi and blood scattered throughout his body was mobilized and gathered toward his dantian. A muffled sound like beating war drums came from Chun-Yi's abdomen. The scattered chi and blood was compressed and condensed at high speed within the dantian. The blood core turned from illusory to solid. Chun-Yi's whole body shook, and the blood flames covering his body suddenly surged higher. A dazzling red stream of blood chi shot out from the top of his head. At first, it was only as thick as a chopstick, like a red line. As the medicinal power continued to be refined, the red line rapidly thickened and lengthened. Half a finger thick, 1 finger thick. In the end, it reached the thickness of an arm, transforming into rolling wolf smoke that rushed toward the ceiling. 4th realm, Early stage wolf smoke. Chun-Yi clenched his fists, feeling the earth-shaking power inside his body, but he quickly discovered that the speed of his qi and blood circulation had slowed. The medicinal power had been exhausted, and the growth of qi and blood in his body became extremely slow. He carefully sensed the state of his body. His 282 points of physique had just barely reached the standard for early-stage 4th realm wolf smoke. Any further, and without the support of more physique points, he could only absorb energy step by step and temper the blood core. That would take a great deal of time. Chun-Yi shook his head. For others, proceeding step by step was normal, but not for him. Rather than wasting time on inefficient bitter cultivation, it would be better to wait until noon tomorrow when the system attributes doubled. Once his physique doubled, breaking through again would be as natural as water flowing downhill. So he decisively stopped cultivating his realm and suppressed the wolf smoke of blood qi above his head. Standing up, Chun-Yi drew the Zhenyuan saber from his waist and picked up the few super martial arts manuals Shui Tianhu had given him. Fist art, palm art, saber art, movement art. He opened the saber art manual and began studying it carefully. The 4 super martial arts were prison-suppressing divine fist, sea overturning palm, ninefold mountain severing saber, and void treading step. Chun-Yi first opened prison-suppressing divine fist. The fist art had a total of 9 moves. The first 3 were named shaking the mountain, sinking the land, and knocking on heaven's gate. Shaking the mountain trained whole body force. Power rose from the soles of the feet, pushed through both legs into the waist and hips, then was sent through the spine into the fist's edge. Every bone and sinew in the whole body had to exert force at the same time. If any one part was missing, the momentum of the punch would scatter. After reading through the method for exerting force, Chun-Yi walked into the courtyard. He planted his feet firmly, his right fist drawn back at his waist. Qi and blood circulated along his sinews and bones. The stone slabs under his feet could not bear it and cracked with several fine fissures. With one punch, a shockwave boomed through the air ahead. The old pine a few steps away swayed, and a sheet of leaves fell. The punch force had never touched the trunk, yet it had already pressed a shallow mark into it from a distance. The second form, sinking land. This form did not focus on surface momentum. First, qi and blood sank into the 5 organs, then the blood core pushed it back out. Only after the punch force made contact with the enemy would it penetrate into the body. Armor could block the fist, but it could not block the follow-up impact. After circulating it for a while, Chun-Yi felt swelling pain in his chest and abdomen. He could only barely assume the fist stance. He still could not truly throw this form. As for knocking on Heaven's Gate, it already involved fist intent. A martial artist had to lock onto the enemy with spirit, suppress the circulation of the opponent's qi and blood, and then use the edge of the fist to break open the defense. Chun-Yi only understood part of it. With 320 points of comprehension, he still had not managed to master all of the first 3 forms. This was what a super martial art truly was. He put down the fist manual and picked up ninefold mountain cleaving saber. This saber art did not care for complex variations. It only sought for each slash to be heavier than the last. The first 3 forms were split rock, sever peak, and open mountains and rivers. Split rock gathered force at the saber's edge. Sever peak required qi and blood to align with the saber momentum. Open mountains and rivers drew on the qi and blood of the whole body, deciding victory or defeat in a single slash. Chun-Yi drew Zhenyuan and practiced a few rounds in the courtyard. Blood flames clung tightly to the blade. Every time the saber edge fell, another long, narrow mark appeared on ground. He had only pushed the second form halfway through when the qi and blood in the meridians of his right arm began to stagnate. If he forced himself to continue, the arm would definitely be injured. Chun-Yi sheathed the saber, then opened overturning sea palm. This palm art specialized in redirecting force and stacking power. The stronger the opponent's attack, the more force it could borrow. At higher levels, it could even return all the accumulated layers of palm force at once. Last was void treading steps. The movement technique had 7 turns. Every change in direction required shifting the landing point of qi and blood. After mastering it, one could continuously switch positions in close combat, and it could also be used for pursuit and escape. Chun-Yi practiced them one by one. Prison-suppressing divine fist had reached the first form. Ninefold mountain cleaving saber had touched the threshold of the second form. Overturning sea palm and void treading steps had also entered the beginner stage smoothly. A super martial art was still a super martial art in the end. With his comprehension, instantly understanding the first third was already a miracle. The rest would need time to polish and train. If it were any of the other geniuses in Huntian's sect, taking several years just to get started on these super martial arts would already be enough reason to hold a grand banquet. But Chun-Yi felt it was too slow, even though the time had already been compressed to 1/10,000th of theirs. Too long. He sheathed the saber, tossed the manuals back onto the table, and walked to the window, looking at the night outside. Tomorrow at noon. As long as he held out until 12 o'clock tomorrow noon, his physique would break through 500, and his comprehension would break through 600. His cultivation method, martial skills, and realm could all be maxed out. The night passed without a word. At daybreak, The morning mist over Qingqiong Mountain had yet to disperse. Chen Yi packed away hunting and divine art and the martial arts manuals, put the medicine bottles into a cloth bag, fitted the black scale armor close to his body, and hung Zhang Yuan at his waist. He left nothing behind. He was returning to Kunlun City. After finishing up, Chen Yi closed the doors of Tianshu Hall and headed for the back mountain along the stone steps. Shui Tianhu was practicing fist techniques outside the stone chamber. Chen Yi came to the courtyard entrance and cupped his fists in salute. Master, Shui Tianhu withdrew his fist, glanced at Zhang Yuan at his waist, then at the cloth bag in his hand. Did you get used to staying here last night? Pretty well. How much of the cultivation method did you read? I finished reading through the first 5 realms. Shui Tianhu was not surprised. With the comprehension Chen Yi had shown at the martial testing hall, finishing the cultivation method was not difficult. Cultivation took time because the body had to be tempered, qi and blood had to be moved, and barriers had to be broken through. He walked to the stone table and picked up the teacup. Since you've read it, go back and cultivate. Black Tiger art is too rough, and the qi and blood pathways it leaves behind are messy too. First use Hanti and divine art to rebuild your foundation. Don't be in a rush to charge upward. Chen Yi stood where he was and did not move. Master, I need to go down the mountain. The teacup Shui Tianhu had just brought to his mouth froze. Go down a mountain? Yes. Where to? Kunlun City. Shui Tianhu set the teacup back on the table and answered bluntly. No. Just as Chen Yi was about to explain, Shui Tianhu had already turned around, his tone heavy. You only became my disciple yesterday. You just got the cultivation method, and today you're leaving? What do you think this place is an inn? I have something urgent to do. No matter how urgent it is, put aside first. Shui Tianhu raised a hand and pointed at Tianshu Hall. Your talent and comprehension are high, but you're only at 100 tempering perfection. If you run into a star training family, you're not enough. The bigger problem is your talent. If word gets out, the ones watching you won't just be a few martial halls anymore. Those star training forces will not be willing to see someone like you emerge from the qi and blood martial path. If they make a move, even Huntian's sect won't be able to save you. He gave no room for negotiation. Go back to Tianshu Hall when you reach the 5th realm, blood pillar, and have entered the beginner stage of visualization. Then come talk to me about going down the mountain. A burst of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Li Xuanjin walked in carrying a thermos cup, still muttering, Sec Master, I was just looking for you. Halfway through, he sensed something was off between the two and slowed his steps. What happened? Shui Tianhu glanced at Chen Yi. He wants to go down the mountain. Go down the mountain? Li Xuanjin froze for a moment, then quickly walked to Chen Yi's side. You only entered the sect yesterday. The bed in Tianshu Hall isn't even warm yet, and today you want to leave? Have you even practiced those cultivation methods? Do you know how to use Zhang Yuan yet? And that visualization method too. That thing absolutely can't be touched carelessly. If something goes wrong while you're practicing outside, there won't even be anyone by your side who can help you. The more Li Xuanjin spoke, the more anxious he became. He reached out for Chen Yi's cloth bag. Listen to the sect master. Go back and cultivate. You're only at 100 tempering perfection. If you run into an expert out there, you won't even be able to escape. Chen Yi did not argue. He set the cloth bag beside the stone table and walked 2 steps into the courtyard. Inside his dantian, the blood core turned. Hunty and divine art circulated. Blood flames rose from both arms and enveloped his whole body. The next moment, a pillar of blood qi as thick as an arm shot straight into the sky, radiating a terrifying aura. A hot wind swept through the courtyard, flattening the grass by the wall. The teacups on the stone table shook, and white steam rose from the tea. Li Xuanjin was the closest. The heat wave hit him full in the face. Shui Tianhu stood on the other side of the stone table and also said nothing. Both of them stared fixedly at that wolf smoke-like pillar of blood qi. A few breaths later, Li Xuanjin came back to his senses. He set the thermos cup on the table and rushed to Chen Yi in 2 or 3 steps, circling half around him before raising his head to look at the sky again. Blood qi wolf smoke? The 4th realm? The more Li Xuanjin looked, the more wrong it felt, and his voice rose. Chen Yi withdrew, hunting in divine art. The qi and blood returned to his body. The blood flames receded, and only then did the heat in the courtyard disperse. I just broke through last night. Last night, Li Xuanjin stood there with his mouth open, his fingers trembling as he counted the time. Yesterday evening, at the martial testing hall, Chen Yi had still been at 100 tempering perfection. After that, he went to the scripture library, took cultivation methods and resources, moved into Tianshu Hall, and that was only one night. In that one night, Chen Yi had recultivated his foundation with hunting and divine art, crossed in a beacon fire, tempered the 5 organs, and stepped straight into wolf smoke. After finishing the calculation, Li Xuanjin could not speak for a long while. Yesterday, the sect master said you should break through to the 5th realm within half a year. He wiped his forehead, then looked Chen Yi over again. At your speed, what are you supposed to do with all those days left? Hold a 100-day banquet for the 5th realm? Shui Tianhu ignored his nonsense and strode to Chen Yi in a few steps. He placed his right hand on Chen Yi's shoulder, and thick qi and blood probed inward, traveling through his meridians once. The blood core had already formed. The 5 organs had been fully tempered. The pathways of black tiger art had all been replaced by Huntian divine art. Skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and chi and blood had all been remolded. There was no counterflow and no hidden injury. Shui Tianhu refused to believe it and checked again. The result did not change. He withdrew his hand. His breathing grew heavier. It really was the Langyan realm, and his foundation was terrifyingly stable. Li Xuanjin moved closer, still unwilling to believe it. Sec Master, how about checking again? It's only been one night. Back then, it took this old man 7 years to break through from 100 tempering to Fenghua. After that, going from Fenghua to Langyan took another 12 years. You just spent one night and walked the entire 19-year path I took? Shun, he corrected him. I didn't sleep last night. Li Xuanjin looked at him. Is that the point here? Shui Tianhu raised a hand, signaling him to shut up first. Then sized Chun up from head to toe again. The reason they hadn't let him go down a mountain before was because he had only been in the 100 tempering realm. But now things were different. 4th realm, Langyan. On top of that, he had a body far beyond others of the same realm. Ordinary 4th realm martial artists really might not be able to take him down. As long as he didn't provoke higher level experts, protecting himself wouldn't be a problem. But Shui Tianhu still didn't agree right away. You insist on going down the mountain. What exactly are you going for? Chen Yi paused for a few breaths. Family matters. Someone else causing trouble for you? Yes. Which family in Kunlun City? Yufeng Group. Shui Tianhu had heard that name before. Yufeng Group had some influence in Kunlun City. Its cleanup division kept quite a few martial artists, specifically to handle shady work for others. But a force like that still wasn't enough for Huntian sect to take seriously. For what reason? My younger sister went missing half a month ago. My parents found some clues and were preparing to send them to the patrol office. On the way, people from Yufeng Group beat them so badly they ended up in the ICU. Chun Yi paused, then continued. Yesterday, they sent people to guard outside the hospital again, preparing to wipe out my whole family. Your parents are still in hospital? Yes. Then why didn't you say so sooner? Li Xuanjin slammed his palm down hard on the stone table. A mere Yufeng Group dares touch the family of a Huntian sect disciple? He turned to Shui Tianhu, his voice rising sharply. Sect Master, let me go down the mountain. I'll capture them first, then tear down that crappy Yufeng Group building. I'd like to know where they got the nerve to touch a disciple of Hunyuan's sect. Shui Tianhu did not agree immediately. He only looked at Chun Yi. This matter can be left to Old Six. If Old Six alone isn't enough, there are other elders in the sect as well. With his hands behind his back, his gaze passed over the courtyard wall and landed in the mountain mist outside. Huntian sect has rarely moved around outside these past years. After enough time, plenty of people have forgotten what we used to do. The star cultivation system has suppressed the chi and blood martial path for 100 years. But that doesn't mean Huntian sect has already fallen. In Tianqing province, we don't fight for that name anymore. But in Kunlun City, no one is qualified to ride over Huntian sect as head. He withdrew his gaze and spoke bluntly. At the very least, a tiny Yufeng group is not enough. The people behind it had better first weigh whether they can bear the consequences. Li Xuanjin immediately followed up. Did you hear that? Go back to Tianshu Hall and cultivate. Huntian sect will investigate your sister's matter. As for your parents, I'll personally go guard them. Whoever dares come, I'll kill him with one palm. Chun, he shook his head. Many thanks, Master, and many thanks to Sixth Elder. But this matter, I want to handle myself. Li Xuanjin's brows shot up on the spot. Why are you kids so stubborn? Isn't it good to have people helping you? The ones who hurt my parents have already been dealt with by me. Looking at the two of them, Chun Yi explained the matter clearly. Yufeng Group is only doing work for someone else. Who took my sister away, and what clues my parents found? There are no answers to either of those yet. I have to keep following this lead upward. If I can't handle it, or if I run into a hurdle I can't get past, I'll come back and ask the sect to act. Li Xuanjin still wanted to persuade him, but Shui Tianhu raised a hand and stopped him. Chun Yi continued. I want to settle my parents' vengeance with my own hands. And my sister, I have to find her myself too. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Shui Tianhu paced a few steps beside the stone table, not responding right away. Chun Yi was only 19 and had just entered Huntian sect 1 day ago. By his thinking, a disciple like this should stay in Tianshu Hall, ignore outside affairs, and cultivate in peace for a few years first. But Chun Yi's parents were lying in a hospital, and his younger sister was nowhere to be found. Under circumstances like these, even if they moved the entire scripture pavilion into Tianshu Hall, he still wouldn't be able to sit still. Something's had to be done by one's own hand. Shui Tianhu stopped walking. You've already decided? I have. You must go. I must. When are you leaving? Now. Li Xuanjin grew anxious. Sect Master, you're not really letting him go, are you? He is only 19. No matter how fast his realm rises, that doesn't mean he understands everything. There are countless ways to get someone killed out there. 4th realm cultivation may not be enough to keep him safe. Shui Tianhu replied, his parents are still in the ICU, and his sister's whereabouts are unknown. If you lock him on the mountain, do you think he'll be able to cultivate with peace of mind? That single sentence completely shut Li Xuanjin up. He could only swallow the rest of his words. Shui Tianhu walked up to Chun Yi. Bring the Zhan Yuan saber with you. Don't take off the black scale armor. If you run into someone you can't beat, run. Coming back alive is nothing shameful. If you truly can't handle it, report Huntian Sect's name. If anyone refuses to give that face, come back and tell me. And also, the methods of those star cultivation forces are different from Qi and blood martial artists. If you encounter an unfamiliar star art, pull away first. Don't rely on your tough body and charge straight in. Chun Yi cupped his fists. This disciple will remember it. Shui Tianhu patted his shoulder twice. Go. Picking up the cloth sack, Chun Yi turned and walked out of the courtyard. The sound of his footsteps grew farther and farther along the mountain path. Before long, his figure was hidden by the morning mist. Li Xuanjin kept standing outside the courtyard gate. Only after Chun Yi had completely gone far away did he turn back to the stone table. Sectmaster, we finally came across a seedling like this. Are you really at ease letting him go down the mountain alone? What if something happens to him? Huntian Sect waited so many years and finally got a little hope. If he really dies young, we won't even have a chance to regret it. Shui Tianhu glanced at him. You think just because I've stayed on the mountain too long, my brain has gone useless too? Li Shunzhen froze. You got other arrangements? His road should be walked by himself. Straightening his sleeves, Shui Tianhu lifted his foot and walked out of the courtyard. But if he really runs into some shameless bastard, someone still has to help him. Li Xuanjin understood at once. Who are you planning to send? Shui Tianhu did not answer. He only left behind one sentence. Guard the sect well. After speaking, he followed the path along the back mountain and headed deeper inside. Few people ever approached the depths of the back mountain year-round. Moss covered both sides of the stone path. At the edge of a cliff stood a run-down wooden pavilion. Several tiles were missing from the roof, and the paint on the surfaces of the 4 wooden pillars had long since been stripped clean by the mountain wind. And inside the pavilion sat an old man in black robes. He was over 100 years old. His hair was black and white mixed together. He wore an old-style long robe, with an ancient sword hanging at his waist, both hands resting on his knees. The supreme elder of Huntian Sect, Zhang Wanquan. Shui Tianhu arrived outside the pavilion and lowered his head in salute. Greetings, Martial Uncle Zhang. Zhang Wanquan raised his head, his voice somewhat hoarse. So it's little Hu. You're not up front handling sect matters, so what are you coming to this old man for? Hearing that form of address, the corner of Shui Tianhu's mouth twitched. How many years had it been since he heard that? He didn't beat around the bush and told him everything that had happened after Chun Yi entered the sect from beginning to end. After Zhang Wanquan finished listening, the right hand resting on his knee trembled slightly. He went from 100 tempering to Lang Yin in one night. You didn't check wrong? I checked twice with my own hands. Shui Tianhu said, his blood core has already formed, and his 5 organs have completed tempering. There is not the slightest problem with his foundation. Zhang Wanquan said nothing. He had lived for over 100 years and had seen many geniuses. Back in Huntian Sect's heyday, the sect had also produced some figures whose names shook Tianqing province. But crossing 2 major realms in a single night while still forging such a solid foundation, he had never heard of such a thing before. Shui Tianhu continued. That child insisted on going down the mountain to handle his family matters, so I didn't force him to stay. His parents were injured, and his younger sister is missing. If that breath stays blocked in his chest, then even if he remains on the mountain, he won't be able to cultivate in peace. But his talent is too high, and he is growing too fast. I'm not at ease letting him return to Kunlun City alone. So, I'd like to ask Martial Uncle Zhang to go down the mountain once. Zhang Wanquan looked at him. You want me to protect him? It's enough if Martial Uncle Zhang follows him in secret. Shui Tianhu made his arrangement very clear. There is no need to show yourself, and no need to care what he does. A young man has to walk his own path. There is only one point. If he encounters mortal danger, please step in at once, Martial Uncle. Zhang Wanquan lowered his head and glanced at the ancient sword at his waist, his palm resting on the scabbard. The mountain wind swept past outside the pavilion, stirring the hem of his black robe. After a while, he rose to his feet and brushed the dust from his clothes. Qi blood martial arts have been suppressed for 100 years. Huntian Sect has also been silent for far too long. Now that the sect has produced such a young man, we can't let him die outside for no clear reason before he even has the chance to grow. Zhang Wanquan walked out of the wooden pavilion and looked toward Kunlun City below the mountain. This old man has sat here for more than 10 years. It's about time I went out and stretched my bones. Shui Tianhu lowered his head again. Many thanks, Martial Uncle Zhang. He waited a moment, but heard no reply. When he looked up again, only an empty pavilion remained at the cliffside. At the same time, 9 in the morning. Central District, Kunlun City, Yufeng Group Tower, 22nd floor. Minister S office, cleanup department. Behind the redwood desk sat Tan Xinghong, just over 30, dressed in a dark pinstriped suit with his tie knotted perfectly. His broad shoulders stretched the fabric taut. A late 4th realm Lang Yin, realm martial artist, even sitting quietly and reviewing documents. The aura of authority around him was enough to suppress the entire office. As the minister of the cleanup department, every dirty matter in Yufeng Group ultimately passed through his hands. The Wolf Dash, Tiger Dash, and Dragon Tier teams were all under his control as well. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Tan Xinghong didn't even raise his head. A young female secretary in professional attire pushed the door open and walked in. She stopped in front of the desk, hands folded before her, her attitude respectful. "Minister, you were looking for me?" MHM. The steel pen in Tan Xinghong's hand signed a name onto the document. "Has Mu Yi returned to report in?" "No." The pen stopped. "What about the mission report?" "That hasn't been submitted either." Only then did Tan Xinghong look up, his brows drawing together. "How long has it been since he received the mission?" The secretary quickly calculated the time. "Almost a week." "Almost a week?" He casually tossed the document in his hand aside. One ordinary college student and two ordinary people lying in intensive care. A mission like that, assigned to a full Wolf Tier squad, should have been practically guaranteed. All 5 of Mu Yi's team members are first-realm martial artists. Mu Yi himself has already completed body tempering. Having them deal with Chun Yi's family shouldn't have counted as difficult at all. And yet it's dragged on until today. And they still haven't even sent back a mission report. For such a small matter, they've been dragging their feet for almost a week. Tan Xinghong's tone turned cold as his fingers tapped the desk a few times. They were sent to deal with a few ordinary people. What exactly are they doing? There was much less patience left on Tan Xinghong's face. Before this afternoon, the chairman's side will want results. Contact Mu Yi immediately and tell him this must be cleaned up today. Otherwise, he'll bear the consequences himself. Yes, the secretary answered and quickly turned to leave. The office fell quiet again, with only the faint hum of the central air conditioner. A few minutes later, the door was pushed open once more. This time the secretary was in such a hurry, she didn't even knock. "Minister." Tan Xinghong looked up at her. "Did you reach him?" "No." Holding a communication terminal in her hand, the secretary was moving even faster than before. "Mu Yi's phone can't get through. It says it's powered off. Then call the other team members. I already tried just now. Zhao Desheng, Lu Tao, Wang Feng, and Zhou Guang. All of them can't be reached." Hearing that, Tan Xinghong completely stopped what he was doing. He set down his pen and looked up at the secretary. All 5 people had gone missing at the same time. That kind of thing rarely happened in the cleanup department. During a mission, team members could switch off their private communications. But the internal devices issued by the cleanup department had to remain reachable. After so many years in this line of work, based on his experience, when all 5 members of an entire team couldn't be contacted at once, there was usually only one explanation. Something had happened. Tan Xinghong looked at the secretary. When was their last report? Zhao Desheng and Lu Tao were still near the hospital yesterday, responsible for keeping watch on Chun Yi. The secretary pulled up the records and continued. Mu Yi told them to act as soon as possible. Later, Lu Tao sent back a message saying Chun Yi had already been dealt with. Mu Yi then told them to meet up at Jinyuan Hotel. After that message was sent, Wolf Team 18 never made another move. What about the 2 people in the hospital? They're still alive, the secretary said. There has been nothing unusual on the 5th people's hospital side. Chun Yi's parents are still in intensive care. Tan Xinghong rose from his chair. Lu Tao had reported that Chun Yi was dead, yet Chun Yi's parents were still alive, and all 5 of Mu Yi's people had also lost contact. Things no longer lined up. Tan Xinghong walked to the desk, picked up the communication terminal, and reviewed the last record from the group once more, not wasting any time. Go find out exactly what happened. Jinyuan Hotel, the hospital, surveillance along the route, and all recent martial artist cases received by the patrol office. Check everything. In 10 minutes. I want the results. Understood. The secretary picked up the communication terminal and quickly left. The office quieted down again. Standing by the window, Tan Xinghong no longer dealt with the documents. This mission had been handed to him personally by Chairman Sun Yuhui. Sun Yuhui was backed by the Yang family. If she had personally named someone to be silenced, then it had to involve a secret that couldn't be brought into the light. But judging from the mission itself, the target should have posed no difficulty at all. Chun Yi, 19 years old, an ordinary student at Kunlun University, with no Chi blood martial arts, training record, and no faction background. His parents were also just ordinary people. As for his missing younger sister, Chun Yi, the mission file had not clearly stated her situation. Sun Yuhui had only given one instruction. The Chun family had uncovered something they should not have investigated, retrieve the clue, and deal with the people. When Tan Xinghong handed the mission to Mu Yi, he didn't take it seriously at all. Wolf Team 18 dealing with 3 ordinary people. Even if it wasn't to 100%, there shouldn't have been any mistakes. And yet now, all 5 of them had disappeared together. Less than 10 minutes later, the office door was pushed open. The secretary entered once more, holding a freshly printed set of documents in her hand, her face slightly pale. "Minister, we found it." Tan Xinghong turned around. "Talk." The secretary walked to the desk and laid out several scene photos in a row. Mu Yi and the others are all dead. She paused for a moment, then continued. These photos were leaked while the patrol office and the Jinwu division were processing the scene. Tan Xinghong's gaze fell on the photos. The female secretary opened the first file. 2 bodies were found in an old alley in Haiyun district. The identities of the deceased have already been confirmed. Zhao Desheng and Lu Tao. Scene photos appeared on the tablet. Zhao Deshang was collapsed against the wall, his left knee shattered and his neck broken. Lu Tao had died at the end of the alley. His chest had caved in badly, and even the brick wall behind him had been struck. Tan Xinghong took the tablet and flipped to the next page. The second scene, room 602, Jinyuan Hotel. The female secretary continued her report. On the same day, a martial artist homicide also took place at Jinyuan Hotel. There were 3 dead in the room, Mu Yi, Wang Feng, and Zhou Guang. One photo after another appeared. Tan Xinghong's speed in flipping through them gradually slowed. Wolf Class Team 18. 5 people, all dead. Every one of them had been killed with a single blow. The methods were extremely brutal and clean. Judging from the wounds, the attacker had not used any star arts, nor any firearms. It was all done with fists, feet, and chi blood. Tan Xinghong looked up. Who is handling the case right now? At first, the patrol office sealed off the scene. After confirming that all the deceased were martial artists, they transferred the case to the Kunlun Jinwu branch division. The ones in charge are 3rd level Jinwu team, and the captain is Liu Yong. The female secretary answered quickly. Some of the files were leaked from the patrol office and inside the hotel. Our people got the scene photos. The Jinwu division didn't notify the group? No. It may be that the Jinwu division still hasn't caught the killer, or they're still gathering evidence. So they haven't contacted the force the deceased belonged to. The female secretary pulled up another file. However, the killer's identity has already been confirmed. Tan Xinghong looked at the tablet. On it was a section of hotel corridor surveillance footage. A young man stepped out of the elevator and stopped outside room 602. Not long after, the door was forcibly broken open. The young man entered the room. A little over 4 minutes later, he walked out alone. There was nothing covering his face. The surveillance had captured that face clearly. Tan Xinghong stared at the screen for a few seconds. He had seen this face before in the mission file. Changyi. The female secretary nodded. It's him. The Jinwu division has already completed the comparison through the hotel surveillance, taxi records, and the shoe prints left in the old alley. The killer who murdered Zhao Deshang and the other 4 was one of Mu Yi's targets this time. Chen Yi. Tan Xinghong said nothing. He took Chen Yi's file and looked again at the young man in the hotel surveillance footage. The file stated it very clearly. Ordinary college student, no cultivation record, normal physical test results. And yet it was this so-called ordinary student. Within half a day, he had consecutively killed 5 first-realm martial artists, including 1 at body tempering perfection. The entire process had been clean and decisive. Mu Yi and the others had not even managed to escape a single one. Tan Xinghong slowly rose to his feet and replayed the hotel surveillance footage, watching it twice. The impatience from before was gone from his face. An ordinary student who wasn't even a martial artist naturally wasn't worth the cleanup department's attention. But someone who could single-handedly wipe out an entire Wolf Class squad was a completely different matter. What was even worse was that they had sent people to cripple Chun Yi's parents and had also planned to get rid of Chun Yi himself. The grudge had already been formed. Tan Xinghong paused the footage. The screen froze on the moment Chun Yi walked out of the room. According to the intel, the target family of 3 were all bottom-tier ordinary people. Sending a Wolf Class team to deal with them should have been basically foolproof. Forget 100%. Even 99.99 was not supposed to go wrong. But now, that 0.01 variable had smashed straight into his face. Tan Xinghong stared at the young face on the screen for a long time without looking away. Could the file have been wrong? Or had Chun Yi been hiding his cultivation all along? The intel was wrong. That was the only explanation. Tan Xinghong put the file back on the desk. There was no point pursuing that now. Wolf Class Team 18 had been wiped out. Chun Yi had also traced things back to Yufeng Group. If this line wasn't cut off in time, sooner or later it would cause even more trouble. It was a death order. What Sun Yuhui had given was a death order, with the Yang family, one of Kunlun City's top forces, backing her, and with her personally naming someone to be silenced. Who would dare delay? By this afternoon, there had to be a result. Go call Tao Xian over. The female secretary answered and left. A few minutes later, someone knocked on the office door. Gumin. The door was pushed open. A young man around 30 walked in. He wasn't very tall, but his arms were thick. He wore a black fitted combat outfit, with broad shoulders and a thick back. There wasn't the slightest sound under his feet. After entering, he shut the door properly before walking to the desk. Minister, Tao Xianen, Captain of Cleanup Department Dragon Class Team Number 1. 3rd Realm, Beacon Fire Perfection. His team had only 4 people, yet under the Minister of Yufeng Group as Cleanup Department. It was the strongest team in combat power. Aside from the Minister and Vice Minister, he was the best fighter in the entire Cleanup Department. For ordinary missions, there was no need to use them at all. Tan Xinghong pushed the tablet across the desk. Look first. Tao Xian and picked up the tablet. Chun Yi's identity information was on the first page. Kunlun University, 2nd-year student, 19 years old, no record of martial cultivation. He flipped to the next pages. Zhao Deshang, Lu Tao, Mu Yi, Wang Feng, Zhou Guang. 5 scene photos were laid out together. After reading through them, he put the tablet back on the desk. His expression didn't change. This kid's got something. He is ruthless and leaves no survivors. Tan Xinghong stood up. Wolf class, team 18 fell. But the mission isn't over. Chen Yi must die. His parents are still in 5th people as hospital. They need to be dealt with cleanly too. Tao Sienna nodded. Yes. Tan Xinghong opened the location record on the tablet. The Jinwu division tracked him to the foot of the mountain yesterday. They didn't go up. Chun Yi entered Huntian Gate and hasn't come down since. Tao Sienna's hand stopped at the edge of the desk. Huntian Gate? Completely different from the Luo Martial Arts Hall, the weight carried by that name. Huntian Gate had kept a low profile in recent years, but the experts within the sect were still alive. Forget Yufeng Group. Even in the whole of Kunlun City, there were very few forces willing to cause trouble on Qingxiu Mountain. Tao Xianan asked, is he a disciple of Huntian Gate? The file shows that he had no prior contact with Huntian Gate. Tan Xinghong tapped the desk. I don't care what method he used to get in. Your task is only one thing. Find him and deal with him cleanly. Dragon Class Team Number 1, full deployment. Tao Xianan frowned slightly. Minister, the Jinwu Division is looking for him too. If both sides run into each other, Tan Xinghong cut him off directly. No need to pay them any mind. Once you find Chen Yi, strike immediately. Tao Xian and didn't respond at once. The Jinwu Division was different from the patrol office. When it came to many matters involving Yufeng Group, the patrol office would turn a blind eye. The Jinwu Division specialized in handling martial artist cases, and Liu Yong was the captain of a 3rd-level Jinwu team. He might not give Yufeng any face. Tan Xinghong looked up at him. The chairman wants a result this afternoon. If anything goes wrong again with this matter, neither you nor I will be able to answer for it. Yes, I'll gather the team right now. He turned and left, pulling the door shut behind him. Tan Xinghong looked at the closed office door, picked up another phone, and opened the contact list. There was only one note in it. Chairman. His finger paused over the call button, but in the end, he didn't press it. It would be too late to report after dealing with Chun Yi first. If even Dragon Class Team Number 1 failed, then this matter would no longer be something he could keep under wraps. Tan Xinghong looked out the window. Sending a Dragon Class team at complete 3rd realm perfection to kill a martial artist suspected to be in the 2nd realm should have been more than enough respect. This matter should be over. Qingxiong Mountain. The white stone steps were steep. 5 figures in black uniforms were rapidly climbing upward along the stairs. Walking at the very front was Liu Yong. Jiang Shui, Ma Xiaoqian, Qin Hai, and Zhou Chun followed behind him. They had originally thought Chun Yi had come here to use the mountain paths to shake off pursuit or to find a place near the scenic area to hide. None of them had expected him to step onto the entrance stairs of Huntian's sect. Even less had they expected him to actually enter the sect. Hantian sect, an old established sect of blood and Qi martial arts in Kunlun City. 100 years ago, it had carried no small reputation even in Tianqing Prefecture. Now the sect was half sealed off from the mountain, and outside forces rarely had dealings with it. The Jinwu Bureau had rules. Without a directive from upper management, and without solid evidence, they could not lead a team and force their way into this kind of deeply rooted martial arts sect. Otherwise, the other side simply would not buy it. Liu Yong was only a level 3 Jinwu team captain. Investigating ordinary martial artists was fine, and handling 3rd realm cases was also within his scope. But he did not have the authority to barge into Huntian's sect with 14 members and arrest someone. If they really wanted to go up the mountain and search, they would at least need an order from the upper ranks of the Kunlun branch division, along with complete evidence and formal procedures. Otherwise, Huntian's sect would not give them the time of day. So the 5 of them could only wait at the foot of the mountain. They had thought Chun Yi would come out soon enough, but that wait lasted an entire night. Even by morning, they still had not seen Chen Yi come down. Something about this was strange. They had checked Chun Yi's records several times. 3 generations up his family line, all had been ordinary people with no connection to Huntian's sect whatsoever. So how had he gotten in and stayed there the whole night? With the case stuck here, Liu Yong could only grit his teeth and bring his team up the mountain early in the morning. He planned to sound things out at the sect entrance. Best case, they could meet someone in charge at Huntian's sect. If not, they would apply to the branch division for formal procedures. Walking at the back of the team, Ma Xiaoqian yawned. Captain, just what kind of background does this Chen Yi have? Liu Yong did not turn around. No idea. His file says yes, just an ordinary college sophomore. He never trained in martial arts before, and he never joined a martial arts gym either. Ma Xiaoqian stepped up 2 more stairs and continued, but the moment he made a move, he was already at 100 tempering, and he killed all 5 of Mu ES group. Now he even entered Huntian's sect, and hasn't come out all night. ISNT, that file way too ridiculously wrong? Jiang Shui said, his identity records are real. From elementary school to university, enrollment records, physical exam records, and medical records all match up. At the very least, before this, he had never publicly cultivated blood and Qi martial arts. Qin Hai added, never publicly cultivated doesn't mean he never trained. Kunlun City was huge. Hiding a few martial artists unwilling to register was nothing strange. Ma Xiaoqian shook his head, but he has only 19. 100 tempering could maybe be hidden, but how do you hide a connection to Huntian's sect? Zhou Chun said, maybe he knows some senior inside the sect? Ma Xiaoqian perked up. That really is possible. Maybe when he was little, he saved an old man coming down the mountain. And before leaving, the old man stuffed the cultivation manual into his hands and told him to come to Qingqiong Mountain if he ever ran into trouble. Walking ahead, Jiang Shui did not even turn her head. Read fewer trash novels and more case files. When you're on night watch, you've got to find something to do. Ma Xiaoqian said with a couple of laughs. Isn't that how it's always written in novels? An ordinary student runs into a fallen expert, casually helps him out, and only finds out more than 10 years later that the guy was actually some sect patriarch. Maybe Chun is following that kind of script. Qinghai said, talk less nonsense and save your strength for climbing. I'm making a reasonable deduction. The last time you made a reasonable deduction, your suspect was delivering food at the Jinwu Bureau cafeteria when the crime happened. Ma Xiaoqian shut up, and after walking another stretch, the stone stairs grew steeper and steeper, while the morning mist gradually thinned. Then, Lu Yong, who was in front, suddenly stopped. The other four behind him stopped as well. Jiang Shui asked, Captain Lu, what is it? Lu Yong did not answer. He lifted his head and looked upward. The morning mist scattered somewhat in the mountain wind. High up on the stone steps, a person was walking down, his pace steady, unhurried, and not slow. Black casual clothes, a sheathed long blade now hung at his waist, and a cloth bag was slung over his shoulder. That face was completely uncovered. Ma Xiaoqian recognized him. Chanyi. The five of them stood where they were and did not move. Chenyi also saw them. His pace neither quickened nor slowed, and he showed no intention of turning around and running back to the sect gate. He simply kept walking down step by step, steady and calm. The blade at his waist swayed lightly twice with his movement. Morning light filtered through the mist and fell over him. Ma Xiaoqian swallowed. Captain, he saw us. Lu Yong said nothing. His eyes had not left Chun Yi for even a moment. Lu Yong was a martial artist at complete third realm beacon fire, extremely sensitive to blood and qi fluctuations. Yesterday, when reviewing the surveillance footage, he had judged from the injuries at the scene that Chun Yi was at most in the late 100 tempering stage. But now, the oppressive sense of blood and qi coming from that young man ahead was definitely not 100 tempering. Lu Yong stared for several seconds, his brows lowering. Something was off. The blood and qi traces left at the hotel scene yesterday had reached, at most, complete 100 tempering. But before Chun, he had even come close. The blood and qi inside Lu Yong's own body had already begun to speed up on its own. A second realm martial artist could not produce this level of pressure. Jiang Shui had noticed it too. She gripped the short blade at her waist and lowered her voice. Captain Lu, his blood and qi is off. Handle the case first. Lu Yong raised a hand to stop her. Jiang Shui took out a recorder. A red light lit up and the lens pointed at Chun Yi. Qinghai and Zhou Chun moved to either side of the white stone steps, blocking both open sides. Ma Xiaoqian gripped his saber hilt, cutting off the path downhill. None of them exchanged a word, yet their positions were perfectly aligned. A level 3 Jinwu team dealt with martial artist cases all year round. They had long since drilled this control formation into muscle memory. Chun Yi walked up close and stopped. Lu Yong climbed 2 more steps upward and flipped open his credentials. The white insignia of stars interwoven with blades and swords faced directly toward Chun Yi. Kunlun Jinwu Branch Division, Level 3 Jinwu Team 8. Changyi, you were suspected in 2 martial artist death cases. Hotel surveillance, traffic records, and traces from the scenes can all prove that you went to the crime locations. Come back with us now and submit to investigation. Standing 2 steps above them, Chun Yi swept his gaze across the 5 of them one by one. He did not rush to explain. Mountain wind blew along the stone stairs. The hem of his clothes was lifted, and the scabbard bumped lightly against the cloth bag twice, making a soft sound. Holding up the recorder, Jiang Shui continued. In the old alley of Haiyun district, the bodies of Zhao Desheng and Lu Tao were found. On the same day, Mu Yi, Wang Feng, and Zhou Guang died in room 602 of Jinyuan Hotel. Hotel surveillance captured your full face, and the shoe prints left in the old alley also matched the shoes on your feet. She stepped up 1 stair. Please disarm yourself. Put down the blade, and keep both hands where we can see them. After she finished, Chun Yi turned to look at Lu Yong. You move pretty fast. Lu Yong did not respond. Chun Yi asked, who is Mu Yi? Captain of Wolf Class Team 18, Cleanup Department of Yufeng Group. And the other 4? Members of the same team. What does the cleanup department do? Lu Yong paused, but did not answer. Qinghai stood guard on the right, his voice cold. What Yufeng Group does, and whether you killed anyone are 2 different matters. Chun Yi looked at him. My parents are still lying in the ICU, kept alive by ventilators, and they were preparing to go into the ward to silence them. Zhao Desheng and Lu Tao stood guard outside the hospital for 5 days. You checked the hotel surveillance so quickly, but you couldn't find the surveillance along the road to the hospital? Qinghai had no answer. The atmosphere on the stone steps instantly turned razor tense. Chun Yi spoke again. You were able to trace the taxi to Qingqiong Mountain. Why didn't you keep digging upward through Mu Yi? Yufeng Group is right in the central district. Tan Xinghong, the head of the cleanup department, isn't hiding either. You didn't go after them. Instead, you stayed at the foot of the mountain overnight waiting for me. Chun Yi looked at them. Is it because you think I have no power, no influence, no backing, so I'm easier to bully? Qin Hai's face darkened with embarrassment. Watch your attitude. He drew his standard issue, short blade partway. The Jinwu division handles cases according to the law. If we tell you to cooperate, then you cooperate. Jiang Shui held the recorder, her tone turning colder as well. If Yufeng Group has problems, you can submit evidence. We'll investigate. But Mu Yi and the other 4 died by your hand. The evidence is right here. The fact that they were guilty doesn't mean you can bypass the Jinwu division and execute them yourself. Chen Yi said, Mu Yi's identity is the evidence. Jiang Shui shouted coldly. How the Jinwu division investigates is not for you to arrange. Ma Xiaoqin glanced at him and said nothing. Lu Yong lifted a hand to stop Jiang Shui. Chen Yi, the grudge between you and Yufeng Group can all be explained clearly after we go back. As long as the evidence is real, the people who should be arrested, none of them will get away. Chen Yi asked, what about my parents before you finish investigating? Lu Yong answered, I'll arrange for people to protect the hospital. My younger sister? No one answered. Chen Ishi had been missing for half a month. The patrol office had not found her. The case files in their hands had no clue about her whereabouts either. A few seconds of silence was enough. The Jinwu division could not solve the most urgent problems in front of Chen Yi. Chen Yi stopped talking. Move. Lu Yong closed his ID and slipped it back into his uniform pocket. Can't. I have things to do. Then you still have to come with us first. Lu Yong's right hand fell onto his saber hilt. You can walk down the mountain yourself, or we can take you down. Jiang Shui turned off the recorder and clipped it back to her waist. Take him down. She rushed up the white stone steps in one stride, 5 fingers locking toward Chen Yi's wrist. Qin Hai and Zhou Chen sealed off both sides at the same time, while Ma Xiaoqian blocked the way down the mountain. The 4 moved extremely fast, leaving no opening at all. But in the next instant, boom, qi and blood erupted from Chen Yi's body. Crimson blood flames burst from his skin, and a blood energy column as thick as an arm shot straight into the sky, forcibly tearing apart the morning mist around them. Blood Qi Smoke Wolf. Jiang Shui's expression changed. 4th realm. She no longer had time to retreat. Chen Yi stepped forward, his shoulder slamming into her chest. Bang! Jiang Shui had only just raised her arms to block when her whole body was sent flying. She scraped across the white stone steps and rolled more than 10 meters. Both arms numb, unable to push herself up again. Jiang Shui. Qin Hai roared and lunged forward, one punch going straight for Chen Yi's face. Chen Yi did not dodge. He twisted his waist and threw a punch. Prison-suppressing divine fist, shaking mountain. Boom! The 2 fists collided. Qin Hai's right arm was knocked aside on the spot. Chen Yi drove forward another half step and struck his chest with one palm. Qin Hai flew bakwat, his back smashing hard into the stone railing. Before he even hit the ground, Zhou Chun and Ma Xiaoqian had already attacked from both sides. Blade light flashed one after the other, sealing off all of Chen Yi's retreat paths. Chen Yi did not retreat at all. With one turn of void-treading step, he found the tiniest gap between the 2 blade lights and slipped through it. His left hand deflected Zhou Chun's long blade, and his right elbow smashed into Ma Xiaoqian's shoulder. Crack! The short blade flew from her hand. Chen Yi followed through with a sweeping kick. Ma Xiaoqian flew several meters sideways and crashed into the edge of the white stone steps. Zhou Chun had just started to pull back his blade when Chen Yi was already in front of him. One palm. Just one palm. The arms Zhou Chun had crossed before his chest were brutally forced down. His knees slammed to the ground, and then he was pinned hard against the stone steps by Chen Yi's qi and blood. The entire exchange took less than 10 seconds. The Jinwu Division's formation had only just unfolded before Chen Yi smashed it apart head-on. For a late stage, beacon fire martial artists were sprawled across the ground. Lu Yong drew his blade and charged in. Blood flames of beacon fire perfection wrapped around the edge of his saber as it slashed straight for Chen Yi's right shoulder. The strike was fast, but Chen Yi did not even draw Zhang Yuan. He turned sideways to avoid the blade, his right hand locking onto Lu Yong's wrist. 5 fingers tightening violently. Pain exploded through Lu Yong's hand, and the long saber slipped free. Chen Yi raised a palm and pressed it against his chest. You can't stop me either. Palm force erupted. Bang! Lu Yong staggered back more than 10 steps along the stairs before dropping heavily to one knee. The qi and blood in his body dispersed by that single palm. Mountain winds swept past. On the steps, only the sound of their breathing remained. Chen Yi withdrew his blood flames and continued down the mountain. From beginning to end, he had never drawn his blade, nor had he followed up with a second strike. As he passed Lu Yong, Chen Yi left only one sentence behind. The people from Yufeng Group will come again. If you really want to investigate, stop staring only at me. He continued down the steps. Lu Yong remained half kneeling where he was, his chest heaving. A 3rd-level Jinwu squad was not the strongest team in the Kunlun branch, but they represented the Jinwu division. Normally, when carrying out missions, as long as they showed their IDs, ordinary martial artists would never dare openly resist. Even when facing 5th realm powerhouses, as long as the evidence and procedures were complete, they still dared demand face-to-face that the other side submit to control. But today, Chen Yi refused. He even fought back and directly suppressed them. Liu Yong braced himself on one knee and did not pursue. If they kept fighting, the outcome would not change. Jiang Shui used the stone railing to pull herself up. Her arms were still numb, and her uniform was covered in dust. She first looked at her teammates on the ground, then at Chen Yi's back. If Chen Yi left just like this today, then this operation would be a complete failure. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Shui chased down the steps. Chen Yi. There was no response from ahead. Her legs felt weak. Every few steps, her chest and abdomen would tighten uncomfortably. That was because her qi and blood had been dispersed, making it hard to gather again in a short time. Stop. You attacked Zhenwu Division law enforcement officers and openly resisted arrest. You must come back with us. Chen Yi did not stop. To him, that clash just now had only been a side incident. Today, going down the mountain, he had two things to do. First, go to Yufeng Group and find Tan Xinghong. He was only the lowest level captain in the cleanup department. The one who truly had contact with the source of the missions was Tan Xinghong, the head of the cleanup department. Only by following this line upward would he have a chance to find the person behind it all. Second, return to Kunlun No. 3 High School. His younger sister had gone missing after her god-tier star cultivation talent was detected at school. The principal, the homeroom teacher, and the people responsible for the testing that day all had to be checked. As long as one of these two lines connected, he would be one step closer to the truth. Chen Yi. Jiang Shui was still chasing behind him. Supporting herself on the stone railing, she walked down step by step. I'm telling you to stop. Chen Yi frowned and stopped walking. He turned around. Liu Yong had already gotten back to his feet. Qin Hai, Zhou Chun, and Ma Xiaoqian also closed in again. All of them were injured, yet none of them had any intention of letting Chen Yi leave. Chen Yi looked at them. You should understand. Just now I held back. To Qin Hai, those words were an enormous provocation. He was a dignified member of a level 3 Zhenwu squad. Since when did it become a student S turned to spare his life? Held back? Qin Hai's face turned livid. He was so furious he laughed instead. What? You really dare kill us? He stepped forward and shouted harshly. We're from the Zhenwu Bureau. You killed 5 martial artists from Yufeng Group. The evidence is complete. And now you're openly resisting arrest and attacking law enforcement officers. Those 2 charges alone are enough for the Zhenwu Bureau to put you on the wanted list. Chen Yi said nothing. Seeing that he had stopped, Jiang Shui continued. Take off your saber, put your hands on your head, and come back to the Zhenwu Bureau with us. Don't think that just because you gained a slight advantage, you can do whatever you want. The people the Zhenwu Bureau wants to arrest, very few ever escape. Liu Yong also walked down and stood at Jiang Shui's side. Chen Yi, you have to come with us today. The matter with Yufeng Group will be investigated by the Zhenwu Bureau. But Mu Yi and the other 4 died by your hand. So you must accept investigation. If you keep running, the Zhenwu Bureau will issue a warrant. Chen Yi looked at them, and the last bit of patience he had was gradually exhausted. He had figured it out. These so-called law enforcers did not care at all whether common people lived or died, nor did they care about the truth behind any of this. They only cared about the mission. Chen Yi's face turned icy. He turned around, preparing to continue down the mountain. When Jiang Shui saw this, she could no longer keep face. The 5 of them had already been knocked down head-on by Chen Yi, utterly losing the face of a level 3 Zhenwu squad. And now, Chen Yi was going to leave right in front of them. If they really let him go, how would Team 8 ever keep its footing in the Kunlun Branch Bureau in the future? Stop. Jiang Shui stomped down and rushed forward with her saber. She forcefully stimulated her qi and blood flames covered the blade. With one slash, she struck straight at his right shoulder. Get on your knees. Chen Yi stopped. His right hand gripped the hilt of Zhang Yan. He drew the saber. Zhang. The long saber left its sheath. Crimson blood flames surged from his palm onto the blade, and the cold gleam on its edge was swallowed by blood-red light. Jiang Shui had already charged close. She saw Chen Yi draw his saber, but she did not defend. So what if he was at the 4th realm? She did not believe Chen Yi would dare kill someone from the Zhenwu Bureau. If the people from Yufeng's cleanup department died, it could still be explained away as a personal grudge. The Zhenwu Bureau was different. If he killed an official member of the Zhenwu Bureau, that would be openly making an enemy of Jiuzhou Nation's official law enforcement agency. There would be no place for him in Kunlun City, and even Hunyuan sect would not be able to protect him. The 2 sabers met in midair. Gah! The standard issue short saber of the Zhenwu Bureau snapped in the middle. The broken half spun through the air and stabbed into the white stone steps. Jiang Shui still held the remaining half of the hilt, her arm frozen in the motion of the slash. But Zhang Yuan had already passed through her waist. Chen Yi sheathed his saber movement to a stop. Jiang Shui's expression was full of terror, her eyes packed with disbelief. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but no sound came out. The next moment, her upper body slid off to the side. Her lower body took half a step forward, then collapsed. Blood ran down the steps, and her organs scattered across the ground. Seeing the scene, Liu Yong and the other 3 were horrified. Qin Hai's mouth fell open. Shocked and enraged, he forced out 2 words from his throat. Jiang Shui. Liu Yong's face flushed red, rage soaring to the heavens, his chest heaving faster and faster. He stared at Chen Yi. You killed her? Chen Yi flicked the blood off Zhang Yuan. She attacked first. Lu Yong's eyes were bloodshot, but he understood even more clearly that their whole squad put together was no match for a fourth-realm martial artist. Now that Jiang Shui was dead, the situation had completely spun out of control. Retreat. Split up and withdraw. He let out an enraged roar, gripping his saber with both hands as he pushed all of his complete Fenghua realm qi and blood to the limit. He ignored his earlier injuries completely, looking ready to risk his life. His feet stamped across several steps in succession, and his long saber hacked straight at Chen Yi's head, trying to use his life to buy his teammates time to escape. But Chen Yi's eyes had already gone red. He ignored the order and lunged in from the right. Chen Yi had no intention of holding back anymore. Killing one person from the Jinwu Bureau was already enmity. Killing 5 was still enmity. Since the grudge had already been formed, what was the point of leaving the remaining 4 alive? To make himself look like a good person? What a joke. They would 100% hate him, and once they got back, they would definitely call in stronger people to hunt him down. It would be better to settle everything in one go. That would also buy him some time. With that thought, Chen Yi moved. Zhang Yuan slashed down from the side, cutting in from Lu Yong's left shoulder and slicing all the way to the right side of his waist and abdomen. In an instant, one slash split him into 2. At that moment, Chen Yi had already rushed to Chen Yi's right side. He had just watched Lu Yong get killed with his own eyes, and his eyes were completely red. I'm going all out against you. He threw a punch. Blood flames wrapped around his fist, and all the qi and blood of his Fenghua realm cultivation were poured into it. Chen Yi raised his saber. The blade swept across his neck. His head rolled down the steps. Zhou Chen had rushed halfway over, then stopped in his tracks. Jiang Shui was dead. Lu Yong was dead. Chen Yi was dead too. Only a few breaths had passed since Chen Yi drew his saber. 3 members of the Jinwu Bureau had already fallen. He glanced at Chen Yi, then toward the mountain gate, turned around, and ran. Back to the branch bureau. Send the news back. Ma Xiaoqian also reacted. The 2 split up and fled. One ran up the mountain. One ran down the mountain. As long as one of them left alive, the Jinwu Bureau would receive the news. Chen Yi pushed off with his feet. Treading void, step unfolded. He first caught up to Ma Xiaoqian, who was running down the mountain. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Ma Xiaoqian turned and swung his saber. Zhang Yuan fell first, its blade slanting through his chest. Ma Xiaoqian staggered back 2 steps and sat down on the stone stairs. Blood gushed out from his chest. He lowered his head and looked at the wound, his expression unwilling, before his body tilted and fell over. Chen Yi did not stop. He turned and chased after Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen had already run dozens of steps. As he ran, he reached for the communicator at his waist. His fingers had just touched the button when footsteps came from behind. Zhou Chen turned around. Chen Yi was already there. Don't kill me. I want to say anything. Chen Yi swung his saber. Zhang Yuan pierced through Zhou Chen's back, and half the blade emerged from his chest. Chen Yi pulled the saber free. The corpse rolled several meters down the stone steps before coming to a stop beside Lu Yong. In just a little more than 10 seconds, 5 mangled corpses had appeared on the stairs. Chen Yi sheathed his saber. He did not linger any longer. Turning around, he sped down the mountain. With the qi and blood of a 4th realm martial artist fully unleashed, he was faster than an off-road vehicle, taking shortcuts straight toward the city hospital. Not long after, an old man in black robes appeared on the steps. Zhang Wankoen had an ancient sword hanging at his waist. He stopped beside Lu Yong's corpse. He looked over the 5 corpses one by one. There was no worry, no blame. Instead, he let out a laugh. Very good. Decisive in killing. Thorough in eliminating the roots. You have the bearing I had in my younger days. In Zhang Wankoen's originally withered and silent old eyes, a mass of ferocious killing intent suddenly burst forth, enough to make one's heart tremble. His palms slowly stroked the ancient sword at his waist, a blade that had not left its sheath in decades. A cold sneer tugged at his shriveled lips. Back in the day, this old man descended the mountain with a single sword and slaughtered his way through Tianqing Prefecture until heads rolled and blood flowed like rivers. Those self-important martial arts clans, who among them didn't take a detour when they saw me? A few ants from the Jinwu division actually dare use rules to suppress a true inheritance disciple of Huntian sect? If I killed them, then I killed them. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Wankoen raised his right hand. A dark red blood flame rose from his palm and landed on the 5 corpses. The fire spread rapidly. The bodies, broken blades, bloodstains, everything was swallowed by the blood flame. There was no choking burnt smell and no sound of burning either. A few seconds later, only a layer of ash remained on the steps. A mountain wind blew past. The ashes scattered into the forest, leaving not the slightest trace behind. Morning, 11:14. Outside the intensive care unit of Kunlun City 5th People's Hospital, Luo Yonghu sat in his wheelchair with thick splints wrapped around both wrists. Behind him stood Su Ji and 2 other senior martial instructors. The 3 of them had not recovered from their injuries yet, but today they were full of confidence. More than 20 martial arts hall disciples had blocked the hospital corridor completely. What happened yesterday when Chen Yi smashed through the Luo martial arts hall? had already spread throughout the nearby martial arts hall circles. 3 senior martial instructors had been crippled. Even Hall Master Luo Yonghu, after personally stepping in, had been sent flying by a single punch. After the news got out, Luo Martial Arts Hall became a joke. In just one morning, more than 30 apprentices had already applied for refunds, and several long-term classes that were nearly finalized had all fallen through. Luo Yonghu had run his hall for more than 20 years. This was the first time he had ever lost this much face. He was furious to the point of madness. After throwing around a huge sum of money, he quickly dug up Chun E's background. 19 years old, a student at Kunlun University. Both parents were in the ICU at 5th People S Hospital, his younger sister was missing, and his family had no background to speak of. After learning everything, he called his son Luo Xing back overnight. Luo Xing was 22. He had average star cultivation talent and was a second realm star cultivator. All these years, the Wang family had provided him with cultivation resources, and he had also been doing work for them. Half an hour earlier, he had arrived at the hospital. Luo Xing stood to the left of the wheelchair, dressed in a gray long coat, tall and straight-backed, with a silver star artifact wristband on his left hand. After arriving at the hospital and learning that the culprit was not here, Luo Xing said only one sentence. The monk may run, but the temple won tea. So the group directly blocked the entrance to the ICU ward. The attending physician spread his arms and stood firmly outside the room. Behind him, several young nurses were so frightened their faces had gone pale. Director Liu, who was in the lead, looked to be around 50 and held 2 medical records in his hand. The patients have multiple fractures all over their bodies. They just finished surgery not long ago, and their vital signs are still unstable. They cannot be transferred right now. If you want to visit them, you can apply according to hospital regulations. But you are neither family members, nor can you produce legal documentation. We cannot release them. Luo Yonghu lifted his chin. Suji immediately pushed the wheelchair forward. You old bastard. Stop using hospital rules to scare people. We're just taking 2 people out to ask them a few questions. They want to die. Director Liu gritted his teeth and refused to back down. We've already called the patrol officers. The moment he said that, the elevator doors opened. 2 patrol officers strode out quickly. What's going on? Gathering a crowd to cause trouble in a hospital? Like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. The doctor hurriedly called out for help. The patrol officers frowned, their hands reaching toward the batons at their waists. Luo Xing, who had remained silent all this time, stepped forward. His expression was arrogant, and the way he looked at people carried a cold disdain from above. Holding a silver identity card between 2 fingers, he casually handed it over. One of the patrol officers took it and looked at it. His hand shook slightly. Second realm star cultivator. External hire of the Wang family. The Wang family was one of the top star cultivation families in Kunlun City, far beyond anything they could afford to offend. The patrol officer returned the card with both hands. All the authority from before had vanished without a trace. So it's the Wang family handling business. He turned to his partner and raised his voice. ISNT, they're an urgent case over on South Street. Hurry over there. The 2 played along perfectly, not even glancing at the doctor. Director Liu was stunned. Then what about here? The patrol officer put away his communicator. This falls under civil dispute. You should negotiate first. After saying that, he led his man toward the elevator. Director Liu chased after them 2 steps. They just hit people. How is this still a civil dispute? The patrol officer quickened his pace. The elevator doors closed. The corridor fell silent again. Luo Yonghu burst into wild laughter. Call the patrol officers? Go on, call them again. Even if the king of heaven himself came today, it wouldn't help. He waved his hand, kicked the door open, and dragged them out. Several burly men from the martial arts hall rushed forward at once. The doctor was shoved down violently and slammed into the wall. Bang! The war door was kicked open with one strike. Standing outside, Luo Xing spoke impatiently. Hurry it up. 2 ants are just 2 ants. If they die, they die. Don't delay my return to cultivation. One of the burly men walked to the bedside and reached for the tube connected to the ventilator. Director Liu was pinned outside the door. Hearing that, he struggled desperately. You can't pull it out. They'll all die. Luo Yonghu turned his head and cursed. Good. Better if they die. Suji walked to Father Chun-'s bedside and grabbed the breathing tube. Another martial instructor came to Mother Chun-'s side, preparing to undo the restraint straps. Luo Xing stood at the doorway. He raised his wrist and glanced at the time. 11:17. This bit of trash had wasted his entire morning. Once he found that Chun-E, he would personally break all 4 of his limbs and hand him over to his father. As for whether the 2 people in the hospital beds lived or died, he had no interest in asking. But at that moment, a voice came from the end of the corridor. You dare? Those 3 words entered the room. Suji's hand stopped. Luo Yonghu turned his head to look. At the other end of the hallway, a young man was walking this way. It was Chun-E. The moment he stepped out of the elevator, he saw Director Liu collapse by the wall, and he also saw the Luo disciples blocking the ward entrance. Luo Yonghu suddenly whipped his head around. He froze for a moment, then his face filled with wild joy. So, it's him. He asked Chun-E, the one who smashed up my hall yesterday. Kill him. Kill him for me. Luo Xing turned around and sized Chun-Yi up. He didn't know Chun-Yi, but on his way here, he had seen far too many bottom-tier martial artists. All of them were worthless and fragile. So it was you who injured my father? Luo Xing lifted his chin slightly, his manner lofty and overbearing. Kneel. Break your own hands and feet. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll let your parents die a little faster. Chun-Yi did not stop walking. His gaze fell on the Luo father and son, his eyes ice cold. Luo Yonghu opened his mouth, about to curse again. Boom! Inside Chun-Yi's body, the blood core spun madly. The chi and blood of Fourth Realm Wolf smoke exploded out without the slightest restraint. Crimson blood flames shot skyward, engulfing his entire body. The arrogance on Luo Xing's face froze. Fourth Realm Wolf smoke. He cried out in shock, his voice cracking. Didn't Dad say he was only a Second Realm martial artist? This is Second Realm? This is Fourth Realm, damn it. Void treading step. With a flash, Chun-Yi crossed more than 10 meters and appeared directly inside the ward. His palm slammed onto the back of the burly man's head as he grabbed the tube. Bang! The man's skull smashed into the wall, red and white splattering everywhere. Before the remaining men from the martial arts hall could recover, Chun-Yi had already turned. Zhang Yuan left its sheath. Zhang! Crimson blood flames wrapped around the blade as it swept out. Two heads rolled to the ground. The remaining few were cut in half at the waist, blood splashing across the white walls in a horrifying sight. At the sight of the scene, Luo Xing's face turned deathly pale. He was scared out of his wits and turned to run. He frantically circulated his star power. A pale blue glow lit up and condensed into a shield around his body. But Chun-Yi took a single step forward, and his long blade came crashing down from above. The Second Realm star power shield tore apart like flimsy paper. The blade cut in through Luo Xing's left shoulder and burst out through the right side of his waist and abdomen. Luo Xing's body split into two and slammed onto the corridor tiles. Despair still lingered on his face. A Second Realm star refiner. He did not even have time to use his star refining arts before Chun-Yi killed him with a single slash. Xing looked at the mangled corpse, and Luo Yonghu let out a grief-stricken roar, his whole body trembling. Then his vision blurred. Chun-Yi was already in front of him. Luo Yonghu looked up as his wheelchair slid backward, shocked and furious. Chun-Yi, you actually dare. Chun-Yi could not be bothered to waste words. He raised his leg and kicked. Instantly, his chest caved in, his eyes bulged, and blood gushed out. Why you? Luo Yonghu stared fixedly at Chun-Yi as the life in him gradually faded, his face full of regret. Unfortunately, it was useless. Behind him, Su Ji and the other two senior coaches were trembling all over, their faces pale. Chun-Yi, we were wrong. One slash. Kill. And by now, the other martial arts hall disciples had finally reacted as well. Some crawled toward the elevator. Some knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Others raised wooden sticks, wanting to force their way out with numbers. But the gap was far too great. Chun-Yi merely swung his blade casually. Blade lights swept past. Heads rolled one after another. A dozen or so seconds later, the Luo clan martial hall was completely wiped out. The corridor fell into dead silence. Severed limbs littered the floor, blood spreading through the gaps between the tiles. Chun-Yi put away his blade, turned to the still-living medical staff, and eased his tone. Please check on my parents. Only then did Director Lu snap out of it like waking from a dream, gritting his teeth and suppressing the urge to vomit. He shakily stepped around the corpses by the door and rushed into the ward with the nurses. They first checked the ventilators, then the monitors by the beds. After confirming that all the lines were intact, Director Lu bent down and examined Father Chun and Mother Chun one by one. 2 minutes later, he finally straightened up. All their readings are stable and haven't worsened. For the time being, their lives are not in danger. Chun-Yi stood beside the hospital beds. After hearing those words, his shoulders relaxed. He reached out and tucked in a corner of his mother's blanket. Chun-Yi looked at them, his brows tightly furrowed. Before this, he had been too naive. He had thought that since his parents were in the hospital, they should be safe, at least for the time being. But he had never expected it. A mere Luo clan martial hall had actually dared to come here and harm his parents. If he had not arrived in time, then. Not to mention Yufeng Group and the town marshal division. I want to transfer them to another hospital. What happened today must never happen again, Chun-Yi said. Director Lu glanced outside, then looked back at the 2 hospital beds. In their current condition, they can't withstand being jostled around in an ordinary vehicle. If you want to transfer them, it has to be an intensive care transport vehicle. There has to be a ventilator on board, monitoring equipment, and a doctor accompanying them. All of that can be arranged. He paused. The real problem is, where would you transfer them to? Chun-Yi did not answer. Every hospital in Kunlun City, large or small, had public registration records. As long as someone investigated, no matter which hospital they were sent to, they could be found. Sending them to Hunty Insect would not work either. Qingxiu Mountain was over 40 kilometers from the city. The mountain roads were hard to travel, and vehicles could not get up the steps. His parents were too badly injured. Long-distance transport itself was dangerous. What should he do? Just as he was thinking of a solution, a calm voice suddenly sounded from outside the ward door. I can help you arrange another place for your parents. Chun's heart jolted violently. He was now at the fourth realm, wolf smoke, his five senses sharp to the extreme. Even the slightest movement within dozens of meters could not escape him. But this person had come so close, and he had not noticed at all. Chun-Yi abruptly turned his head, his right hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his blade. But after seeing clearly who had come, he froze slightly. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged beauty in a dark red, fitted long coat. Her figure was full and graceful, her charm still very much present. Yet between her brows and eyes there was a fierce, baleful aura born of long years in a position of power. Chun-Yi released the hilt and cupped his fists. This disciple greets the great elder. The person who had come was none other than Huntian Sect's great elder, Zhao Xianjing. Director Liu saw that the two knew each other and said, Mr. Chun, I'll take people to deal with the injured. If anything comes up with your parents, use the call button by the bed. Thank you, Director Liu. It's my duty. Director Liu left with the nurses. Zhao Xianjing slowly and unhurriedly stepped into the ward. Her gaze swept over the severed limbs outside, covering the ground. There was not much reaction on her cold, beautiful face, as though she were merely looking at fallen leaves all over the floor. She did not even frown. I've already had the hospital surveillance cut off. You have 10 minutes. Zhao Xianjing looked at Chun-Yi, her tone blunt and without the slightest attempt to hide anything. I came down the mountain to investigate your background. Chen Yi nodded. This disciple understands. He did not feel the slightest dissatisfaction. He was someone of unknown origin. He had stayed on the mountain for only one night. Yet the sect master had already handed over Tianshu Hall and the core cultivation method to him. If the sect did not do a background check, that would be truly stupid. It's best that you understand. Zhao Xianjing walked further into the ward, pulled over a chair, and sat down. Your surname is Chun. You're 19 years old, a second-year student at Kunlun University. Your father is Chun Jiangwo. Your mother is Lin Xiulan. The two of them have lived in Kunlun City for more than 20 years. Their family relations, work history, and financial dealings all check out. Your family had never previously come into contact with Qi blood sects, nor have you ever worked for any star-refining family. Your 100 tempering cultivation came from somewhere strange. And now, after one night, you've broken through 2 realms in a row. That is even more unusual. Chun-Yi's heart tightened. However, everyone has secrets. Since the sect master has accepted you, as long as you do nothing that harms the sect, Huntian sect will not dig to the bottom of it. Only then did he let out a breath of relief. The system was his greatest trump card. He would not tell anyone about it. Zhao Xianjing did not press further either. Also, I've investigated some things regarding your parents and younger sister as well. She took out a document bag from behind her, pulled out several sheets, and handed them to Chun-Yi. Inside were several photographs and a few pages of investigation records. The first photo showed the street before his parents' accident. Father Chun and Mother Chun were walking on the sidewalk, with several men in plain clothes following behind them. Those men were not far away, nor did they make much effort to hide their movements. 2 of them had already died at Jinyuan Hotel. Zhao Xianjing said, the ones who injured your parents came from Yufeng Group's cleanup department. You've already investigated that much yourself, so I want to say more about it. The chairman of Yufeng Group is named Sun Yuhui, 4th realm perfection. On the surface, she does business. In secret, she keeps a large number of martial artists and handles dirty work for certain important figures in Kunlun City. Chun-Yi flipped to the next page. It contained Sun Yuhui's information. At the very bottom of the file, 2 words were specially marked. Yang family. Chun-Yi looked up. Yufeng Group is backed by the Yang family? Yes. Zhao Xianjing said. Sun Yuhui received support from the Yang family in her early years. The reason Yufeng Group was able to gain a firm foothold in the Central District was also because the Yang family was backing it from behind. The cleanup department does work for quite a few people, but when it comes to matters that truly involve lives, most of them are connected to the Yang family. The paper in Chun-Yi's hand gave a soft rustle. His parents had been investigating his younger sister's whereabouts. They just found a lead. Before they could hand it over to the patrol office, they were attacked on the way. Yufeng Group had moved to silence them, and the Yang family was backing it all. These things had finally connected. Chun-Yi asked, where's my sister? Zhao Xianjing pulled out the last few pages of information from the document bag. Chun-Yi, 18 years old, a 3rd-year senior student at Kunlun No. 3 High School. Half a month ago, Kunlun No. 3 High School conducted a star cultivation talent test. In the file, the school reported upward. She was listed as having no star cultivation talent. But on the day of the test, the school sealed off 1 testing room. The principal, the homeroom teacher, and 3 people from the Yang family were all inside. He handed a surveillance screenshot to Chun-Yi. The photo had been taken at the side gate of Kunlun No. 3 High School. Chun-Yi was carrying her school bag and following behind an old man in white robes. She was not struggling. Before getting into the car, she had even turned back and waved at the homeroom teacher who was seeing her off. This person is called Yang Wanda, the Yang family's old ancestor, a 6th realm star cultivator. Pointing at the photo, Zhao Xianjing said, the Yang family locked this information down very tightly. I used a lot of connections before I managed to intercept this footage. Under the name of taking a disciple, He took your sister away. Chun-Yi stared at the photo. His sister had not been forcibly abducted. The Yang family had found a reason she could not refuse. A god-tier talent. A sixth realm expert personally taking her as a disciple. The school cooperated, the teachers persuaded her, and they likely promised to notify the family as well. For a student, it would be very hard to notice anything wrong in all that. Chun-Yi continued reading. The pages behind also recorded his parents' movements over the past half-month. They had first gone to the school to ask questions. The school denied that any special test had taken place. Later, his father found a segment of side-gate surveillance footage and traced the vehicle that took Chun-Yi away to the Yang family. The couple had prepared to hand the evidence over to the patrol office. Before they even made it there, something happened. Zhao Xianjing said, "Your parents traced it to the Yang family." After Sun Yue received the order, she handed the task to Tan Xinghong, head of the cleanup department. Tan Xinghong then passed it to Mu Yi. That is why Yu Feng Group wanted to wipe out your entire family. The hospital room fell silent. The monitor kept sounding at a fixed rhythm. From his sister's disappearance, to his parents being beaten into the ICU, to Zhao Desheng and the others standing outside the hospital preparing to silence them. The one behind all of it was the Yang family. Chun-Yi put the materials away. "Where's my sister now?" "Tianyu Villa," Zhao Xianjing said. "The Yang family's place." Chun-Yi turned to look at the hospital bed. His parents could not stay here any longer. Since the Yang family had already made one move, there would be a second. The great elder said, just now, that another arrangement could be made for them. Huntian Sect has a medical facility in Kunlun City. Zhao Xianjing nodded. It isn't open to the public, and the equipment inside is enough to treat severely injured martial artists. I'll arrange an intensive care transfer vehicle and send people to escort them along the way. After your parents are moved in, the information 1T be entered into Kunlun City's medical system. If anyone wants to check, they 1T find anything. Chun-Yi turned around and gave a serious bow. Many thanks, great elder. Zhao Xianjing remained seated. She looked at Chun-Yi for a moment before asking, "What are you planning to do?" Chun-Yi lifted his head and glanced at the clock on the hospital wall. 11:30. There were only 30 minutes left until his next attribute doubling. As long as he made it past midnight, his combat power would undergo a qualitative leap. First, I'll find Tan Xinghong. Then I'll go to the Yang family. You want to go alone? This is the Chun family's matter. Zhao Xianjing shook her head. From the moment you entered Huntian's sect, it stopped being only the Chun family's matter. You are the sect master's direct disciple. Someone injured your parents and took your sister away. If Huntian's sect doesn't even dare say a word, then what inheritance is there left to talk about? She stood up. Do you want the sect to act? As long as you nod, I'll send word back to the mountain right now. Chun-Yi did not answer immediately. Zhao Xianjing walked to the hospital room door and stopped. The star cultivation system is indeed strong. In a fight within the same realm, an ordinary star cultivator can suppress 2 Qi blood martial artists. If the talent is high enough and the star arts are strong enough, fighting 1 against 3 is nothing strange. She turned her head and looked at Chun-Yi. But Huntian's sect has endured to this day, and it has never relied on charity from others. The strongest person in the Yang family is only at the 6th realm. Huntian's sect does not fear a mere Yang family. After listening to Zhao Xianjing, Chun-Yi shook his head. No need. Zhao Xianjing looked at him, waiting for what came next. I only just entered Huntian's sect. I haven't even been there for a full day, and I haven't contributed the slightest merit. On what grounds should I make the sect stir up such a huge commotion for me? Chun-Yi put the documents back into the bag, his tone very calm. Great elder, I want to handle this matter myself. Zhao Xianjing did not press him. It's a good thing to have that kind of spirit. Since you've decided to do it yourself, then your parents should be moved first. She glanced at the 2 people on the hospital bed. The Yang family isn't stupid. Yu Feng Group's people died here. They'll receive the news very soon. Chun-Yi asked, what exactly is the situation with the medical facility the great elder mentioned? Huntian sect has been rooted in Kunlun City for so many years. It raises so many disciples, food, clothing, daily expenses. What doesn't cost money? Naturally, we're not just sitting around waiting to exhaust our resources. Her tone was casual. The sect has a medicinal herb company in the city, a martial artist hospital, a protective gear workshop, and several logistics warehouses. Huntian sect also takes a share of the revenue from the Qingqiong Mountain scenic area. Only then did Chun-Yi understand. Just because Huntian sect rarely showed itself outside did not mean it had cut ties with Kunlun City. And since his parents' safety was at stake, he asked in great detail, is that hospital safe? Does it have the conditions for emergency intensive care? It's only stronger than this place, not weaker. Zhao Xianjing answered very decisively. Mingda Martial Artist Hospital in the west of the city. That hospital is sect property. The upper floors above ground are open for business, while the 2 underground levels only receive sect disciples and injured martial artists. Zhao Xianjing counted on her fingers and explained in detail. Emergency room, operating room, intensive care ward. It has all of them. There is no shortage of ventilators and life support equipment either. Only after hearing those words did Chun-Yi nod. Then I'll trouble the great elder. Don't worry. I'll handle it properly. Zhao Xianjing took out her phone. Scan this. Let us add each other. After the transfer, I'll have people send you updates at any time. Chun Yi took out his phone and scanned the code. Just after he passed the friend verification, he immediately received a new group chat invitation. The group name was very simple. Huntian Sect Discussion Group. Zhao Xianjing said, go in. Aside from the 10 elders. The sect master is in there too. Chun Yi tapped accept. The moment he entered the group, a message popped up. She had casually sent it. Great elder. Zhao Xianjing, the person has been picked up. Chun Yi has joined the group. The group was quiet for 2 seconds. Then messages from the others popped up one after another. 6th elder. Li Xuanjin, you finally pulled him in. Chun Yi, how is the situation at the hospital? Did anyone else come looking for trouble? 2nd elder. Zhou Chunwell, welcome to the sect. If you have any questions about cultivation methods, you can come ask me. 5th elder. Gu Chanchuan, I'll have someone deliver your monthly resource quota from the Tianxin Hall at the highest tier. 10th elder. Sure Qianjun, I got top-grade weapons and armor here. If you need anything, come find me. 7th elder. Tang Suan, take a photo of the medical record and send it to me. The critical care transport vehicle will depart in 10 minutes. I'll have a medical hall deacon go assess things first. 4th elder. Han Lai, send me the address of Yufeng Group. As Chun Yi looked at the messages and was just about to type, a photo suddenly popped up in the group chat. In the photo was a woman in her 20s, wearing a cyan training outfit, her hair tied behind her back. She was sitting beside a medicinal field with a kettle in hand. 3rd elder. Shun Qinghe, new little martial nephew. What do you want as a meeting gift? 6th elder. Li Xuanjin Chun Yi, don't be fooled by the photo. She is 107 this year. 3rd elder. Shun Qinghe Li Xuanjin. You better not go out today. 6th elder. Li Xuanjin, this old man suddenly gained some insight. I'll go into seclusion for a few days first. Zhao Xianjing glanced at his screen from the side. That's your 3rd martial ant. The cultivation method she specializes in is special. She has a way of preserving her appearance, so she has always looked the same as when she was young. 8th elder. Wei Shanha, I'm out of town. After I get back to the mountain, I'll treat you to a drink. 9th elder. Lu Qingfeng, he is only 19. Stop leading him astray. 4th elder. Gu Mingwei, come back safe. At that moment, another message popped up. Sect master. Shui Tianhu, once you're done, come back to the mountain early. Chun Yi looked at the screen, his fingers tapping the keyboard as he sent a reply. Chun Yi, greetings, master. Greetings, elders. Many thanks to you all. The moment the message was sent, 10 transfer notifications popped up in the group one after another. The note attached to Li Xuanjin's transfer was especially direct. Don't be stingy with money when handling matters down the mountain. A full 200,000. The old man usually carried a thermos and dressed casually. But when he made a move, he wasn't too vague about it at all. Seeing him stare at his phone, Zhao Xianjing said, take it. If you don't, they LL, just find another way to force it on you. Chen Yi nodded and accepted them one by one. Then he cupped his fists toward Zhao Xianjing. Great elder. I'll leave his place to you. Go. Zhao Xianjing started making calls to mobilize the transport vehicle. Chun Yi carried the Zhanyuan saber and turned to walk out of the ward. The hallway had already been sealed off by hospital security. The corpses of Luo Yonghu and the others still hadn't been cleared away, and blood was flowing from beside the wall into the cracks between the tiles. Several doctors and nurses stood far away, trembling, not one of them daring to go near. The elevator descended to the first floor. The moment the doors opened, a shrill blast of sirens poured in. The lobby was in complete chaos. The patients and family members who had originally been lining up to register had long since run off without a trace. Outside the glass doors, more than a dozen patrol cars were parked at odd angles. The flashing red and blue lights made the street outside glare brightly. With something this big happening and so many people dead, the hospital had long since called it in. More than 30 patrol officers had set up a cordon. They held riot shields in their hands, and every dart gun barrel was aimed at the main entrance. Chun Yi stepped out of the elevator. His black casual clothes were stained with large patches of blood, and even the sheath of the Zhanyuan saber hanging at his waist was dripping blood. Although the blood chi of the fourth realm, wolf smoke, was restrained, that baleful aura left behind from killing people could still make people's legs cramp from over 10 meters away. It's him. That's the murderer. The patrol captain saw the long saber at Chun Yi's waist, then looked at the blood on his clothes that hadn't been wiped clean. The hand holding the loudspeaker trembled. Stop. Please remain at the scene and cooperate with the investigation. Chun Yi didn't stop. With steady steps, he walked straight toward the glass doors. I'm warning you for the last time. If you take one more step, we'll open fire. A young patrol officer gritted his teeth, his finger already resting on the trigger. Smack. The patrol captain slapped the young officer's gun barrel aside and shouted in a low voice, Are you crazy? Look carefully at the blood chi fluctuations on him. The patrol captain was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The uniform on his back had long since been soaked through with cold sweat. When he got the report, he had been told that something huge had happened at 5th People's Hospital. A martial artist was suspected of flying into a rage and killing many people. Boss, we're just letting him walk? The young patrol officer's face was full of unwillingness. Chun Yi had already reached the lobby entrance. Separated by 2 layers of glass doors, more than 30 fully armed patrol officers stared at him dead on. Yet not one of them dared step forward even half a step, and no one dared fire either. Chun-Yi pushed the door open, stopped, and looked at the patrol captain. Just one glance. The patrol captain swallowed and took a step to the side, then waved his hand. Move aside. The riot shields split to both sides, forcibly making a wide passage through the encirclement. Carrying the dripping saber, Chun-Yi swaggered straight through the patrol line. After leaving the hospital, Chun-Yi walked down the street. The central district of Kunlun City was prosperous, with towering buildings and streams of traffic. He didn't call a cab. With such a heavy smell of blood on him and a long saber in hand, no driver would dare stop to pick him up. He walked along the street with no fixed destination. Pedestrians on the road all moved aside from far away, giving him a wide berth. No one dared go near him. Chun-Yi began planning his next move. Although his younger sister had been taken away by the Yang family under the name of accepting her as a disciple, what happened afterward had proven one thing. This was no good thing. There was an unknown conspiracy hidden inside. Chun-Yi didn't know exactly what it was, but it definitely wasn't T with good intentions. So he had to find his sister. But the Yang family had a 6th realm, Lianqing ancestor overseeing them, while he was only at the 4th realm, Wolf Smoke. If he charged straight in, not only would he fail to save her, he would only alert the enemy. He had to start with Yufeng Group first, chopping off all the Yang family S-claws in the public sphere. Make the matter big enough and force the Yang family to jump out on their own. As Chun-Yi walked, he gradually realized that the noise around him had died down. He had drifted away from the main road and come to an old underground bridge tunnel. The tunnel was long and deep, with several motion sensor lights above that flickered on and off. The walls were covered in slick moss, and water dripped in the corners, making soft pat echoes. Sunlight from outside couldn't reach in, and the temperature had dropped quite a bit. Chun-Yi walked in, his footsteps echoing hollowly through the tunnel. But when he reached the halfway point, he suddenly stopped, because at the other end of the tunnel, in the shadows where the light didn't reach, for people were standing there. The man in front held a short blade with a blood groove. Its edge gave off a cold gleam under the dim light. 3rd realm, late-stage beacon fire. The 3 behind him were all late-stage beacon fire as well. Chun-Yi, the lead man, spoke, his voice striking the tunnel's curved walls and bouncing back in echoes. Chun-Yi rested his right hand on the hilt of the Zhanyuan saber. Yufeng Group S people, cleanup department, Dragon Class Team 1, Tao Xianin. The corner of Chun-Yi's mouth twitched. He had just been worrying about not knowing the way to Yufeng Group, and now a guide had delivered himself right to his door. Tao Xianin took 2 steps forward with a short blade in hand. The 3 behind him spread out accordingly, taking the 2 sides and rear of the tunnel, trapping Chun-Yi in the middle. Our Group S Wolf Class Team 18, Mu-Yi, and the other 5. Was that your doing? Tao Xianin asked. It was me. Chun-Yi admitted it just as directly. Good. Tao Xianin nodded, killing intent erupting in his eyes. Then you can die. Boom. The moment the words fell, the blood chi inside Tao Xianin erupted without the slightest reservation. Immediately after, the 3 team members behind him activated their blood chi at the same time. For powerful blood flames merged into one inside the narrow space beneath the bridge, dyeing the dim area red. The woman on Tao Xianin's left was called Zhou Yuli, and she held a thin sword. On his right, Wu Chong gripped an iron staff as tall as his brows. He Qianquan, blocking the rear, held a short hook in each hand. Chun-Yi stood where he was and looked at Tao Xianin, who was charging at the front. His right hand had originally rested on the hilt of Zhan Yuan's saber, but now his 5 fingers loosened and dropped to his side. Against trash like these, there was no need to draw his blade. Inside his dantian, the blood core spun violently. Boom! A wave of chi and blood several times, more terrifying than the combined force of Tao Xianin's group of 4 exploded out of Chun-Yi's body. Crimson blood flames burst through the surface of his body, and a plume of chi and blood smoke, as thick as an arm shot straight into the sky from above his head. The violent air current scraped the moss from the ceiling of the bridge tunnel, sending it raining down. 4th realm, smoke plume. Tao Xianin's charging steps came to a forced halt. His eyelids twitched wildly, and even his voice changed pitch. 4th realm. The file had clearly said he was an ordinary student with no record of cultivation, even if Mu-Yi had fallen to him. At most he should have been a hunter tempering or newly entered beacon fire. How could he possibly be a 4th realm smoke plume? Before the thoughts in his head had faded, Chun-Yi had already moved. No probing, no back and forth. In the face of absolute realm suppression, Chun-Yi could do whatever he wanted among them. He pushed off the ground and slammed straight toward Wu Chong on the right. Seeing Chun-Yi closing in, Wu Chong gritted his teeth and swung the iron staff. Chun-Yi didn't dodge at all. Divine Prison Suppression Fist, first form, shaking the mountain. With his terrifying physique combined with the force application method of a super martial art, Chun-Yi's right fist struck first despite moving later. Bang! Before the staff could even touch Chun-Yi's clothes, that fist had already smashed solidly into Wu Chong's chest. The muffled sound of Wu Chong's chest bones shattering over a large area exploded through the bridge tunnel. He didn't even get a scream. His entire chest cavity caved inward. and his body flew backward into the stone wall, dying on the spot. Seeing this, Zhou Yuli cried out in terror. He Chinquan immediately filled the opening. The two of them moved left and right, sealing off Chen Yi's retreat. The thin sword and short hooks cut toward Chen Yi's neck together with sharp wind sounds. Chen Yi twisted his waist, dodging their combined strike. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He raised his left hand, spread his 5 fingers, and at astonishing speed clamped onto Zhou Yuli's face. His fingers tightened, and violent qi and blood poured through his fingertips and her brain. Zhou Yuli's whole body stiffened. Her pretty face filled with terror, and then she collapsed limply to the ground. At the same time, Chen Yi's right leg swept out with a shrill tearing sound through the air and smashed hard into Qinquan's waist. Crack! The sound of his spine snapping was incomparably crisp. Qinquan was sent flying by that kick. He crashed into a puddle more than 10 meters away, twitched twice, and went still. In only a few breaths of combat, 3 late-stage beacon fire warriors had all been killed. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Tao Xianen was scared out of his wits. He knew he was no match for a 4th realm martial artist. He turned and tried to flee out of the bridge tunnel, but the moment he turned around, a rapid rush of wind came from behind him. Chen Yi was already there. There was no way to avoid it. Tao Xianen could only turn back and fight for his life. Gripping his short blade with both hands, he poured all the qi and blood in his body into the edge of the blade and hacked down at Chen Yi. Expressionless, Chen Yi clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed straight into the blade edge. Boom! Fist and blade collided. The blood flames covering the short blade were blasted apart. The blade forged from refined steel snapped into 2 pieces instantly. Chen Yi's fist momentum didn't lessen at all and slammed heavily into Tao Xianen's chest. Bang! Tao Xianen spat out a mouthful of blood wildly, and his body slid several meters along the ground. Who knew how many ribs had broken? He collapsed in the mud, vomiting blood in great mouthfuls, not even having the strength to stand. Chen Yi walked over to him and looked down from above. Tell me everything about Yufeng Group in detail, Chen Yi said flatly. Tao Xianen trembled from the pain, but he knew he was bound to die today, and instead a desperate viciousness rose in him, gritting his teeth hard. His face twisted as he glared at Chen Yi. Dream on. If you dare kill people from the cleanup department, the group won't let you off. The chairman won't let you off either. Chen Yi looked at him and couldn't be bothered listening to him keep yapping. If he wouldn't talk, there was no point keeping him alive. He lifted his right foot and stepped directly on Tao Xianen's throat. Crack! Tao Xianen's harsh words cut off abruptly. His legs kicked twice, and then he made no sound again. Chen Yi withdrew his foot, didn't even glance at the 4 corpses on the ground, and turned to walk out of the bridge tunnel. Outside, sunlight spilled across the street, and traffic flowed nonstop. He took out his phone, found Great Elder Zhao Xianjing, and sent a private message. Great Elder, do you have more detailed information on Yufeng Group? Not long after the message was sent, Zhao Xuanjing's reply came through. Several documents and photos popped up one after another. Chen Yi opened the files and quickly skimmed the contents. What came next were several photos and character profiles. In the first photo, Sun Yuhui sat in the main seat at the conference table. Chairman of Yufeng Group, 4th Realm, Smoke Plume Perfection. One of the people backed by the Yang family, and also the strongest on the surface within Yufeng Group. The second photo was Tan Xinghong, head of the cleanup department. Late 4th Realm. The third file did not have a clear photo, only a side profile screenshot. Deputy head of the cleanup department. Mid 4th Realm. Aside from these 3, the group also had 1 Dragon Class number 2 squad, all members being 3rd Realm martial artists, 10 Tiger Class squads, all members in the 2nd Realm, and 50 Wolf Class squads, all members in the 1st Realm. Zhao Xianjing sent another message. In the public records, Yufeng Group has no registered star refiner. Sun Yuhui has had dealings with the Yang family for many years. Whether the Yang family has planted people inside the group has not yet been determined. You're going to Yufeng Group? Yes. Zhao Xianjing replied with only 4 words. Stay in contact. Chen Yi glanced at the time displayed at the top of his phone. 11:42 in the morning. There were still 18 minutes before the system attributes doubled at noon. His current physique was 282, and his comprehension was 320. Once it reached 12 o'clock, his physique would directly break through 500, and his comprehension would break through 600. At that point, let alone a 4th Realm perfection Sun Yuhui, even a 5th Realm blood pillar, he would dare kill head-on. Chen Yi walked to the side of the main road and raised a hand to hail a car. 2 empty taxis came in succession. Through the windshield, the driver saw his blood-covered appearance. They stomped on the gas and sped off without daring to stop. Finally, the 3rd taxi was forced to stop by a red light at the roadside. Chen Yi strode over, yanked open the rear door, and sat inside. The driver turned around, took one look, and his face went pale. His voice trembled as he spoke. "A little brother, my shift's ending. I am not taking passengers." Chen Yi didn't waste words. He directly took out his phone and scanned the payment code stuck to the back of the driver's seat. Beep. Payment received, 10,000 yuan. The crisp electronic notification sounded inside the cramped cabin. The driver froze, his eyes going wide and round. He instinctively glanced at his phone screen. 10,000 had really come through. to Tiamao Tower. Floor the gas. Chun, he said, leaning against the seat back, his tone calm. The driver swallowed, looked at blood-soaked Chen-Yi, then looked at the long string of zeros on his phone. Got it. Sit tight. The driver slammed the gas pedal to the floor. With a roar, the taxi merged straight into the endless stream of traffic and sped toward the Yufeng Group headquarters in downtown Kunlun City. Kunlun City, Hushan District. Excellence Investment Company, Limited. In the most prosperous area of Hushan District stood this 33-story office building. Its outer walls were entirely covered in one-way reflective glass. And under the noon sun, the glare was almost blinding. To the outside world, it was a proper venture capital company, investing in equity and supporting startups. But any force in Kunlun City with even a little pull knew the truth. This was Wang family territory. 100 years ago, when Starlight descended and the star cultivation system rose to prominence, the Wang family, Yang family, and Xiao family of Kunlun City were the very first star cultivation families. And after all these years, they had long since figured out how to play the game in the new era. What did ordinary people lack most once they awakened a star cultivation talent? Money, star medicine, and cultivation methods. On top of that, star cultivators were few in number. Every year, not many young people in Kunlun City awakened star cultivation talent. In order to compete for them, the three great families had each established companies like this. The Wang family had Excellence Investment. The Yang family had Xingyu Investment. The Xiao family had Wanai Investment. Under the banner of funding young people's entrepreneurship and education, the three companies sent people to schools, testing centers, and martial halls to search for newcomers. Low-grade talent signed ordinary training contracts. Medium-grade talent got star medicine, cultivation methods, and a fixed monthly subsidy. If the talent reached high grade, even their family's jobs, housing, and debts could all be taken care of. Once you took the money and signed the contract, from then on, you had to work for the family behind it. On the surface, they belonged to investment companies. But in reality, these young star cultivators had long since been taken into the hands of the three great families. At this moment, top floor of Excellence Investment. Chairman S. office. A silver light screen floated above the desk. On the left was Luo Xing's file. 22 years old. Medium grade, star cultivation talent. A second realm star cultivator. Received Wang family sponsorship for 2 years and 9 months. Total received 17 bottles of low-grade star medicine, 1 star cultivation method, 2 star arts, 1 housing unit, and a cash subsidy of 3,600,000. On the right were the photos sent back by the hospital. Luo Xing had collapsed in the corridor, blood covering the floor. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, broad-built, with short hair. An old scar ran across his left brow bone. He wore a dark blue long coat, and from time to time, starlight flowed through the fabric. The coat itself was a high-grade star artifact. The man's name was Wang Xiong, second Master Wang, and the true person in charge of Excellence Investment. Standing before the desk was a supervisor in a suit, bent so low at the waist that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Second Master, the hospital has confirmed it. The supervisor swallowed, keeping his voice low. Luo Xing is dead. The one who did is called Chen-Yi, a student. Based on the qi and blood residue at the scene, he should be a fourth realm Langyan martial artist. Wang Xiong picked up Luo Xing's contract and flipped through 2 pages. Raised him for nearly 3 years. 17 bottles of star medicine, 2 star arts, plus a house of money. And he just dies like that? The executive on the left explained in a low voice when Luo Xing made his report. He only said Chun-Yi was a second realm hunter tempering martial artist. He didn't bring company personnel, and he didn't apply for a star artifact in advance. So you're telling me he was just stupid? Second Master, please calm your anger. I've already sent people to investigate that Chen-Yi. As long as he is still in Kunlun City, he definitely won get away, the supervisor quickly said. And then once you find him, you're going to arrest him? Wang Xiong glanced at him. The supervisor instantly went silent. He was just an ordinary man in charge of daily management. Sending him a deal with a fourth realm martial artist would just be sending him to his death. Trash is trash, but even when beating a dog, you still look at the owner. If word of this gets out, how do you think the Yang family and Xiao family will look at us? Wang Xiong could not be bothered to waste more words. Training contracts were not maintained by benefits alone. They also relied on the Wang family's name. Those young star cultivators were willing to sign because backing the Wang family meant access to resources and protection. If Luo Xing died and the Wang family pretended not to see it, then those contracts would lose their weight. The Yang family and Xiao family would not let such an opportunity go either. This year's batch of students who had just completed talent testing would probably all be snatched away by the other 2 companies. The loss was not just about one Luo Xing. He pressed the internal communication button on the desk. Send Wang Yifei over. In less than 3 minutes, the door was pushed open. A young man in his early 20s walked in. He wore a fitted, white, casual outfit, and a silver star diamond stud hung from his left ear. His looks could be called handsome, but there was an arrogance in his brows and eyes that would not fade. Wang Yifei, third realm star, aperture realm, high-grade star cultivation talent. A direct descendant of the younger generation of the Wang family, and also Wang Xiong's only son. Dad, you were looking for me? Wang Yifei walked to the desk. Unlike the supervisor, he showed no restraint at all, casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Wang Xiong looked at this son of his with extremely high talent, and the cold severity in his eyes faded slightly. He pointed at the photo on the light screen. Luo Xing was killed by a martial artist. It happened at 5th People S Hospital. The one who did it is called Chun Yi, 4th Realm Laying In. Wang Yifei picked up the briefing, scanned it twice, then tossed it back onto the desk with a sneer. Luo Xing, that piece of trash. He took the Family S resources and still couldn't beat some old martial path guy. If he died outside, he deserved it. He picked at his ear and spoke with disdain. Dad, does something this small really need your personal attention? Wang Xiong looked at him. I don't care whether he lived or died, but no one else gets to kill a dog raised by the Wang family. If this matter isn't handled properly, this year S recruitment plan for new blood will be affected. Got it. Wang Yifei stood up and straightened his collar. A 4th realm martial artist, right? Those idiots from the old martial path with muscles for brains really think reaching the 4th realm means they can overturn the heavens? Among those of the same realm, star cultivators crushing martial artists was an iron law publicly acknowledged for the past 100 years. Wang Yifei was only at the 3rd realm, but the star artifacts in his hands and the star arts he had mastered were enough that he did not put a 4th realm martial artist in his eyes at all. You can use the company S personnel as you please. My demand is simple. Bring back that Chin ES head and let the people outside see it. Whoever dares touch someone from the Wang family has to die. Not even a dog is an exception. Got it. So Nagi. Wang Yifei waved his hand impatiently and turned to leave. After leaving the office, he did not hurry downstairs. He stopped at the end of the corridor and made 2 calls first. The first call was to gather men. The second was to investigate Chun-Yi. He was arrogant by nature, but he was not sloppy when handling things. After following Wang Xiong for so many years, he had seen the Wang family's method for dealing with trouble far too many times. Who the target was, who stood behind him, and what forces he had recently been in contact with, all of it had to be investigated clearly before making a move. Maxiane. In less than 10 seconds, a gaunt old man stepped out from the corner of the corridor. He wore a gray cloth long robe, and his footsteps were so light that not the slightest sound could be heard. A 4th realm star cultivator, a guest elder the Wang family supported with a great sum of money. Young master. Ma Xianhao lowered his head slightly. Go pick a few people. Wang Yifei instructed as he walked, his tone extremely casual. I want Qi and blood martial artists at 4th realm great perfection. People with quick hands and feet. Meet in the underground parking garage in 3 minutes. The core combat power of a star cultivation family was naturally made up of star cultivators. But when it came to handling routine dirty work, Qi and blood martial artists were cheaper, more useful, and more suitable as expendables. Ma Xianhao nodded and turned to carry it out. In front of the private elevator, Wang Yifei had just walked up when the head of the intelligence department hurried over with a tablet in his arms. As one of Kunlun City's top powers, the Wang family's intelligence network was on a completely different level from some low-end cleanup department like Yufeng groups. In just a few minutes, Chun-Yi's movements had already been dug up completely. Young master, we've confirmed it all. Wang Yifei took the tablet and swept his eyes over the information on it. Yesterday, a conflict broke out at Luoshi Martial Arts Hall. Hall Master Luo Yonghu and 3 senior martial instructors were all badly injured by Chun-Yi. This morning, Luo Yonghu brought people to the 5th People's Hospital. Luo Xing went with them and later died in the intensive care unit area. There were also more than 20 corpses of Luoshi Martial Arts Hall disciples at the scene. Another report came from Yufeng Group. All 5 members of Wolf Class Team 18 had been wiped out. Dragon Class Team 1 had only been dispatched for a short while, and 4 of its members had also lost contact. Yufeng Group? That dog the Yang family keeps? Yes. The supervisor swallowed. Chun-Yi's parents were beaten into the ICU by Yufeng's people. He's taking revenge. Judging by this, he's planning to fight Yufeng to the death. Wang Yifei let out a laugh of contempt, his eyes full of disdain. He kept flipping through the report. Chun-Yi's younger sister had disappeared half a month ago. His parents had been severely beaten 5 days ago. Yufeng Group then sent people to keep watch on the hospital. Chun-Yi struck back and killed them. And that was how things escalated to this point today. With these threads laid together, it was no longer hard to judge. Chun-Yi had a grudge against Yufeng, and the order Yufeng received most likely came from the Yang family. The supervisor asked, should we give the Yang family a heads up first? No need. Whether Yufeng's people live or die has nothing to do with me. Luo Xing used Wang family resources. If I want to kill Chun-Yi, the Yang family has no right to interfere. He walked toward the elevator. Track his location. Don't let him get away. Rest assured, young master. We've already locked onto him. The supervisor replied at once. He got into a taxi with plate ending in 739 and is heading along the main road toward the central district. Judging by the route, his destination is Yufeng Group Headquarters Tower. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Wang Yifei stepped inside and turned to look at the supervisor. Get the car ready. We're leaving. Noon. Central District, Kunlun City, Yufeng Group Headquarters Tower. Traffic flowed endlessly along the street. The noon sun reflected off the glass curtain walls. so bright it was hard to keep one's eyes open. A taxi came to a screeching stop by the roadside. Chun-Yi pushed open the door and stepped out. The black casual outfit on his body was stained with dried blood, and in his right hand he carried the sheathed Zhanyuan saber. After getting out, he did not charge straight into the building. Instead, he stopped outside the main entrance below the dozen or so steps. Then he took out his phone. On the screen, the time was ticking forward. 11:59:50. Chun-Yi stared at the screen, watching it second by second. 2 security guards were standing at the building entrance, and they noticed him instantly. Blood on his clothes, a saber at his waist, standing motionless in front of the group's main entrance. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't seem like a good person. One of them, a tall guard, pulled out the rubber baton at his waist and strode down the steps. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Chun-Yi did not even lift his eyelids. His gaze remained fixed on the phone screen. 11:59:53. Seeing that Chun-Yi was completely ignoring him, the guard frowned and his tone turned hostile. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" He was also a body-tempering martial warrior and could tell that Chun-Yi had traces of Qi blood cultivation on him, but he could not judge Chun-Yi's exact realm. Still, this was Yufeng Group headquarters. Even a mere security guard here felt superior to others. On top of that, the other man's behavior was obviously strange, so his attitude was only natural. At the same time, the other guard picked up his walkie-talkie. "There's a suspicious person at the entrance. Notify the security department to come down and take a look." 11:59:56. Chun-Yi put away his phone and looked up at the main doors. The guard pressed closer. "What are you staring at? If you've got nothing to do, get the hell away from here. This isn't a place you can approach." The moment the time jumped to exactly noon, the familiar system prompt appeared before Chun-Yi. Daily reset, attributes doubled. Physique, 282.564. Comprehension, 320.640. The system panel unfolded before his eyes, and the values doubled. His physique broke past the 500 mark. His comprehension broke past the 600 mark. The instant his attributes changed, every bone and tendon in Chun-Yi's body trembled at once. An even greater power surged out from the depths of his body. His flesh, tendons, bones, internal organs, and blood were all rapidly adapting to the new physique. The blood core in his dantian spun at high speed. His previously stalled Qi blood realm finally loosened. In his mind, that terrifying comprehension of more than 600 erupted into action. The cultivation method of the Huntian divine art surfaced on its own, and the Qi blood circulation routes of the first 5 realms became incomparably clear, no longer holding the slightest trace of obscurity. At that moment, the guard reached out, wanted to shove Chun-Yi aside. He was blocking the building entrance, but the instant his hand touched Chun-Yi's shoulder, boom. It was like hitting a switch. Chun-Yi's realm rose in one uninterrupted surge. Mid-4th realm, wolf smoke. Late 4th realm, wolf smoke. 4th realm, great perfection. In a single instant, Chun-Yi's cultivation was pushed straight to the absolute limit of the 4th realm. At that moment, his Qi blood erupted without the slightest reservation. Boom! A thunderclap exploded out of nowhere. Crimson blood flames burst from Chun-Yi's body, dense and solid like lava. A visible shockwave swept outward from him in all directions. The tall guard had no time to react at all. He was blown straight off his feet by the violent blast and slammed heavily onto the dozen or so steps. The rubber bat in his hand had no idea where it flew off to. Right after that, a terrifyingly thick pillar of wolf smoke shot straight into the sky from above Chun-Yi's head. Yufeng Group Headquarters Tower, 10th floor, office of the Cleanup Department Minister. In front of the solid wood desk, Tan Xinghong was holding several summary reports on assassination missions in the outskirts. But at that moment, a sudden wave of force came from outside the window, like a Category 12 typhoon, shaking the glass so hard it rattled loudly. Tan Xinghong was shocked. He shot up from his leather chair and rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window in a few strides, looking down. At the entrance of the tower, a rolling column of wolf smoke rose into the sky, climbing dozens of meters into the air. Bathed in crimson bloodlight, it looked like the end of the world. Wolf smoke? Tan Xinghong's face turned green, his heart pounding wildly. Wolf smoke of this density was absolutely not something an ordinary realm could release. 4th realm great perfection? Tan Xinghong was furious and alarmed. Who could it be? Who dared release blood flames at the entrance of Yufeng Group headquarters? At the same time, top floor, chairman's office. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window was a woman over 40 years old. Her features were sharp and mean, her figure graceful, her short hair cut to her neck. She wore a perfectly tailored black business skirt suit, and an oppressive aura of authority radiated from her whole body. She was none other than the chairman of Yufeng Group, Sun Yuhui, a 4th realm wolf smoke, great perfection martial warrior. Her methods were overbearing, her actions decisive, and no one knew how many had died at her hands. And at this moment, the blood flame wolf smoke, rising from below, passed clearly across the distance of dozens of floors and entered her range of perception. Sun Yuhui frowned slightly, and a trace of anger surfaced on her face. 4th realm perfection? Here, to cause trouble? She let out a cold snort and looked down from above. She was angry, but she stayed where she was. She had no intention of going downstairs herself. Yufeng Group maintained 2 Dragon-class squads, 10 Tiger-class squads, and 50 Wolf-class squads. The cleanup department alone took away 1/5 of the group's massive resources every year. For this kind of troublemaking, the cleanup department would naturally handle it. And Tan Xinghong, as the head of the cleanup department, had late 4th realm cultivation. That was enough to deal with the vast majority of situations. At the entrance of the building, Chun-Yi was wrapped in crimson blood flame, and rolling waves of heat swept out in all directions. With such a huge commotion, Yufeng Group's martial artists were naturally alarmed. Body-tempering Wolf-class squads, 100-tempering Tiger-class squads, and a Dragon-class Fenghua squad. They all rushed out at once. In less than a moment, more than 100 Yufeng Group martial artists had gathered around, but all of them stopped over 20 meters away. Every one of them was filled with shock, their legs trembling. None of them dared move. The crimson wolf smoke in front of them rose dozens of meters high, and its pressure was terrifying to the extreme. The first realm body-tempering wolf-class fighters and the second realm 100-tempering tiger-class fighters could not even withstand the heat waves of chi and blood radiating from Chun-Yi's body in the face of 4th realm wolf smoke. Even 3rd realm perfection dragon-class experts were not on the same level as Chun-Yi at all. As a result, despite Yufeng Group having so many martial artists, Chun-Yi alone suppressed them all. No one dare move. At this moment, rapid footsteps sounded. Tan Xinghong came out of the building with several upper-level members of the cleanup department, his face dark. Large amounts of crimson blood chi also rose from his body. Blood flame rolled across his skin and condensed into a wolf smoke more than 10 meters high that shot into the air. Late 4th realm wolf smoke. But his wolf smoke was clearly weaker than Chun-Yi's. The gap was obvious. Who are you? Coming to Yufeng Group headquarters waving blades and weapons. What are you trying to do? Tan Xinghong shouted sternly, his face so gloomy it looked like water could drip from it. Chun-Yi stood in the middle of the rolling blood flame, his expression calm, and asked in return, "Don't you recognize me?" That single sentence made Tan Xinghong's heart pound in fear. He had seen Chun-Yi's files and photos. The moment he came out of the main doors, just now, he had already recognized Chun-Yi, but he simply did not dare believe his own eyes. According to the latest information, wasn't Chun-Yi only at 100 tempering? At most, he should only have reached 100 tempering perfection. Then why? Why was the person standing in front of him now a 4th realm martial artist at wolf smoke perfection? How is that possible? How could a normal 19-year-old college student possess strength even greater than his, the head of the cleanup department? Absurd. This was simply absurd. Tan Xinghong was inwardly horrified, like stormy waves crashing in his heart, unable to calm down for a long time. After a while, he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed his shock, and asked, "Where's Tao Xianen? I sent them to find you. Where are they? Where did they go?" Tao Xianen was at Fenghua Perfection, and the 3 team members he brought were all at Late Fenghua. They were the cleanup department's strongest A squad. Now the target was standing alive at the group's main entrance, yet Tao Xianen had not even sent back a report. The outcome spoke for itself. Expressionless. Chun-Yi said flatly, "They're waiting for you in hell." Before the words had even fully fallen, Chun-Yi had already moved. Dragging a straight blood-red line behind him together with the dozens of meters high crimson wolf smoke, he charged straight at Tan Xinghong's face. It was the most basic chi and blood boxing technique. But this punch carried all the power of 4th realm perfection. Before the fist even arrived, the violent air current had already shattered the glass doors behind Tan Xinghong. Fast. Strong. That was Tan Xinghong's first impression. His heart pounded wildly as he pushed his chi and blood to the limit. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, trying to take the blow head on and buy time for his subordinates behind him to surround Chun-Yi. But unfortunately, the fist smashed into his crossed arms. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking rang through the scene. A horrifying force like mountains collapsing and seas overturning crashed into his chest. The strength he had always been proud of was fragile to the point of utter helplessness. The bones in both arms snapped into several pieces, and his sternum caved inward. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His feet left the ground, and he was blasted backward into the building lobby's load-bearing wall. Tan Xinghong, head of Yufeng Group's cleanup department. Chi and blood martial path, late 4th realm. Yet he could not even withstand a single move from Chun-Yi and was directly heavily injured. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were terrified beyond measure. Chun-Yi ignored all of them. He stepped twice in succession, his body following like a shadow. The instant Tan Xinghong had just smashed into the wall. The second punch had already arrived. This punch was aimed at Tan Xinghong's head. The violent crimson blood flame was compressed to a high degree around the edge of the fist, carrying a destructive force that seemed capable of crushing everything as it came crashing down. "Stop!" At that moment, a furious shout, angry to the extreme, came from overhead. Bang! The glass on the top floor shattered, and a black figure stepped through the air and dropped down, lunging straight toward the front of the lobby. But it was too late. Chun-Yi's second punch came down without the slightest obstruction. Boom! Blood and shattered bones splattered everywhere. Tan Xinghong did not even have time to let out a scream. Amid despair and terror, his head was blown apart on the spot, and he died instantly. Boom! The floor tiles beneath Sun Yuhui's feet collapsed, and broken stones shot to both sides. She might have been a woman, but the blood flame surging from her entire body was thick and violent. It was not much different from the blood flame on Chunyi's body. It too had reached the level of fourth realm wolf smoke perfection. She glanced at Tan Xinghong's corpse, then raised her head and stared fixedly at Chunyi. Shocked and furious at once, her whole face was ashen. "You're Chunyi?" The tone she used when saying this was extremely strange, filled with disbelief and shock. A few days ago, word had come down from the Yang family. It said 2 ordinary people needed to be dealt with. She had pulled up the files and looked through them. Chun Zhangwo, Lin Xiulan, and their son Chun Yi, who studied at Kunlun University. A family of 3 generations. All of them had been the most ordinary people at the very bottom. Not one of them had even crossed the threshold of a martial arts gym. With no background and no threat whatsoever, she did not even have the interest to look at them twice. She had directly thrown the matter to the cleanup department. But who could have imagined that in just a few short days, Chen Yi would be standing at Yufeng Group headquarters, with that terrifying wolf smoke rolling above his head and staining the surroundings blood red. 19 years old, 4th realm wolf smoke perfection. Sun Yuhui's heart pounded wildly in her chest, and an inexplicable chill shot from the soles of her feet straight to the back of her head. Everyone knew this. The qi and blood martial path was difficult to cultivate, extremely slow to enter. One had to temper flesh and skin, refine sinews and bones, and condense a blood dam. Every step required years of bitter cultivation and a mountain of resources. She, Sun Yuhui, had started training at 16, with the Yang family throwing money behind her. And after crawling through countless life and death battles, she had only barely stepped into 4th realm perfection at the age of 38. But this Chun Yi before her had lived only 19 years at most. Even if he had started cultivating from the womb, it would still have been hard for him to reach 4th realm perfection at 19. With talent this horrifying, forget the current decline of the martial path. Even if he had been placed 100 years ago at the peak of martial arts, it would have been enough to make those super sects fight over him like mad. So, they were wrong. The intelligence was completely wrong. Or rather, this brat had fooled everyone. He had started cultivating martial arts long ago, and his talent was extremely high. Thoughts raced through her mind. But Sun Yuhui quickly forced down the shock in her heart. There was no point thinking about that now. The gates of Yufeng Group had been smashed, and cleanup department Minister Tan Xinghong had been blown apart in public. If this matter wasn't handled properly, her position as chairman would be finished. Even the Yang family would think she was a useless waste who ruined more than she accomplished. Sun Yuhui stepped half a pace forward. The stone beneath her foot shattered into pieces. The qi and blood of 4th realm perfection spread out without reservation, trying to stand against Chun Yi's pressure on equal footing. She did not attack immediately. Instead, she said with a cold face, "You killed people from my Yufeng group. What exactly are you trying to do? Do you know that Jiuzhou strictly forbids martial artists from slaughtering innocents in the city? You're blocking the entrance of Yufeng group and killing people here. That's openly trampling on the law. Aren't you afraid that the Jinwu Bureau will issue a warrant and leave you with no place to stand in all of Tianqing province?" She was trying to use the rules, use the official authorities to suppress this young man. In her view, no matter how strong a 19-year-old student might be, his foundation and experience had to be limited. As long as she brought out Jiuzhou's iron laws and the name of the Jinwu Bureau, he would most likely become wary. If Chun Yi showed even the slightest fear, she would instantly seize the initiative. But, after hearing her words, Chun Yi's expression did not change in the slightest. His icy gaze swept across Sun Yuhui's face. That face perfectly overlapped with the photo in the information Grand Elder Zhao Xianjing had sent him. "When your people came at me with knives, what they talked about was strength. Now that I've come back to kill, you want to talk to me about the law?" Sun Yuhui's face turned ashen, and she barked sternly. Even if they were in the wrong, the Jinwu Bureau should be the one to judge them. But if you dare commit murder at Yufeng headquarters, then you're scorning Jiuzhou's iron laws. Chun Yi looked at Sun Yuhui, and the impatience in his eyes instantly erupted. Noisy. He couldn't be bothered to argue with her about Jiuzhou's laws. He had even less interest in listening to her yap here. His parents were still lying in the ICU, relying on ventilators to stay alive. His younger sister was missing. There wasn't even half a word worth saying to the mastermind behind all this. He just needed to act. The next moment, Chun Yi's right hand closed around the hilt at his waist. Zhang Yuan left its sheath. Crimson blood flame instantly spread from the hilt across the entire blade. Wrapped in that blood-red glow, the sharp edge gave off a low hum. Seeing that Chun Yi would not fall for that act, Sun Yuhui's face darkened completely. "I gave you face, and you refused it. Do you really think that just because we're both at 4th realm perfection, I'd be afraid of you?" With a flick of her wrist, she drew a short blade from behind her waist. The moment the blade left its sheath, a deep blue glow flowed along its edge, and the sharp aura directly split apart the surrounding blood qi. This was a high-grade star weapon. 100 years ago, the starry sky underwent a mutation, and starlight descended upon Blue Star. Not only did it awaken humanity's talent for star refining, it also caused certain minerals on Blue Star to mutate. Weapons forged from those mutated ores were known as star weapons. Star weapons were divided into 5 grades: low grade, high grade, top grade, super grade, and divine grade. These things had originally been tailor-made for star refiners. Only by pouring star power into them could one activate their internal special attributes and unleash their maximum power. But martial artists could also use chi and blood with them. While they couldn't fully activate a star weapon's core power, they could still channel through it smoothly. More importantly, even without activating their attributes, the hardness and sharpness of star weapons far surpassed the repeatedly tempered cold weapons of the old era. In this age, any martial artist with even a bit of backing would try every possible way to get a star weapon for self-defense. The high-grade star weapon short blade in Sun Yue's hand was the reward she had received back then after accomplishing a major task for the Yang family. But when her gaze fell on Zhang Yuan in Chun Yi's hand, her pupils suddenly contracted. The material fluctuations coming off Chun Yi's long saber were far stronger than the high-grade short blade in her hand. The blade material was perfectly integrated as one, and chi and blood flowed through it without the slightest obstruction. That faintly leaking sharpness was enough to make her cheeks sting even from several meters away. A top-grade star weapon, or maybe even a super-grade star weapon, or had a poor student with no background gotten a divine weapon of this level? Before Sun Yue could figure out, Chun Yi had already moved. Boom! The stone slabs beneath his feet exploded, and Chun Yi's figure vanished from where he stood. Treading Void Step. Chun Yi was unbelievably fast. When he used Treading Void Step, all he left behind was a piercing sonic boom. The next moment, he crossed several meters and appeared directly in front of Sun Yue. Sun Yue only felt her vision blur, and a violent gale was already slamming into her face. Zulfust. She was horrified. Instinctively, she raised the short blade in her hand and poured every bit of chi and blood in her body into it, trying to block the saber that was chopping down at her head. Since they were both at 4th realm perfection, she was confident that even if she was at a slight disadvantage in weapon quality, she could still forcefully withstand this strike. Clang! The blades collided. A deafening metallic blast exploded out, and a violent shockwave swept outward from the two of them, flipping the onlookers not far away onto their backs. And at the moment of contact, Sun Yue's expression changed completely. A terrifying force, one that no 4th realm martial artist should possibly possess, crashed onto her short blade like a collapsing mountain and overturning sea. Chun Yi's realm was indeed 4th realm perfection, but his panel data had long since surpassed common sense. His doubled physique gave him strength and bodily toughness enough to rival a 5th realm blood pillar martial artist. That's right. The two of them were indeed in the same realm. But in physique, cultivation method, and weapon, Chun Yi crushed her across the board. Crack! In an instant, the high-grade star weapon short blade that Sun Yue took such pride in lasted only half a second under Zhang Yuan's savage chop. Then, with a crack, a gap burst open directly along its edge. Immediately after, Chun Yi's chi and blood boiled and erupted with a roar. Boom! Sun Yue's arms went numb, and the web between her thumb and forefinger split open instantly. She could no longer hold the short blade at all. It flew from her hand and stabbed diagonally into a load-bearing wall in the distance. Her guard was wide open. Extreme terror appeared in Sun Yue's eyes as she desperately tried to retreat. But Chun Yi's saber was far faster than she was. The sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh and bone was incomparably clear. Sun Yue's right arm was severed cleanly from the shoulder. An arm with its hand still clenched into a fist flew high into the air, while warm blood sprayed wildly from the stump and splashed all over the ground. Oh! Her shrill scream rang throughout the scene. Clutching her severed arm, Sun Yue's features twisted in agony, and cold sweat drenched her entire body in an instant. She was the chairman of Yufeng Group, someone who had commanded wind and rain in Kunlun City for so many years. When had she ever suffered the pain of losing a limb like this? Like a madwoman, she frantically drove the remaining chi and blood in her body, trying to pull away and escape with her life. But Chun Yi's expression was icy, giving her no chance to catch her breath. With a slide of his foot, he stuck to her like a shadow. Zhang Yuan turned in his hand, and the blade swept out horizontally along the ground. Shwa! A blood-red saber light swept across Sun Yue's lower body. Her 4th realm perfection physique was meaningless before Zhang Yuan. With no resistance at all, both her legs were severed. With both calves severed from her body, Sun Yue lost all support and slammed heavily into the pool of blood. My legs! My legs! Her legs were crippled, and her right arm had been cut off. In just 2 moves, a lofty peak 4th realm expert had been reduced to a human stick. She could only lie on the ground and scream in agony. That scene made everyone watching from afar shudder in terror. You! How can you be this strong? Impossible, that's impossible. We're both at peak 4th realm, so why? Why are you stronger than me? Sun Yue raised her head in horror. Her face was covered in blood as she stared at Chun Yi, her eyes filled with crazed disbelief. she roared, her voice carrying the despair of a shattered worldview. Chun-Yi did not answer her question. Expressionless, he stepped forward, sheathed the Zhan Yuan saber, and grabbed Sun Yuhui by her short hair. His 5 fingers tightened. A tearing pain exploded across Sun Yuhui's scalp, and Chun-Yi forcibly lifted her into the air. Boom! Chun-Yi suddenly exerted force with his feet, and the floor tiles collapsed over a large area, carrying Sun Yuhui, who only had one left arm remaining. He erupted with chi and blood and shot upward from the ground. He did not take the stairs, nor did he use the elevator. Instead, he stepped on the one-way reflective glass along the outer wall of the skyscraper. Like a humanoid beast, he crossed more than a dozen meters with every step and charged toward the 30th floor top level. The glass curtain wall shattered one section after another under his feet, scattering down toward the ground. In only a few seconds, Chun-Yi leaped through that enormous hole with Sun Yuhui in tow and returned to the chairman's office. At that moment, the entrance of the building had fallen into dead silence. In the distance, the many martial artists of Yufeng Group all wore panicked expressions, their faces full of fear. No one dare move. No one dare make a sound. Whether Wolf-class teams, Tiger-class teams, or Dragon-class teams, they were all like ants. They could only stare blankly at the long string of shattered glass craters on the building's outer wall and listen to the faint screams coming from the top floor, their hearts and courage breaking apart. Tan Xinghong, the head of the cleanup department and a late Fourth Realm expert, had been blown apart with one punch. Sun Yuhui, the chairman and a peak Fourth Realm expert, had 3 limbs cut off. The whole process had taken less than 2 minutes. That was a peak Fourth Realm expert, among many forces, that already counted as top-tier combat strength. But in front of Chun-Yi, she did not even have the right to fight back. Thud! A captain from a Dragon-class team had his legs go weak and dropped to his knees, his voice trembling. It's over. Yufeng Group is finished. No one refuted him. Even the chairman had been crippled like a dog. What did they amount to? Some of the smarter ones even began backing away slowly, putting more and more distance between themselves and the building. Chairman's office. With a casual flick, Chun-Yi threw Sun Yuhui onto the floor like a torn sack. Blood quickly soaked through the carpet. Chun-Yi walked over and stepped on Sun Yuhui's chest. The immense force made her breastbone creak loudly under the pressure. He looked down at the dying woman before him, with not the slightest trace of pity in his eyes. In a calm voice, he asked, "Where did Yang family ancestor Yang Wanda take my sister?" Blood foam kept bubbling out of Sun Yuhui's mouth, and the pain from her severed limbs made her whole body convulse. She looked at that cold face above her, and the last line of defense in her heart completely collapsed. "I don't know," she gasped, her voice hoarse. "The message passed down from the Yang family only told me to clean up your entire family. Tie up the loose ends neatly." Chun-Yi increased the force under his foot by another measure. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the office. Sun Yuhui let out a miserable scream, her face covered in cold sweat. "I really don't know. I'm just a dog raised by the Yang family, doing their dirty work for them. How could a 6th realm ancestor like Yang Wanda possibly tell an outer pawn like me where he took your sister?" She shook her head frantically, tears mixed with blood running down her face. Chun-Yi looked at her, his expression utterly unmoved. A dog was still just a dog. When given a mission, she did not dare ask questions. She only carried it out, so there was no way to get anything core out of her. In that case, there was no point keeping her alive. Chun-Yi suddenly pressed down harder with his foot. Bang! Sun Yuhui's chest cavity completely caved in, and her heart was crushed under his foot. Her scream stopped abruptly. Her eyes bulged outward, her face full of unwillingness. Then she went completely silent. Chun-Yi withdrew his foot. He did not remain in the office any longer and turned toward the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. A violent wind poured in through the hole, making his clothes snap loudly. Chun-Yi leaped down, stepping off the protrusions along the outer wall of the building. After a few bounds, he vanished without a trace. More than 10 minutes later, piercing sirens tore through the streets of the central district. More than a dozen patrol cars screeched to a halt outside the Yufeng Group building. Large numbers of fully armed patrol officers rushed out and set up a cordon. The patrol chief led people inside with riot shields raised. But the moment they saw the scene on the ground, their steps froze in place. A giant crater smashed out by a body falling from 100-meter height. A human-shaped hole in a load-bearing wall. "Chief," a young patrol officer swallowed hard, his legs trembling. The patrol chief's face turned pale. He glanced at the martial artists inside the building, all huddled in corners and not even daring to breathe loudly, then decisively waved his hand. "Seal off the scene. Everyone fall back beyond the cordon." In less than 3 minutes, the people from the patrol station had retreated completely. Not a single one of them dared take another step into the building. They all withdrew. Half an hour later, several black armored off-road vehicles stopped outside the cordon. The people from the Jinwu division had arrived. The man leading them looked middle-aged, with a square face and an imposing expression. He wore a dark uniform, had a sturdy build, and walked with steady steps. Liu Yunmu, deputy director of the Kunlun City Jinwu division, a 6th realm powerhouse of the Qi and Blood Martial Path. Behind him followed a 5-man squad. Every member was a fifth realm chi and blood martial artist. It was a level 5 Jinwu team. The atmosphere at the scene was heavy, and no one spoke. Stepping over the broken glass scattered across the ground, Lu Yunmu entered Yufeng Group. He first glanced at the headless, mutilated corpse by the wall, then looked up at the whole 30 floors above and walked through the scene from start to finish. When he came back out of the building, Du Daong, a member of the level 5 Jinwu team, quickly stepped forward and handed him a brief report that had just been compiled. There was no fluff in it. The information was extremely detailed. Director Liu, WVE, confirmed it. Du Daong's tone was somewhat dry. The deceased are Tan Xinghong, head of Yufeng Group's cleanup department, and Chairman Sun Yuhui. He flipped to the next page. The surveillance footage and witness statements from people inside the building all prove that the killer was Chun Yi. WVE also figured out the cause of the incident. A few days ago, Chun Yi's parents. This should be revenge. Lu Yimu took the report and scanned a few bloody, mangled crime scene photos, as well as the surveillance screenshot showing the pillar of chi and blood rising from above Chun Yi's head like wolf smoke soaring into the sky. His expression turned ugly, but he said nothing more. He handed the report back to Du Daong, turned around, got into the vehicle, and left directly. Central District, Jinwu Division Headquarters, top floor conference hall. As soon as Lu Yunmu returned, he immediately convened a high-level meeting. Seated on both sides of the long conference table were the absolute core members of the Kunlun Jinwu Division. The atmosphere was sharply divided. On the left side, Lu Yunmu and Chan Hongjun, the two deputy directors of martial arts, responsible for cases involving martial artists and the deployment of Jinwu teams. On the right side, Yang Yan, Wang Mu, and Xiao Lanxin, two women and one man, belonged under Deputy Director Lianqing, mainly responsible for cases involving star refiners and the deployment of Jixing teams. And at the head seat, the one in the main seat was the director of the Jinwu Division, Xiong Wanchen. His aura was the same as Yang Yan and the other two on the right side. On the surface, he looked no different from an ordinary person. But if one observed carefully, one would notice faint starlight of different colors flowing deep within their pupils. That was the unique mark of star refiners. The pressure coming off them was deeper and more mysterious than that of chi blood martial artists. And in their words, actions, expressions, and bearing, there was an unmistakable arrogance from standing high above all others. That was the absolute confidence forged over 100 years of the star refining system, crushing all chi blood martial arts. Bah! The large screen in the conference hall lit up. On it was the surveillance footage from the entrance of Yufeng Group's headquarters. Lu Yunmu folded his hands on the table and swept his gaze across the senior star refiners seated opposite him, the ones with starlight glimmering in their eyes. His voice was calm but firm. Today, there's only one matter to discuss. He pointed at the young face on the screen. The culprit in the Yufeng Group annihilation case, Chen Yi, 19 years old, chi blood martial arts, 4th realm, wolf smoke perfection. As Lu Yunmu spoke, the edited surveillance footage began to play on the screen. In the footage, Chun Yi's entire body was wreathed in bloody flames, crimson wolf smoke rising above his head. Facing more than 100 fully armed martial artists, he did not even draw his blade. With a single punch, he beat Tan Xinghong, a late 4th realm martial artist, to death. Then the screen shifted. Sun Yuhui, also at 4th realm perfection, descended from the sky, only to have 3 of her limbs severed the instant Chun Yi drew his blade. At the end, Chun Yi grabbed Sun Yuhui by the hair, stepped on the glass exterior wall of the building, and leaped up the high rise. In just 2 minutes of surveillance footage, the savage violence of chi blood martial arts was displayed to the fullest. A faint silence fell over the conference room. What a 4th realm wolf smoke perfection. A cold female voice from the seats on the right broke the silence. The one who spoke was Xiao Lanxin. She was an extremely young woman with striking looks. She wore a silver-gray long coat, with tiny points of starlight flowing across its surface. As one of the core experts of the Xiao family, one of Kunlun City's top forces, she had reached the 6th realm of star refiner at a very young age. After speaking, Xiao Lanxin picked up the file in front of her and glanced at it twice. Then she said coldly, in less than half a day, he first killed 5 members of our Jinwu team at the foot of Mount Hunyuan Gate. After entering the city, he carried out a bloody massacre at 5th People's Hospital. In the end, he blocked the entrance to Yufeng Group headquarters and slaughtered people in public. She suddenly slapped the table, producing a sharp crack. How many years has it been since Kunlun City had a case this vicious? She looked toward the main seat, her tone sharp. He provoked the Jinwu Division, ignored the laws of Jiuzhou Nation, and treated the urban district like his own personal slaughterhouse. A madman this audacious must be dealt with severely and swiftly. In the main seat, Xiong Wansheng tapped the tabletop twice with his finger. The starlight deep in his eyes flickered faintly. Xiao Lanxin is right. If word of this gets out, the impact will be far too terrible. His tone was flat, but his words settled the matter at once. Since the culprit is a chi blood martial artist, Vice Director Liu will handle this matter. Close the case as soon as possible and calm the situation. Lu Yunmu straightened in his seat and was just about to accept the assignment. Wait. Another voice abruptly cut in from the seats on the right. It was Wang Mu. He was a young man in his early 30s, tall and lean. wearing a white suit with the collar open, giving off the careless air of scion from a great family. As one of the experts of the Wong family, one of Kunlun City's top forces, he possessed late 6th realm star refiner cultivation. In strength, he was second only to director Xiong Wansheng. Wang Mu leaned forward. He did not look at Lu Yunmu. Instead, he stared fixedly at Chun E's frozen image on the screen. If this case is handled as just an ordinary martial artist incident, I'm afraid that would be inappropriate. Wang Mu pulled out a brief report from the folder at his side and tossed it onto the table. I've read Chun E's file. For 3 generations. His family has been ordinary people at the very bottom. There is no record whatsoever of Qi blood martial arts cultivation, and he has no backing from any force. He studied at Kunlun University for 2 years, and his physical test scores were utterly average. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the room, his voice suddenly rising. Everyone, a poor 19-year-old student suddenly erupting with 4th realm perfection strength. What kind of concept is that? No one in the conference room answered, but everyone's eyes changed. Everyone present was an old hand. Naturally, they knew how difficult Qi blood martial arts were to cultivate. Where did this cultivation of his come from? Wang Mu fired off question after question. Who taught him? What cultivation system is he practicing? And what force is really standing behind him? Wang Mu reached out and tapped the tabletop. A normal family could never raise a monster like this. Then his tone shifted, turning grave. Don't forget the current situation. Right now, the relationship between Zhezhou Nation and Hongyuan Nation is in a state of extreme tension. At the border, clashes have been breaking out constantly over the past 2 days, and Hongyuan Nation's army has been mobilizing again and again. If things go badly, war could break out. He let out a cold laugh and pointed at the screen. At a critical moment like this, a 4th realm perfection suddenly appears in Kunlun City with no traceable background. He openly provokes an official institution, slaughters innocents indiscriminately, and creates social panic. For all we know, this kid could be a traitor secretly groomed by Hongyuan Nation, planted behind our lines to cause destruction and throw our side into chaos. The moment those words came out, the conference room fell completely silent. The people present exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. What had originally been just an ordinary case of a martial artist seeking revenge, at most, made to sound more serious, to set an example and intimidate petty troublemakers, had now, with just a few words from Wang Mu, been elevated directly to the level of treason and espionage. That was no small matter. If it were confirmed, then it would become a capital crime requiring every available force to erase him. Lu Yunmu sat across from them, his brows deeply furrowed, but inwardly he sneered. Bullshit. The moment he took over the case, he had immediately looked into the files. Why had Chun E killed people? Because Yufeng Group had first sent people to beat Chun E's parents into the intensive care unit, and had then prepared to send people to the hospital to silence them for good. Chun E had been driven into a dead end, and so he had gone straight to their door for revenge. The cause of the whole matter was crystal clear. It was a disaster brought about by the dirty deeds of Yufeng Group. But from the start of the meeting until now, not a single person in the entire conference room had mentioned the words Chun E's parents. Everyone was tacitly playing dumb. They did not care how many innocent people Yufeng Group had killed. They only cared that Chun E had broken the rules, and how to kill this disobedient variable in a way that looked perfectly justified. In the main seat, Xiong Wansheng's gaze sharpened, and he sat up straight. Wang Mu makes a good point. In extraordinary times, it is better to kill by mistake than to let down our guard. He looked at Lu Yunmu and directly issued a death order. Vice Director Lu, the nature of this case has changed. Once you catch him, investigate thoroughly. I don't care who is behind him. You must dig up everything about him, all the way to the bottom. Lu Yunmu could only nod. Understood. Just then, from the seats on the right, Yang Yin, who had been quietly drinking tea the whole time, set down her teacup. She was a woman around 40 years old. She wore a sharp black business suit, and her hair was pinned neatly behind her head without a single strand out of place. As one of the core experts of the Yang family, one of Kunlun City's top forces, she also possessed the terrifying cultivation of a late 6th realm star refiner. Yufeng Group is the Yang family's white glove. Sun Yuhui is one of the Yang family's people. Today, Chun E slaughtered his way through Yufeng, which was no different from throwing the Yang family's pride to the ground and stomping on it. But everyone present had a tacit understanding. No one brought that up. Yang Yin raised her eyelids and spoke calmly. This matter, after all, involves some of our Yang family's peripheral industries. Since Yufeng Group has been wiped out, the Yang family naturally can't just stand by and do nothing. She made it sound very nice, completely in the tone of handling public business. Deputy Director Lu, the level 5 Jinwu team under your command may all be 5th realm Qi blood martial artists, but for this Chun to kill Sun Yuhui so easily, he should have some skill. Yang Yin tapped her fingers on the table, her tone brooking no refusal. To be safe, I'll send someone from my side to assist. Level 5, Zhixing team member. Oi, a late 5th realm star refiner. With her helping your people, the arrest operation will be much more secure. If he really is a traitor cultivated by the Red Moon Nation, then nothing will go wrong. Lu Yunmu fell silent for a moment. Yang Yin sending Su Yi along was cooperation in name, but in reality, she probably had other plans. To silence him? Was the Chun Yi incident not as simple as it looked? Was there something deeper behind it? Or did she simply not want Chun Yi to stay alive? Of course. No matter what, he couldn't refuse this. Thank you for your concern, Deputy Director Yang. Under the huge label of guarding against traitors, any refusal would only make him seem suspicious. Xiong Wansheng stood up and settled it with one word. Then it's decided. The level 5 Jinwu team will take the lead, with Su Yi of the Zhixing team assisting. Move out immediately. After the meeting ended, Lu Yunmu returned to his office. He pulled open a drawer, took out a pack of cigarettes, drew one out and bit it between his lips, lit it, and let the bluish-gray smoke spread out, half veiling his face. Less than 2 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Come in. The door was pushed open, and Tang Bin walked in. He looked to be around 30, with a neat buzz cut. He wore the black uniform of the level 5 Jinwu team, his back straight as a spear. A martial artist at the peak of 5th realm Qi blood. His footsteps landed on the carpet steady and powerful. Director Lu, you were looking for me. Tang Bin stopped in front of the desk. Lu Yunmu stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray and looked up at him. The higher-ups just held a meeting. Your first squad is taking over the Yufeng group case. Tang Bin answered and did not ask further. The third-level team had been wiped out, so naturally the case had to be escalated upward. The level 5 first squad he led was made up entirely of 5th realm members. Handling a martial artist at the peak of the 4th realm should be almost guaranteed. Lu Yunmu picked up the file on the desk and tossed it over directly. The target is Chun Yi, 19 years old, peak 4th realm Lang Yin. Tang Bin caught it and opened it. His gaze lingered on the age and realm for 2 extra seconds. Then he closed the file, his tone steady. Don't worry, Director. I'll take my men and bring him back. It's not that simple. Lu Yunmu leaned back in his chair and tapped the desk with his fingers. The meeting has already set the tone. Chun Yi is suspected of being a traitor cultivated by the Red Moon Nation. For the arrest operation, the Bureau will provide all resources and intelligence support. If you need men, you'll have men. If you need equipment, you'll have equipment. Hearing the words Red Moon Nation and traitor, Tang Bin frowned. That hat was far too big. They were clearly trying to crush Chun Yi to death with it. There's more. Lu Yunmu paused and looked straight into Tang Bin's eyes. Deputy Director Yang Yin has spoken. She is sending Su Yi from the level 5 Zhixing team to assist your first squad in the operation. Tang Bin's face darkened on the spot. The Zhixing team was made up entirely of star refiners. Su Yi was at late 5th realm, and under normal circumstances, they never dealt with the Jinwu team at all. Assist? Tang Bin let out a cold laugh. This is because they're afraid we'll bring him in alive, so they're sending someone to silence him. Aren't they? It was an open secret within the Jinwu Bureau that Yufeng Group was backed by the Yang family. Chun Yi had destroyed Yufeng Group, and the Yang family had lost face. Wanting to kill him directly was only natural. This was decided by the higher-ups. There's no pushing it back. Your mission is to bring Chun Yi back alive. Lu Yunmu stressed his words. There is something very strange about him. A 19-year-old at peak 4th realm definitely has something behind him. And the truth of the case, why did he wipe out Yufeng Group? Was it simple revenge? Or was there another hidden reason? All of that needs to be investigated clearly. If Su Yi kills him, every clue will be cut off. Tang Bin understood the weight of those words. Qi blood martial arts had been suppressed by star refiners for many years. Inside the Jinwu Bureau, factions had long since formed, each struggling against the others. Yang Yin wanted to silence him. Lu Yunmu refused to let her have her way. He wanted the full truth, to see what was really going on. Understood. Tang Bin straightened up and gave a standard salute. I guarantee I'll complete the mission and bring him back to the Jinwu Bureau. Lu Yunmu nodded and waved him out. Tang Bin turned and walked out of the office. Outside the door, Du Daong was leaning against the wall waiting. A late 5th realm martial artist, broad and powerfully built. He was idly playing with a standard-issue short blade in his hand. Captain, what do they say? Du Daong put away the short blade and stepped forward to ask. They assigned someone to go with us. Tang Bin strode forward. Who? Su Yi from Zhixing First Squad. Du Daong's steps paused, and he frowned. Oi, what is she tagging along for? They say it's to assist us, just in case. Bullshit. He is just a peak 4th realm martial artist. Are we seriously not enough to handle him? We need a star refiner to interfere? Su Yi is under Deputy Director Yang's command, and Deputy Director Yang is a powerhouse from the Yang family. Yufeng Group also relies on the Yang family, so there may be something here we don't know. Tang Bin said calmly, but no matter what, we're leading the arrest. If she wants to try anything, she'll have to get past me first. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, from the other end of the corridor, a young woman walked over in high heels. She was strikingly pretty, her expression cold and aloof. She wore a silver-white uniform. She was none other than Su Yi, a late 5th realm star refiner, a member of the Jinwu Bureau's Zhixing team, First Squad. She stopped in front of Tang Bin, her expression proud, her tone indifferent. Captain Tang, I only care about results in this operation. If your Jinwu team proves incompetent, I'll personally take action. Tang Bin looked at her, his voice steady. The Jinwu team has its own procedures. As long as you don't get in the way, that'll be enough. After saying that, he turned and left. Seeing this, Su Yi narrowed her eyes slightly, and a faint golden starlight spread across her body. The next moment, she gave a cold snort and followed after him. Kunlun City, Hayun District, an old, run-down residential complex. The corridor was piled with junk, and large patches of paint had peeled off the walls. Chun Yi pushed open a rusty security door and walked into a rental room of less than 20 square meters. The inside was extremely shabby. A single bed, a wooden table with peeling paint. There was tea, even a private bathroom. The air carried the musty smell of a place that never saw sunlight year-round. He set the Zhan Yuan saber on the wooden table and walked over to sit on the bed. Today, he had gone on a killing spree at Yufeng Group headquarters. It had indeed felt satisfying, but he had also truly stirred up a hornet's nest. As for the trouble he already knew was coming, there was the Jinwu Bureau and the star-refining Yang family. Both were colossal forces in Kunlun City, the kind that could cover the sky with one hand. The Jinwu Bureau represented the official machine of violence. Any random level 5 team they pulled out would be made up of 5th realm powerhouses. Martial Dao and Star Refinement both. The Yang family's foundation was even deeper. Their old ancestor, Yang Wanda, was a genuine 6th realm star refining martial artist. With Chun Yi's current strength at the perfected 4th realm, Wolf Smoke, dealing with trash like Sun Yuhui, was more than enough. But if he had to face those two behemoths head-on, that was pushing it. Calling it suicide wouldn't be an exaggeration. Thankfully, the Great Elder, Zhao Xianjing, had already arranged everything for his parents and sent them into the underground critical care ward of Mingda Martial Hospital. That was Huntian Gate's territory. No matter how long the Yang family's reach was, they couldn't extend their hand in there. So Chun Yi no longer had any worries holding him back. The only thing left now was to find his younger sister, Chun Yi-shi. He let out a sigh, leaning against the cold wall. Chun Yi exhaled softly. Still not strong enough. I need to keep getting stronger. He straightened up and took out his phone. Body tempering art. The super technique Shui Tianhu had personally handed to him on the 5th floor of the scripture repository. It had originally been a paper booklet, but later, for convenience, he had recorded it into his phone, making it an electronic version. The contents were exactly the same. This technique didn't raise 1's realm. It purely enhanced the physique, complementing Huntian divine art perfectly. Chun Yi opened the image. His comprehension was fully unleashed. The words and diagrams on the screen, including those complicated routes of qi and blood circulation, automatically broke apart and reorganized themselves in his mind. What an ordinary person would need years, even more than a decade, to slowly figure out, he completely grasped in less than half a minute. Pachin, he set down his phone. Then he closed his eyes. Inside his dantian, that blood core spun madly. The qi and blood of perfected 4th realm wolf smoke surged violently through the new routes of the body tempering art, crashing into every limb and bone in his body. Previously, cultivating Huntian divine art had been for rebuilding his foundation and raising his realm. But this body tempering art was pure destruction and reconstruction. Extreme pain drowned out his nerves. Chun Yi clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. The sweat on his forehead had only just appeared before the high temperature on his body instantly turned it into white vapor. The temperature inside the rental room shot upward in a straight line, and the beads of moisture on the walls quickly dried up. Each time his qi and blood completed one major circulation within his body, his muscle fibers would be torn apart once, then rapidly repaired by the fresh qi and blood pouring out from the blood core. And with every repair, the density of his muscles increased by multiples. From deep inside his bones came a dense string of crackling explosions. His joints rose inch by inch, while his skeleton, already compacted to the limit, was compressed and strengthened once more. Second by second, time passed. A transformation visible to the naked eye was taking place in Chun Yi's body. 2 hours later, Chun Yi opened his eyes. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that condensed into a white stream and directly blasted a shallow dent into the wall opposite him. The system panel flashed before his eyes. His constitution had increased by another 200 points. Chun Yi stood up and rolled his neck. A series of cracking sounds came from his joints. His height had forcibly risen to 1 meter 85, but his build wasn't bulky at all. Instead, it had become even leaner and longer. Every muscle fit tightly against his bones, the lines smooth, containing terrifying explosive power. The qi and blood inside him was so hot it made people uncomfortable. Even though Chun Yi was suppressing the blood core, the heat radiating from his body still made it hard for ordinary people to come within 3 qi of him. Lowering his head, he looked at his hands. His strength was sufficient. His tendons and bones were also tougher. His combat power had increased by at least 20%. But the improvement wasn't over yet. Spiritual visualization art. When Shui Tianhu had handed him the booklet, he had repeatedly mentioned this matter. In the first 4 realms of the qi and blood martial path, one only tempered the body. Only upon reaching the 5th realm, blood pillar, could one begin touching spiritual methods. If your realm wasn't high enough and you force yourself to practice it, the light consequence would be qi and blood rushing in reverse. The severe consequence would be becoming crippled. But with Chen Yi's current realm and foundation, he could give it a try. Thinking of this, Chen Yi sat down cross-legged. The method broke apart in his mind, then gathered together again. There were many subtleties to a visualization art. What trained wasn't just spiritual power, but also the will that supported a martial artist's very existence. Some visualized mountains and rivers, borrowing the force of mountains to suppress others, taking the path of solidity and heaviness. Some visualized blades, swords, and heavy hammers, taking sharpness and tyranny. Others visualized vicious beasts, nurturing savagery within themselves and using killing to stop killing. Chen Yi chose none of those paths. He did not worship gods, nor did he seek anything external. He only believed in himself. That was the only thing he believed in. The scattered thoughts in his sea of consciousness gathered toward one point. What Chen Yi visualized was himself. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, Chen Yi's outline emerged from nothing. His facial features, torso, and limbs were filled in one by one. Standing upright and straight, he carried a ruthless force about him. Whoever stood in front of him, he would clear them away. Only fifth-realm martial artists were qualified to touch this path. But Chen Yi's spiritual foundation had long surpassed common sense. After the system had raised his attributes so high, this spiritual method in his hands didn't take much effort at all. His originally scattered spiritual power continuously compressed, and his thoughts were gathered inward, condensing into a tangible, perceptible entity. Half an hour later, the figure in his sea of consciousness stabilized. Even the patterns at the edge of its clothes were clear. The visualization had reached perfection. The moment Chen Yi opened his eyes, an invisible wave of spiritual power spread outward. In a single instant, every ordinary person within several meters around him fell unconscious. Chen Yi pressed a hand to his brow. Inside his sea of consciousness, the figure he had visualized stood perfectly straight, lifelike in every detail. And now that the spiritual visualization art had reached perfection, his spiritual power could spread out into a net or gather into a single line, moving exactly as he willed. As for what came after that, he could still continue visualizing himself and keep strengthening his spiritual power. Spiritual visualization art, perfected. Chen Yi sat back down on the edge of the bed and took out God-suppressing prison fist. He flipped to the third move, knocking on Heaven's gate. The key to this move was using spiritual power to lock onto the enemy. Before the fist even arrived, the spiritual pressure would suppress the opponent first. If the enemy's chi and blood circulation slowed by even half a beat, the force of the punch could smash directly into the opening. His right fist pressed at his waist. Chen Yi closed his eyes. The blood core turned. Chi and blood surged from the soles of his feet into both legs, passed through his waist and hips, then his spine, gathering all the way at the tip of his fist. At the same time, the figure in his sea of consciousness threw a punch as well. The unified force of shaking the mountain. The penetrating force of sinking the land. The spiritual suppression of knocking on Heaven's gate. The three moves connected together, extending the path of the fist further back. Without moving from where he sat, Chen Yi pushed his right fist forward by half an inch. Several thin cracks split open in the floor beneath the wooden table. God-suppressing prison fist perfected. Next came overturning sea palm, ninefold, mountain-severing saber, and the final one, stepping through the void. Before long, the system panel updated. Name, Chen Yi. Realm, wolf smoke perfected. Constitution, 764. Spirit, 512. Comprehension, 640. Star refining talent, 48% high. Skills, Huntian divine art. First 5 realms perfected. Huntian body tempering art perfected. God-suppressing prison fist perfected. Ninefold mountain severing saber perfected. Overturning sea palm perfected. Stepping through the void perfected. Spiritual visualization art perfected. Fist, palm, saber, movement art, everything had been completed. All 4 super martial arts had reached perfection. His realm hadn't changed, but his combat power had multiplied several times over. Outside Chen Yi's rental apartment complex, 2 black luxury SUVs slowly drove over. Inside the back seat of the first vehicle, Wang Yifei leaned back against the seat. The air conditioning was on full blast, and a game screen was flashing on his phone. A tablet hung behind the front seat, and on the map, a red dot was positioned at Building 3, Unit 2, inside the complex. The supervisor in charge of the tailing sat in the front passenger seat and turned halfway around. Young master, he is still inside. Wang Yifei said flatly. Hiding in a place like this, he really knows how to pick one. The supervisor asked in a low voice, should we wait a bit longer? Chen Yi caused quite a stir today. The Jinwu division is investigating him too. Wang Yifei lifted his head. Wait for what? Wait for him to run? The supervisor hurriedly shut his mouth. Wang Yifei leaned back in his seat and said impatiently, that useless trash Luo Xing couldn't even handle a little private matter. In the end, I still have to clean up his mess. Fuck. Outside the car door, Ma Xinhe stood by the car in a gray cloth long robe, waiting. Wang Yifei rolled down the window. Old Ma, go. After it's done, chop him into 8 pieces. Record the whole thing. Send it to me when you're finished. Ma Xinhe asked, young master, there are quite a few residents in the building. Should we lure him outside first? Wang Yifei frowned. Are you going to kill someone? Or run an event? Move faster. Don't waste my time. Ma Xianhao lowered his head. Understood. Wang Yifei added another sentence. Get clear shots of the corpse. Ma Xianhao turned and walked toward the rear car. Inside were 2 martial artists at full completion of the 4th realm, plus 2 3rd realm star refiners. It was more than enough to be called a luxurious lineup. Ma Xianhao instructed, all of you come with me. If he tries to break out, attack immediately. At this moment, Chen Yi pulled open the cardboard box by the bed. Inside were 2 cups of instant noodles. From training at Hunting Gate last night, until now, breaking through several realms in a row, then going to Yu Feng group and killing his way through it, he still hadn't eaten anything. His stomach had long since gone empty. He took out 1 cup of instant noodles and had just torn open the seasoning packet. Then his hand stopped. Chen Yi turned his head, his gaze landing on the tightly shut security door. With his cultivation at full completion of the 4th realm Langyan stage, plus a terrifying physique far beyond ordinary people, his 5 senses had become sharp to the extreme. Not to mention that he had just cultivated the mental visualization method to completion. The spiritual power in his sea of consciousness had solidified. Every little movement within dozens of meters was inside his web of perception. Someone had come downstairs. The footsteps were very light, deliberately suppressed. 5 people in total. 2 of the auras were very familiar to Chen Yi. They were the unique fluctuations of Qi blood martial artists. Their Qi and blood were hidden beneath skin and flesh. Dense and heavy, carrying heat. Langyan realm. As for the remaining 3, their fluctuations were special, cold, with an obvious sense of repulsion. Most importantly, these 5 people carried undisguised killing intent. They were coming straight for the 2nd floor. Chen Yi set the seasoning packet in his hand on the table. He did not hesitate. He turned, walked to the bed, grabbed the Zhanyuan saber in one motion, and hung it at his waist. He opened the door. Standing by the corridor railing, he looked down. On the stairs between the 1st and 2nd floors, an old man in a gray cloth long robe was slowly walking up. Behind the old man followed 4 men, each with a different expression. As if sensing the gaze from above, the gray-robed elder stopped and looked up. Their eyes met across several meters in the dim stairwell. The old man's face was expressionless. Looking at Chen Yi, his lips moved slightly as he spoke a few words to the 4 behind him. That's the target. The moment those words fell, the old man moved without the slightest hesitation. He raised his right arm. A pale blue glow instantly spread out from inside his body. Light flames diffused outward, flowing from his shoulder all the way to his palm. That special fluctuation rapidly spread through the stairwell. Standing on the 2nd floor, Chen Yi could clearly see that some invisible energy in the surrounding air was frantically gathering toward the old man's right hand. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic blue flying arrow took shape in front of his palm. The arrow was 2 meters long, condensed entirely from blue light. Its tip pointed straight at Chen Yi. Whoosh! With a wave of the old man's right hand, the blue flying arrow tore through the air, letting out a sharp screech as it shot at Chen Yi. Its speed was lightning fast. From the moment the arrow formed to the moment it was fired, not even half a breath had passed. Several meters were crossed in an instant. If it were an ordinary 4th realm martial artist facing a speed that completely exceeded common sense, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to react before being instantly killed in one strike. But Chen Yi's reaction was fast. The instant the old man raised his hand, the blood core inside him was already spinning frantically. His chi and blood erupted with a boom. Crimson blood flames instantly enveloped his left hand. Chen Yi stood where he was without retreating a single inch. He spread the 5 fingers of his left hand and grabbed straight at the blue flying arrow that had shot toward his face. Bang! A muffled impact exploded through the stairwell. Chen Yi's 5 fingers clamped tightly around the blue shaft. A huge force traveled down his arm. The cement floor beneath his feet instantly split with several fine cracks. His back swayed slightly, then he steadied himself. The impact force of this flying arrow actually wasn't that strong. At the very least, it was inferior to the full power strike of a 4th realm martial artist at completion. But its speed was too fast, so fast it was almost impossible to guard against. Chen Yi lowered his head and looked at the blue flying arrow caught in his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered in a low voice, "So this is a star refiner? So this is star arts?" What truly surprised him was not the arrow's impact. It was the blue star power attached to the arrow. That blue glow looked thin, but it was abnormally stubborn. The instant the 2 made contact, that star power continuously wore away at the crimson blood flames on Chen Yi's left hand. The 2 were like water and fire that could not coexist. They repelled and canceled each other out madly. For every bit of star power consumed, the blood flames on Chen Yi's hand dimmed by 1 layer. Chen Yi let out a cold snort. The blood core in his dantian accelerated once more. An even more violent chi and blood surged through his meridians into his left hand. The crimson blood flames suddenly swelled, pressing back in the opposite direction. Under the crushing force of absolute power, the blue flying arrow kept shrinking in Chen Yi's grasp. The arrow had shattered. The shaft dissolved. Finally, with a soft snap, the entire arrow completely broke apart, turning into specks of blue light that scattered from between Chun-Yi's fingers. The pale blue motes drifted away through his fingers. The stairwell was cold to the bone. Standing below on the stairs, Ma Xianhe looked at the young figure on the second floor, and the skin at the corner of his face twitched almost imperceptibly. That flying arrow condensed from water-attributed star power, though only a casual strike from him, had compressed star power that was incomparably sharp. Not to mention flesh and blood. Even a homogeneous steel plate 10 centimeters thick could be pierced through with ease. But now, Chun-Yi had actually crushed it with one hand? His astonishment lasted only an instant before Ma Xianhe quickly reined in his emotions. He was a mid-fourth realm star refiner. By nature, star refiners stood above martial artists. This had been an iron law for 100 years. No matter how strong a martial artist was, no matter how tough his flesh, in the end he was just a living target who could only fight in close combat. His gaze locked onto Chun-Yi, his eyes filled with scrutiny. He asked a little something. His figure moved, quickly retreating out of the stairwell and widening the distance. A star refiner never fought a martial artist in close quarters. As long as he kept a safe distance, he had countless ways to wear the other side down to death. The contempt in his tone wasn't even worth hiding. But what a pity. Martial arts are still martial arts, a relic of the old era. No matter how hard it struggles, it can never make it onto the stage. Even if I'm only at the mid-stage of the fourth realm, killing you is still effortless. Move. Dead or alive doesn't matter. The order was given. The four subordinates moved at the same time. Charging at the very front were two blood chi martial artists in the fourth realm, Lang Yin realm. The two drew the long blades at their waists. The blood chi in their bodies erupted in full as they stepped on the stairs and lunged left and right toward Chun-Yi on the second floor. Ma Xianhe stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze cold. He was waiting for Chun-Yi to get tied down. As long as Chun-Yi made a move to respond, his body would inevitably stall for a moment. That would be the best chance for him to unleash his star art and blast him to death. Facing the killing setup rushing straight at him, Chun-Yi stood where he was without retreating a single inch. His right hand directly gripped the saber hilt at his waist. He drew the blade. Zhang Yuan left its sheath, and a dazzling blood-colored saber light suddenly flashed in the dim stairwell. The two fourth realm martial artists had just rushed close. Before the weapons in their hands could even come down, Chun-Yi swept out a backhand slash. The blood-red saber radiance flashed past. There was no sense of resistance from weapons clashing. While the two were still in midair, both of them, along with their weapons, were cut in half at the waist. The two severed corpses slammed into the wall. Blood mixed with organs splattered across the stair railing, and they died on the spot. Ma Xianhe's brow twitched, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. How could it be this fast? They were all fourth realm martial artists. Yet Chun-Yi had instantly killed two opponents of the same realm in one move. Before he could think further, the star arts of the two star refiners in the back had already finished gathering. The two third realm, Xingxiao realm star refiners had their eyes wide open and veins bulging on their foreheads. It was obvious they were going all out. One of them violently thrust both palms forward. Scarlet fire element star power burst out of his body and transformed into two fire snakes as thick as thighs. The other slammed both hands against the wall. Brownish red earth element star power burst through the bricks and condensed into more than a dozen sharp stone spikes. The display looked intimidating, but this was the limit of the third realm. Not only was the casting wind up fatally long, even the star power light on the fire snakes and stone spikes looked somewhat murky, and their edges showed faint signs of breaking apart. They could barely achieve shape manifestation. Ma Xianhe let out a sharp shout and no longer held back. As fellow star refiners, the difference between the fourth realm and the third realm was heaven and earth. He did not even form hand seals. He merely flipped both hands casually. Violent pale blue star power burst out of his body instantly like a river breaking through a dam. The surrounding temperature plummeted in a straight line. He had no need to deliberately gather power like a third realm cultivator. His tyrannical star power directly surged out. In the blink of an eye, 12 water-patterned spears, each 1 meter long, took shape in midair. That pale blue star power was pure to the extreme, without the slightest impurity. The spear bodies surged like waves, as if seawater were rolling inside them, under the pressure of this fourth realm extreme cold star power. The fire snakes condensed by the third realm subordinate beside him instantly dimmed by half, as fragile as dying candles in the wind. The gap between the third realm and the fourth realm was as clear as clouds and mud at a single glance. Go! Ma Xianhe suddenly pressed both hands forward. Water spears, fire snakes, and stone spikes intertwined together. The not-so-spacious stairwell was completely filled, and they blasted over in an overwhelming wave. This was the confidence of a star refiner standing high above others. Ma Xianhe stared fixedly at the area covered by the star arts. Who cared if Chun-Yi was at fourth realm perfection? As long as the distance was opened, under this kind of wide-area star power bombardment, a martial artist was nothing but a living target that could only take hits. Protective blood, Chi, simply could not withstand star power bombardment this dense. But Chun-Yi was not an ordinary martial artist. A terrifying blood Chi, so oppressive it made people suffocate, erupted from his body without the slightest reservation. Crimson blood flames burst through the surface of his body, and a thick pillar of blood Chi wolf smoke shot upward. Sensing the owner's blood Chi vast to the extreme, the top-grade star weapon Zhang Yuan's saber let out a high saber cry. Several meters of blood flame saber Chi erupted from blade. Chun-Yi gripped the hilt tightly with both hands. The perfection-level Taksu step erupted in full force. The concrete beneath his feet collapsed. His entire body turned into a streak of blood-colored light, facing the torrent of star arts crashing down from all sides. He leaped straight from his second floor and launched the most violent charge possible. Courting death, taking star arts head-on, Ma Xianhe gritted his teeth. Joy flashed through his eyes for an instant as he pressed both hands forward, sending the water spears stabbing toward Chun-Yi's chest. In midair, Chun-Yi's arms exerted force. The perfection-level, nine-fold, mountain-severing saber came crashing down. The several-meter-long blood flame saber Chi radiated terrifying destructive power that seemed able to destroy anything in its path as it slammed into the foremost surging water spear. Boom! The first water spear shattered, its spiritual power exploding apart like blue fireworks. Then came the second, the third. All 12 water spears shattered inch by inch and turned into a sky full of starlight. And the saber force did not diminish. It continued sweeping downward. The two fire snakes were directly split apart. More than a dozen hard stone spikes were crushed into powder one after another beneath the pressure of the blade edge. It was unstoppable, advancing with absolute momentum. Chun-Yi forcibly cleaved open a bloody path through the sky, full of star arts, and landed heavily on the first floor steps. He was less than 10 meters away from Ma Xianhe. Ma Xianhe's pupils suddenly contracted. The arrogance on his face completely froze in that moment. His mind buzzed, turning blank. Those were water spears he had condensed with his full strength, star arts powerful enough to instantly kill a blood Chi martial artist at fourth rail perfection. And Chun-Yi had actually smashed them apart with his saber? This was simply impossible. The instant Chun-Yi landed, he did not even look at Ma Xianhe. The 5 fingers of his left hand closed, forming a fist seal. Prison-suppressing divine fist. He threw a backhand punch toward the place where the 2 third-realm star refiners were standing on the right. The punch landed in empty air. With over 500 points of physique behind it, combined with the penetrating force of a super martial art, it forcibly smashed out a visible ring of white airwaves. A mountain-toppling, sea-overturning blood Chi shockwave swept toward the 2 third-realm star refiners. The two were scared out of their wits and desperately tried to condense star power shields. But they were far too slow. Bang! The airwaves slammed into their bodies. A muffled sound came from the large-scale collapse of their breastbones. The violent force directly shattered their internal organs. The 2 mangled corpses were blasted backward, dying on the spot. 1 punch. 2 third-realm star refiners, instantly killed. The entire stairwell fell into a terrifying silence, broken only by the sound of blood dripping onto the ground. Ma Xianhe felt cold all over. An unprecedented fear spread through his heart. A chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head, and even his scalp was tingling. He finally realized what kind of thing he was facing. The young man before him was no ordinary fourth-realm martial artist at all. He was a monster wearing human skin. Run. He had to run. Ma Xianhe completely lost the courage to resist. The dignity of being a Wang family retainer. The pride of being a star refiner. All of it had been smashed to pieces by that devastating saber strike and punch. He did not even dare meet Chun-Yi's eyes. The star power within his body circulated frantically, forcibly pulling up a shield as he turned and fled. Chun-Yi stood where he was, his gaze coldly locked onto Ma Xianhe as panicked fleeing back. Deep within his sea of consciousness, that sharp-edged mental phantom suddenly opened its eyes. Perfection-level mental visualization method. A powerful mental pressure descended almost tangibly. Ma Xianhe had only taken 2 steps when his body suddenly sank. Mental force as thin as needles directly stabbed into Ma Xianhe's sea of consciousness. A violent roar exploded inside Ma Xianhe's brain, and his thoughts completely froze in that instant. The shield he had just condensed in front of him instantly collapsed completely after losing control. He froze in place, his feet seeming to be nailed to the ground, unable to take even a single step. The very last thought before death suddenly rose in his mind. Mental power? How could a 4th realm martial artist possibly wield a spiritual attack? That was a method only the 5th realm, blood pillar realm, possessed. Who exactly was he? Ma Xianhe was horrified. He could only watch as that blood flame saber rapidly enlarged in his vision. Chi! A blood-red saber flash swept past. Ma Xianhe's head flew high into the air. Warm blood sprayed out wildly, splattering everywhere. Even after his head hit the ground, his eyes were still wide open, frozen with incomprehension, shock, and fear. The headless corpse swayed, then crashed heavily into a pool of blood. Chun Yi stood where he was, expressionless. With a light flick of his wrist, he shook the blood droplets from the blade. Zhang Yuan's saber slid back into its sheath. A star practitioner? That was all. At the entrance of the residential complex, inside a luxury SUV, a dull boom suddenly came from outside the window, and even the vehicle itself gave a faint tremble. Wang Yifei's hand paused, and the game character on the screen was instantly killed. He frowned slightly, obvious displeasure surfacing on his face, and casually tossed the phone onto the seat. What the hell? He tugged at his collar, his tone growing impatient. How did they make such a huge commotion? Weren't they supposed to kill him in one move and wrap things up fast? The intelligence supervisor in the front passenger seat quickly turned around with a flattering smile. Young master, please calm down. You probably ran into a little trouble inside, so it got delayed a bit. Cut the crap. Wang Yifei snorted coldly, shoved the car door open, and prepared to go down himself to see what old Ma was dawdling over. The car door opened. Wang Yifei's right foot had just stepped out of the vehicle when his movement completely froze. His gaze passed through the open door and locked straight onto the shabby residential complex ahead. A tall, slender figure was slowly walking over. The one who came out was Chun Yi. He held the Zhang Yuan saber in his right hand. Above his head, that crimson plume of chi and blood had yet to fully retract, radiating terrifying heat. There was no expression on Chun Yi's face. Behind him was blood splashed all over the ground, along with the headless corpse in the gray cloth robe. The moment he saw this scene, Wang Yifei's expression turned utterly stunned. He stared fixedly at that corpse, and his mind buzzed. After that brief shock, his face darkened at a visible speed. He strode out of the car and pointed at Chun Yi as he shouted harshly, "You killed old Ma? Do you have any idea what you've done?" Chun Yi stopped several meters away from the SUV. Looking at the furious Wang Yifei, his eyes were calm. "What I've done," Chun Yi spoke in an indifferent tone. "Someone broke into my place and tried to kill me. I fought back. Isn't that perfectly reasonable?" Chun Yi tilted his head slightly, looked at Wang Yifei's twisted face, and continued, "But who are you? Why are you trying to kill me?" Wang Yifei was so enraged that he laughed instead. "Reasonable? You're talking to me about what's reasonable?" He straightened his back, his eyes full of superiority. "Open your ears and listen carefully. My name is Wang Yifei. I'm from the Wang family of Kunlun City. That Luo Xing you killed was using money from my excellence investment. He was a dog raised by my Wang family. Now you've killed old Ma too. There's no room left to settle this." Wang Yifei stared at Chun Yi and spat out the most vicious curse word by word. "You're dead for sure, Chun Yi. Not only are you going to die, your entire family is going to die too." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, his expression turning hideously savage. "I read the file. Your parents are lying in the ICU? Half dead? Haha, don't worry. In a bit, I'll send people over there and slice them into 1,000 pieces. I'll cut them to pieces and grind them apart." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly grew oppressive. Chun Yi's face turned terrifyingly cold. In those once calm eyes, an unprecedented killing intent erupted. No more words were needed. With a heavy boom, the blood pill inside his body spun madly, and violent chi and blood poured out without reservation. The asphalt beneath his feet instantly exploded into a deep crater. Chun Yi turned into a crimson afterimage, crossing several meters in an instant and appearing directly before Wang Yifei. With a shrill sonic boom, the Zhang Yuan saber tore through the air. A blood-colored saber arc several meters long slashed straight at Wang Yifei's head. This slash was simply too fast. 1 second ago, Wang Yifei had still been cursing wildly. The next second, the aura of death had already completely enveloped him. An immense pressure crashed down on him. Wang Yifei's pupils shrank to pinpoints. His scalp went numb, and fear swallowed him instantly. At the last possible moment, driven by pure survival instinct, Wang Yifei suddenly pulled out a silver star artifact and crazily poured his star power into it. Along with a humming sound, pale blue starlight burst forth at once, turning into a translucent pale blue hemispherical shield that tightly protected his entire body inside. Clang! A deafening metallic explosion erupted. Chun Yi's violent slash struck the pale blue shield head-on. Violent ripples spread across the surface of the shield. The powerful recoil compressed the surrounding air, forming tangible shockwaves that swept outward. The windows of the SUV beside them exploded instantly under the impact of the shockwave, but the shield still held. That layer of light forcibly withstood Chun Yi's heavy strike. Inside the shield, Wang Yifei gasped for breath in huge gulps, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. His legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He looked at the Zhang Yuan saber above his head, blocked by the starlight shield. He looked at Chun Yi's cold face beyond the blade. The overwhelming contrast between certain death and surviving it made him swing instantly from extreme terror to wild ecstasy. "Ha ha 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 ha." Wang Yifei suddenly burst into loud laughter, his voice full of the madness of surviving disaster. Pointing at Chun Yi through the shield, his expression once again turned arrogant beyond measure. "Go on. Fucking keep chopping." Wang Yifei roared smugly, unbearably arrogant. I want to see how you're going to break my star artifact shield. If you can't kill me today, then your whole family dies. He raised a hand and patted the silver disc on his chest, his tone incredibly overbearing. This is a top-grade star artifact. As long as star power is poured into it and activated, its own defensive power is enough that even if a chi and blood martial artist at the 5th realm, blood pillar realm, came, it could still block him. Standing outside the barrier, Chun-Yi looked at that flowing pale blue starlight. His gaze settled on the shining silver disc on Wang Yifei's chest. A 3rd realm cultivator couldn't possibly sustain this level of defense. The energy blocking the blade was all inside that dead object, and if it was a dead object, then it would run out sooner or later. To endure such violent heavy blows, the star artifact's own energy consumption had to be astronomical. Sooner or later, it would be exhausted. Chun-Yi said nothing. His wrist turned, and the Zhanyuan saber was raised once more. Violent chi and blood surged down his arm into the blade, and the crimson saber chi came crashing down again. Clang! Another massive explosion rang out. The blade hacked into the barrier, sending out another violent ring of ripples. Yet the shield still held firm. Wang Yifei laughed even more wildly, his eyes locked on Chun-Yi, filled with venom. He directly pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed the number right in front of them. Dad, I'm in Haiyun District, over by Xingfu Residential Complex. The moment the call connected, Wang Yifei shouted at the top of his lungs. Oma's done for. That Chun-Yi is a monster. Even though he is only at the perfected 4th realm, his actual combat strength is terrifying. I'm holding on with the star shield right now. Hurry and bring people over. Wang Xiong's furious roar came through the phone speaker, loud enough to shake the air. What? Even Oma fell? Hold on. I'll personally bring people over. The call ended. Through the light barrier, Wang Yifei pointed at Chun-Yi, his posture lofty and arrogant. You heard that, right? My dad is personally bringing people over. Once the Wang family's experts arrive, you're dead today. No one can save you. Chun-Yi ignored the nonsense. At this point, the other man was already a dead man. It would be the same no matter who came. He tightened both hands around the saber hilt and slashed down again. With a boom, his chi and blood erupted wildly. Chun-Yi stepped forward, and the Zhanyuan saber came crashing down with a piercing sonic boom. The crimson saber chi smashed heavily into the star shield. The ground split apart, and broken stones flew everywhere. 3rd slash, 4th slash, 5th slash. Chun-Yi showed no sign of tiring, chopping down again and again in an unbroken barrage. After several slashes, the arrogance on Wang Yifei's face visibly faded. Looking at the mad blood-colored figure outside the barrier, obvious worry finally appeared in his eyes. Chun-Yi still said nothing. He raised the Zhanyuan saber once more and brought it down ferociously. A moment later, Wang Yifei's face had turned pale. The light on the surface of the star shield had already dimmed a lot. The silver disc on his chest was burning hot and glowing red, and internal array patterns flickered unstably. The star power inside the star artifact was almost exhausted. Wang Yifei panicked. His back pressed hard against the wrecked undercarriage of the SUV as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Chun-Yi, stop. If you kneel down and kowtow to me right now, I'll spare your life. Chun-Yi did not even raise his eyelids. He brought down another heavy slash. The barrier shook violently and let out a wail as if it could no longer bear the strain. Wang Yifei's whole body shuddered, and his tone changed instantly, full of bluster masking fear. Let me go, and today's matter will be written off. The Wang family will never trouble you again. Chun-Yi paid him no attention at all. The blood flame saber chi tore through the air once more. Crack! With an extremely faint brittle sound, a tiny crack appeared on the barrier. The star shield could shatter at any moment. Wang Yifei fell completely into panic and roared hysterically, trying to threaten him with his final trump card. If you dare kill me, the Wang family will definitely tear you into 10,000 pieces. Your whole family will die too. What answered him was Chun-Yi gripping the saber with both hands and unleashing all of his perfected 4th realm Langyan chi and blood. A gigantic blood flame, saber chi, several meters long, crashed down with crushing pressure. With a sharp crack, the top-grade star artifact exploded into countless silver fragments, and the barrier completely collapsed. The threat of death instantly descended. Wang Yifei's legs went weak. He dropped to his knees with a thud and wailed in despair. Chun-Yi, I was wrong. I'll never, with a hiss. The blood-red blade light swept across. Wang Yifei's words stopped abruptly. His head shot into the air, and blood gushed out wildly. The headless corpse swayed twice, then crashed heavily to the ground. Chun-Yi sheathed his saber and turned to leave. Half an hour later, at the scene, several sedans came speeding in. The martial artist guards employed by the company got out of the cars and split to both sides, sealing off the scene and keeping the nearby residents away. Wang Xiong got out of the rear car. He looked around. At the entrance of the residential complex, 2 black SUVs were parked sideways by the roadside. The first thing that entered his sight was Wang Yifei's corpse. His white casual clothes had long since been soaked red with blood. Above the neck, there was nothing. Not far away, a head lay rolling on the shattered asphalt road, its face still full of fear and unwillingness. Wang Xiong stood where he was. After a few breaths, he walked over step by step, dropped to his knees, and lifted Wang Yifei's head with both hands. The eyes were still open, dead without closing them. Yifei. His voice was very low. That came too late. At the entrance of the complex, every guard had their head lowered. One captain forced himself to step forward half a pace. Chairman. Young master, bring me my black cloak. When Wang Xiong looked up, his eyes were bloodshot. Wrap him up tight. Don't let him get too much dust or blood on him. The guard hurried to fetch the black cloak from the trunk and handed it over with both hands. Wang Xiong took the cloak and covered Wang Yifei's corpse with it. Only after doing all that did he slowly rise and turn his gaze to the SUV beside it, the one deformed by the aftershock of qi and blood. More than half the front of the vehicle had caved in. The windshield was shattered all over the ground. In the driver's seat, the driver was slumped over the steering wheel, his chest collapsed inward against the center of it. The intelligence supervisor in the passenger seat was twisted sideways between the seats, the seat belt deeply embedded in his neck, with blood all under his nose and around his ears. Both doors were locked from the inside. Several chaotic scratch marks were left on the handles. These two ordinary people had hidden in the car, yet they had been shaken to death alive by the aftershock of Chun Es Chi and blood eruption. The muscles on Wang Xiong's face twitched. Further in, Ma Xianha's headless corpse was soaking in a pool of blood. A few meters away, his head had rolled to the side of a trash can, his eyes still wide open, with the terror and unwillingness from before death still lingering on his face. Wang Xiong stood there. His expression darkened little by little. Ma Xianha, a fourth realm star refiner supported by the Wang family. He was dead too. Not far away were two more corpses, their chests caved in. Their bodies had slammed into the roadside wall, and blood had splattered all over its mottled surface. Wang Xiong got up, entered the complex, and walked toward the entrance of Building 2. The building door stood open, and the steps were covered in blood. A guard came scrambling out of the building, practically rolling as he rushed over. He dropped to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling. Chairman, all the brothers inside are dead. Wang Xiong stood in front of the steps. The hem of his long coat was stained with blood, and the muscles on his face twitched violently. Trash. Take the bodies back. The compensation will be paid, as usual. He returned to the car. The black cloak now covered Wang Yifei's corpse completely, leaving only the blood-stained tips of his white shoes exposed. Wang Xiong stared at it fixedly. Deep blue star power spread out from his body, and the shattered glass by the car kept bouncing up and smashing against the wall. Investigate. Veins bulged on his neck as he turned around. The out-of-control star power around him shook even the broken glass on the ground into jumping. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to. I want everything found out. What car Chun he got into, who he met, even the dog in his household. Turn up every last bit of it. Chairman, once we find him, do we kill him on the spot? Kill him? That letting him off too easy. Wang Xiong laughed once. It looked uglier than crying, full of grief and hatred. Pass on my words. Whoever dares kill Chun Yi ahead of time, I'll send him to the grave with Yifei first. I want him alive. He pointed at the corpse on the ground. I want him kneeling in front of Yifei's mourning hall, and I'll carve his flesh off piece by piece. At the same time, in the distance, on top of a tall building, Zhang Wanquan stood by the concrete guardrail, his black robe pressed behind him, the ancient sword at his waist utterly still. Zhao Xianjing stood beside him, the hem of her dark red trench coat whipped up by the wind. Wang Xiong's star power fluctuations had spread very far. Both of them could sense it. Zhao Xianjing said softly. He made quite a stir along the way. Zhang Wanquan's gaze fell in the direction of the Wang family convoy in the distance. His voice even. It's a good thing for young people to have spirit. The sectmaster thinks the same. MHM. That's why I followed over after sending his parents into the car. He just entered the sect. His foundation isn't stable yet. And Kunlun City is full of all kinds of people. I really can't feel at ease. Zhang Wanquan turned his head slightly. You're also afraid he'll die outside. Zhao Xianjing fell silent for a moment before letting out a light breath. Huntian's sect waited too many years before finally getting someone like him. I cannot be afraid. She looked in the direction Chun Yi had left. Yesterday in the martial testing hall, he was still 100 tempering perfection. The sect master calculated that he had hope of stepping into the 5th realm within half a year. This is a cultivation speed Huntian sect has never seen before. But now only 1 day has passed, and he is already at wolf smoke perfection. Zhao Xianjing paused for a moment, her tone trembling. Too fast. Fast enough that he doesn't seem human. With this kind of cultivation speed, what genius. What heaven-esque pride. What monster. None of them could describe him. Zhang Wanquan pressed his fingers against his sword hilt. Indeed, Zhao Xianjing said, and on top of that, he already mastered spiritual suppression while still in the 4th realm. That is clearly the sign of having cultivated a visualization method to perfection. If we told the sect master about this, he'd probably find it even harder to believe. Zhao Xianjing was silent for a few breaths. The secrets on him are even more than what we guessed yesterday. Zhang Wanquan asked, What? You want to investigate? No. Zhao Xianjing answered without the slightest hesitation. No matter what secrets he has, as long as he doesn't harm the sect, Hunty and sect shouldn't ask. A bit more of a smile appeared on Zhang Wanquan's face. Xiao Hu took in a good disciple. Zhao Xianjing straightened her sleeves. But his safety must be placed above everything else in the sect. The formations, resources, and communication authority of Tianshu Hall are all to be raised to the highest level. Externally, his identity is still to be suppressed. We hide it for as long as we can. Zhang Wanquan said, keep the news locked inside the mountain gate. Whoever dares spread it outside will be dealt with as a traitor to the sect. All right, Zhao Xianjing agreed at once. The Wang family has already moved, and the Yang family won't stay idle either. I need to return to the hospital immediately. Zhang Wanquan glanced at her. You go guard his parents. I'll send people from the punishment hall over to help. Good. Chun Yi is handling matters outside. He can't be distracted by his parents anymore. Zhang Wanquan said. Leave Chun Yi to this old man. Zhao Xianjing turned around and cupped her fist solemnly. Martial uncle, both the Wang family and the Yang family have sixth realm experts. I'll have to trouble you with Chun Yi's side. Zhang Wanquan stood with his hands behind his back. The night wind blew his black robe until it snapped loudly. As long as they're below the sixth realm, that is his own path. His withered fingers came to rest on the hilt of the ancient sword at his waist, and he slowly raised his hand. But above the sixth realm, whoever dares use the strong to bully the weak, this old man will cut them down without mercy. Hearing that, the shoulders Zhao Xianjing had kept tense the whole time finally relaxed. This martial uncle's strength was terrifying, and he acted steadily, killing decisively. With those words from him, it was enough. Chun Yi's safety, I leave to martial uncle. After saying that, she stepped into the stairwell, dark red chi and blood sweeping down along the stairs. Only Zhang Wanquan remained on the rooftop. His figure did not move. It only gradually turned illusory, silently dissolving where he stood. Only a faint, nearly imperceptible sword intent traced after Chun Yi in the direction he had left. Wanfu Plaza, Gate A. In the evening, crowds continuously flowed in and out of the mall's main entrance. The lights in the plaza out front had come on, and the glass curtain wall reflected the shadows of passing pedestrians. Chun Yi stood beside the steps, his eyes sweeping the surroundings. As if he were looking for someone. He lowered his head and glanced at his phone. In the facing chat window, the location Hu Yin had sent still sat at the very top. Wanfu Plaza Gate A. Even now, Chun Yi still hadn't figured out how Hu Yin had gotten his contact information. After he killed Wang Yifei, the man had suddenly sent him a message, saying he wanted to treat him to a meal. Chun Yi hadn't refused. For one thing, he really was hungry. For another, yesterday on Qingqiong Mountain, Hu Yin really had helped him quite a bit. If not for those few words, Hunty and sect's sectmaster, Shui Tianhu, might not have been willing to give him a chance. Not to mention entering Hunty and sect afterward and obtaining the core cultivation method and resources. Chun Yi remembered that favor. Brother Chun, a smiling voice came from not far away. Chun Yi looked up. Hu Yin was walking over from the other side of the plaza. He wore a dark long coat over a white shirt. His hair was neatly styled, and the same warm, easygoing smile still hung on his face. But this time, Chun Yi no longer treated him as an ordinary tourist from Hongyuan Nation. The instant Hu Yin drew close, the spiritual phantom Chun he had visualized in his sea of consciousness gave a slight tremor. An invisible pressure slowly pressed in with the man's approach. It didn't have the burning, violent aura of a chi and blood martial warrior, yet it was deeper, harder to grasp. Chun Yi's spiritual perception settled on Hu Yin. He only felt that inside the man's body, it was as if a vast starry sky were hidden there. Calm on the surface, yet tiny starlights constantly flowed beneath, especially when Hu Yin raised his eyes. In the depths of his pupils, there seemed to be a nearly imperceptible flash of starlight. A star cultivator. At the very least, a fifth realm star cultivator. Chun Yi grew wary inside, but he didn't show it. Brother Hu. After walking over, Hu Yin smiled and clapped his hands lightly. Been waiting long? Just got here. Good then. Hu Yin gestured toward the inside of the mall. The place is already booked, and the dishes should be just about all served by now. Let's go. Chun Yi nodded and followed him inside. What Hu Yin had booked was a private kitchen restaurant. The location was quite secluded. It was tucked all the way inside the top floor of the mall. There was no flashy sign outside. After entering, there was a quiet wooden corridor, with folding screens and potted plants arranged on both sides. The private rooms were very well soundproofed. Almost none of the noise from outside could get in. By the time the two of them entered, quite a few dishes were already on the table. Grilled steak, sauce beef, braised meat, roast chicken, seafood, and 2 large pots of steaming medicinal cuisine soup. Every dish came in a generous portion. Chun Yi glanced at them. Hu Yin smiled and said, I'm not too sure what you like to eat, so I just ordered some things at random. I heard Qi and blood martial warriors consume a lot and eat more than normal people. If it's not enough, we can order more. Chun Yi pulled out a chair and sat down. It's enough. An ordinary group of 10 people might not even be able to finish this table of food. Hu Yin had obviously looked into the situation of Qi and blood martial warriors beforehand. At the very least, this meal wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea. Chen Yi did not rush to pick up his chopsticks. Instead, he lifted the water glass on the table. Yesterday at Hunty Insect, many thanks, Brother Hu. Hearing that, Hu Yin smiled and waved his hand. You're too polite, Brother Chun. The moment I saw you, I could tell you were extraordinary, with the bearing of a true dragon. So what are a few words worth? Besides, even if you hadn't entered Hunty Insect with your talent, you could still soar to the sky no matter where you went. Chun Yi looked at him. Brother Hu, you probably didn't ask me here just to treat me to a meal, right? The smile on Hu Yin's face slowly faded a little. The private room fell quiet. He picked up his wine glass and gently swirled it before finally speaking. There really is something, and it's something very important. Chun Yi didn't speak. He waited for him to continue. Hu Yin looked up at him. Brother Chun, what you did during the day today was no small matter. 5th People's Hospital, Yufeng Group Headquarters, and that rental house in Haiyun District. The people sent by Luo Clan Martial Hall, Yufeng Group, and the Wang family all died by your hand. Chen Yi's gaze shifted slightly. Hu Yin knew the details very clearly. The hospital, Yufeng Group, the rental house. These things had just happened. But not only did the other party know the results, he even knew exactly where Chun Yi had gone and who he made a move on. Brother Hu, your information network is quite impressive. Hu Yin smiled. I have my own channels. That's not the key point. He set down his wine glass, his expression turning serious. The Jinwu Division has already issued an arrest order for you. The Wang family is also looking for you. As for the Yang family, Hu Yin paused for a moment. Yufeng Group has the Yang family behind it. You killed Sun Yue. There is no way the Yang family would have no reaction at all. Chun Yi lightly tapped the table with his fingers. He had already expected all this. But hearing it from Hu Yin again meant the net was spreading faster than he had imagined. Hu Yin continued. I know your sudden increase in strength is most likely related to Hunty Insect. Yesterday, when I saw you at the foot of Qingxiong Mountain, you were only at 100 tempering perfection. Now, you've already reached wolf smoke perfection. From 100 tempering to wolf smoke, breaking through 2 realms in a single night. Hu Yin shook his head. Brother Chun, who would believe something like that? No matter who looks at it, you're full of suspicious points. There is no way to explain it. A normal 19-year-old student, with no public cultivation record in the first half of his life, suddenly possessing the strength of 4th realm perfection. If the Jinwu Division catches you, they want to just ask a few questions. If the Wang family or Yang family find you first, they want to even give you a chance to explain. Chun Yi fell silent. Hu Yin was right. His cultivation speed was too fast, so fast that it defied reason. Hunty Insect could explain why he cultivated martial arts, but it couldn't explain how he had crossed 100 tempering, beacon fire, and wolf smoke in such a short time. And once the Jinwu Division, the Wang family, and the Yang family truly fixed their eyes on him, what he would face next would no longer be opponents on the level of Yufeng Group. Hu Yin looked at Chun Yi. So, I sincerely want to invite you to join Red Moon Nation. Chun Yi looked up. Hu Yin's tone was steady. Leave Kunlun City. Leave Tianqing Prefecture. Red Moon Nation can give you a new identity, sufficient resources, and a safe cultivation environment. With your talent. As long as you're willing to go there, Red Moon Nation won't treat you poorly. Chun Yi asked, why me? Because I value your talent. Hu Yin answered very directly. A 19-year-old in the wolf smoke realm counts as a genius. But in my eyes, that is nothing special. But you, someone who had never come into contact with cultivation, yet reached the wolf smoke realm in only 2 short days. I'm shocked. He paused for a moment, then said solemnly, so, I don't want you to die in Jojo Nation. Chun Yi didn't answer immediately. Hu Yin sighed. Brother Chun, let me put it bluntly. If Hunty Insect doesn't step in, then facing the Jinwu Division, the Wang family, and the Yang family, you basically have no way to survive right now. But if it does step in, things will only become more troublesome. Hunty Insect is, to begin with, an old martial Dao sect. As for why it has remained half-sealed these past years, and why it rarely shows itself, you should already be able to see the reason. The star-tending system is dominant. If Hunty Insect openly stands against the Jinwu Division, the Wang family, and the Yang family for your sake, then that won't just be a matter of protecting its own. It will be an open provocation against the authorities and against the star-tending families. At that point, the trouble will be enormous. Just the charge of opposing the Jinwu Division and disregarding the laws of Jojo Nation would be enough for Hunty Insect to bear. Chun Yi's eyes darkened slightly. He wasn't stupid. The people of Hunty Insect were willing to help him, and he remembered that in his heart. But precisely because of that, he understood even more clearly that he couldn't drag the entire Hunty Insect into a bottomless pit. If Hunty Insect only stayed on Qingxiong Mountain, the outside world might not move against them immediately. But if Hunty Insect openly entered the fray for his sake, those star-tending forces that had always suppressed the old martial Dao would never let that chance slip by. Chun Yi was silent for a long time. In the end, he shook his head. Many thanks for your kindness, Brother Hu. But I want to go to Red Moon Nation. Hu Yin didn't ask why. Chun Yi continued. My parents are still in Kunlun City. My younger sister still hasn't been found either. I want to leave them behind and go. Hu Yin looked at him for a few seconds. Then, he returned to that same gentle smile as before. It's fine. After some time passes, you'll be willing. He said it very lightly, but it carried an indescribable certainty. Chun-Yi frowned slightly, but didn't T ask further. Didn't T like words like that? And he liked it even less when others decided his future for him. But right now, there was no need for him to fall out with Hu Yen either. Hu Yen suddenly seemed to notice something. His gaze fell on Chun-Yi, and for the first time, clear shock appeared in his eyes. Right, Brother Chun, your star-tending talent seems much stronger than when I saw you yesterday. Chun-Yi's heart stirred slightly. The system's daily doubling. What doubled wasn't just physique and comprehension. His star-tending talent was doubling as well. When he went up the mountain yesterday, Hu Yen had already sensed that he had talent for star-tending, and after his attributes doubled at noon today, his star-tending talent was naturally much stronger than yesterday. It was just that Chun-Yi had never come into contact with a star-tending system before, so he had no idea what level his talent had reached now. I don't know. Chun-Yi's tone was calm. Hu Yen stared at him for 2 seconds, but didn't T continue pressing the matter. Do you want to become a star-tender? Chun-Yi raised his eyes. Star-tending? That's right. Hu Yen said right now. You walk the path of Qi and blood martial Dao, and while your strength isn't weak compared to star-tending, the difference is still like clouds and mud. Chun-Yi didn't T agree immediately. He only asked, how do you cultivate star-tending? Hu Yen smiled. Star-tending is likewise divided into 9 realms. The first realm is sensing star power and drawing stars into the body. The second realm is condensing star fluid. The third realm is opening star apertures. With each realm you rise afterward, the quality and quantity of star power in your body, as well as the star arts you can command, will all change. What a star-tender cultivates is not Qi and blood, but star power. One borrows starlight from beyond the heavens into the body and transforms it into one's own strength. Hu Yen paused, then said again, the star-tending methods circulating on the market now actually mostly come from the 9 core cultivation systems. Legend says that in the beginning, there were 9 strongest star gods. They left behind 9 most complete and most powerful star-tending paths. The various star methods of later generations are basically offshoots derived from those 9 paths. As he spoke, Hu Yen took out a silver-white booklet from his sleeve and placed it on the table. On the cover, several ancient characters entered Chun-Yi's eyes. Xuanguang Haowu Star Cannon Chun-Yi's gaze fell on the booklet. Hu Yen said, this is one of the strongest star-tending methods in my possession. It contains the complete methods for the first 5 realms. You can take it first. Chun-Yi didn't reach out right away. A complete cultivation method for an entire realm system was definitely no ordinary thing. Huntian sect, as Huntian divine art, also contained the methods for the first 5 realms. And it was the sect's core inheritance. Shui Tianhu had only handed over the first 5 realms to him after accepting him as a personal disciple, and had clearly said that he could only receive the later methods after breaking through the 5th realm. As for the Zhuangguang Haowu star cannon in front of him, Hu Yen called it one of the strongest star cultivation methods, yet he was directly giving him the complete contents of the first 5 realms. Chun-Yi naturally understood how much this was worth. He looked up at Hu Yen. You're just giving me something this valuable? Hu Yen smiled. Take it as an early investment. Just because you're unwilling to go to Hanyu Nation now doesn't mean you'll stay unwilling forever. Whenever you figure it out, Hanyu Nation's doors will always be open to you. As for the later cultivation methods, once you're willing to join, someone will naturally give them to you. Chun-Yi was silent for a moment, but in the end, he still put away the Zhuangguang Haowu star cannon. He wouldn't join Hanyu Nation just because of one cultivation method, but he really did need to understand the star cultivation system. More importantly, he still needed to become stronger, no matter from which angle. Hu Yen took out 2 more silver jade slips. Each of these contains 1 basic star art. One is for offense, one is for defense. You can use them first to get familiar with Star Force. Chun-Yi accepted the jade slips. Hu Yen continued. There are usually 2 ways to obtain star arts. The first is to resonate with Star Force during cultivation and receive an inheritance from the starlight. But that method depends on opportunity. The second is to be taught by someone else. The vast majority of star cultivators learn their star arts later on. Chun-Yi nodded. Many thanks. Hu Yen stood up and straightened his windbreaker. I've said all I need to say. What you choose next is up to you. Chun-Yi looked up. Brother Hu, are you leaving? I still have some things to deal with. Hu Yen smiled and waved his hand. Brother Chun, take your time with this meal. The bill has already been paid. If you ever change your mind, contact me anytime. After saying that, he nodded to Chun-Yi and turned to leave the private room. The door closed softly. The room fell quiet once more. Chun-Yi remained seated where he was, lowering his head to look at the Zhuangguang Haowu star cannon and the 2 star art jade slips in his hands. A moment later, he picked up his chopsticks. The steak, roasted meat, and medicinal soup on the table had barely been touched. Eat first. No matter how big the trouble was, he couldn't go hungry. After Hu Yen left, the room became extremely quiet. Chun-Yi grabbed a chunk of sauce-braised beef with the bone still in it and tore into it in big bites, the fragrance filling his mouth. His body, at the perfected level of the 4th realm, Lang Yen, was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Every time he fought with full strength, the consumption of qi and blood was enormous. The tearing and reconstruction of his muscle fibers required a massive amount of energy to make up for it. The high-grade medicinal dishes on the table came in generous portions. The meat slid down his throat and into his stomach, where it quickly broke down, little by little replenishing the emptiness in his body. Time was tight. He had to eat, and he also had to improve his strength. As he swallowed mouthful after mouthful, he laid the silver-white Zhuangguang Haowu star cannon flat on the greasy tabletop. The pages opened, and the complex diagrams of star apertures came into view. In his mind, the method of star cultivation began to turn. First realm. First step. According to the guidance in the cultivation method, this step required the cultivator to focus and sense the power of starlight drifting between heaven and earth. For Chun-Yi, there was no difficulty at all, because his mental strength was already extremely high. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the mental phantom condensed through his perfect-level mental visualization method stood as steady as a mountain. Chun-Yi split his focus in two. His consciousness spread outward, piercing through his fleshly body and covering the entire private room. In only an instant, the surrounding environment changed. In the air that had seemed empty before, countless tiny points of light appeared, densely packed and multicolored. Those were all powers of starlight. Each color represented a different attribute. Golden was sharpness, green was gentleness, blue was coldness, red was agitation, brown was heaviness. Chun-Yi looked at the route recorded in the manual, quickly shoveled a few more bites of food into his mouth, and swallowed them. Then he set down his chopsticks, closed his eyes, and officially began. Draw. The surrounding light points instantly erupted into violent movement. Those five-colored star lights swarmed over, crazily pouring into his body through the pores of his skin. With star force entering his body, he carefully guided it. As he guided it, Chun-Yi was secretly shocked. It wasn't as if he had never killed star cultivators before. When Ma Xianhe and the others had attacked, their star force had only ever been a single, monotonous color. But now, this Zhuangguang Haowu star cannon could actually forcibly devour and fuse the drifting multi-element starlight between heaven and earth. It even caused a leap, directly condensing seven-colored star force. The seven-colored star force gathered more and more within his meridians. Following the main meridian all the way downward, it headed straight into his dantian. But the next moment, something went wrong. At the very center of his dantian hung the blood core that represented the perfection of the fourth realm of martial arts. The instant that outside seven-colored star force showed itself, the blood core began to tremble violently. His chi and blood completely slipped beyond his control and instantly boiled. Blood flames surged out and slammed viciously into that star force head-on. The two powers locked together at the edge of his dantian, producing an enormous conflict. Chi, that strand of seven-colored star force, was directly vaporized, turning into a wisp of white smoke that dissipated inside his body. But the backlash of his chi and blood did not stop. It surged upward in reverse through his meridians, and the tearing pain shot straight to his head, nearly causing Chun-Yi serious internal injuries. Chun immediately cut off his pull on the outside star force, mobilized his mental power, forcibly suppressed the boiling blood core, and little by little forced the reversing chi and blood back down. When everything finally settled, he opened his eyes and frowned. The star cultivation system and chi blood martial arts actually couldn't be cultivated at the same time. Through that brief but dangerous clash just now, he had clearly sensed that the two had a natural conflict inside the human body. Chi and blood belonged to pure yang force. It traveled through flesh, muscle, sinew, and bone, overbearing and rejecting all outsiders. Star force was an external power from beyond the heavens. It traveled through star apertures and meridians, long-lasting and ever-shifting. If both insisted on crowding into one dantian, the result would only be mutual destruction. On this point, Hu Yan hadn't mentioned a single word. Maybe the man thought Chun-Yi had already known this common sense, or was it on purpose? But no matter what, Chun-Yi didn't feel disappointed. He sat quietly in his chair. In his mind, the cultivation methods of the two great systems, the Zhuangguang Haowu star cannon and the Huntian divine art, kept surfacing again and again. Chi and blood and star force, these two completely different kinds of energy, did indeed conflict. However, with an astonishing comprehension of 640, his brain began running frantically. He faintly had the feeling that he might be able to slightly modify parts of the cultivation method, make the two coexist peacefully without repelling each other, or even merge them, producing a qualitative change into an entirely new system that had never existed before. Unfortunately, that feeling was like seeing flowers through the mist, hazy and indistinct. It seemed to be right in front of him, yet when he reached out to touch it, it became impossibly far away. Chun-Yi let out a sigh. He understood that his comprehension had only just reached the threshold. He could glimpse some clues, but if he wanted to change the conflict between the two kinds of energy, he was still just a little short. Wait until tomorrow, when the attributes double again. At noon tomorrow, after the attributes double once more, comprehension will break straight past 1,000. When that time comes, he could try again. But right then, from the wooden hallway outside, which had been quiet a moment ago, came a burst of dense footsteps. A squad was heading straight for this remote private room at a brisk pace. Chun-Yi stopped moving and stood quietly behind the door, with no trace of surprise on his face. With a dull bang, the wooden door to the room was shoved open roughly. Several figures in black uniforms appeared in the doorway. On their chests was an extremely eye-catching emblem, stars intertwined with blades. It was none other than the Jinwu division. For them, tracking down one person was simply too easy. The wooden door was pushed open violently from the outside. Chun-Yi still sat in his chair without moving. He lifted his eyelids and looked calmly toward the entrance. 6 people. In front was a burly man in his early 30s, wearing a pitch-black Jinwu division uniform, with the stars and blades emblem embroidered in silver thread on his chest. He strode into the room. Behind him followed 4 more sturdy men dressed the same way. The moment the 5 entered, they spread out, displaying extremely high tactical discipline. 2 blocked the door. 2 moved toward the window. The leading man stood directly 2 meters in front of Chun-Yi. The already cramped private room had all escape routes completely sealed off. The last to arrive was a young woman. She wore a silver-white fitted uniform and high heels, stopping in the hallway outside the door. The burly man carefully compared the portrait on his phone, confirmed Chun-Yi's identity, then pulled out a black ID from his inner pocket and flashed it in front of him. He gave a brief introduction. Kunlun Jinwu Branch Division. Level 5 Jinwu, First Team Captain, Tang Bin. Tang Bin put away the ID. His attitude was extremely forceful, his tone openly commanding. Chun-Yi, you should know why we're here. If you know what is good for you, get up immediately and come with us. Chun-Yi grabbed the napkin on the table and carefully wiped the grease from his fingers without saying a word. Captain Tang, with this attitude of his, isn't he being a little too arrogant? Personally, I suggest killing him on the spot. From behind came Su's icy voice. Tang Bin did not turn around. He merely said flatly, our Jinwu team has its own procedure for law enforcement. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi swiped out with his left hand and tucked the star codex from the table into his chest. With his right hand, he smoothly picked up the Zhanyuan blade beside the table and hung it at his waist. Trouble from the Jinwu division had come in the end, and it was huge. Chun-Yi swept his gaze over them. 6 in total. 5 of them were giving off extremely intense fluctuations of qi and blood, all tightly compressed beneath skin and flesh, with every trace of heat completely restrained. Chun-Yi's perception was sharp to the extreme. He could clearly sense that the auras on those 5 were solid to a frightening degree. Stronger than him, they were definitely 5th realm, blood pillar realm, and they'd sent 5 at once. 1 level 5 captain, with 4 5th realm team members. This lineup was no joke, and that was not all. Chun-Yi's gaze passed over Tang Bin and landed on the woman outside the door. She looked ordinary, not particularly attractive, empty-handed, expression indifferent, simply standing there in the hallway and watching him coldly. But from her, Chun-Yi sensed energy fluctuations similar to those on Ma Xianhe and Hu Yan, a star practitioner. Chun-Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at Tang Bin in front of him, his expression grave. I'm truly honored to catch just one man. You brought 5 blood pillar realm martial artists and 1 star practitioner. Tang Bin directly placed his right hand on the hilt at his waist and stepped half a pace forward, shouting sharply, cut the crap. Are you coming with us yourself? Or do we cripple you and drag you there? Chun-Yi said nothing. Go to the Jinwu division? If he went back with Tang Bin now, how is that any different from walking to his death? He did not believe the Yang family and Wang family had no people inside the Jinwu division. The moment he stepped through the Jinwu division's gates, he would be fish on the chopping block, with life and death no longer in his own hands. But if he refused, with the kind of force they had brought, they were obviously determined to take him down. So fight. If he lost, then he would accept his fate. At that thought, Chun-Yi flipped his palm, and his 5 fingers directly closed around the hilt of the Zhanyuan blade. Inside his dantian, the blood pill trembled soundlessly. The qi and blood of 4th realm wolf smoke perfection compressed wildly through his meridians, gathering force, ready to burst out of his body at any moment. Seeing that he was clearly preparing to forcibly resist arrest, Tang Bin's face darkened. You got guts. You dare openly resist Jinwu division law enforcement? Tang Bin stepped forward, spreading his large hand, ready to forcefully subdue Chun-Yi. But before he could move, Su-Yi, farther back, moved first, without the slightest warning. She raised her right hand and brought her fingers together. An extremely dazzling pale gold star force burst from her fingertips. The pale gold light rapidly compressed in midair, condensing into a hiltless short sword. Starlight flowed across the sword's surface, radiating a sharpness so fierce it made one's skin ache. Whoosh! The short sword tore through the air with a piercing shriek. That streak of golden light shot past Tang Bin and the others, heading straight for Chun-Yi's head. It was so fast that it exceeded the limit of what the naked eye could catch. Chun-Yi's pupils contracted. He tightened his grip on the Zhanyuan blade, the muscles in his arm tensing instantly as he prepared to forcibly draw the blade and take it head-on. But suddenly, boom, someone was even faster than him. Tang Bin sensed the razor-sharp gust attacking from behind, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately abandoned the arrest. His chi and blood erupted, dark red blood flames surging skyward from his body, without even releasing a blood pillar. He simply compressed the chi and blood of fifth realm perfection to the limit and attached it to the standard short blade he had drawn. The originally silver-white blade instantly turned dark red. Tang Bin gripped the blade in one hand and slashed straight at that pale gold hiltless short sword. A deafening explosion instantly erupted inside the cramped private room. A violent shockwave spread outward from the point of impact. The solid wood dining table was instantly reduced to dust, with splinters flying everywhere. The walls, ceiling, and floor exploded apart with a roar. Bricks and rubble sprayed in all directions. The entire private room was turned directly into ruins, as if it had been hit by a missile. All around them, accompanied by the cries and screams of countless diners, wave after wave. Sui, what are you doing? In the smoke and dust, Tang Bin's sword hand trembled slightly. He turned towards Sui, his face full of fury and shock as he shouted. The other four Jinwu team members also looked ugly, their faces filled with anger. They had never expected Sui's nerve would be this great. Ignoring the safety of ordinary people, ignoring the fact that their Jinwu team was present, she had attacked directly, intending to kill Chenyi. Tang Bin's chi and blood churned as he stared at her coldly. Right now, it's our Jinwu team carrying out law enforcement. Your only support. Why are you interfering? We don't need your help yet. Amid the ruins, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Sui let out a cold snort. The pale gold star force on her body gradually erupted, and a razor-sharp aura covered the entire area. She flipped over her right hand. A jade bottle appeared in it. The bottle was snow-white all over, its surface carved with complicated patterns, and faint golden light pulsed from its mouth. Sui gripped the jade bottle, expression indifferent, and looked coldly at Tang Bin and the others as she said flatly, "No, you do." As the words fell, the jade bottle burst with blinding starlight. The surrounding star force was forcibly drained away, and hundreds upon thousands of hiltless short swords rapidly condensed in midair. Each one radiated a bone-piercing sharpness, densely packed as they locked onto everyone present. Seeing this, Tang Bin roared, "Sui, are you crazy? Do you even know what you're doing? We're all from the Jinwu division. You want to kill us too? And right outside the restaurant is the mall. If you use Star Arts here, how many people will die?" Sui's face was expressionless, full of indifference. The disdain in her eyes made it clear she didn't take Tang Bin and the others seriously at all. "I'm only carrying out my mission." Chun-Yi resisted the Jinwu division's law enforcement. He should be executed on the spot. As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed the fingers of her right hand slightly downward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A skyful of starlight poured down. This wave of attacks didn't distinguish friend from foe at all. It wasn't only aimed at Chun-Yi. Even Tang Bin and the other 5 members of the Jinwu team were covered within the kill zone. The blade-like edges tore through the air, letting out shrill sonic booms. Tang Bin, who took the brunt of it first, had his expression changed drastically, veins bulging on his forehead. He had thought that, as the stellar refiner sent by the Yang family, Sui would at most wait until they had taken down Chun-Yi before secretly finding a chance to silence them. But no matter what, he had never imagined this woman would be so arrogant. She had no intention of waiting at all. She wanted to wipe out even the official level 5 Jinwu team together with him. In Sui's eyes, they were no different from wanted criminals, just ants she could erase at will. "Sui, you're fucking courting death." Tang Bin's eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted harshly. Boom. The chi and blood of a complete 5th realm exploded out with no reservation. Deep within his dantian, that crystallized chi blood core trembled wildly. Violent blood chi broke through flesh and skin, turning into tangible blood flames that blazed all around him. The next moment, a thick pillar of blood shot up from above Tang Bin's head, rising with a tyrannical force capable of crushing everything in its path. Bang, bang, bang. The reinforced concrete floors were like paper, pierced through several stories in an instant. The scorching heat twisted the air. The starlight short swords flying toward him shattered the moment they touched the outer edge of the blood pillar. At the same time, Du Daong and the others standing behind Tang Bin had their expressions completely change as well. Without the slightest hesitation, boom, 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 boom. For powerful auras surged upward at the same time. Du Daong and the other 4 team members all drew their standard short blades in unison. Their inner cores roared, and 4 oppressive blood pillars shot into the sky. 5 blood pillars connected into one magnificent scene. The entire roof of Wanfu Plaza was completely blown open. Rubble and steel bars rained down, only to be instantly incinerated by the rolling blood flames. Du Daong and 2 of the other team members joined Tang Bin, gripping their blades with both hands and slashing several dark red blade lights at Sui, solid to the extreme, nearly liquefied. The 4 of them fought Sui. The remaining team member was named Zhao Lei. He turned around. He paid no attention to Sui's attack. Instead, he locked his gaze on Chun-Yi. In an instant, the tacit division of labor was complete. For would suppress Sui, one would take down Chun-Yi. In the middle of the ruins, Chun Yi stood in place, letting the fierce wind whip up the corners of his clothes. The 5 blood pillars soaring into the sky, the dazzling starlight in the distance. The sudden outbreak of internal strife. He didn't even make a move to draw his blade. Why was the Jinwu division infighting? He had no interest in digging into it. He only knew one thing. This was the perfect chance to get away. On the other side were 5 blood pillar realm experts, plus a 5th realm stellar refiner. This was enough force to run rampant through Kunlun City, even if his combat strength far surpassed others of the same realm. Fighting above his level 1 against 6 was still not very realistic, since they were busy tearing each other apart, dogs biting dogs. If he didn't run now, when would he? Inside Chun Yi's Dantian, the blood core trembled violently. The chi and blood of complete 4th realm wolf smoke instantly poured into both legs. He activated treading void step and vanished from where he stood in the blink of an eye. Trying to run? Stay right there. Zhao Lei shouted angrily as the chi and blood of late 5th realm surged out in full force. With one stomp, his whole body turned into a streak of dark red light and lunged straight at Chun Yi to kill him. The short blade in his hand slashed straight at Chun Yi's shoulder with a piercing sonic boom. Before the blade even arrived, the fierce force of the wind had already sealed off all room to dodge left or right. Fight head on. Chun Yi wasn't that stupid. Treading void step activated. Chi and blood exploded beneath his feet, driving his speed to the limit. Chun Yi turned into a bloody afterimage, completely ignoring Zhao Lei's interception as he charged toward the outside of the restaurant. Blood flames burned, chi and blood erupted. Relying on his powerful physique, Chun Yi charged straight through everything in his path. No matter what was in front of him, he ignored it all. In the blink of an eye, he reached the edge of the plaza. Bang! With an ear-splitting crisp crash, the tempered glass shattered violently. Chun Yi leaped directly out from the top floor of Wanfu Plaza. Plunging toward the street, dozens of meters below, a sense of weightlessness hit him. But Chun Yi had no intention of letting himself smash straight into the ground. In midair, he forcefully twisted his waist and planted both feet onto the decorative stone blocks jutting out from the mall's outer wall. Bang! The granite shattered on the spot, and large chunks of broken stone came crashing down. Using that recoil force, the speed of his fall was forcibly slowed by a fraction. After several consecutive steps to shed the force, a chain of deep craters was left in the wall, shocking to behold. Chun Yi crashed down into the plaza below. The instant his feet hit the ground, the hard plaza tiles collapsed over a large area. Spiderweb cracks spread wildly in all directions, and shattered stone flew everywhere. Fortunately, the flow of people in the plaza wasn't dense, and since Chun Yi had picked his landing spot in advance, no further trouble was caused. Even so, the sudden loud noise made passers-by turn their heads one after another. Then came waves of screams. The crowd scattered in panic, shoving each other as they fled into the distance, stumbling and crawling as they left a large, empty area behind. Chun Yi didn't pause for even a moment. With treading void step pushed to the limit, his whole body turned into a streak of crimson light and shot into the street ahead. Zhao Lei followed, right behind him. His face was ashen and ugly to the extreme. Using the outer wall to dissipate the force, the dark red blood pillar of complete 5th realm surged into the night sky, carrying a mountain-crushing momentum as he dropped straight into the center of the plaza. Boom! The ground was smashed into a deep pit several meters wide, smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Zhao Lei pulled his legs out of the pit, his gaze locked tightly onto that bloody figure retreating into the distance. Jinwu division handling a case. Bystanders clear out. He bellowed, his voice like a great bell, making the glass of the surrounding shops buzz and tremble. He exerted force beneath his feet. Violent chi and blood pushed him into a wild forward burst, and even the trash cans along the way were sent flying by the shockwaves. One fleeing, one chasing. The two figures dragged, glaring afterimages across the streets of Kunlun City. Chun Yi deliberately chose secluded routes, passing through several narrow old streets and vaulting over 2 high walls. The surrounding lights grew dimmer and dimmer, and the startled cries of pedestrians completely faded away. 2 minutes later, Chun Yi charged into an open-air parking lot still awaiting construction. There were no streetlights around, only the searchlights from a distant worksite occasionally sweeping past, their beams carving pale, white tracks through the night. Across the empty lot were more than a dozen abandoned engineering vehicles, with weeds grown extremely tall, giving off a sense of desolation and decay. Chun Yi came to a stop and turned around. Wolf smoke chi and blood rolled around him, and the heat wave directly scorched the weeds of his feet dry, turning them into drifting ash. A few seconds later, Zhao Lei arrived, his blood pillar soaring into the sky, impossibly conspicuous. HM, you know you can't get away, so you stopped running? He looked at Chun Yi, standing 10 steps away, slightly surprised. Chun Yi didn't respond. His right hand rested on the hilt of the blade at his waist. Zhao Lei had no intention of wasting any more words. With a click, he casually shoved the standard-issue short blade back into its sheath. Then he pulled out a pair of dark gold knuckle dusters from his waist and slowly slipped them onto both hands. The credit for taking him alive was naturally greater than bringing back a corpse. That said, words were one thing. His movements were not slow in the slightest. The chi and blood of fifth realm perfection erupted without reservation. The dark red blood pillar above his head thickened several more degrees, bringing with it an overwhelming pressure. He bent his knees slightly, stomped hard enough to blast apart the ground beneath his feet, and his whole body shot straight at Chun-Yi. His right hand clenched into a fist, the spikes on the knuckle duster gleaming with a cold light as it went straight for Chun-Yi's right shoulder. Chun-Yi's 5 fingers tightened. He drew his blade. Zhang Yuan left its sheath. Crimson blood flame clung to the blade as the ninefold mountain-severing saber unleashed the power of the perfected level. A blood-colored saber, chi, several meters long, swept out horizontally, heading straight for Zhao Lei's waist and abdomen. Sensing the sharpness of the blade, Zhao Lei did not dare take it head-on. His charging body forcibly twisted midair. He withdrew his punch to defend, and the dark gold fist guard smashed heavily into the side of Zhang Yuan. Dang! Sparks flew everywhere. The violent recoil forced both of them back at the same time. Chun-Yi retreated 3 steps, each one stomping out a deep crater in the ground. Zhao Lei retreated 2 steps and steadied himself. The moment they stopped, they crashed into each other again. A fierce battle erupted. Zhao Lei's realm was extremely high. Every punch he threw carried a sonic boom that tore through the air, booming like thunder. Wave after wave of mountain-toppling force pressed down on Chun-Yi. But instead of retreating, Chun-Yi advanced. Treading void steps shifted within inches of space, always letting him evade the heavy punches at the final critical moment. Zhang Yuan's edge was peerless, chopping straight into the incoming fist winds. Blade light and fist shadows crazily intertwined throughout the parking lot. The abandoned construction vehicles nearby were flipped over by the escaping shockwaves, their heavy bodies slamming into the ground with huge crashes. The bucket of an excavator was sliced open directly by saber chi, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The ground was plowed into crisscrossing deep trenches, dirt flying everywhere. After exchanging more than a dozen hard blows in a row, Zhao Lei forced Chun-Yi back with a heavy punch, then used the momentum himself to pull away and create distance. He lowered his head and glanced down. Several long cuts had been slashed across the black uniform on his arms, and even the dark gold knuckle dusters bore several clear saber marks. When he raised his head again, his expression had changed. His eyes were filled with shock. A 4th realm perfection martial artist was actually able to fight him, a 5th realm perfection expert, on equal footing. It completely defied common sense. He carefully recalled the moves from their clash just now and recognized them. Ninefold mountain-severing saber. Treading void step. Zhao Lei looked at the saber in Chun-Yi's hand, his tone filled with astonishment. That saber art of yours. It's a super martial art of Huntian Gate. Are you from Huntian Gate? Chun-Yi held Zhang Yuan and adjusted his breathing, still saying nothing. Zhao Lei let out a cold laugh. So what if it's Huntian Gate? As a martial path force of Jiuzhou Nation, it still falls under the control of the Jinwu Division. If a Huntian Gate disciple commits a crime, he still has to accept arrest. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Lei lunged in for the kill once more. This time, he had completely abandoned any thought of taking Chun-Yi alive. His attacks became faster and fiercer. The chi blood crystal core within his body spun madly as the power of 5th realm perfection was pushed to its limit. His fist winds boomed like thunder, and his assault was far stronger than before. Clearly, he was serious now. Chun-Yi's expression turned grave. 4th realm perfection definitely could not match 5th realm perfection. There was a whole major realm between them. The reason they had been able to trade blows just now and appear evenly matched was not only because Chun-Yi's combat power was truly strong, far surpassing others of the same realm. It was also because the other side wanted to capture him alive, so he had not gone all out. But now, Chun-Yi took a deep breath. In his mind, his 640 points of comprehension operated at full speed. Everything related to the 5th realm of the Huntian divine art instantly surfaced in his sea of consciousness. When his attributes had previously doubled, his physique had only just met the standard for 4th realm perfection. To break through into the 5th realm, he would need an even stronger physique, or wait for another doubling. But later on, Chun-Yi had cultivated a body tempering method and forcibly raised his physique by 200 points, just enough to cross the threshold of the 5th realm. Now it was time to break through. Bang! Chun-Yi did not retreat. He faced Zhao Lei's heavy punch head-on. His violent chi and blood surged toward the center of his dantian. The blood pellet inside his body rapidly shrank, then collapsed, then reformed, then shrank and collapsed again. Again and again, it was tempered and compressed. It gradually shifted from solid to illusory, slowly undergoing a qualitative transformation. Ka! An extremely faint crisp sound came from within his body. A dark-colored chi blood crystal core formed inside his dantian. Boom! The density of chi and blood within Chun-Yi's body surged several times over in an instant. The crimson blood flame that had wrapped around his body rapidly transformed, its color deepening until it became like tangible crystal fragments. A world-shaking blood pillar exploded upward from above his head. Fifth realm, blood pillar realm. The breakthrough succeeded smoothly, and all of this happened in only an instant. Zhao Lei's expression changed drastically, and his body froze in place. Looking at the blood pillar soaring into the sky ahead of him, the corners of his eyes twitched violently, his heart filled with horror. A breakthrough in the middle of battle? And this newly formed blood pillar, its density was actually on par with his own fifth realm perfection blood pillar. What the hell? What was going on? When he broke through to the fifth realm, he had prepared for over half a month, proceeding carefully every step of the way. Terrified something might go wrong. But Chun-Yi, while fighting him, he broke through. Damn, this was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Ignoring Zhao Lei's shock, Chun-Yi tightened his grip on Zhang Yuan and took the initiative to attack. Treading void step unfolded, his speed more than doubled compared to before. In an instant, he closed in before Zhao Lei. Gripping the saber with both hands, he brought down ninefold, mountain-severing saber with savage force. Dang! Sparks exploded. The violent power made Zhao Lei's knees bend slightly, and the muddy ground beneath his feet split apart over a large area. This strength, how had it surged so much? Zhao Lei's heart pounded wildly, shock flooding him. But he was, after all, a veteran expert tempered through countless battles. He did not resist head-on. Instead, borrowing the downward pressure, he violently twisted his waist. His left hand forcibly pushed the blade aside, while his right hand, wearing the knuckle duster, shot straight for Chun-Yi's throat with a sonic boom that tore through the air. The counterattack was vicious to the extreme. Chun-Yi's gaze remained calm. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The perfected treading void step displayed an extremely bizarre, shifting movement within mere inches. His body tilted sideways at an angle that defied common sense, and the dark gold knuckle duster barely grazed past his clothes. Chi! He released his left hand from the saber hilt, curling his 5 fingers into a fist seal. At the same time, an invisible strand of spiritual power followed the force of the punch and pierced into Zhao Lei's sea of consciousness first. Zhao Lei only felt his mind buzz. His movements inevitably stiffened for half an instant, and the high-speed circulation of chi and blood inside his body stalled for a brief moment. And when experts exchange blows, half an instant was enough to decide life and death. Chun-Yi's left fist smashed heavily into Zhao Lei's chest. Prison-suppressing divine fist. Bang! The whole force shock of shaking mountain, the penetrating force of sinking land, poured in through the fist edge without reservation. A muffled sound of collapsing sternum rang out. The violent hidden force penetrated straight through his body and directly shredded his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Zhao Lei wildly spat out a huge mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. His whole body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, slamming heavily into an abandoned excavator in the distance. The steel vehicle body caved in across a large area. He slid down to the ground, eyes bulging wide, his face filled with terror. Spiritual power. In the Chi Blood Martial Path, one could start cultivating a visualization method at the 5th realm to strengthen one's spiritual power. He had cultivated one before as well. What he visualized was a certain bodhisattva, but everyone knew that visualization methods were extremely difficult to cultivate. Reaching the beginner level within the 5th realm was already considered pretty good. Zhao Lei was still a bit short of that threshold. His spiritual power had increased too, but not by much. But why? Why was Chun-Yi's spiritual power so terrifying? Wasn't he only at the 4th realm before? How could someone at the 4th realm cultivate a visualization method? How could his spiritual power be this strong right after breaking into the 5th realm? Zhao Lei didn't even have the ability to resist. The gap between them was worlds apart. In an instant, he was intimidated, his consciousness lost control, and then he was hit by a punch. What exactly was going on? What kind of monster was this Chun-Yi? Zhao Lei stared fixedly at Chun-Yi. His mouth kept opening and closing, his face filled with shock and disbelief, until the life in his eyes quickly faded away, and he completely stopped moving. Seeing this, Chun-Yi took a deep breath, turned, and vanished into the night, quickly leaving. At the edge of the abandoned parking lot, in the shadows of an unfinished building, Zhang Wanquan had completely blended into the darkness. His withered fingers rested on the hilt of the ancient sword at his waist, his knuckles trembling slightly. Zhang Wanquan had seen all kinds of storms in his life, but even he couldn't hold back. In a low voice, he cursed. That was way too fast. This breakthrough speed was way too fast. It wasn't human at all. If anyone else had run up and told him something like this, he would slap them on the spot and curse them for spouting nonsense. Martial cultivation meant tempering flesh, refining bones and sinews, condensing a blood core, which step didn't require years of bitter cultivation. But he had seen this with his own eyes. Excitement surged in his chest, but after only a few seconds, deep worry rose in his heart. Zhang Wanquan's brows twisted into a hard knot. This was bad. Really bad. Back at the foot of Qingxiong Mountain, when Chun Yi killed those few Third Realm fighters, Hunty and Gate didn't care at all. They were just a few bottom-tier martial artists. As long as Hunty and Gate stepped in, one sentence would settle it. But who had died now? A Fifth Realm perfect completion expert. A powerhouse of this level, even in the Jinwu division, counted as absolutely high-end combat strength. And now he had died, just like that in the wilderness. Hunty and Gate couldn't shake off responsibility for this. Once the Jinwu division started pursuing the matter, if Hunty and Gate insisted on protecting Chun Yi to the bitter end, that would be the same as openly tearing things apart with an official institution. What a mess. Zhang Wanquan sighed and shook his head helplessly. He had to have a good talk with that brat. Originally, Shui Tianhu's plan had been for him to secretly protect Chen Yi's Dao for half a year. Once Chun Yi steadily broke through to the Fifth Realm and had the ability to protect himself, that mission of protecting his Dao would be considered complete for the time being. But now, less than a day after coming down the mountain, the whole plan was already in chaos. Zhang Wanquan looked toward the direction where Chun Yi had disappeared into the night. Chun Yi, who exactly are you? Back on the mountain, everyone had made guesses. That kid definitely had some secret hidden on him. But looking at it now, if it really was a secret, then just how huge would that secret have to be? A few minutes later, in a ruined parking lot, from the distant night sky came several muffled sonic booms. Bang, bang, bang. Several figures dropped one after another from a dare, smashing heavily onto the concrete ground of the parking lot and stamping out large webs of cracks. They were Tang Bin, Du Daong, and two other members of the Jinwu squad, as well as Su Yi of the Jixing squad, light as a swallow and seeming to glide along the ground. The moment the five landed, their auras were still violently surging. Tang Bin's dark uniform had several huge tears in it. A wound remained on his chest, blood flowing nonstop, tinged with faint golden starlight. On Du Daong's arm was a sword wound, so deep the bone could be seen, blood seeping out from it, also contaminated with star force. As for Su Yi, her hair was only slightly disheveled. Her expression remained indifferent, and her attitude was as cold and aloof as ever. The chaotic battle on the top floor of Wanfu Plaza had truly escalated. Both sides had fought with real fire in their hearts, but in the end, they were all still people from the Jinwu division. No one dared truly go for the kill, so they eventually stopped and followed the trail here. The moment he steadied himself, Tang Bin's gaze swiftly swept over the devastated parking lot. The abandoned construction vehicle had been sliced apart, and the ground was covered in crisscrossing deep trenches. Then, his eyes locked firmly onto a spot beside an abandoned excavator not far away. A corpse lay in a pool of blood, eyes bulging, dead without closing them. It was Zhao Lei. Tang Bin's head buzzed, and his whole body froze in place. Old Zhao. Behind him, Du Daong's eyes turned red instantly as he let out a grief-stricken roar. He charged over in big strides and slammed to his knees in the dirt. His hands trembled as he wanted to touch the mangled corpse. It had no idea where to begin. The other two team members also rushed over, their faces deathly pale, their teeth grinding audibly. Tang Bin quickly stepped forward. Zhao Lei was at 5th Realm perfect completion. Chun Yi had only been at 4th Realm perfect completion. How the hell could Chun Yi have killed Zhao Lei? Tang Bin turned around. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared straight at Su Yi a few steps away. Satisfied now, Tang Bin strode toward her. The blood flames of 5th Realm perfect completion burned madly across his body as he pointed at the corpse on the ground and cursed loudly. Back in the restaurant, we could taken him down easily, but you just had to jump out and cause trouble. You just had to go for the kill and try to take all of us down with him. And now look, he got away. Old Zhao's dead. The veins on Tang Bin's forehead bulged, fury blazing to the heavens. Is this the result you wanted? Su Yi stood where she was. Facing Tang Bin's rage, there wasn't the slightest trace of guilt on her face. She lowered her head and glanced at Zhao Lei's corpse, her expression icy. 5th Realm perfect completion, chasing a 4th Realm perfect completion. And he got counterkilled. If his skill was inferior, then he deserved to die. You Chi-Blood Martial Path people really are all trash. If I were you, I'd shut up right now and stop embarrassing myself here. The moment she finished speaking, Du Daong roared out, "Fuck your mother. I'll kill you." Consumed by rage, he drew his short blade and was about to charge over and fight for his life. Tang Bin grabbed Du Daong's shoulder with one hand. The veins on the back of his hand bulged one after another, his grip terrifyingly strong. He forcibly suppressed the killing intent in his heart, because starting an internal fight right now had no meaning at all. It would only let Chun Yi get farther away. Tang Bin turned his head and didn't spare Su Yi another glance. He pulled out his communicator from his waist and quickly brought up the tracking locator. On the screen, the red dot representing Chun Yi was moving rapidly. Tang Bin stared fixedly at that red dot. At this moment, his emotions changed. Before, when he took this mission to capture Chun Yi, it had been official business. He was carrying out orders from the upper ranks of the Jinwu division. But now, A brother under his command had died right in front of him. This grudge had to be repaid. Tang Bin clenched the standard issue short blade in his hand as dark red blood flames rolled madly over his body. Chase. The ground beneath his feet shattered. Tang Bin turned into a streak of blood-colored light, his killing intent completely undisguised, and shot wildly in the direction the red that was moving. Du Daong and the other two team members followed close behind. Su Yi gave a cold snort and turned into a streak of pale golden starlight, following once more. The night wind blew. On the rooftop of a high-rise, Chun Yi stood there. He lowered his head, his gaze falling onto his right hand. In his palm was a cell phone. From killing his way out of Yufeng Group headquarters to the rental apartment in Haiyun District, then shifting the battlefield to Wanfu Plaza. In this whole chain of events, the other side had always known his whereabouts with uncanny precision. No need to say more. It had to be his phone. He'd even tracked through it. At that thought, he clenched his 5 fingers and crushed the phone on the spot, then casually tossed it away. From this moment on, he was truly in stealth mode. He retreated to the center of the rooftop, picked a rough, load-bearing pillar, and sat down cross-legged with his back against it. The Zhanyuan saber lay across his knees, his right hand resting lightly on the hilt. Inside his dantian, the dark chi blood crystal core that had just condensed during that life and death battle was slowly rotating with a steady, heavy rhythm. The power of the early 5th realm, blood pillar realm, coursed through his limbs and bones. He had no intention of changing positions again. He would stay here and lie low. There were less than 13 hours left until noon tomorrow. As long as he made it through tonight and waited for the system's daily reset to arrive, all his attributes would double again. His constitution would definitely break past the 1,000-point mark, and his comprehension would rise to an entirely new level, enough to support his deduction and modification of the 2 cultivation methods. As long as he endured these 13 hours, his strength would undergo a complete qualitative transformation. By then, every dead end could be crushed by absolute force. The night grew deeper and deeper, and the rooftop was utterly silent. Suddenly, Chun Yi, an old voice rang out across the empty rooftop without warning. The sound was extremely light, but when it reached Chun Yi's ears, it was no different from a thunderclap out of nowhere. His heart shook violently, and every muscle in his body tensed to the limit in an instant. The sensory net of the 5th realm, blood pillar realm, had already sealed off the surrounding 50-meter range completely. Yet the other party had come this close, and he had failed to catch even the slightest disturbance in the airflow. Zhang, the Zhanyuan saber, left its sheath by half an inch, and crimson blood flame surged along the blade, ready to burst out. He turned his head sharply, his eyes locking onto the direction the voice had come from. A dozen or so steps away, in the shadow by the iron door leading to the rooftop, an extra figure had appeared at some unknown time. The newcomer wore a black robe with a long hem, and at his waist hung an ancient sword still in its sheath. His beard and hair were completely white, his face gaunt and dried up, and he simply stood there in the night wind. There was not the slightest spill of chi blood around him, no energy fluctuations, no rise and fall of breath. Standing there, he seemed perfectly merged with the entire night sky. Chun Yi tightened his grip on the hilt. Crimson blood flame gathered on the surface of his body, ready to erupt into battle at any moment. The old man in black looked at him. The shriveled skin on his face twitched twice, and he spoke first. This old man is Zhang Wankuan. Chun Yi's gaze sharpened, and the strength in his hand did not loosen in the slightest. He was completely unfamiliar with this name. Among the powerhouses publicly known in Kunlun City, including everyone he had come into contact with, there was no such person. Seeing that he still looked like he was facing a great enemy, the old man did not get angry and took one step forward. Supreme Elder of Huntian Sect, Chun Yi still did not move. The veins on the back of the hand gripping his saber bulged. A single sentence was not enough to make him lower his guard. Seeing this, Zhang Wankuan rested his withered fingers on the sword hilt and added another sentence. Xiaohu told me about teaching you the Huntian divine art on the 5th floor of the scripture library. Hearing that, Chun Yi's expression finally changed. Xiaohu, there were only a handful of people in the entire Huntian sect who dared call Shui Tianhu that. On top of that, there were the highly secret details about the transfer of the cultivation method on the 5th floor of the scripture library, as well as the oppressive aura from this old man that was even more terrifying than Shui Tianhu's. His identity should be genuine. Chun Yi lowered his wrist. He pressed the Zhanyuan saber, which had been drawn out by an inch, back into its sheath. Then he rose to his feet and cupped his fists. This disciple greets Supreme Elder. Zhang Wankuan waved a hand and walked into the moonlight, his withered fingers rubbing the hilt of the ancient sword. When you left the mountain, the sect master entrusted this old man to watch over you along the way. The old man's tone was calm, carrying the weariness of long years. Originally, I planned to protect you in secret for half a year, then return to the mountain after you stepped into the 5th realm and gained the strength to protect yourself. Who would have thought that in a single day, you would stir up so many incidents? There was not a single word of nonsense. He went straight to the heart of the matter. The trouble you've caused is getting bigger and bigger. Zhang Wankuan walked to the railing. His withered finger lifted and pointed toward the central district in the distance, where police lights were flashing in alternating colors. As for the Wang family and the Yang family, offending them is no great issue. Huntian sect still has several hundred years of foundation behind it. If we use the sect's name to suppress this matter and pay some price, we can fully handle it. The old man turned around, and his previously calm gaze became extremely grave. But the Jinwu division represents the state. You've killed several of their martial artists in succession. The nature of that is entirely different. Zhang Wankuan's tone carried an authority that allowed no argument. If this situation is allowed to worsen, the Tianqing Prefecture General Division will definitely step in. When that happens, higher-level enforcement teams will be deployed. They may even mobilize the military to surround and suppress you. Huntian sect will not be able to escape responsibility. Even if it survives, it will still lose a layer of skin. Chen Yi fell silent and did not reply. His mind rapidly stripped apart the current situation. Every move he made represented Huntian's sect. If he really fought this to the bitter end, he would drag the entire sect into this bottomless pit. The sect had treated him well. He could not pull everyone down with him. Zhang Wankuan spoke again, his tone easing a little. I watched your matter from the shadows the entire time. I know some of the inside story. On your parents' side, Zhao Xianjing has already personally taken people there. They've been settled properly. Now only your younger sister remains. Then Zhang Wankuan presented the final solution. I will personally make a trip to the Yang family and bring your sister back safely. As for the Jinwu division, the old man pressed his shriveled lips together. We will offer them an apology and compensation and settle this major case. Word by word, he gave his final terms. This whole series of events will be borne by the sect on your behalf, and that will be the end of it. You will return to the mountain gate in peace and enter secluded cultivation, striving to break through to a higher realm as soon as possible. The night wind howled. Chen Yi stood where he was, rapidly weighing the pros and cons of his mind. The solution Zhang Wankuan offered was enough to make him agree. All the way up to now, every time he had drawn his blade, it had been enforced retaliation. All he wanted was for his family to be safe. If the sect was willing to spare no effort to bring back his sister and block all the troubles that would follow from the outside world, then he would have no more worries. Grievances could be set aside. The killing could stop. What he lacked most right now was time. As long as he could pass a few days in peace, then by that time, even Chen Yi himself could not imagine what level his strength would reach. At that thought, Chen Yi raised his head and gave Zhang Wankuan a solemn nod. All right, this disciple will obey Supreme Elder's arrangements. Hearing those words, Zhang Wankuan's previously tense shoulders finally eased down little by little, and a trace of approval appeared on his gaunt face. Good. Zhang Wankuan nodded. Then let everything end here. As for those tales from the Jinwu division, this old man casually set up a few blinding tricks on the way here. No one will disturb you. With that said, the old man spoke no more. His figure retreated back into the shadow of the load-bearing pillar. Without stirring even the slightest airflow, the black-robed figure silently merged into the night and disappeared completely. The rooftop returned to dead silence. Standing alone in the wind, Chen Yi sat down cross-legged again and closed his eyes. Everything was ready. All that remained was to wait for dawn. Time passed quickly, and the sky at the horizon soon turned bright white. But before it stayed clear for long, dark clouds rolled over. Judging from the sky, it seemed like it was going to rain. Leaning against the load-bearing pillar, Chen Yi let out a breath of turbid air. I wonder if the Supreme Elder has handled it over there yet, he muttered. Last night, he had thrown away that old phone with the tracker. Now he didn't even have a communication device in hand. He was completely in the dark about what was happening outside, and what kind of reaction the Yang family had made. Forget it. He'd wait until noon, when his attributes doubled, and talk then. He closed his eyes. Inside his dantian, his chi and blood at the early stage of the blood pillar realm circulated steadily. 10 in the morning. Central District, Kunlun City. Yang family estate. Inside the reception hall, it was so silent a pin drop could be heard. The space was broad, and the floor tiles were all paved with Shuiyun stone that contained a faint trace of star power. Step on them, and not a speck of dust would rise. On both sides of the hall stood 8 thick redwood pillars, carved with dragons and phoenixes, radiating the extravagant foundation of a top-tier star refining family. Zhang Wankuan sat in the master seat's grand armchair. The hem of his black robe hung by his feet. His withered hands rested flat on his knees, and the ancient sword at his waist did not move in the slightest. On the redwood tea table beside him sat a cup of tea. The tea had long since gone cold. A dark layer of tea scum floated on the surface. Counting from the moment he stepped through this gate last night, he had sat in this chair, dry and motionless, for more than half the night. Outside, the sky had gone from pitch black to gray-white, and from gray-white to overcast beneath dark clouds. Yang Wanda still isn't done? Zhang Wankuan's eyelids hung half-lowered. Standing 3 steps in front of him to the side was a young man. Yang Zhe, a direct-line descendant of the Yang family, in his early 20s. He wore a carefully tailored, long robe edged in silver, with faint blue light flowing across the surface of the fabric. Third realm, Star Aperture Realm. Hearing Zhang Wanquan's question, Yang Zhe immediately bent at the waist, hands folded before him. There was not the slightest flaw in his etiquette, and a polite smile hung on his face. Senior Zhang, Yang Zhe spoke evenly, his tone respectful. If Patriarch Yang finishes his cultivation, he will definitely come see you at once. The same line again. From last night until now, every time Zhang Wanquan asked, Yang Zhe used this exact response to fend him off. Zhang Wanquan's face had darkened to the extreme. His shriveled skin was stretched tight, and his killing intent had almost condensed into something tangible. After leaving Chun Yi last night, he had come straight to the Yang family. His goal was clear. He wanted the person. Under the pretense of taking a disciple, Yang Wanda had taken away Chun Yi's younger sister, Chen Yishi. He had come to demand her back. Yet everyone in the Yang family had somehow unified their story. Asked them anything, and they knew nothing. Every last one of them pushed the matter onto old ancestor Yang Wanda and family head Yang Qinghong. And just so happened, those two were in closed-door cultivation. They said it was a critical point in their cultivation and that no one was allowed to disturb them. Zhang Wanquan knew perfectly well that this was obviously a delay tactic. He had originally planned to be courteous before using force. The Huntian sect had been quiet for 100 years, and the Yang family was also one of Kunlun City's top star refining families. If he came in smashing doors and killing people right away, directly triggering a conflict, things would escalate to an irreparable level. So he endured it. He waited patiently in this reception hall, and that wait lasted an entire night. Day had broken. Outside in the courtyard, 2 shifts of patrolling guards had already been replaced. Yet he still had not seen so much as Yang Wanda's shadow. Zhang Wanquan looked at Yang Zhe, who was bent over before him with an ingratiating smile, and lightly tapped his fingers twice on his knee. His patience had been completely exhausted. Oomph. A cold snort squeezed out from Zhang Wanquan's nose. It wasn't too loud, but it carried an extremely tyrannical bodily shockwave. Yang Ze's face turned pale, and his body swayed. Zhang Wanquan clearly saw that the blue light originally flowing smoothly over Yang Ze's body had suddenly become sluggish and flickering. Yang Ze staggered back half a step, his knees going weak, while a fine layer of cold sweat seeped out across his forehead. Done or not? Zhang Wanquan braced his hands on his knees and straightened up. I'll go see for myself. The moment he rose, the incomparably sturdy, century-old redwood armchair beneath him let out an extremely faint crisp sound. Right after that, the entire chair turned into a pile of fine wood powder and rustled down onto the Shuiyun stone floor. Just a small amount of force leaking out from the tightening of his body's muscles had shattered solid wood. Zhang Wanquan withdrew his gaze, took a step forward, and walked straight toward the outside of the hall. Seeing this, Yang Ze could no longer keep the fake smile on his face. Senior Zhang, no. He shouted out loud and forcibly activated the star power within his body. Blue lights surged wildly from both his arms. A translucent star power barrier rapidly formed before him. Spreading his arms wide, he blocked the hall's main entrance with all his might. Patriarch Yang is at a critical moment in closed-door cultivation. If you force your way in, you'll be breaking the rules. Using rules to pressure him? Zhang Wanquan did not stop walking. He ignored him completely. His hands still hung at his sides as he rammed straight into that star power barrier. Bang! No fancy moves. Zhang Wanquan's shoulder slammed into the barrier. It couldn't T-hold for even half a second. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across its surface before it shattered on the spot into countless blue motes of light. The fierce bodily gale crashed into Yang Ze along with it. He didn't even have time to scream. Like a kite with its string cut, Yang Ze's feet left the ground, and he flew sideways more than 10 meters, smashing heavily into the white marble pillar outside the hall. The crisp sound of bones breaking entered Zhang Wanquan's ears with perfect clarity. Yang Ze spat out a mouthful of blood, then slid limply down the pillar and collapsed to the ground, passing out on the spot. Zhang Wanquan stepped over the hall's high threshold, both feet landing in the Yang family's broad courtyard. The courtyard was enormous. It was decorated with artificial rockeries and flowing water, while the flower beds were planted with precious star power plants. All around stood dozens of elite Yang family guards, every one of them a second or third realm star refiner. When they saw Yang Ze sent flying and coughing blood, the guards' expressions changed drastically. They all drew the star weapons at their waists. Blue, gold, crimson, lights of all kinds flashed on one after another throughout the courtyard. Stop! You dare trespass into the Yang family? Take him down, the guard captain shouted, and dozens of people rapidly closed in from all directions, faintly forming an encirclement. Standing on the steps, Zhang Wanquan looked down at these star refiners closing in around him, at the finely crafted star weapons glowing in their hands. A sneer appeared on his face. Rules? This old man waited a whole night. I've given more than enough face. The moment he finished speaking, boom, the anger he had suppressed for an entire night poured out all at once. Terrifying chi and blood erupted directly. Crimson blood flames burst from Zhang Wanquan's body, wrapping him within. From afar, his whole body looked like a violently burning, horrifying fireball. The violent high heat swept across the entire courtyard. Wherever Zhang Wanquan's gaze reached, the precious star power plants in the flower beds didn't last even a second. Their branches and leaves rapidly yellowed and curled, their moisture sucked dry, before they caught fire and turned to char. Then came the shockwave that destroyed everything. Centered on Zhang Wanquan, it swept outward in a mad ring, whipping up a level 10 hurricane from flat ground. Crack! Crack! The rockery in the center of the courtyard, piled from hard stone, was struck head-on by the shockwave. Wide cracks burst open across its surface, and then it shattered directly into countless stones that were swept into the air by the raging wind. The bluestone paving on the ground split inch by inch. Large sections were ripped up, exposing the brown earth below. Those dozens of Yang family guards charging in couldn't even get within 10 meters of Zhang Wanquan. The star power shields they were so proud of were more fragile than paper in the face of the berserk chi and blood of 7th realm perfection. Bang, 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 bang. As the shock wave swept through, dozens of them were blasted into the air in unison, their star weapons flying from their hands. Flailing wildly in midair, faces filled with terror, they sprayed blood from their mouths, then crashed all around onto the courtyard walls and rooftops like dumplings being dumped from a pot. The entire front courtyard of the Yang family was filled with wails and endless screams. Zhang Wanquan stood where he was and stomped down with both feet. Boom! The ground beneath him shook violently. The white marble steps collapsed, smashing into a giant pit several meters deep. An even more terrifying scene appeared. A crimson blood pillar, several meters thick, shot straight up from above Zhang Wanquan's head. The pillar was so thick it made the heart quail. Rolling blood flames carried a savage, unstoppable force as they blasted straight into the sky. Zhang Wanquan lifted his gaze. He watched the blood pillar above his head slam heavily into the starlight defensive formation over the Yang family estate. That sturdy barrier, which usually shimmered with golden light and covered the entire Yang family, was struck by the blood pillar, and its surface instantly filled with dense cracks. With a crisp shattering sound, the light barrier exploded into a sky full of golden light rain, drifting down in countless fragments. The blood pillar drove straight into the clouds, stirring the cloud layers above Kunlun City's central district. Crimson blood light poured down from the sky, blotting out the sun and shocking the world. Zhang Wanquan swept his gaze around. As far as the eye could see, every building, courtyard wall, and street was shrouded in a heart-pounding blood-red glow. Those servants and Yang family disciples, only dozens of meters away, were directly crushed to their knees, gasping for breath, without even the strength to stand back up. In the distance, several figures had just risen into the air, clearly Yang family experts, judging by their clothing, trying to rush over. But the instant they touched that pressure, the starlight protecting their bodies flickered violently, then dimmed. Their faces turned deathly pale, and they were forced to land on rooftops, retreating again and again. They did not dare approach this central zone covered in blood flames. Zhang Wanquan stood in the center of the surging blood flames, his black robe whipping in the wild wind. His hands were empty. His gaze crossed layer after layer of buildings and locked firmly onto the quietest and most heavily guarded area in the Yang family's rear courtyard. That was where Yang Wanda was in seclusion. Qi and blood surged into his throat. Yang Wanda. The 3 words were icy to the bone, filled with nothing but indifference. The deafening sound wave, carrying the berserk chi and blood of peak 7th realm, swept forward in a fan shape. Bang, bang, bang. Everywhere the sound wave passed. The doors and window glass of several pavilions in the central courtyard shattered at the same time. Roof tiles flew, wooden pillars snapped, and smoke and dust billowed everywhere. The commotion echoed through the entire Yang family estate. Zhang Wanquan raised one dry finger. His voice overwhelmed the rumble of collapsing buildings around him and echoed above the Yang family. I'll give you 3 counts. If you don't come out. He paused for half a second. His killing intent climbed to the absolute peak, and the blood flames around him surged several meters higher. Then this old man will wipe out your Yang family. Immediately, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. That dry finger Zhang Wanquan had raised slowly drew back. The moment his fingertip lowered, a heavy vibration spread from beneath his feet, silently sweeping across the entire front courtyard of the Yang family. From the far depths of the Yang family's rear courtyard, several incomparably terrifying auras erupted without warning. The sky, which had been dyed red by Zhang Wanquan's blood flames, was forcibly torn open with several enormous cracks. Starlight of different colors suddenly descended, flashing violently in midair. The moment that starlight came into contact with the crimson chi and blood at the perimeter, it forcibly pushed the red light back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of light tore through the sky, carrying sharp sonic booms as they shot straight toward the front courtyard. A violent wind rose from flat ground, scattering the smoke and dust filling the courtyard. 3 figures stopped directly in midair, looking down from above. The one in the center was an old man in white robes. His hair and beard were completely white, his complexion ruddy. On the surface of his white, robe flowed intricate golden starlight patterns. Dazzling pale gold star force circled around him. Metal-attributed star force, carrying a sharpness that felt capable of piercing anything. Yang family old ancestor, Yang Wanda. To his right stood a middle-aged man in an elegant long robe. Blue-red, wood-attributed starlight flowed across the surface of his body. The current Yang family head, Yang Qinghong. To his left was also an old man, with gray-white hair and a body as thin as dry wood. The brownish-red, earth-attributed star force radiating from him was incomparably heavy. One of the Yang family's core stellar cultivation experts, Yang Tianquan. 3 sixth realm stellar cultivators appeared at the same time. 3 waves of star force at peak 6th realm and late 6th realm intertwined, forming a massive starlight pressure visible to the naked eye in midair. Below, the Yang family guards, who had been crushed to the ground by Zhang Wanquan's pressure, their faces full of despair, saw those 3 figures in the sky and instantly burst with fanatical hope. The old ancestor and the family head have come out of seclusion. Someone shouted excitedly and scrambled backward in panic. In midair, the expressions of the 3 men were ice cold. Their gazes swept over the clan members wailing all over the ground, then over the rockeries and buildings destroyed by the shockwaves. Yang Qinghong and Yang Tianquan's faces turned ashen on the spot. Yang Wanda clasped his hands behind his back. His gaze passed through the roiling blood aura and landed on Zhang Wanquan at the edge of a deep pit. He spoke first. Zhang Wanquan. His tone was full of lofty questioning. It seems my Yang family has no grudge against your Huntian sect, does it? The pale gold starlight on his body fluctuated with his emotions, becoming even more dazzling. Instead of quietly cultivating on your Qingqiong mountain, why have you come to my Yang family to cause trouble? You destroyed my courtyard and injure my clansmen. Is your Huntian sect planning to go to war with my Yang family? Zhang Wanquan stood where he was without even lifting his eyelids. He treated the huge accusation Yang Wanda had thrown at him as if he had not heard it at all. He could not be bothered with nonsense and went straight to the point. This old man came to the Yang family to demand someone. He stepped forward half a pace, raised his head, and locked his eyes onto Yang Wanda in the air. Where is Chun Ishi? In midair. The moment Yang Wanda heard the 3 words Chun Ishi, the dazzling pale gold starlight in his eyes stalled. His pupils shrank slightly, but he quickly returned to calm. After a brief pause, Yang Wanda's face darkened. Chun Ishi? He shook his head and looked straight at Zhang Wanquan below. I don't know who you're talking about. My Yang family does not have the person you're looking for. Flat denial. Not even one extra word of explanation. Zhang Wanquan stood where he was, looking at Yang Wanda's face, his own expression gloomy to the extreme. He had finally seen it clearly. The arrogance of these stellar cultivators had rotted into their bones. Who was he, Zhang Wanquan? A supreme elder of Huntian sect, a genuine 7th realm martial artist, peak golden body realm. And Yang Wanda was only a mere peak 6th realm. There was a full major realm between them. Yet the Yang family gave him absolutely no face at all. Relying on the fact that they were stellar cultivators, relying on the fact that this was the Yang family's home ground, they actually dared to be this arrogant, even spouting lies through their teeth. Good. Very good. Zhang Wanquan was so furious that he laughed. Since the Yang family doesn't have this person, then today, this old man will search for her himself. The moment the words left his mouth, that dry right hand grabbed the hilt of the ancient sword at his waist. Clang! A clear, shrill sword cry thundered across the sky above the Yang family estate. The ancient sword left its sheath. The iron-gray blade was covered edge to edge in dense chips and nicks, completely unlike the dazzling brilliance of a star weapon. But what rushed at the face was only a blood stench so thick it choked. The instant the ancient sword was drawn, the chi and blood crystal core inside Zhang Wanquan's body reforged through 9 nirvanas. With everything unleashed, the chi and blood of his perfected 7th realm golden body poured out in a torrent, crazily surging through his withered arm into the sword. The dim ancient sword was dyed a glaring blood red. He immediately swung out a sword strike. A solid, blood-colored sword chi over 100 meters long abruptly appeared in midair, shooting straight into the clouds. Heaven and earth changed color. The surrounding air was forcibly pushed away by the sword chi, forming an absolute vacuum zone. That tyrannical, overwhelmingly dense, killing intent locked onto the 3 members of the Yang family in the air. The 3 rays of starlight that had originally shone so brilliantly were already beginning to flicker violently and distort. In midair, Yang Wanda and the other 2's expressions changed drastically. That 7th realm sword intent was still pressing down. The originally dazzling starlight shields around their bodies let out a series of brittle cracking sounds. Yang Tianquan's thin body sank slightly downward, and his legs trembled faintly in the air, almost unable to keep his balance. Form the array. Yang Wanda's tone completely changed, and he shouted in panic and fury he could no longer conceal. The 3 of them no longer cared about any great family bearing. Their hands formed seals frantically, preparing to risk their lives to forcibly withstand this sword. At this critical moment, Just as the sword Qi was about to slash down, a furious shout suddenly thundered over from the distant sky, empowered by incomparably dense star power. It crossed several thousand meters and slammed into the sky above the Yang family estate, the sound waves rolling out in waves. Zhang Wanquan, what are you trying to do? The iron laws of Jojo forbid private combat between martial artists and star cultivators. Don't you know that? Especially high-realm cultivators. They're even less allowed to fight openly. Along with a deafening rebuke, a dazzling streak of starlight shot over from the horizon at an absurd speed. A wild gale reversed direction. The starlight dispersed, revealing two figures. The burly middle-aged man on the left was wearing the dark uniform of the Jinwu Bureau. He was not deliberately releasing any star power. Yet the pressure he gave off left the people below struggling to breathe. Director of the Jinwu Bureau, Xiong Wansheng. On the right was a woman around 40 years old, dressed in a black business suit, her hair coiled behind her head. Faint golden star power flowed around her fingertips. Deputy Director of the Jinwu Bureau, Yang Yan. The instant these two appeared, Yang Wanda and the other two, who had been nearly unable to breathe under Zhang Wanquan's sword Qi, immediately felt relief. The violently flickering starlight around their bodies became dazzling once more. The solidified blood-red sword Qi over 100 meters long paused in midair. Senior Zhang. Xiong Wansheng looked down from above, his tone calm. The iron laws of Jojo strictly forbid private combat in urban areas. You've destroyed someone else's estate. That's breaking the rules a little too thoroughly. Zhang Wanquan slowly raised his head, his brows slightly furrowed. In midair, Xiong Wansheng, Yang Yan, and the three core Yang family experts including Yang Wanda, a full 5-star cultivators above the 6th realm, quietly spread out. They formed a half-encirclement, locking Zhang Wanquan firmly in the middle. Zhang Wanquan shifted his gaze away from Yang Wanda's face and let it fall on the silver star badge on Xiong Wansheng's chest, the symbol of the nation's highest law enforcement authority. Then he spoke. I did not come here for private combat. The Yang family sent people to seriously injure the parents of my disciple, then forcibly abducted his younger sister, Chen Yishi, with a flip of his wrist. The tip of his sword pointed straight at Yang Wanda. Hand over Chen Yishi, and I'll leave immediately. The air fell silent for a moment. Xiong Wansheng turned his head and looked at Yang Wanda. Elder Yang, is there such a matter? Yang Wanda's complexion was rosy. Meeting Xiong Wansheng's gaze, he did not hesitate for even half a second before directly shaking his head. Director Xiong, this is simply nonsense. Yang Wanda clasped his hands behind his back. My Yang family has always acted openly and honorably. How could we possibly do something so low as forcibly abducting an ordinary person? Zhang Wanquan is clearly using this as an excuse to cause trouble on purpose. At those words, the stalled blood-red sword Qi above Zhang Wanquan's head let out a shrill hum. Yang Wanda, that is fucking bullshit. Zhang Wanquan roared, and the sword Qi swelled another dozens of meters. Senior Zhang, Xiong Wansheng's voice suddenly rose. The pressure of his perfected 6th realm star power spread out without the slightest restraint, smashing head-on into Zhang Wanquan's sword Qi and producing a heavy boom. Could it be that you've made a mistake? Xiong Wansheng looked at Zhang Wanquan, his tone sinking slightly. Elder Yang is the ancestor of one of Kunlun City's top families. His status is plain to see. Lying in public? Surely not. Zhang Wanquan stared fixedly at the 5 people in the air. The standoff lasted a full half-minute. His chest heaved violently once. The 5 fingers resting on the sword hilt gradually loosened bit by bit. Good. Zhang Wanquan let out a cold laugh. Yang Wanda, you'd better hide her well. Clang. With a downward press of his wrist, the ancient sword returned to its sheath. The crimson blood flames rolling across the sky instantly flowed back into his body. And that blood-red sword Qi over 100 meters long vanished without a trace. Zhang Wanquan did not spare anyone in the air another glance. He turned around and strode away. After just a few bounds, the black-robed figure disappeared from sight, leaving behind only ruins everywhere and Yang family guards on the ground, grievously injured and wailing. Watching Zhang Wanquan's figure disappear, Yang Wanda also let out a sigh of relief. He turned his head, a smile returning to his face, and cupped his hands toward Xiong Wansheng. Director Xiong, thanks to your timely arrival tonight, another day I will definitely pay a visit. Elder Yang. Xiong Wansheng cut him off. Looking at these 3 Yang family core experts, he said flatly, Martial Dao may indeed be in decline right now, but Huntian sect is still a sect with several hundred years of inheritance. There's still quite a few old monsters hidden on that mountain. He came alone to kill his way here today. Tomorrow, there could be 3 or 5. Xiong Wansheng raised a finger and pointed at the ruins below. With his status, it's impossible for him to come here and make trouble for no reason. His gaze nailed itself to Yang Wanda's face. That girl named Chen Yishi, whether she is in your hands or not. If she is, release her immediately. If she isn't, then don't let me find out that you had even the slightest connection to this matter. This matter ends here. If anyone dares stir up extra trouble again, don't blame me for turning hostile. Yang Wanda gritted his teeth. Yang Tianquan and Yang Qinghong also lowered their heads. Yes, Director Xiong's lesson is correct. Yang Wanda replied stiffly. Xiong Wanqing paid no attention to his mood. He turned to look at Yang Yin, who had remained silent the whole time. Deputy Director Yang. Yes. Yang Yin lowered her head. After we return, immediately terminate the arrest of Chun Yi. Xiong Wanqing's tone was decisive. Withdraw the level 5 Zhenwu team and Su Yi as well. This matter ends here. It absolutely cannot be allowed to escalate any further. Yang Yin's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. After glancing at Yang Wanda's expression, she nodded. Understood. I'll handle it right away. Having finished his warning, Xiong Wansheng did not linger. Starlight flashed around him, and his whole body transformed into a shooting star, vanishing in an instant. Yang Yin glanced at Yang Wanda without speaking, then also turned into starlight and left. The sky fell completely silent. Only Yang Wanda, Yang Qinghong, and Yang Tianquan remained suspended in midair. In the courtyard below, the guards were clearing rubble and rescuing the wounded. A thick smell of blood filled the air. The three members of the Yang family exchanged a look, their expressions unreadable. No one spoke. Down. Yang Wanda coldly spat out the two words, taking the lead and restraining his aura and dropping straight down. Yang Qinghong and Yang Tianquan followed right behind him, avoiding the chaos in the front courtyard. The three went directly to the depths of the Yang family's rear courtyard and entered a hidden underground secret chamber. The heavy dragon-severing stone crashed down. The secret chamber was dimly lit, and the starlight stones embedded in the walls gave off a cold, ghostly glow. Yang Wanda walked over to the stone chair at the seat of honor and sat down properly. Yang Qinghong and Yang Tianquan stood on either side. All sound from the outside world was blocked by the heavy stone door. In the entire secret chamber, the only sounds were the faint sizzling noises occasionally coming from the few starlight stones on the walls, and the three men's deliberately lowered breathing. I never would be, he thought Chun. He was actually a disciple of Huntian's sect. Yang Wanda's voice echoed through the empty chamber, filled with undisguised surprise, even carrying a hint of absurdity. The moment Zhang Wanquan came to their doorstep with sword in hand and made such a huge scene, the Yang family's upper echelon had received the news at once. From his furious roars, they had heard his purpose loud and clear. For Chun Ishi. More accurately, for Chun Ishi's older brother. Leaning back against the chair, Yang Wanda tapped the armrest with his fingers without any rhythm. After taking Chun Ishi away, he had sent people to investigate her family background. The report his subordinates submitted had been very clear. No talent for star cultivation, no martial inheritance, no background whatsoever. Just pure bottom-tier trash with none of the three. So he had casually given the order to clean them up and never paid that family any attention again. But now, the supreme elder of Huntian's sect, an old monster at the 7th realm, golden body perfection, had actually carried a sword to the Yang family gates for Chun Yi. Go! Contact Yang Yin. Yang Qinghong turned and walked to the corner of the chamber. There sat a communication stone platform carved all over with complicated star array patterns. His hands moved, and greenish-red star power of the wood attribute poured into the array core. A low hum came from inside the stone platform. The air above it twisted, and a translucent light screen slowly rose. It flickered twice before the image stabilized. In the light screen was Yang Yin, seated in a sealed office. She still hadn't changed out of that black Shenwu Bureau uniform. Old ancestor. Yang Yin bowed slightly in the light screen. Yang Wanda straightened up and got right to the point. What exactly has the Shenwu Bureau found out? What is going on with that Chun Yi? Was the earlier investigation wrong? Or did Huntian's sect hide on purpose? Old ancestor. I just accessed the archives with the highest authority. Judging from his surface records, Chun Yi's background is absolutely clean. He is just an ordinary person. She spoke quickly and clearly. Then she immediately added, but combined with the martial realm he's displayed recently, that clean record has instead become the biggest flaw. She directly gave her conclusion based on the available intelligence. From the detailed information, this was definitely hidden by Huntian's sect on purpose. Yang Yin continued, her logic airtight. An ordinary person could never possibly possess that kind of realm out of nowhere. The only possibility is that a long time ago, a powerhouse from Huntian's sect came down from the mountain and happened to encounter Chun Yi. That powerhouse discovered his martial talent was good. So he secretly accepted him as a disciple and privately taught him cultivation methods. That's the only explanation that makes sense. Otherwise, why would an old monster like Zhang Wanquan come to our Yang family demanding a person? And where else could Chun Yi's absurd martial realm have come from? The chamber fell quiet for a moment. Yang Qinghong and Yang Tianquan exchanged a glance, both agreeing with the explanation without speaking. The logic was completely closed. If Chun Yi was a secretly cultivated hidden piece of Huntian's sect, then everything made sense. So that is how it is. Yang Tianquan said, no wonder that kid dared wipe out Yufeng Group. So Huntian's sect was backing him. Now that the whole sequence of events had been sorted out, the next question was how to respond. Yang Qinghong stepped forward and asked for instructions. Old ancestor, now that we figure out the truth, what we do next? What Zhang Wanquan did today makes it obvious Huntian sect intends to protect Chun Yi to the death. On the Jinwu Bureau's side, Xiong Wansheng personally stepped in to halt the arrest operation because he doesn't want things to escalate. If we keep making moves in Kunlun City, I'm afraid we'll be confronting both the authorities and Huntian sect head-on. Yang Wanda was the Yang family's old ancestor. On a major matter concerning the family's direction, he naturally made the final decision. On the stone chair, after hearing Yang Qinghong's words, Yang Wanda suddenly laughed. Ha. The laughter grew louder and louder, echoing through the dim chamber. Huntian sect? Yang Wanda let out a cold snort. 100 years ago, when Chi blood martial arts were at their peak, Huntian sect really was a colossal existence. Back then, they may indeed have had some weight, enough to make countless people bow their heads in submission. Yang Wanda rose from the stone chair, and pale golden star power surged explosively through the chamber. But what era is this now? This is the era of star refiners. His face was full of contempt. A bunch of martial brutes abandoned by the times, who can only hide on Qingxiong Mountain and cling to life. They're not worth mentioning. Yang Wanda walked to the light screen and let out a cold laugh. If they dare come down from the mountain and make one move, someone will naturally deal with them. We have no need to care about Huntian sect's attitude. Yang Tianquan spoke from the side, his tone carrying a trace of concern. Old ancestor, what about Director Xiong's warning? Tonight, right in front of us. He made his stance very clear. If he finds out Xiong Wansheng, at the mention of the name, Yang Wanda couldn't even be bothered to take it seriously. We're both at 6th rel perfection. What can he do to me? The Jinwu Bureau ISN is alone to command. As long as he can't catch direct evidence that we acted personally, he's just spouting a few harsh words. If things really come to a complete break, my Yang family has been operating in Kunlun City for so many years. We're not vegetarians. Whether it was Huntian sect's martial threat or the official warning from the Jinwu Bureau, in Yang Wanda's eyes, neither was enough to make the Yang family back down. The value of God-level star cultivation talent was simply too great enough for the Yang family to ignore those rules. However, Yang Wanda added one more sentence. If those reckless fools from Huntian sect get desperate and jump the wall, that would indeed be troublesome. He turned to Yang Qinghong and Yang Tianquan and gave his decision. Tonight, I'll personally lead people to Tianqing province. Hearing the 3 words, Tianqing province, Yang Qinghong and Yang Tianquan looked at each other. Old ancestor is wise. Once we reach Tianqing province, everything will be settled. Yang Qinghong immediately echoed. Yang Wanda gave a curt response, then turned toward Yang Yin in the light screen, his eyes filled with viciousness. As for Kunlun City, I'll leave the follow-up matters to you. Word by word, he gave the final order. That Chun, he cannot be left alive. The atmosphere in the chamber instantly turned icy. Since it's already been done, it must be done thoroughly. Leaving things half-finished, what kind of outcome is that? Yang Wanda adjusted his sleeves, the cold ruthlessness of a great family's ruler laid bare. Besides, if word gets out that my dignified top-tier star cultivation family couldn't even deal with a mere martial artist, wouldn't that just make us a laughingstock? In the light screen, Yang Yin nodded. Understood. Inside the chamber, Yang Qinghong and Yang Tianquan both cupped their hands. Old ancestor, rest assured, we will definitely deal with Chun-Yi. Kunlun City, Central District, Jinwu Bureau Headquarters. Inside the Deputy Director's office, the translucent communication screen flickered twice, then dispersed. Yang Yin cut off contact with the Yang family's secret chamber, then leaned back, sinking into the broad, genuine leather chair. She rubbed the space between her brows, pushed aside the file on Chun-Yi on the desk, picked up her phone, and called Su-Yi. It rang twice. Deputy Director. Su-Yi's voice came from the other end. The background was extremely noisy, mixed with the howling sound of wind. Where is he? Yang Yin didn't waste words. 2 seconds passed on the other end of the line. He ran. Su-Yi's voice was suppressing anger. Zhao Lei was dead, and Chun-Yi's location had remained fixed in the same spot the whole time. The other side had probably realized it. Yang Yin's face darkened. 6 5th realm cultivators had gone to capture 1 4th realm perfection, and not only had they let him escape, they had even lost 1 man. If this got out, the Jinwu Bureau's reputation would be gone. How'd he get away? Yang Yin asked. Those Qi and blood cultivators in Tang Bin's group had water in their brains. In the private room at Wanfu Plaza, I could be nailed Chun-Yi to death with star arts right away, but Tang Bin insisted on standing in front of him, talking about the Jinwu Bureau's stupid rule of taking targets alive. The more she spoke, the angrier she got. If they hadn't gotten in the way, Chun-Yi would have been dead already. Now Zhao Lei is dead, and Tang Bin's hugging the corpse and going crazy. He might even come argue with me again in a bit. Yang Yin showed no reaction at all to Zhao Lei's death. Inside the Jinwu Bureau, star refiners and Qi and blood martial artists had always been full of conflict. The death of one Qi and blood martial artist wasn't even enough to make her blink. Su-Yi, listen carefully. Whatever kind of tantrum Tang Bin throws has nothing to do with you. Find Chun-Yi as soon as possible. She paused, then spoke again. Once you find him, Don't go through the Jinwu Bureau's procedures. Kill him directly. No need to care about anyone else. Understood, Su Yi replied. After the call ended, Yang Yin tossed her phone onto the desk and sat there, not knowing what she was thinking about. Kunlun City, Hushan District, Zhuiyue Investment Company, Limited, Chairman S. Office. Bang! The solid wood office desk was kicked flying by Wang Xiong and slammed into the wall, shaking the entire floor. Trash. Every last one of you is fucking trash. Wang Xiong's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at the guard captain kneeling on the floor and cursed him out. We turned Haiyun District upside down and watched every intersection. So where is he? My Wang family spends so much money raising a bunch of useless sacks of rice like you, and you can't even find one person. The captain was sprawled on the floor, shaking all over. He didn't dare say a single word. They really had done everything they could. Several hundred men had been sent out. They had checked all the surveillance around Haiyun District from top to bottom, but the information they found was all useless. It was as if the man had vanished out of thin air. Get out. Keep looking. If you can't find him, then don't bother coming back. The captain scrambled out of the office and pulled the door shut behind him. The office fell silent. Wang Xiong walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The moment he closed his eyes, all he could see was Yi Fei, that head, dead with eyes unclosed. That was his only son, and now he was just dead like this. Without clarity, without justice. A blood debt must be paid in blood. That was only natural. No matter what, even at any cost, he had to avenge Fei. Once he made up his mind, he took out his phone. After taking 2 deep breaths and forcibly suppressing the rage in his chest, he dialed a number. He was calling Wang Mu. In terms of seniority, Wang Mu had to call him second uncle. But in a top-star refining family like the Wang family, seniority had never been worth anything. Strength and status were the only hard currency. Wang Mu was in the late 6th realm and also the deputy director of the Jinwu Bureau. He held real power and was one of the Wang family's true core figures. The ringtone lasted more than 10 seconds before the call connected. Second uncle. Wang Mu's lazy voice came from the other end. The background was very quiet, with only the faint clink of a teacup against a purple clay teapot. He was clearly somewhere comfortable, drinking tea. I heard about Ife. My condolences. The comfort was light and casual, without the slightest trace of sorrow. Wang Xiong gritted his teeth until they creaked, veins bulging on the back of his hand, but he didn't dare vent his anger at Wang Mu. Chen Es trail has gone cold. Wang Xiong got straight to the point. My people can't spread wide enough. Use the Jinwu Bureau's intelligence system and dig him out for me. A short laugh came from the other end. Second uncle, your temper S running too hot. That S how people capsize in the gutter. Do you really think Shun Yi is some ordinary nobody with no backing? Wang Mu took a sip of tea, speaking unhurriedly. Wang Xiong froze. What do you mean? I just got word. Last night, Zhang Wanquan of Huntian sect went to the Yang family and made a huge scene. Shun Yi's identity is very likely that of a disciple secretly raised by Huntian sect. Wang Xiong's mind bust. Zhang Wanquan? Huntian sect? The shock lasted only an instant, followed by even crazier hatred and venom. So what if it's Huntian sect? Wang Xiong growled into the phone. A life for a life. He killed my son. Even if he were the king of heaven himself, I'd still skin him alive. Second uncle, calm down. Wang Mu cut off his roar, his tone turning cold. Zhang Wanquan is at 7th realm golden body perfection. Last night, with a single sword, he suppressed 3 6th realm cultivators of the Yang family so hard they didn't even dare breathe too loudly. What exactly are you going to use to skin him? Wang Xiong was choked silent, his chest heaving violently. Huntian sect has been quiet for 100 years, keeping a low profile up in the mountains. If it stayed that way, I couldn't be bothered with it. But since it wants to stretch out a claw and test the waters, then we'll chop it off directly. Second uncle, pull back all the private troops under your command. Wang Xiong grew anxious. Pull them back. Then we're just not avenging Ife. We're just going to let people trample the Wang family's face underfoot like this? Leave this matter to me. Wang Mu said slowly. Second uncle, if you use the family's private troops to kill him, that's a private feud. Huntian sect will have an excuse to interfere and protect him. But if I use the Jinwu Bureau's name to arrest him, that's the law of the state. The sound of tea being poured came from the other end. Last night, at the abandoned parking lot, that kid killed a member of the Jinwu Bureau's 5th level team. That's the real deal, murdering an official law enforcement officer. He is definitely carrying that charge. You want to borrow the Jinwu Bureau's knife? More or less. Once we catch him, I got 10,000 ways to make him wish he were dead. Wang Mu let out a cold laugh. And if we don't catch him, or if he kills a few more Jinwu Bureau people while resisting arrest, that'll be even better. Wang Mu set the teacup down heavily on the table. The bigger this gets, the better. Once he is carrying a mountain of blood debt owed to the Jinwu Bureau, I'd like to see whether Huntian sect still dares step in to protect him. If Huntian sect dares step in, then that is openly opposing the iron laws of Jojo and opposing the entire Jinwu Bureau. At that point, the Wang family won't even need to make a move. There will naturally be people to suppress them. I understand. Wang Xiong took a breath, and his tone finally calmed down. I'll withdraw my men right now. Ife's revenge. I'm leaving it to you. Don't worry. Wang Mu said one last sentence. Ife 1T have died for nothing. Kunlun City, Hayun District. Dark clouds hung low over the city. At a cafe on a street corner, the lighting was dim, and the place was so deserted that only a few tables were occupied. And in the innermost corner, 4 men in plain clothes were sitting there. The atmosphere around them was so heavy it was hard to breathe. Tang Bin leaned back in the sofa, his face looking awful. In his hand, he gripped a lighter, flipping it over his fingers again and again. The metal shell tapped against his knuckles, making a dull, repetitive clicking sound. Across from him, Du Daong's eyes were red, his chest rising and falling sharply, his eyes full of blood vessels. Bang! Du Daong smashed his fist onto the solid wood table. The table let out a muffled thud. The coffee cup jumped, brown liquid splashing across the glass surface and running down the edge of the table. Why? Du Daong growled through gritted teeth. Why was the arrest called off? He stared at Tang Bin, the veins on his neck bulging one by one. That Chun Yi first killed one of our Jinwu Bureau people at Qingxiu Mountain. Then he killed Zhao Lei. And now one phone call is enough to make us pretend none of this ever happened? On what grounds was an order like that given? Li Feng at the side looked just as livid. Captain, Daong is right. We can't just let this go. Old Zhao's body is still lying in the morgue. The autopsy was just finished this morning. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all shattered. Those people above us, those star refiners and officials, are scared of offending Huntian sect and scared of causing trouble. They directly suppress the case. In their eyes, people like us who train qi and blood are cheaper than grass. But old Zhao was our brother. Before he went out yesterday, he was still saying that once he got paid, he'd buy his daughter a birthday gift and make it up to her properly. But now another team member, Wang Chong, also spoke up. He usually didn't talk much, but even he couldn't hold back now. Captain, our brother's blood can't be spilled for nothing. Even if Chun Yi has Huntian sect backing him, he is still a murderer. When has our level 5 team ever suffered this kind of humiliation? If the higher-ups 1T arrest him, we'll do it ourselves. We have to avenge old Zhao. Tang Bin still said nothing. The Jinwu Division had the Jinwu Division's rules. If he defied orders, the lightest punishment would be having this uniform stripped off him. At worst, he would be internally eliminated on the spot. The futures and lives of his remaining 3 brothers were all resting on his shoulders. Tang Bin closed his eyes, wanting a moment of quiet, but he couldn't help thinking of Zhao Lei. That old bastard, seeing that his daughter got along well with him, always joked that he wanted his daughter to acknowledge Tang Bin as her godfather. Now he was dead. How was he supposed to face that little girl? Explain to her that it was my fault, that I failed to protect my own team member? Everything was too late. A blood debt had to be repaid with a life. A few seconds later, when he opened his eyes again, all that remained in them was killing intent. The hell with the rules. He grabbed the communicator off the table and swiped rapidly across the screen, pulling up a deeply hidden number from the Jinwu Division's intelligence department. He dialed it. The sound of typing came from the other end. Old Ghost, help me investigate someone. Tang Bin's tone was cold enough to chill the bones. Mobilize every covert line and every Sky Eye permission the intelligence department can use. Dig out Chun Yi's location for me. The typing stopped. Captain Tang, a ban order was just issued from above. Further investigation into Chun Yi is strictly forbidden. If I check him now on your behalf, that's a serious violation. If Director Xiong finds out, if something happens, I'll bear it alone. Tang Bin cut him off. I only want his whereabouts. He is a living person. I refuse to believe he can just vanish into thin air. The other side fell silent for 2 seconds. Fine. Give me a few minutes. The call ended. Tang Bin set the phone face down on the table and swept his gaze over the 3 brothers in front of him. Go get the gear from the car. Get ready to move. The 3 exchanged glances and saw the excitement in one another's eyes. They shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." At the same time, Chun Yi was still at the same hideout as before. On the rooftop, the wind was blowing like something possessed, sweeping sand and gravel off the ground and slamming them against the cement parapet, filling the air with a dense, endless rasping. Dark clouds packed the sky, the heavy black layers almost brushing past the lightning rod. Under a load-bearing pillar, Chun Yi sat cross-legged. The Zhanyun saber lay across his knees, its sheath reflecting a hard, cold sheen under the dim daylight. He lifted his head slightly and looked down at the distant streetscape. His gaze passed over several rundown streets and landed on an old clock tower in a distant park. 11:24. The hands on the dial pointed there. It was almost noon, but after the Grand Elder left last night, he still hadn't shown himself again. Chun Yi wasn't worried, though. If his sister could be brought back safely, then all would be well. And if something else happened, that was fine too. Strength was the foundation of everything. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and at last the rain came crashing down. Raindrops the size of beans struck the dry cement rooftop, splashing into ripples the size of coins. Time passed second by second. 11:40, 11:50, 11:55. The second hand ticked forward, crossing the final mark. 12 o'clock had arrived. A cold mechanical prompt poured directly into Chun Yi's mind. Daily attribute doubling completed. Name, Chun Yi. Physique 1528. Comprehension 1,280. Star cultivation talent, 96% super grade. Chun-E's body shook. At this moment, the terrifying physique beyond 1,000 points was fully realized. A series of explosive crackles rang out from deep within his bones. A massive amount of chi and blood was generated out of nowhere, turning into a violent torrent that poured madly back into his dantian. The dark chi blood crystal core that had only just condensed last night had its rotation speed sent soaring by that torrent. Crack! The first fracture split open across the crystal core's surface. But the entire core was shrinking inward, a qualitative transformation born from extreme compression. The dark red crystal collapsed inward, its color rapidly deepening into a profound black red. Fifth realm midstage. The density of his chi and blood doubled again, rushing through his meridians and washing over his bones, producing a muffled, thunderous sound. The doubled foundation was too enormous. The momentum of the breakthrough simply could not be stopped. Within his sea of consciousness, that mental phantom he had visualized to perfection suddenly opened its eyes. With comprehension beyond 1,000 points, his spiritual power had become material. That powerful spiritual force sank directly downward, suppressing the frenzied, boiling chi and blood and forcibly kneading it into the crystal core. Crack! The crystal core's surface split again. Black-red light surging brilliantly. Its size shrank by another circle, yet the pressure it gave off multiplied by an unknown number of times. Fifth realm, late stage. His chi and blood continued to soar wildly, only stopping after the entire black-red crystal core had been tempered until it was smooth and flawless. Fifth realm, perfect completion. Substantial crimson blood flame burst wildly from Chun-E's body. The crystal fragments from when he had first entered the fifth realm had now completely transformed into a viscous, liquid-like flame. The torrential rainwater evaporated cleanly when it came within several meters of him, turning into billowing white vapor. The blood flame rolled and burned. Chun-E stood on the rooftop, his entire body wrapped in crimson fire. A thick black-red pillar of blood shot out from above his head. That pillar contained savage brute force from his chi and blood, piercing straight into the sky. The thunderous sounds deep in his bones gradually subsided. Chun-E exhaled a mouthful of scorching white breath, and the blood flame filling the sky reversed back into his body. Deep within his dantian, that black-red chi blood crystal core turned slowly. Chun-E clenched both fists. Divine prison suppressing fist, sea overturning palm, ninefold mountain severing saber, and void treading step. All four super martial arts had long since reached perfect completion. But now that his realm had stepped into fifth realm perfect completion, the same moves would be unleashed by him with power many times greater than before. A physique of 1,528 had pushed his body's toughness to an unbelievable level. Right after that, Chun-E took out profound light Haowu star cannon. His mind began operating at high speed. The two cultivation methods, Huntian divine art and profound light Haowu star cannon, surfaced once more in his sea of consciousness. The path he had been able to see clearly yesterday became instantly clear. Chi and blood and Star Force were indeed two completely different energies, and they did conflict. But Star Force itself already had 9 different attributes, such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each one different from the others. This profound light Haowu star cannon that Hu Yen had given him could forcibly crush apart those 9 different attribute Star Forces and fuse them into an entirely new 7-colored Star Force. Since the profound light star method could contain all things, then why couldn't it fuse chi and blood into it as well? The breakthrough point was right in this god-tier star cannon. Chun-E sat upright in a cross-legged posture and studied it carefully. In his sea of consciousness, his spiritual power turned into countless threads, dismantling and reorganizing the circulation route of the Star Codex piece by piece. A moment later, understanding dawned on his face. But there was also a trace of disappointment. He had gained something from the deduction, but with his current level of comprehension, he still hadn't reached the point where he could completely fuse chi and blood with Star Force. However, he could modify the cultivation method so the two would no longer reject each other. He had to eat rice one bite at a time. Modify the cultivation route first. Solve the energy conflict first. Once he figured that out, his thoughts instantly opened up. In just a few breaths, he altered the original circulation route of the Star Codex and drew a boundary between the two energies. Chun-E closed his eyes and cultivated. His will spread outward. In the surrounding air, densely packed 5-colored starlight appeared. He drew it in. The starlight filling the sky surged over and drilled into his body. Once the Star Force entered his body, all kinds of colors mixed together. But in the next instant, they were crushed, stripped apart, and transformed into extremely pure 7-colored Star Force. Rushing straight toward his dantian, the moment the 7-colored Star Force gathered there, the black-red crystal of chi and blood in the center trembled slightly. Chun-E focused his mind and suppressed it with all his strength. A few seconds later, the crystal calmed down. That strand of 7-colored Star Force remained in his dantian. keeping to its own side from the enormous chi and blood crystal core. They no longer rejected each other. Delighted, Chun-Yi removed the restriction and continued absorbing. With a 96% star cultivation talent, his speed in absorbing star force reached an unbelievable level. The starlight almost turned into a tangible vortex, pouring backward into his body and filling his dantian. Boom! The first realm, Star Sense, achieved. Half a minute later, Star Force liquefied, breaking through to the second realm. 10 minutes later, the star liquid forced open his star apertures. Across his entire body, his limbs, dantian, chest, and head, he could open a total of 7 star apertures. This was the third realm. Boom! Breakthrough. 2 hours later, the star apertures inside his body linked into one whole, breaking through to the fourth realm, Star Chain. The rain kept falling. But after reaching the fourth realm, that explosive breakthrough speed finally slowed down. He could still continue cultivating. It just wouldn't be that outrageous anymore. Chun-Yi stopped the technique and opened his eyes. Being able to break through 4 realms in a row was thanks to his top-tier talent and comprehension above 1,000 brute forcing it. But the farther one went in the star cultivation system, the slower cultivation became. It required extremely high talent. Chun-Yi was currently at 96. He was 4 points away from the god-tier limit of 100. He wondered after tomorrow's doubling. Would it reach the limit of 100 or surpass the limit? Breaking the god tier? Expectation appeared on Chun-Yi's face. Then he took out the 2 silver jade slips Hu Yen had given him. His spiritual power probed inside. One was a long-range offensive star art. The other was a shield-type star art. Basic star art, Aurora Thorn. Basic star art, Star Guard Shield. With his comprehension above 1,000, the principles behind both star arts were instantly dismantled completely. He learned them in a second, at perfection. Chun-Yi raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together. 7-colored star force lit up at his fingertips. Whoosh! A 7-colored light thorn tore through the rain curtain and instantly pierced through half a section of the cement wall at the edge of the rooftop. Then he flipped over his left hand. 7-colored starlight surged, and a semi-transparent 7-colored shield condensed in front of him. Chun-Yi withdrew his star force, and the shield dispersed. He summoned the system panel. His attributes had all refreshed. Name, Chun-Yi. Physique, 1,528. Comprehension, 1,280. Chi in Blood Realm. 5th Realm Blood Pillar, Perfection. Star Cultivation Realm. 4th Realm Star Chain, Initial Stage. Star Cultivation Talent, 96% Top Tier. Skills, Huntian Divine Art, 5th Realm Perfection. Huntian Body Tempering Method, Perfection. Hell Suppressing Divine Fist, Perfection. Ninefold Mountain Severing Saber, Perfection. Sea Overturning Palm, Perfection. Void Treading Step, Perfection. Spiritual Visualization Method, Perfection. Aurora Thorn, Perfection. Star Guard Shield, Perfection. His realm had skyrocketed. Star cultivation and martial arts cultivated together. Although Chi and Blood and Star Force still couldn't achieve true fusion, they no longer rejected each other. After his attributes doubled again tomorrow, he would see whether he could thoroughly modify the Shuangguang Haowu Star Codex and make it fully accept Chi and Blood. Achieve true common origin. At that moment, Chun-Yi lifted his head. More than a dozen steps away, beside the iron door leading to the rooftop, an extra figure had appeared at some unknown time. Zhang Wankuan stood there, his black robe soaked by rain and clinging to his gaunt body, outlining his hunched frame. He had withdrawn his chi and blood protection, letting the wind and rain wash over him. His shriveled old face was deathly pale, carrying deep exhaustion and pent-up frustration. Looking at the old man's expression, Chun-Yi made a judgment. Things had most likely gone badly. Zhang Wankuan stepped through the pooled water on the ground and walked one step at a time beneath the support pillar. His withered fingers clutched the hilt of the ancient sword at his waist so tightly that veins bulged on the back of his hand. He was clearly far from calm inside. I couldn't get her back. Zhang Wankuan's voice was hoarse, filled with gritted teeth, every word heavy. Chun-Yi stood there quietly, waiting for the old man to continue. That bastard refused to admit anything. Zhang Wankuan drew in a breath of damp air, his chest rising and falling as rainwater dripped from his graying beard. I originally wanted to draw my sword on the spot and force him to submit, but the people from the Jinwu division just had to show up. The frustration in the old man's voice grew even stronger, and the fingers gripping the sword hilt tightened further. If it were only the Yang family, I wouldn't be afraid. At worst, I'd deflatten them with one sword. But the Jinwu division is a state institution. The old man's face twitched, his voice full of deep helplessness. Unless I'm truly driven into a dead end with no way back, I absolutely do not dare use the sect's foundation built over hundreds of years to clash head-on with the state. Chun-Yi fell silent. He gripped the Zhanyuan's saber at his waist and looked calmly at the curtain of rain ahead, but waves stirred in his heart. He hadn't expected that even with the Supreme Elder personally stepping in, they still hadn't been able to bring her back. They had been forced to retreat by rules on paper and the Jinwu division. Had Qi and blood martial arts really declined to this extent? Zhang Wankuan released the hand gripping his sword and let out a long sigh. Come back to the sect with me. The old man and the sect master will use our hidden lines to investigate this matter. We'll definitely find your sister and bring her back. Back to the mountain? Chun-Yi shook his head and rejected the suggestion. Many thanks, Supreme Elder. Chun-Yi cupped his fist with both hands and gave a proper sect salute. But I plan to temporarily withdraw from Huntian's sect. The moment those words came out, even the sound of wind and rain on the rooftop seemed to lessen. Nonsense. Zhang Wankuan's eyes widened as he shouted furiously. An invisible ring-shaped shockwave swept out, instantly clearing all the rainwater within 10 meters around them and forming an absolute vacuum zone. The water at their feet was whipped up by wild wind and splashed in all directions, striking the walls with a sharp crackling sound. I want to allow it. Zhang Wankuan strode forward, his voice brimming with authority. If word of this gets out, what'll others think? They'll say, my Huntian sect feared the Jinwu division, feared the star cultivation families. When a sect master asks, how am I supposed to explain it? Zhang Wankuan was so angry his beard trembled, spit flying everywhere. You're only at the 5th realm. Charging at them head-on is just courting death. Facing Zhang Wankuan's fury, Chun-Yi did not give an inch. Supreme Elder, I'm at the 5th realm now. Zhang Wankuan looked at him and was just about to retort. Chun-Yi spoke one word at a time, each syllable clear. Then what realm was I in yesterday? Zhang Wankuan's expression froze. The anger on his face faded, and his brows knit together. Chun-Yi continued pressing, staring straight into the old man's eyes. And what realm was I in the day before yesterday? Zhang Wankuan opened his mouth, but his throat was clogged, and he couldn't force out a single word. The fingers gripping his sword hilt trembled. Chun-Yi immediately released his aura. Boom! A savage black-red fluctuation of chi and blood burst from Chun-Yi's body without the slightest restraint. The surrounding air was slightly warped by the scorching heat of that high-density chi and blood. The falling raindrops were vaporized into great clouds of white mist when they got within half a foot of him. Zhang Wankuan's pupils contracted. He stared fixedly at Chun-Yi, his eyes filled with shock. Chun-Yi tightened his grip on the saber hilt. I'm at the peak of the 5th realm today. Tomorrow, I'll grow even stronger. It's more convenient for me to act alone anyway. My mind is made up. Please don't try to persuade me. Last night, when you went to demand his release, they definitely guessed my identity. As long as I don't admit it, and the sect doesn't admit it either, and we publicly draw a clear line, then this is my personal grievance. The authorities won't be able to use the charge of sectarian unrest to suppress Huntian's sect. Chun-Yi's expression was resolute. His voice pierced through the curtain of rain, carrying absolute calm. Zhang Wankuan pressed his dried lips tightly together, his expression shifting uncertainly. If the Grand Elder truly wants to help me, Chun-Yi changed the subject and put forward his own request. I need the subsequent cultivation method. Zhang Wankuan let out a long breath of turbid air. He looked at the young man before him for a long time. He had seen countless so-called heavenly geniuses, but none of them were like Chun-Yi. Not only did he possess a realm-breaking speed that defied common sense, there was also that reckless madness deep in his bones, as if nothing in the world could restrain him. Huntian's sect had been silent for far too long, so long that even he, as 7th realm expert, had become timid in action, tightly suppressed by the Lianqing families and a single sheet of rules. And now, the sect couldn't even protect one disciple. It even had to rely on that disciple voluntarily leaving the sect to preserve its foundation of several hundred years. At his age, this was the first time Zhang Wankuan had felt his old face burning with shame. Fine. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Wankuan agreed. I'll go back and speak with Shui Tianhu. Whatever you need, I'll personally deliver it. Chun-Yi cupped his fist with both hands. Many thanks. Zhang Wankuan gave Chun-Yi a deep look and earnestly warned him, Kid, your temper is too fierce. Everyone out there is looking for you right now. Since you've decided to shoulder this alone, then lie low for now and endure it temporarily. When you feel your strength is enough, it won't be too late to go out and handle things then. Chun-Yi nodded and committed it to memory. Zhang Wankuan did not say another word. He turned and walked into the wind and rain. With a flash of black robes, the old man's figure vanished over the edge of the rooftop, not leaving behind even a trace of excess aura. Chun-Yi stood where he was, looking in the direction the old man had disappeared, his gaze deep. The wind and rain still raged across the rooftop, yet there was not the slightest resentment in his heart over being abandoned by the sect. Huntian's sect had already done enough. From the core cultivation methods in the scripture library to the massive resources, to now sending people to personally protect him and settle his parents, this kindness was enough. Just because of his own private vendetta, was he supposed to force a sect with several hundred years of inheritance to stake the lives and livelihoods of countless disciples in a desperate struggle against the machinery of the state? Then what kind of person would he, Chun-Yi, be? An ungrateful wretch that could never be raised properly? Ha! A cold arc curled at the corner of Chun-Yi's mouth. Leaving the sect was not a rash decision made in anger. He truly did not want to drag Huntian's sect into this. What's more, with the sect as a tie, he would only be restricted in what he could do. His greatest source of confidence had never been some sect background. It was the system that doubled his attributes every single day, as long as he had the subsequent cultivation method to guide him. Then with those terrifying attributes doubling every day, his strength would only explode upward at a horrifying speed. Sooner or later, he would crush all rules with absolute invincibility. And under such circumstances, working alone actually meant there were no taboos. It would be even easier to get things done. Chun-Yi turned around, found a relatively dry patch of concrete, and sat down cross-legged. Closing his eyes, he quickly sorted through the current situation in his mind. The forces he had offended were actually not that many when counted up. At most, there were only three: the Wang family, the Yang family, and the Jinwu division. But not a single one of those three was easy to deal with. The Wang family and the Yang family were deeply rooted top-tier, Lianqing families with unfathomable foundations. As for the Jinwu division, there was no need to say more. It represented the official iron law of Jiuzhou Nation. Even a powerhouse like the Grand Elder had been forced to retreat before them. That meant there were surely terrifying figures holding down the fort in the enemy camp. With his current strength at the peak of the fifth realm, if he rushed over head-on to demand people and seek revenge, that wouldn't be bravery. That would be suicide. Still not enough. Chun-Yi murmured to himself, his fingers lightly rubbing the sheath of the Zhanyuan saber. Then I'll just lie low here for one day. Wait until noon tomorrow, when the system resets and my attributes double once more. At that time, both his physique and comprehension would surely undergo an unprecedented leap, and his realm would absolutely step into the sixth realm as a matter of course. Only after reaching the sixth realm would he truly possess enough capital to protect himself, and even counterkill, when facing those lofty Lianqing cultivators. He took a deep breath and stopped thinking further. His qi and blood circulated steadily within him as he quietly waited for time to pass. At the same time, at the entrance of the building, a black SUV tore through the curtain of rain and screeched to a stop by the roadside. The doors were shoved open violently, and four figures in dark uniforms quickly got out, splashing through the standing water as they rushed into the first-floor lobby. Just 10 minutes earlier, after a careful investigation, the intelligence department of the Jinwu division had combined Chun-Yi's last location trace before he disappeared and deduced that he was very likely hiding in this commercial building. Tang Bin walked to the front. Rainwater dripped from his uniform, leaving wet marks across the polished marble floor. He strode up to the security desk, grabbed the collar of the dozing guard, and slammed a black credential heavily onto the table. Jinwu division investigation. Where's the surveillance room? The guard was so frightened that he jolted all over and, scrambling on hands and feet, pointed toward the end of the corridor. 3 minutes later, Tang Bin stood before the surveillance screens, both hands braced against the console as he stared fixedly at the footage. On the screen, a slender figure walked into the building's fire stairwell, then headed upward the entire way. His figure flashed one after another through the stairwell cameras on the 10th floor, the 20th floor, and the 30th floor. He did not stop even once along the way, and in the end vanished into the final blind spot of the last surveillance camera leading to the rooftop. Tang Bin turned around, his gaze sweeping across Du Daong, Li Feng, and Wang Chong behind him. His eyes were icy. He's on the rooftop. Move. The four raised their heads and looked at the elevator entrance deep in the lobby at the same time, undisguised killing intent on every face. No extra words were wasted. Tang Bin took the lead and strode over. The four quickly stepped into the elevator car and directly pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator rose rapidly amid the heavy hum of the motor. The number indicator kept jumping, and the killing intent in the enclosed space continued to climb. Ding! They had arrived at the top floor. Tang Bin strode out and led the others up another 2 flights of stairs alone, reaching the rooftop. Violent wind, mixed with torrential rain, came crashing toward them. Tang Bin's dark uniform clung to his body, outlining his burly, muscular frame. With a backhand motion, he drew a standard-issue short blade. Dark red blood flame surged wildly from within him, forcibly pushing aside the rain smashing toward him. Du Daong and the others followed closely behind, stepping onto the rooftop one after another. 4 dark red pillars of blood shot into the sky, especially glaring in the rain. Powerful pressure spread across the rooftop as one, firmly sealing off the retreat route toward the stairwell. Under the overwhelming pressure, the wind and rain around them were shredded to pieces. All the rain was blocked outside their immediate surroundings. The 4 of them quickly spread out, stepping through the pooled water as they rapidly scanned the dim rooftop. Chun-Yi slowly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. His gaze pierced through the dense curtain of rain and landed on Tang Bin's group of 4. The Jinwu division S-dogs really do have sharp noses. On the rooftop, Du Daong swept his eyes around. In an instant, he saw Chun-Yi. The veins on the back of the hand gripping his blade bulged out. He stared fixedly at Chun-Yi, eyes bloodshot, chest heaving violently, and let out a low roar. Chun-Yi, you killed my brother. You'll pay for this debt with your life. Li Feng and Wang Chong tightened their grips on their short blades. Their qi and blood circulated wildly through their bodies, and the pooled water at their feet was vaporized by the heat, giving off white steam. The two moved to the left and right, ready to pounce. Tang Bin's gaze was icy, with no intention of wasting words. Move! The moment the order was given, Du Daong let out a roar. The concrete beneath his feet shattered, gravel spraying everywhere. He turned into a dark red streak, swinging his short blade with a force that could split a mountain as it came chopping straight at Chun-Yi's face. Li Feng and Wang Chong flanked for both sides. Their blades tore through the rain curtain, drawing two dark red arcs through the air and sealing off every path Chun-Yi could use to dodge. Chun-Yi stood where he was without giving an inch. Inside his dantian, the black-red chi blood crystal core trembled violently. Black-red blood flames burst through the restraints of flesh and skin, transforming into tangible, viscous fire that wrapped around his entire body. A thick black-red pillar of blood shot up from above Chun-Yi's head and pierced straight into the clouds. This blood pillar was far thicker than anything Tang Bin's group could match. The terrifying heat it released cleared away the rain within more than a dozen meters. The standing water on the ground dried up, revealing gray-white concrete beneath. Du Daong and the other two, who had charged halfway in, suddenly slowed. The black-red chi blood pressure crashed onto their shoulders like a mountain. Their forward momentum was forcibly slowed, and even the movements of their blades became sluggish. Tang Bin's eyes went wide as he stared at the soaring black-red blood pillar, the corners of his eyes twitching violently. Fifth realm. Perfected. His voice trembled as he gritted his teeth, veins bulging along his neck. You're actually at the perfected fifth realm? Good, very good. You hit it deeply enough. No wonder old Zhao died by your hand. Everyone go all out. Chun-Yi could not be bothered with nonsense. The perfected void step activated instantly. The ground beneath him shattered at once, and Chun-Yi turned into a bolt of black-red lightning, crashing directly into the encirclement of the four men. He was too fast. Du Daong only saw a flash of blood-red light before Chun-Yi was already right in front of him. So close he could see the cold lines of Chun-Yi's face clearly, and even feel the stinging heat of the black-red blood flames scorching his skin. Du Daong roared in fury and brought his short blade down with violent chi blood power. Chun-Yi's left hand formed into a claw. He neither dodged nor avoided it, directly reaching out for the blade. Clang! A piercing metallic explosion rang across the rooftop. The short blade struck Chun-Yi's palm, producing a screeching friction sound that made the teeth ache. The high-density blood flames locked the blade in place. His flesh was completely unharmed, with only a faint white mark left on his palm. Du Daong's eyes bulged out as he stared at Chun-Yi's completely uninjured hand. The crazed killing intent on his face froze instantly, replaced by utter shock. He caught the blade with his bare hand. Impossible. A huge recoil force surged back violently along the blade. The short blade was knocked high into the air. Du Daong's tiger's mouth split open instantly, blood mixing with rainwater as it splashed to the ground. His entire right arm was shaken numb. Chun-Yi swung his blade with his right hand. A blood-colored blade light swept out, splitting apart the rain curtain. Li Feng and Wang Chong rushed over to rescue him, crossing their twin blades in front of Du Daong. Boom! The blade force crashed down. The fifth realm chi blood defenses the two were so proud of collapsed instantly before the black-red blade light like paper. Their standard-issued short blades let out a crisp snapping sound and broke cleanly in two. The broken blade fragments flew out and embedded themselves into the nearby concrete wall. Looking at the bare half-handles left in their hands, Li Feng and Wang Chong were filled with disbelief, and despair surged into their eyes at once. Before they could even react, the two screamed as they were sent flying backward, smashing heavily into the rooftop parapet. Large cracks spread across the concrete wall as chunks of stone tumbled down. In just one exchange, the formation of the level 5 Jinwu team collapsed instantly. With a turn of his wrist, Chun-Yi's blade swept toward Du Daong's throat. Tang Bin attacked from behind. His dark red short blade came with a shrill sonic boom, stabbing straight for Chun-Yi's back heart. Chun-Yi gave up on killing Du Daong and turned, throwing out a punch. The black-red fist wind and Tang Bin's blade collided head-on. Bang! Violent airwaves swept out in all directions. All the water on the rooftop was blasted away by the shockwave, rolling outward and forming a dry ring several meters wide. The moss on the ground was scraped clean off, exposing the gray-white concrete below. Chun-Yi stood where he was, steady as a mountain. Tang Bin retreated 5 steps in a row. With every step, cracks spread across the hard concrete beneath his feet. Looking down, it almost seemed possible to see the floor below. The hand gripping his blade trembled violently. He clenched his teeth hard and forcibly swallowed the blood rising to his throat. Then he suddenly raised his head to look at Chun-Yi. The coldness in his eyes had completely changed. In its place was deep fear and shock. We're both at the perfected 5th realm. How can your chi and blood be this strong? Tang Bin's voice was hoarse, as if he were looking at a monster. Holding the Zhan Yuan blade, Chun-Yi walked toward Tang Bin step by step. The black-red blood flames danced wildly in the rainy night. The blood pillar pierced the sky, and within several hundred meters, everything was dyed a dark red. It was an extremely horrifying sight. With just this little ability, you dared come here to die? Chun-E's voice was indifferent as he looked down at Tang Bin from above. Li Feng and Wang Chong flipped up from the corner of the wall. The powerful physique of fifth-realm martial artists had allowed them to withstand that collision just now. But the split tiger's mouths on their hands were still dripping blood. The two stared fixedly at the weapons broken into two pieces in their hands, extreme horror flashing in their eyes, throwing away the useless half-sections of metal. The two forcibly suppressed the surging chi and blood in their bodies, clenched their fists, and roared as they charged again. Hold it back. Tang Bin forcibly swallowed the metallic sweetness in his throat and let out a hoarse roar. His features twisted savagely. The chi blood crystal core in his body was squeezed madly. Blood flames surging as he raised his short blade and charged at Chun-E once more. Du Daong attacked from the side. The tiger's mouth on his right hand had split open, so he simply gripped the hilt with both hands, completely abandoning defense. Like a mad dog, every strike went straight for Chun-E's vital points. The four launched a desperate counterattack. Their offensive was ferocious, carrying a kind of hysterical madness. Chun-E sneered. Void Step was pushed to its limit as Chun-E's body moved swiftly through the siege of all four men. On the rooftop, wind and rain raged together. The black-red and dark-red chi-blood powers interwove and collided, blasting apart large stretches of the rain curtain. Every surge of chi and blood stirred up fierce gusts across the rooftop, sending broken stones and pooled water flying. The scene was complete chaos. Holding the Zhanyuan blade, Chun-E moved through the siege of the four with effortless ease. Every step he took left fine cracks in the ground. Li Feng and Wang Chong attacked from the left and right, but under the suppression of absolute power and speed. Their movements were full of openings in Chun-E's eyes. Chun-E's expression was indifferent. He shifted his body slightly, and Li Feng's heavy punch, carrying the violent force of the fifth realm, brushed past the edge of his clothes and missed. A trace of fear flashed through Li Feng's eyes. His body pitched sharply forward from inertia, his guard completely open. Chun-E drove power into his right leg and kicked out. Bang! It struck his forehead directly. Violent power erupted in an instant. The skull shattered, red and white splattering everywhere. Li Feng had his head blown apart by a single strike. He died on the spot. Li Feng. Watching Li Feng's headless corpse fall, Wang Chong was overwhelmed with grief and rage. Captain Move, with a furious roar. He threw himself forward from behind without a care for his life. His arms clamped down like iron hoops, trying to lock Chun-E in place with his own flesh and blood and create a killing chance for Tang Bin. Chun-E dropped his waist and lowered his center of gravity, then slammed a heavy elbow backward into Wang Chong's chin. A dull sound of cracking bone rang out. The terrifying force not only shattered his jaw, but punched straight through his cranial cavity and forcibly snapped his cervical spine. Wang Chong's head bent backward by 90 degrees. Blood mixed with bone fragments sprayed from his mouth. His eyes rolled white. He did not even let out a groan before dropping stiffly to the ground. Dead on the spot. In the blink of an eye, only Tang Bin and Du Daong remained out of the four. Old Zhao, I'm coming to join you. Looking at his fallen brothers, Du Daong completely lost his mind. Bloody tears streamed from his eyes as the chi and blood throughout his body reversed. Bulging veins rose across his skin. Capillaries burst over large areas, oozing dense beads of blood. Rain landed on his body, only to be evaporated by his frenzied body heat. He charged at Chun-E like a madman. Chun-E's gaze turned cold, without the slightest pity. Deep within his sea of consciousness, a spiritual phantom opened its eyes. Du Daong's charging movement froze stiff in midair. His legs locked straight. The reversed chi and blood in his body instantly collapsed and rampaged wildly through his meridians. Black blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Chun-E clenched his left hand into a fist seal and smashed a punch into Du Daong's chest. The moment the fist landed, his chest cavity caved in and the flesh on his back exploded open. He spat out a huge mouthful of fresh blood mixed with shredded internal organs, and his body flew sideways, crashing into a load-bearing pillar. A shallow dent was smashed into the surface of the pillar. Concrete debris pattered down. Du Daong slid limply to the ground, eyes bulging wide, his face full of despair and unwillingness. Then he died on the spot. At this moment, only Tang Bin was left on the rooftop. Tang Bin stood frozen in place, looking at his brothers sprawled all over the ground. In less than half a minute, his elite level 5 squad, the team he had always taken pride in, had been butchered cleanly like rotting wood being smashed apart. His face was white as paper, and the hand gripping his blade trembled violently out of control. Droplets ran down his cheeks. It was impossible to tell whether they were rain or cold sweat. He had lost completely. The level 5 Jinwu squad had been wiped out to the last man. Chun-E Tang Bin gritted his teeth and stared fixedly at Chun-E, deep fear and despair showing in his eyes as he made one final struggle. You killed official law enforcement personnel. You'll die too. Chun-E carried his blade and walked in front of Tang Bin, speaking indifferently. Oh, I know. Chun-Yi gripped the Zhanyuan blade with both hands, pouring all of the black-red blood flames into the blade. A black-red saber, chi more than 10 meters long, slashed down ferociously. Tang Bin raised his short blade, exhausting the last of the chi and blood in his body in an attempt to block it. The standard issue short blade shattered on the spot, exploding into countless iron fragments that sprayed against the rooftop parapet and left behind a dense spread of holes. The saber chi did not lose any momentum. It directly split Tang Bin in two, armor and all. The aftermath of the violent saber force struck the rooftop floor. The top level of the building could not withstand power of this level, and a large area caved in. The thick concrete floor cracked apart, and the steel bars inside were severed one by the saber chi. Countless massive chunks of concrete crashed down to the floor below, smashing through the ceiling beneath and kicking up clouds of dust. Chun-Yi looked at the corpses on the ground, flicked the blood droplets off the Zhanyuan blade, and sheathed the long saber. He turned around. Just as he took half a step toward the stairwell, he stopped. He had been on guard the whole time. On the storm-lashed rooftop, light footsteps came from deep within the stairwell. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was extremely faint, yet especially clear amidst the raging wind and rain. Chun-Yi's right hand settled back onto the hilt. Black-red chi and blood pulsed in his palm as his gaze locked onto the darkness at the stairwell entrance. A few breaths later, a tall figure walked out. It was a woman. She wore the black uniform of the Zhenwu Bureau. When the torrential rain came within one chi of her body, it was directly sliced into fine water mist by an extremely sharp pale gold starlight shield. All of it blocked outside her body. She stopped at the edge of the ruins. Her gaze swept across the broken corpses covering the ground. When she saw Tang Bin split into two, her expression did not change. Then she looked at Chun-Yi. Pale gold starlight flowed her eyes as she said, "Interesting. You actually reached the peak of the fifth realm. And in such a short time, you slaughtered Tang Bin and the others to the last one. Looks like the intelligence was wrong." Chun-Yi's gaze was cold. And then, Su-Yi's eyes turned icy. And then, "You can die now." Pale gold star force burst out from Su-Yi's body. The wind and rain on the rooftop were torn apart in an instant by that terrifying star force. Void-splitting golden blades. Su-Yi formed seals with both hands at extreme speed, then thrust them outward. In midair, the violent star force instantly condensed into 3 pale gold crescent blades more than 10 meters long, carrying a sharpness that could slice through everything. The blades pushed horizontally toward Chun-Yi in a triangular formation. The air was forcibly cut apart, producing a piercing screech. Chun-Yi drew his saber from its sheath. With treading void steps fully unleashed, his figure flashed rapidly to the side. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 golden blades grazed past Chun-Yi's afterimage and directly slashed into the structure behind the rooftop. Boom! The hard reinforced concrete elevator shaft, along with more than a dozen load-bearing pillars, was cut apart as smoothly as tofu by the golden blades. One corner of the building's top floor let out an overwhelmed groan, and countless chunks of rubble fell downward. Chun-Yi steadied himself 10 meters away, calculating rapidly in his heart. A star refiner's attack range was extremely wide. A casual strike could alter the terrain, and its destructive power far exceeded that of a Qian blood martial artist of the same realm. If it were an ordinary 5th realm martial artist, the coverage of those 3 blades alone would have cut off every retreat path, leaving him with no choice but to passively endure the beating. This was the fundamental reason star arts suppressed chi and blood: long reach, high damage, wide area clearing. Chun-Yi drove force through his feet, shattering the ground as he transformed into a streak of black-red lightning and lunged straight at Su-Yi. He had to get close. Seeing that Chun-Yi's speed was absurdly fast, Su-Yi lightly tapped the ground with her toes and drifted backward like a willow catkin, widening the distance. Thousand mechanism, golden radiance. Her hands shifted again, golden light blazing from her fingertips. Above Chun-Yi's head, hundreds of pale gold spikes 1 meter long instantly condensed into existence. Solid as if real. Every single spike radiated heart-pounding sharpness as they turned into a metallic rainstorm and shot down in a dense barrage that covered the sky. Every retreat path was sealed off. Facing the golden radiance filling the sky, Chun-Yi's genuine blade was wrapped in blood flames and turned into a storm of crimson. Clong, 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 clong. Dense metallic explosions echoed madly across the rooftop. Those golden spikes that were enough to pierce steel plates were forcibly chopped apart by the violent saber light. A few spikes that slipped through brushed past Chun-Yi's body and struck the thick black-red blood flames covering him, leaving only white marks and failing to break his defense at all. Watching Chun-Yi charge through the storm of golden radiance with his flesh intact, Su-Yi revealed a horrified expression. Her heart shook with extreme shock. Your body, why is it this strong? For the first time in her life, she had seen someone use a purely physical body to withstand the explosive star arts of a 5th realm star refiner. This savage and berserk fighting style had completely exceeded her understanding. In the blink of an eye, Chun-Yi forcibly pushed through the bombardment of star arts and killed his way right in front of Su-Yi. A bloody saber light tore through the air and slashed straight at Sue-E's face. "This is what you forced me to do." Sue-E gritted her teeth, gave up on forming hand seals, and pressed 2 fingers against the center of her brow. An invisible ripple exploded from her forehead and instantly pierced through the wind and rain. Sue-E's face turned pale, and her eyes brimmed with savage madness. From the 4th realm onward, star practitioners must cultivate the spirit. Spiritual power is the real killing move. I've already reached the beginner level of a spiritual cultivation method. Crushing the consciousness of a mere chi-blood martial artist is as easy as crushing an ant. Kneel, an invisible spiritual spike, carrying a soul-rending sharpness, viciously stabbed into Chun-E's glabella. In Sue-E's expectations, no matter how strong a chi-blood martial artist's body was, his spiritual defenses would still be practically non-existent. This strike should have been enough to blank out Chun-E's mind, make blood pour from his 7 orifices, and instantly turn him into an idiot ready to be butchered. But 1 second passed. The saber Chun-E brought down did not slow in the slightest. His gaze was indifferent. That strike, enough to make an ordinary martial artist's mind collapse, landed on his forehead and stirred no more reaction than a breeze brushing across a mountain ridge. How is that possible? Sue-E shrieked, her voice full of disbelief. Her proud spiritual secret art had actually done nothing. What she didn't know was that Chun-E's spiritual power had long since broken past 1,000. Inside his sea of consciousness, that perfectly visualized spiritual phantom possessed a foundation far beyond that of her so-called beginner star practitioner level. That's it. Chun-E's voice was icy. Deep within his sea of consciousness, that incomparably massive spiritual phantom suddenly opened its eyes. A materialized strand of spiritual power, 10 times, no, 100 times, stronger than Sue-E's, transformed into a heavy hammer and smashed viciously back into Sue-E's sea of consciousness. Sue-E let out a shrill scream. Blood instantly burst from her nose, the corners of her eyes, and her ears. Her brain felt as if it had been smashed into paste by a giant hammer. The violent pain made her lose control of her body on the spot. The faint golden starlight circling her body flickered violently, on the verge of total collapse. Chun-E couldn't be bothered to give her a chance to catch her breath. He gripped the Zhanyuan saber with both hands, pouring all the black-red blood flame into the blade. 9-fold mountain-sundering saber. A terrifying black-red saber, chi more than 10 meters long, crashed down with unstoppable destructive force. At the brink of life and death, Sue-E relied on a star practitioner's instincts, frantically drawing out her star power to condense a thick pale gold starlight shield in front of her. Clang! Crack! Amid the deafening explosion, the starlight shield lasted only half a second before cracks spread all across it under the violent saber chi. Then it exploded apart, turning into fragments that scattered everywhere. The saber chi continued pressing downward and slashed fiercely onto Sue-E's left shoulder. Poochie. Flesh split open. A wound so deep the bone could be seen was carved into Sue-E's left shoulder, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Her whole body was sent flying off the rooftop like a kite with its string cut, both feet leaving the ground as she was blasted straight over the edge of the building. In the raging wind, Sue-E's body arced across the sky above the street dozens of meters wide, turning into an out-of-control cannonball as she smashed straight toward the glass office tower across the way, dozens of stories tall. Rumble. A deafening sound of shattering echoed through the rain. The glass curtain wall on the 7th floor of the office building was instantly blown apart. Countless tempered glass shards rained down toward the street below like a storm. Sue-E's body slammed heavily into the interior of the office tower, smashing through more than a dozen rows of desks and 2 partition walls before finally stopping. On the rooftop, Chun-E carried his blood-dripping long saber and strode to the edge of the building. He looked at the large hole in the office tower across from him and bent his knees slightly. Boom! The floor beneath Chun-E's feet could no longer withstand that inhuman force and instantly collapsed across a wide area. Using that explosive power, Chun-E shot into the air. The black-red blood flame, trailing from him, carved a long streak through the rain. He crossed dozens of meters in midair and crashed straight into the hole in the office tower opposite him. Bang! Chun-E landed with both feet, crushing glass shards and office equipment all over the floor. The inside of the office building was dim, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. Dozens of meters away, amid a wrecked heap of ruins, Sue-E struggled to climb back to her feet, her hair disheveled. The wound on her left shoulder was so deep the bone showed. Her entire left arm hung limply at her side, and blood had dyed half her body red. On her face, blood flowed from all 7 orifices. All the arrogance and superiority from before had vanished, leaving behind nothing but extreme terror. Physical attacks crushing star arts. Spiritual power backfiring on a star practitioner. How the hell was this human? This was a monster. Hearing those heavy, steady footsteps and watching that figure approach step by step with a saber in hand and black-red blood flame, burning all over his body. Su-E's mental defenses completely broke. Don't kill me. I'm from the Jinwoo division. Su-E's voice trembled as she backed away in panic. Chen-E said nothing and silently advanced. We displayed it. She turned around, activated her star power, smashed through the glass on the other side of the office tower, and leaped down, fleeing like a beaten dog. The rain fell hard, like layer after layer of gray-white curtains hanging between heaven and earth. The shattered glass from the office building fell with the rain, striking the awnings below in a dense series of crisp impacts. Su-E slammed heavily onto the asphalt road and rolled more than 10 meters with the help of inertia. The standing water on the ground mixed with mud and smeared across her entire face. Her whole body was covered in blood. That gash on her left shoulder was deep enough to expose bone. Her entire left arm dragged limply along the ground, blood dripping from her fingertips. The moment it hit the ground, the rain washed it into a pale red stream. But she had no time to deal with the wound at all. The spiritual backlash had left her brain in agonizing pain. She crawled up from the muddy water with both hands and feet, then staggered wildly down the street. At this point, only one thought remained in her head. Run. Get as far away as possible from that saber-wielding monster. At the edge of the hole on the 7th floor, a figure leaped down. Like before, he scraped along the building's outer wall to slow himself. His feet slammed heavily into the very center of the street. The hard asphalt gave a muffled boom and collapsed on the spot, leaving a crater half a meter deep. Broken stones blasted outward in all directions, smashing into the metal trash cans by the roadside and leaving several deep dents. Chun-E straightened up. Black-red blood flame danced madly around his body. The falling rain couldn't get near him at all. Before it could touch him, it was vaporized by the heat and turned into large swaths of white mist swirling around him. Holding the Zhan Yuan saber, he stepped through the standing water and followed behind Su-E at an unhurried pace. But then, at the intersection ahead, a black SUV screeched to a halt across the middle of the road. The doors were pushed open, and 4 people got out. All of them wore the black uniforms of the Jinwoo division, with the insignia of a level 5-star enforcement team pinned to their chests. Leading them was Captain Zhou Yin, a late 5th realm star practitioner with a fire attribute. Behind him were Lin Feng, Zhao Yi, and Sun Tao, all of them also at the late 5th realm. Zhou Yin raised his head. In the rain ahead, a figure came stumbling toward them. Her uniform was tattered. Her hair was disheveled. Her left arm hung weakly at her side, and her steps were so unsteady she looked like she could collapse at any moment. Zhou Yin recognized that face, and shock and horror filled his expression as he shouted, "Captain Su, why are you here?" He quickly stepped forward, reaching out as if to stop her. Su-E's eyes were bloodshot, filled with naked fear. It was as if she didn't see anyone in front of her. She slammed hard into Zhou Yin's shoulder and bolted toward the distant alley like a madwoman. Zhou Yin was knocked half a step backward. The rest of his words stuck in his throat, and his face filled with stunned disbelief. He turned his head and watched Su-E's figure disappear into the darkness, his brows knitting tightly together. Su-E was young deputy director's favored subordinate. In the Jinwoo division, she was usually arrogant and looked down on everyone. How had she been beaten into such a miserable, stray dog state? Before he could figure it out, the standing water on the ground began to tremble slightly. Zhou Yin's gaze pierced through the rain curtain and looked toward the end of the street. A figure was striding over. The black-red blood flames were especially eye-catching in the rain. The pillar of blood above his head shot into the sky like a demonic god. He carried a long saber. Expressionless, his eyes ice-cold. When Zhou Yin saw that face clearly, he froze. Jianyi, both shocked and delighted, he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, the target has appeared." Lin Feng drew his star weapon short-staff, looking at the blood flames on Chun-E's body. Then thinking of Su-E's miserable state as she fled for her life earlier, he hesitated. "Captain, could Captain Su have been beaten into that state by him? If that's true, then this is a little strange." "Strange?" Zhou Yin let out a cold laugh and directly cut him off. He drew the star weapon long sword at his waist, and faint red starlight lit up along the blade. Deputy Director Wang just issued a death order. The whole city is searching for Chun-E, dead or alive. As long as we bring back his head, the reward is a 6th realm star medicine. Zhou Yin's eyes turned incomparably fervent. The 4 of us are all late 5th realm. We can't take down a mere body and blood cultivator. This heaven-sent fortune just delivered itself to our door. At the mention of a 6th realm star medicine, the hesitation in Lin Feng and the other 2 instantly vanished. Chun-E walked forward through the rain. He was less than 100 meters from them. Zhou Yin stepped forward. Fire-attributed star power rolled over his body, and the rainwater around him sizzled from the heat. "Chun-E," Zhou Yin shouted, his voice piercing through the rain curtain. "You killed official law enforcement personnel. You want to escape even if you grow wings. Put down the saber obediently, and I'll leave your corpse intact." Chun-E did not stop walking. He did not even raise his eyelids. "Block my path, die." Zhou Yin's face sank. "You're courting death." With a swing of his sword, faint red fire-attributed star power surged wildly from the blade and rapidly condensed in midair. A fire serpent more than 10 meters long opened its jaws and lunged straight at Chun-E's face with scorching heat. Chun-E did not stop. Inside his dantian, that black-red chi and blood crystal core spun frantically. Boom! Terrifying blood flames blazed wildly over his body, instantly clearing away all rain within 10 meters. Gripping Sun Yuan Savir. Chun-E faced the oncoming fire serpent and slashed down. Ninefold mountain-severing saber. A black-red saber, chi more than 10 meters long, tore through the rain curtain. The fire serpent was split into two from the middle by the saber chi. The violent fire-attributed star power collapsed on the spot and turned into sparks filling the sky. Chun-E used treading void steps. His whole body became a streak of black-red lightning and instantly killed his way to Zhou Yan. Too fast. The cold sneer on Zhou Yan's face froze stiff. He could not see at all how Chun-E had rushed over. Driven by instinct, Zhou Yan raised the star weapon longsword in his hand and held it across his chest. A thick flame shield spread open before him. Expressionless, Chun-E swept Zhang Yuan's saber across in one motion. A harsh metallic snapping sound rang out. Zhou Yan's proud flame shield could not even hold for half a second before shattering. The high-grade star weapon longsword was cut into two with a single slash. The blade did not lose momentum. It passed straight across Zhou Yan's neck. A fine head flew into the air, and blood spurted more than 2 meters high. The headless corpse swayed, then crashed into the standing water. In a single exchange, the captain was instantly killed. The greed on the other three's faces vanished in an instant, replaced by horror. "You quick attack!" Zhao Yi roared, all his previous disdain gone. His hands formed seals frantically as Earth-attributed star power poured into the ground without reservation. Rumble. The asphalt across the entire street shook violently like an earth dragon turning over, and huge sections of the road were torn up. Hundreds of rock spikes burst from the earth, turning dozens of meters around them into a dead zone. The street lamps by the roadside were uprooted, and the glass in the nearby shops shattered one after another from the vibrations. Lin Feng followed right after him, unleashing water-attributed star power. The torrential rain filling the sky was forcibly drawn in by him and compressed into thousands of high-pressure water blades in midair, circling around Zhao Yi's rock spikes. Empowered by star power, the water flow became as heavy as 1,000 June. It could cut gold and sever jade. Combined with the rising rocks, it formed a meat grinder-like heavy water rock formation that twisted toward Chun-E to shred him apart. Sun Tao slapped his palms together, and wood-attributed star power spread wildly. Black poisonous vines as thick as buckets burst from the ground like dozens of giant pythons, carrying shrill, tearing sounds through the air as they wrapped toward Chun-E from all directions. 3 late Fifth Realm star refiners unleashed their full power. Star arts swept the area clean, and the entire block was instantly flattened. This was the true destructive power of a star refiner. Facing the overwhelming star arts, Chun-E's gaze remained cold as he stomped heavily. Perfect level, treading void steps erupted. Like an overbearing humanoid bulldozer, he directly crashed into the heavy water rock formation. He weaved and shifted through the dense rock spikes, his steps precise. Several high-pressure water blades came whistling over, sealing off his movement paths. Chun-E flipped his wrist. Zhang Yuan's saber carried black-red saber chi and struck the water blades with precision. The water blades shattered with a bang. Dozens of poisonous vines wrapped in from blind spots. Chun-E gave a cold snort. The black-red blood flames on his body suddenly surged, and the high temperature instantly roasted the poisonous vines yellow and withered. Zhang Yuan's saber swept across in one motion, shredding the poisonous vines apart. Within the combined killing assault of 3 late Fifth Realm cultivators, Chun-E forcibly tore open a path of blood. Stepping over broken stones and severed vines all over the ground, Chun-E closed in on Lin Feng. Lin Feng was so terrified his liver and gall nearly split. He desperately condensed 3 thick heavy water shields in front of himself. Chun-E clenched his left fist. Prison-suppressing divine fist. He threw a punch. The black-red fist force, carrying unstoppable brute strength, slammed heavily into the water shields. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 heavy water shields exploded at the same time. The fist force pierced through the spray, filling the sky, and landed solidly on Lin Feng's chest. A large section of Lin Feng's breastbone caved in, and the uniform on his back burst apart on the spot. He spewed a mouthful of blood mixed with chunks of internal organs. His body flew backward like a torn sack, dead or alive unknown. When he hit the ground, he twitched twice and died. Seeing this, Zhao Yi completely collapsed. He slapped both hands onto the ground, raising a high-density earth wall in front of himself, then turned and ran. Chun-E crashed straight into the earth wall. Boom! A huge hole was smashed straight through the hard wall. Chun-E passed through the wall and brought down a slash. Zhao Yi could not even let out a scream before he and his shield were split into 2. Sun Tao had completely lost the will to fight. He scrambled and crawled toward the alley in panic. In a few steps, Chun-E reached his side. Sun Tao rolled over, his face covered in blood, waving his hands desperately. "Don't kill me." I'm one of Deputy Director Wang's people. Deputy Director Wang? The Wang family? Then you deserve death even more. Without the slightest hesitation, Chun-Yi thrust down with his saber. The blade pierced through Sun Tao's heart and nailed him firmly to the ground. He pulled out the saber and flicked the blood off the blade. The entire process took less than a minute. 4 late 5th Realm Star Enforcers dead. Carrying his saber, Chun-Yi continued the chase in the direction Su-Yi had fled. At dusk, Hunting Gate, Back Mountain, Xue Tianhu stood in the courtyard with an Yixing clay teapot in both hands, greedily breathing in the fresh air after the rain as he watched the sunset pierce through the clouds and dye everything gold. However, at this moment, a figure flashed before their eyes, and Zhang Wanquan appeared on the spot with a livid face. Xue Tianhu raised a brow and stared at him in surprise. Martial Uncle Zhang, weren't you secretly protecting Chinny? Why did you come back alone? The corner of Zhang Wanquan's mouth twitched. Ugh. He let out a heavy sigh, then dragged his tired steps to the stone table and sat down. A moment later, he sighed and said, I didn't bring Chun-Yi's younger sister back. Zhang Wanquan had informed Xue Tianhu before going to the Yang family. After all, the latter was the sect master, the true authority of Huntian's sect. It was only proper to let him know. The Yang family refused to release her, or did the Jinwu division interfere? Xue Tianhu frowned and quickly asked. Both. That old thing Yang Wanda flat out refused to admit anything. And Xiong Wancheng arrived with his men and used the iron laws of Jiuzhou against me, Zhang Wanquan said through gritted teeth. So it really was like this. The martial path had declined and was restrained at every turn. Xue Tianhu's face also darkened. Pressing his lips together, he said, those star-practicing families are going too far. Chun-Yi has withdrawn from the sect. Zhang Wanquan swallowed and lightly dropped a bombshell, his tone as casual as if he were talking about having pork trotter rice for dinner. But Xue Tianhu froze instantly. It took him a moment to process it before he spoke in disbelief. What did you say? He brought it up himself. Zhang Wanquan sighed again. He has left Huntian's sect. Bang! Xue Tianhu suddenly slammed his palm onto the stone table. The hard bluestone tabletop split into more than a dozen cracked pieces that scattered all over the ground. Even shattering the stone table wasn't enough to vent his anger. Xue Tianhu's chi and blood surged as he roared like thunder. He is my personal disciple, Xue Tianhu's personal disciple. Without my permission, how can he withdraw from the sect? Absurd. This is utterly absurd. Did someone force him? His roar mixed with his surging chi and blood, whipping up gust after gust of fierce wind inside the small courtyard. Facing the gale, Zhang Wanquan shook his head. No one forced him. He wanted to leave on his own. The gale exploded outward. The once elegant and refined courtyard was swept by the violent wind and instantly became riddled with damage, as if it had just been hit by a typhoon. Fortunately, it didn't last long. Xue Tianhu finally reigned in his rampaging chi and blood and glared with wide eyes. He wanted to leave on his own. My Huntian sect fed him well, supported him well, poured out our techniques and resources to teach him. And he withdraws from the sect just because of a little trouble? That child did it all to preserve Huntian's sect. Zhang Wanquan slowly spoke up in explanation. Chun-Yi's talent is astonishing. Cultivating is as easy for him as eating and drinking. He also knows to think for the sect. If he had any other choice, he wouldn't have made this decision. With his hands clasped behind his back, Xue Tianhu sneered. Hey, my Huntian sect has stood for hundreds of years. Since when do we need some brat to preserve it? What a joke. Then he turned to Zhang Wanquan again. Where is he? He is only at the 4th realm. How can he fight back? I'm going to find him. He is already at the 5th realm. Zhang Wanquan raised his long brows. He broke through in battle last night and killed a member of the Jinwu Division S level 5 team. The expression on Xue Tianhu's face instantly froze. What? He broke through to the 5th realm? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His talent is strong, yes, but when he entered the sect the day before yesterday, he was only at 2nd realm perfection. Breaking through to the 4th realm yesterday already counted as a sudden release after long accumulation. I estimated he should be able to break through to the 5th realm within half a year. But there is no way he could break through in a single day. Xue Tianhu kept shaking his head, his face full of disbelief. This old man saw it with his own eyes. Zhang Wanquan said heavily. Really? The chi and blood fluctuations around him were far stronger than mine were when I was in the 5th realm. Xue Tianhu fell silent. If anyone else had said that, he wouldn't have believed even half a punctuation mark of it. But Zhang Wanquan, his martial uncle who had watched him grow up, would never lie to him, much less joke about something like this. Only, if it was true, then Chun-Yi had broken through to the 5th realm? Hiss. Xue Tianhu sucked in a cold breath, his heart shaken to the core. 2 realms in one day. Was he even human? Xue Tianhu sat back down on the stone stool in a daze. His expression looked like he was questioning life itself as he stared gloomily at the last rays of the setting sun. Suddenly, the courtyard gate was shoved open. The 6th elder, Li Xuanjin, slammed through the entrance and strode over. Sectmaster, what happened? I could feel your chi and blood fluctuations all the way from the front mountain. HM, Martial Uncle Zhang is here too? Shui Tianhu remained silent. He still hadn't recovered from the shock. Zhang Wanquan recounted everything exactly as it had happened, including Chun Yi's plan to withdraw from the sect and shoulder the blame alone so the sect wouldn't be implicated. Li Xuanjin was both shocked and delighted after hearing it, his face full of disbelief. But then he anxiously said, "Martial Uncle Zhang, you were muddle-headed." Li Xuanjin slapped his thigh in anger. He wanted to withdraw from the sect, and you agreed? Such a good seedling. A once-in-hundreds-of-years martial prodigy. So what if it's the Jinwu division? At worst, we seal the mountain and defend to the death. Zhang Wanquan looked at him without speaking. Li Xuanjin wanted to say more. He opened his mouth, but his eyes suddenly dimmed. Even if we seal the mountain and defend to the death, we still want to be able to withstand the Jinwu division's assault. Maybe withdrawing from a sect on his own really is the best choice. After thinking for a moment, he slumped into his seat in dejection. That brat values loyalty and righteousness. Shui Tianhu finally came back to himself. He slowly rose and paced about, his gaze firm. He withdraws on his side, we give on ours. Old Sixth, go to the scripture pavilion. Make electronic copies of all the top-tier martial arts on the 5th floor, then bring over a batch of top-grade pills. Li Xuanjin's eyes lit up. The corners of his mouth lifted. Now that's the style of our Huntian sect's sect master. He nodded heavily and cupped his fist with both hands. This subordinate obeys the sect master's command. Shui Tianhu turned to Zhang Wanquan. Martial uncle, I'll trouble you to take the things down the mountain and find that brat. Since he has withdrawn from the sect, we can't help him openly. But there's no harm in acting from the shadows. I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on him, unless it's a life or death moment. Don't rashly intervene to help him. That was exactly my intention. Zhang Wanquan cheerfully stroked his goatee, his eyes narrowing into smiling slits. Then he suddenly said, "There's one thing I should tell you. Chun Yi met Hu Yin today, and he even had a meal with him." Hu Yin. At that name, Shui Tianhu's brows knitted tightly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Most likely, he saw Chun Yi's talent and wants to recruit him. There's no need to pay attention for now." Shui Tianhu waved his hand. "Let us wait and see if Hu Yin's move succeeds." Then, he stopped halfway through and did not continue. The three exchanged glances in silent understanding. If Chun were driven into a dead end in Jiuzhou and really defected to Hongyuan Nation, then the atmosphere instantly turned heavy. Shui Tianhu took the initiative to wave away the silence. "Go handle it." Li Xuanjin nodded and quickly left the courtyard. Zhang Wanquan stood up and leisurely straightened the black robe on his body. This old man is going to find him. As his words fell, he turned and left. Bang, 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 bang. Su Yi's heart pounded like war drums, yet she didn't dare slow her fleeing steps. She sprinted wildly through the muddy water, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. She had no time to treat her wounds. She let the deep gash on her left shoulder, so deep the bone could be seen, be washed by the torrential rain, with flesh split and curl back. Her entire left arm had gone numb, hanging limply at her side and swinging weakly with her running motion. It hurt badly, but she was even more afraid of dying. She didn't dare stop. That figure carrying a long blade, his whole body burning with black-red blood flames, had already been carved into her bones. She feared that if she stopped even briefly to bandage or wound, he would catch up in an instant. At this very moment, that terrifying figure kept flashing through her mind, as if he might appear somewhere behind her the very next second. She could only flee with all her might. Luckily, she had run into Zhou Yin's team at the intersection earlier, for late-stage 5th Realm star refiners. She had clearly seen Zhou Yin draw his long sword, and watery starlight light up on Lin Feng's body as well. Those four had partnered in the Star Enforcement team for so long that their coordination had long since become instinctive. Their tacit understanding was absurdly good. They should be able to stall him for quite a while, maybe even take him down. Su Yi kept consoling herself like that. Her speed didn't slow at all. Instead, she quickened her pace. She had to get back to the Jinwu Division building as fast as possible. As long as she got through those doors, it would be enough. With the director and deputy director stationed there, along with several level 5 Star Enforcement teams, even if Chun Yi really was a monster, he definitely wouldn't dare force his way in. And as long as she reported Chun Yi's hidden true strength, the Jinwu Division higher-ups would naturally re-evaluate him. When that time came, they would send truly top-tier powerhouses to hunt him down. Then Chun Yi would definitely die. Almost there. As Su Yi stumbled into the narrow passageway of the building materials market, she finally saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Once she crossed the market and went past 2 more streets, she would be safe. She ran beneath a shed piled full of steel pipes, braced herself against one of them, and gasped for breath, adjusting her breathing and building up strength for the escape ahead. "You think you can get away?" Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through the torrential rain and drilled clearly into her ears. The blood in Su Yi's body seemed to freeze instantly. Her breathing locked up. After a brief daze, she stiffly turned her neck and looked in the direction the voice had come from. A dozen or so meters away, slowly walking toward her, was Chun Yi. He held his blade in one hand, its tip slanted toward the ground. Black-red blood flame rose around him. covering an area of 3 meters around his body. The pouring rain falling from above was all blocked outside, hissing as it turned into white mist and steamed upward. White mist billowed. A thick black-red pillar of blood rose from the ground within that mist and shot straight into the sky. The pressure belonging to fifth realm perfection came crashing down the narrow passageway. Sui's legs gave out. Plop. She dropped to her knees in the muddy water, all the strength in her body seeming to have been sucked dry. At that moment, she finally understood that falling into an icy abyss wasn't an idiom. Wasn't a figure of speech. It was a real sensation. She could barely even move a finger. Yet the thoughts in her mind were still turning. Zhou Yin and the others, for late-stage fifth realm experts, had all been wiped out in just a few minutes. Chun-E's combat strength had actually become this terrifying? Was this even still Chi blood martial arts? Wasn't it supposed to be that at the same realm? Star refining could easily crush martial arts? Then why? Even with 4 joining forces, couldn't they stop him? Why? Sui trembled all over, her heart full of terror. She truly had never imagined that as a dignified level 5-star enforcer of the Jinwu division, there would come a day when she would be hunted down by a martial artist of the same realm. How absurd. Tap, top, top. Chun-E carried his blade and stepped through the pooled water, advancing 1 step at a time. His pace was steady. Mud and water splashed. With every step he took, the standing water on the ground was instantly evaporated by the high heat, leaving behind an ashen white footprint. Sui's mouth twitched slightly. As his steps drew closer and closer, her body finally began to move again. In panic, she used her only remaining right hand to fumble over herself, trying to pull out her communicator and call for help, but all she touched was shattered plastic debris. The communicator had already been smashed by the shockwave on the rooftop. She pressed both hands into the muddy water, scrambling backward in panic with hands and feet together. Her voice turned shrill as she screamed, Chun-E, you can't kill me. I serve Deputy Director Yang Yin of the Jinwu Division. I'm a level 5-star enforcer. You already carry the blood debt of the Jinwu Division on your back. If you kill me too, the entire Jiuzhou nation won't have any place for you. Her cry was sharp with misery and fear. The scream echoed through the narrow passageway, but that terrifying figure showed not the slightest hesitation. He still approached her at the same unhurried pace. Every step felt like it was stomping on her heartbeat. Sue suddenly raised her right hand and pointed at that terrifying figure. The Yang family will absolutely never let you go. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, it won't matter. Your whole family will be buried for what you did today. Chun-E's face remained as cold as ever. 1 step, 1 step, 1 step. He moved forward steadily through the steaming muddy water. The Zhan Yuan blade rose. Cold light flashing. He said flatly, whether my whole family dies or not, you won't live to see it. Whole family dies. Die with your whole family. These people really were all born from the same mother. Even their threats were exactly the same. What a bunch of blockheads. Vast chi blood poured into the blade. The Zhan Yuan blade let out a low humming buzz, and its edge shone with a bright blood-colored light. I'll fight you to the death. Sue looked like a madwoman, hair disheveled, features twisted. Perhaps knowing she had no chance of escaping death, her will to survive had completely collapsed. Roaring, she struggled to her feet. Her only remaining right hand came together like a blade, golden light blazing between her fingers. The wandering metal attribute star force in the nearby air gathered together, and in the blink of an eye formed a golden blade of light more than 3 meters long. Carrying Sui's final resistance, the blade of light viciously slashed toward Chun-E's neck. It tore through wind, tore through rain, as though it wanted to split open space itself. Chun-E didn't dodge. Coldly, he swung out a slash. 9-fold mountain-severing blade. Black-red saber chi burst free from the blade and instantly swelled to more than 10 meters long, crashing into the golden blade of light with utter disregard. It was like a professional boxer crashing into a kindergarten child. Pop! A crisp explosive sound rang out. The golden blade of light was instantly shattered, breaking into scattered points of golden radiance that rained all around. Sue held her right hand high, mouth wide open, staring blankly at everything happening before her eyes. The black-red saber chi swept in like a raging storm. The violent force pressed down on her until her bones crackled and snapped, and piercing pain spread through her whole body. Every bone broken, the pain snapped her back to herself. Her mouth opened wide, wanting to scream, wanting to beg for mercy. Don't. The howling cold wind and saber chi poured straight into her throat, forcibly slamming that plea back down into her stomach. The blade light devoured Sui's final thought and split her in two, blood mixed with rainwater, splashing wildly through the narrow passageway. Chun-E sheathed his blade. He glanced at the 2 halves of the corpse and the scattered blood, then turned and headed back the way he came. The black-red blood flame withdrew into his body, letting the heavy rain wash away the lingering stench of blood on him. He deliberately chose dark alleys without streetlights to walk through. After circling around more than half of Kunlun City, before night fully fell, he quietly returned to the rental room where he had been staying. It was both a chance to rest and a chance to take stock. His younger sister was still nowhere to be found. The bits and pieces of information he had gathered so far still weren't enough to piece together a definite answer. For now, his parents were safe, so there was no need to worry about them. Inside the rental room, Chun-Yi didn't turn on the light. He sat cross-legged on the bedboard in the dark, quietly stroking the Zhang Yuan blade. In his heart, he was already prepared to erupt at any moment. He had killed so many elite members of the Zhenwu division, and had also offended star refining families like the Wang family and the Yang family. He was at risk of being hunted down at any time. As time slowly passed, little by little, everything outside the window remained calm and quiet, without the slightest disturbance. Even the dense rain gradually eased. Just when he thought tonight would pass safely, extremely light footsteps came from the corridor outside and stopped at his door. Knock, knock. 2 unhurried knocks sounded. Chun-Yi got off the bed as lightly as possible, raised the long blade in his right hand, came behind the door, and listened carefully to the movement outside. He didn't rush to open it. It's me. Zhang Wanquan's hoarse voice came through the door. Hearing the familiar voice, Chun-Yi sheathed his blade and opened the door. But he still didn't turn on the light. In the pitch-black room, he greeted the old man inside. Zhang Wanquan pulled several porcelain bottles from his clothes, along with a specially made black phone, and placed them on the chipped wooden table. These pills were sent by the sect master for me to bring you. They're all advance payment, healing and blood-replenishing medicine. He then pointed at the phone. The cultivation methods are all in this phone. They're electronic copies. There's no password. Just tap it open and you can read them. Chun-Yi picked up the phone and checked it directly. Zhang Wanquan dragged over a chair and sat down, then said, the later parts of the Huntian divine art, all the way to the 9th realm, are in there. Also, I went to the scripture pavilion and picked out the top 2 saber arts, 2 fist arts, and 2 body tempering arts. If you bite off more than you can chew, you won't digest any of it. Take your time learning. Take your time practicing. Don't even think about learning them all at once. The old man truly meant well. That saying, if you bite off more than you can chew, was very applicable to ordinary martial artists. But my comprehension is heaven-defying. Chun-Yi cupped his fists respectfully and bowed, showing his sincere gratitude for the old man's care. After the salute, he kept staring at the files on the phone and rapidly scanned through them. He first read the circulation routes of the Huntian divine art from the 6th to the 9th realm. After only one pass, countless understandings and cultivation insights about the technique suddenly flooded into his mind, as if he were a seasoned master who had studied it for decades. The cultivation method was engraved into his mind at the same time. Inside his body, black-red chi and blood surged endlessly like a vast river. A black-red glow about an inch thick surfaced over his skin like a light bulb. The sight left Zhang Wanquan dumbfounded. Why you, the Huntian divine art, you've already fully mastered it? That's the sign of complete mastery. This kid really was a monster. The circulation routes from the 6th to the 9th realm of the Huntian divine art were incredibly complicated. The cultivation process was painfully slow. Yet this kid could see through it with a single glance. It was simply unreasonable. Chun-Yi slowly suppressed the operation of the cultivation method inside his body. Only after suppressing the glow emerging from his skin did he nod to Zhang Wanquan. After seeing the later sections of the cultivation method, I suddenly gained a deeper understanding of the first 5 layers of the Huntian divine art. I gave it a try, and it seemed to work. Zhang Wanquan's mouth twitched, and he was left speechless. He lowered his head and fell silent. Chun-Yi opened the martial techniques folder. 2 saber arts, wild thunder slash, star shattering cleave. 2 fist arts, mountain crumble, city crusher. 3 movement arts, roaming dragon, phantom shadow, shrinking earth. 2 body tempering arts, vajra bone, undying blood. He closed his eyes. His comprehension began operating at full speed as he started deducing. The 2 body tempering arts were the first to be broken apart and reorganized, stripping away all unnecessary movements and keeping only the purest body strengthening effects. A brand new body tempering art took shape. Chun-Yi circulated the technique. Inside his body, the chi and blood crystal core spun wildly, and black-red blood flames burst through his body. His entire skeleton erupted with sharp cracking sounds. His muscle fibers were violently torn apart, then reassembled. Half an hour later, his chi and blood calmed down. His physique had been forcefully raised by 150 points. Don't move. Having witnessed everything with his own eyes, Zhang Wanquan suddenly stood up and stopped him from continuing to deduce the other cultivation methods. His large hands kneaded Chun-Yi's muscles and bones up and down all over his body. He carefully sensed the earth-shaking changes inside him. Shocked, he said, "Your comprehension is way too monstrous. Isn't it? You mastered 2 body tempering arts just by looking at them once." Bitterness welled up inside Zhang Wanquan. Ordinary martial artists might spend decades tempering themselves through bitter cultivation and still fail to master body tempering arts like these. Yet this kid in front of him reached perfection with a single glance. It was simply miraculous. Could he be the reincarnation of a martial god? "Senior, I have a question." Chun-Yi frowned and carefully felt the changes in his body. "My physical body seems to have hit an invisible barrier. This body tempering art can no longer increase my body's strength. Zhang Wanquan, I've got a few damn words and I don't know whether I should say them. You Brad's martial talent is peerless. You can casually glance at a cultivation method and reach an achievement others could spend their whole lives chasing without ever attaining. And you're still asking about barriers? You are the barrier itself. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, feeling like his whole life had been wasted. Zhang Wanquan curled his lip and said, "You've reached great perfection in body refinement. Of course the cultivation method is useless now." Chun Yi suddenly understood. Still, Zhang Wanquan's tone sounded a little sour. Not paying too much attention to it, Chun Yi looked toward the two saber arts. Wild Thunder Slash and Star-Shattering Cleave continuously collided in his sea of consciousness, while their complicated moves were constantly stripped away. In the end, they became 5 completely new strikes. In his sea of consciousness, his spiritual phantom slashed out 5 times. The saber light turned into a tangible black-red saber wheel that swept through everything. The moves were all fierce, and each strike was fiercer than the last. All 5 strikes turned into instinctive memories, engraved into his muscles. Even through the sheath, he could feel Zhang Yuan's longing. Unfortunately, the rented room was too cramped and unsuitable for testing the blade. The martial technique showed no outward sign. There was nothing unusual on the surface, so Zhang Wanquan couldn't tell anything was off. Chun Yi pressed on in one go and continued fusing the fist arts. The 2 fist arts merged, simplifying the complex into the simple until only 3 punches remained. They relied entirely on overwhelming with high-density chi and blood. Pure violent distraction. The 3 movement arts fused into one, and the speed of his short-distance movement rose once more. Everything reached perfection. Chun Yi clenched both fists and felt the power surging through his meridians. His realm still remained at the great perfection of the 5th realm, Blood Pillar realm. But he knew clearly in his heart, his overall combat power was now at least twice as strong as before. Don't tell me you've already learned the martial techniques and movement arts too? In the pitch-black darkness, Zhang Wanquan stared straight at him and asked. At the same time, Jinwu Division headquarters. On the top floor, inside the conference hall, the atmosphere was oppressive. At the head seat of the oval conference table, Director Xiong Wansheng's massive body leaned against the chair back. The pressure of his star power at the great perfection of the 6th realm leaked out uncontrollably, making the air in the entire room turn thick and sticky. On both sides, the 5 deputy directors, Wang Mu, Lu Yunmu, Yang Yin, and the others were all present, sitting stiff and straight. The projector displayed several sets of gruesome scene photos. The ruined restaurant at Wanfu Plaza, Tang Bin's mutilated corpse on the rooftop, split into 2 halves. Su Yi's corpse also split into 2 halves, along with scattered fragments all over the building materials market. At the crossroads, Zhou Yin's squad, decapitated, wiped out to the last man. Who can explain this to me? Xiong Wansheng's gaze scraped across the 5 deputy directors' faces like blades. Like a volcano on the verge of eruption, he suppressed his fury and said, Chun Yi's identity as a disciple of Huntian sect was already confirmed last night. I immediately gave the order to stop the pursuit. So what? All you just treated it like background noise. His right hand slammed against the table. The teacups on the table clinked and jumped, tea splashing everywhere, yet no one dared move in the slightest, letting the liquid scatter all around. Xiong Wansheng's gaze nailed itself on Lu Yunmu. Tang Bin led a team to block him. Su Yi ran off to intercept and kill him. And Zhou Yin's team acted on their own. He paused. Then he gritted his teeth and said, were you all in such a hurry to die? Or were you trying to force Huntian sect into going to war with us? Director facing Xiong Wansheng's blade-like stare, Lu Yunmu forced himself to speak. Tang Bin disobeying orders does deserve punishment, but he went after Chun Yi to avenge the dead Zhao Lei. He acted in a moment of impulse. It's understandable. Xiong Wansheng raised a hand and cut him off. His eyes bulged as he glared at Lu Yunmu. Impulse? Hell, what a temper. One burst of impulse, and he dragged the entire 5th-level squad down with him, leaving them without even intact corpses. Lu Yunmu lowered his eyes and didn't dare argue. He looked like he was ready to take whatever beating, scolding, or punishment came his way. But Xiong Wansheng turned his head to look at Yang Yin on the right. Tang Bin was out for revenge, sure. But what about Su Yi? What about Zhou Yin? Deputy Director Yang, what were Su Yi and Zhou Yin doing there? On a date? Yang Yin lowered her hands and her gaze, copying the same posture as the others. She put on a meek little look of accepting whatever scolding or beating came her way, without offering a single argument. Argue my ass. So many experts. And they'd all fall into some brat who still smelled of milk. They'd completely lost face. The meeting room instantly fell so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. For a moment, the only sound was Xiong Wansheng's heavy, bull-like breathing. Nothing else moved. Bang! Xiong Wansheng suddenly shot to his feet and slammed both hands onto the table. Crack, crack. Spiderweb fractures spread across the tabletop, and teacups and tea bowls clattered to the floor. No one is talking, huh? His eyes bloodshot as he swept his gaze across the room. Xiong Wansheng's chest heaved violently. If the first ones to die had been Lu Yong's level 3 team, I could have endured it. Even if Yufeng group had lost dozens of people, I could still have suppressed it. At worst, we defined a scapegoat and closed the case. He snatched up the laser pointer. The red dot landed on the photos of Tang Bin and Su E's corpses projected on the screen. But now, what died was an entire level 5 team, plus 6 5th realm star refiners. They were all core combat power of our Kunlun branch. The veins on Xiong Wansheng's forehead bulged as he roared like thunder. This kind of loss can't be covered up at all. Which one of you is going to take responsibility? Everyone stood with lowered hands, quietly listening. No one answered. After a brief silence, Wang Mu took out a file folder from beside him. Director, since it's already happened, there's no point in pursuing blame any further. Right now, the most troublesome issue is the change in Chun Es realm. As he spoke, he opened the folder and pulled out 2 reports for everyone to see. These were just delivered by Forensics and the Trace Analysis Division. Tangbin was split open by a frontal slash. At the battle scene involving the 2 of them, no trace of Chun Es blood was found. What does that mean? Wang Mu calmly raised his head and looked at the crowd. The day before yesterday, his file still listed him as an ordinary person who hadn't even entered the 1st realm. Yesterday morning, the chi and blood he erupted with at Yufeng group was at peak 4th realm. But, according to the latest report, the combat power he displayed during the day was at least peak 5th realm. Lu Yimu's face was ashen, his jaw clenched tight. Wang Mu tapped the table. In just 2 days, he went from an ordinary person to 4th realm, then to peak 5th realm. A leap like that means one of 2 things. Either he'd been hiding far too deeply all along, or he has mastered some bizarre method. No matter which it is, it means Chun E is someone beyond our understanding and beyond our control. Xiong Wansheng took a deep breath and sat back down. His eyes were like blades as he stared at the documents in Wang Mu's hand. Since things have come to this, we have to make a decision immediately. After this meeting, I'll personally report everything truthfully to Tianqing Province headquarters, including the personnel losses and the changes in Chun E's combat strength. The deputy directors all wore different expressions, but with perfect tacit understanding, none of them spoke. Pass down my order. Grinding his teeth, Xiong Wansheng said each word slowly and clearly. Immediately classify Chun E as an A-rank threat and issue the highest level citywide wanted order. Seal off all routes out of Kunlun City. Activate the Sky Eye system and conduct 24-hour screening. After saying that, he looked at Wang Mu and Lu Yunmu. Wang Mu, Lu Yunmu. The 2 hurriedly stood up and snapped to attention. You 2, one walks the martial path, one walks star refining. Xiong Wansheng gave the order decisively. From this moment on, take all the 6th realm combat power in the department. The 2 of you will lead the operation together to capture Chen Yi. The moment you find any trace of him, strike directly, dead or alive. Lu Yunmu nodded heavily. Understood. Wang Mu put away the documents. Leave it to me. After arranging the capture, Xiong Wansheng turned to Yang Yin and Xiao Lanqin. Yang Yin, Xiao Lanqin. Here, the 2 of you take some men and, in the name of the Jinwu Division, go to Qingqiong Mountain immediately. Find Huntian Gate. Killing intent spilled from Xiong Wansheng without concealment. Yang Yin Frowened sleekly. Director, over a Huntian Gate, make them hand over Chun-Yi. Xiong Wansheng raised a hand to cut her off and stated the objective directly. Xiao Lanqin raised a brow. What if Shui Tianhu refuses to cooperate? Huh? Refuse to cooperate? Does he dare? Xiong Wansheng slammed the table hard. Then tell Shui Tianhu that they can't escape blame in this matter. If they don't hand him over, they can wait to die. Tianqing Province headquarters will never let Huntian Gate off. After saying that, he swept his gaze around the room. Did everyone hear that clearly? Clearly. Meeting adjourned. Go handle it immediately. The deputy directors rose one after another, and the scraping of chairs against the floor rang out in succession. Wang Mu and Lu Yunmu walked out of the meeting room one after the other, with Yang Yin and Xiao Lanqin following close behind. The doors of the meeting room slowly closed. Xiong Wansheng sat alone in the main seat in silence, his face dark and extremely ugly. After a long moment of silence, as if he had finally thought something through, he got up, left the meeting room, and returned to his director's office. Click. He casually locked the door behind him. He walked over to the broad solid wood desk and pulled open the bottom drawer. Inside was a black secure telephone with no markings whatsoever. He reached out. His finger hovered over the keypad, trembling slightly, but he did not dial for a long time. Xiong Wansheng pulled out a cigarette and lit it. After only 2 drags, he viciously crushed the cigarette but into the ashtray. But when his finger touched the keys, he stopped once more. He hesitated for a very, very long time. With a sigh, he heavily pressed the finger resting on the key. The call connected after 3 rings. Hello. A low, deep voice came from the receiver. Xiong Wansheng took a deep breath and forced a smile toward the mouthpiece. Big brother. The rustling sound of turning pages came from the other end of the line. Wansheng. Xiong Jinqing leaned back against a broad chair, a top-secret document in hand, his gaze casually sweeping across it. This was the Deputy Chief Director's office at the Tianqing Province Jinwu General Bureau. as one of the strongest experts of the Xiong family. A superstar refining clan of Tianqing province, he possessed late 8th realm strength. Ordinarily, he barely concerned himself with the affairs of the branch bureaus in the prefecture-level cities below. The two were born of the same father and mother. Their relationship was neither particularly good nor particularly bad. But toward this younger brother, who was only one step away from the 7th realm, he did hold great expectations. That was why, whenever this direct line called, he would always answer, "It's so late. Why are you calling? Has work in Kunlun City been going smoothly?" Xiong Jinqing set down the document in his hand. He picked up the hot tea on the desk and took a sip, his tone calm, like casual family chatter. "Did the local star refining families in Kunlun City squeeze you out? There's local exclusion everywhere, among mortals and star refiners alike. But people from the Xiong family are ferocious dragons crossing the river. If you went to some small place and got squeezed out, that'd be a real joke. They've all been pretty cooperative, fairly well behaved." Hearing his younger brother's explanation, Xiong Jinqing nodded in satisfaction. His knuckles lightly tapped the desk, and for a moment, he couldn't quite guess the purpose of this call. 5 years ago, you were only at late 6th realm. The family transferred you to Kunlun City to serve as director, so you could build up your qualifications. You've been stuck at peak 6th realm for 2 years now. Haven't you? There was a trace of expectation in Xiong Jinqing's voice. As long as you break through to the 7th realm and condense a star domain, a little pond like Kunlun City won't be enough for you to stretch your limbs. When that time comes, you'll be transferred directly back to Tianqing province headquarters. This is the true territory of our Xiong family. If you're at the General Bureau, your voice there will carry a bit more weight too. No matter what his younger brother's purpose in calling was, he had to make him understand what mattered most. Building up qualifications, after all. A small place like Kunlun City isn't worth wasting too much energy on. At the fastest, half a year. At the slowest, a year. I'll definitely break through. Xiong Wanqing's tone was firm, with a trace of excitement. "MHM. Xiong Jinqing responded, then changed the subject. "What happened? Calling me in the middle of the night through a secure line. There has to be a reason." Whoosh. The moment he remembered the real matter. The anger in Xiong Wanqing's heart shot straight to his head. "Something happened over here, in Kunlun City. A young man named Chun, he cost me quite a few men." Xiong Jinqing stayed silent, waiting for him to continue. When the Zhenwu division handled cases, losing 1 or 2 people was normal attrition. It wasn't enough to warrant using a secure line. An entire level 5 Zhixing team. Xiong Wansheng shamefully reported the real losses into the receiver. A full 6 late 5th realm star refiners. The core combat strength of the Kunlun City Zhenwu division was almost completely slaughtered by that kid. The ones left are all deputy directors representing local snake interests. Usually, they cooperate well enough. But when they run into a truly ruthless character, they probably can't be counted on. These second-generation heirs from the local snake factions can't bear to risk their own lives. Whenever there's dangerous work, they throw it to the dogs they keep. Understood. You're asking me to back you up. Xiong Jinqing fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a mild but unquestionable tone. A 5th realm star refiner would be considered backbone strength even in headquarters. Losing 6 is indeed a bit outrageous. They keep a lot of dogs. You don't need to be polite either. Use them when needed. Mobilize them in the name of the Zhenwu division. Let me see who dares say a word against it. The main issue is Huntian sect. Xiong Wansheng hurriedly pointed out the key point. His older brother was worrying too much. The few local snake families in Kunlun City weren't hard to handle. The hard one to handle was Huntian sect, with its long inheritance. Martial Dao had declined, while star cultivation had flourished. Before the general trend of the world, sects with such ancient inheritances had become more low-key than each other. All of them were acting meek, but a long inheritance meant deep foundations. What if they provoked some existence they couldn't afford to offend? Huntian sect? Xiong Jinqing narrowed his eyes, thought carefully for a moment, then sneered. What room do martial forces even have to speak nowadays? Send someone to notify them and tell Huntian sect to fully cooperate in capturing that man. Changyi, right? Yes, Chenyi. Xiong Wansheng hesitated before speaking. Shui Tianhu of Huntian sect is not easy to deal with. Use them as you please. If Shui Tianhu dares cause trouble, I don't mind making a trip to Kunlun City and wiping out Huntian sect. Done. The anger in Xiong Wansheng's heart vanished completely. An 8th realm expert. So what if he destroyed a Huntian sect? No matter how deep Huntian sect's foundation was, no matter how troublesome Shui Tianhu was, before an 8th realm expert, it was nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The purpose of his call had been achieved. He had reported it. There was a record now. The rest would be easy to handle. It was always easier to be an official when you had someone backing you in court. If he were just an ordinary 6th realm director, he might have had to bow his head to Huntian sect. But now that he had a promise of support from an 8th realm expert, naturally he didn't need to fear Shui Tianhu making any big moves. He immediately clutched the receiver and nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll make arrangements right away. The Xiong family stands behind you, Xiong Jinqing said in a deep voice, instructing his younger brother. The meaning behind his words was clear. As a member of the Xiong family, why fear Huntian sect? Xiong Wanshin grinned obsequiously and nodded. Brother is right. I'm at ease now. I'll handle it immediately. MHM. If Shui Tianhu refuses to submit, don't clash with him head-on. Call me, and I'll make the trip myself. Thank you, brother. Go handle your business. I still have a few documents to review here. Inside the rental room, the lights were still off. Chun-Yi sat at the wooden table and quietly spoke of what he had gone through today. An entire 5th Realm Zhixing team. 6 late 5th Realm star refiners in total. I know I've caused a huge disaster this time. I don't want to bring trouble to the sect. Don't mention the matter of returning to the sect again in the future. Thank you, and thank Master for your support. If the sect can protect my father and mother, I, Chun-Yi, will never forget it for the rest of my life. If I'm lucky enough to survive and get rid of these troubles, I will definitely return to Huntian sect and properly practice martial arts with Master. Zhang Wanquan felt the world spinning. His breathing stalled, and his heart pounded like a drum. So this kid had not only instantly learned all the techniques. With heaven-defying comprehension, his ability to cause trouble was no joke either. 6 late 5th Realm star refiners. That was the core combat strength of the Jinwu division. And just like that, you killed them? You. How is that any different from poking a hole through the heavens? Chen-Yi. I. Zhang Wanquan wanted to say something, but stopped himself. But in the end, he realized that anything he said would be useless. The trouble Chun-Yi had caused was simply too great. So great that even Huntian sect could hardly protect him. He could only lower his eyes in shame and frustration, not daring to meet Chun-Yi's gaze. Please return to the sect first, senior. Chun-Yi cupped his fist in salute. Please thank Master on this junior's behalf for bestowing the treasure, and thank the great elder for protecting my parents. If I survive this time, I will definitely return to the sect in the future. Zhang Wanquan sighed. You should think more about how to stay alive first. This matter is too serious. This old man has to return to the sect first. All right, I'll wait until tomorrow, then prepare to personally make a trip to the Yang family. Chun-Yi still had not given up on his younger sister. It just so happened that tomorrow he could double again, so he decided that afternoon he would go to the Yang family and test the waters, to see whether he could find any clues. At the very least, he had to figure out whether she was still alive. Zhang Wanquan raised his hand, instinctively wanting to stop the little fellow from throwing his life away. But when he saw the determination in Chun-Yi's eyes, he swallowed the prepared words back down. Saving his sister was his duty. It was blooded courage, not easy to persuade. Even if he tried, it would be useless. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Wanquan got up and walked toward the door. This place should be temporarily safe tonight. Rest first. We'll talk about saving people tomorrow. I'm going back to the sect first. The situation is getting bigger and bigger. The people from the Jinwu division have probably already gone to pressure the sect. Shui Tianhu thinks very highly of Chun-Yi. If he runs into people from the Jinwu division, they might end up fighting. I have to hurry back and save the situation. Take care, Supreme Elder, Chun-Yi softly said as he stood inside the doorway. Watching him disappear into the corridor, Chun-Yi gently closed the door, lay down on the bed, pulled out his phone, and logged into his Feixin. Feixin messages, 999. Huntian sect discussion group. 6th Elder, Li Shuanjin, that brat really did something huge. Chopped down 6 late 5th Realm star refiners in one day. Damn impressive. 4th Elder, Han Lai Chun-Yi. If you see this, don't reply. Hide well. The Jinwu division people in Kunlun City have all gone crazy. Martial law everywhere. Searches everywhere. Great Elder, Zhao Xianjing decisive in killing. A future martial god seedling of my Huntian sect. 7th Elder, Tang Suin Chun-Yi. When you pass by the medical hall, go take a look at the rooftop. Someone dropped off a pile of emergency medicine there. 3rd Elder, Shun Qing a child. Be careful in everything while you're out there. 10th Elder, sure, Qianjun equipment and pills. There's plenty. 8th Elder, Wei Shana, don't throw your life away casually, child. Your life is worth more than those star refiners. 9th Elder, Lu Cheng phone run. The farther, the better. The moment Chun-Yi opened the group chat, he saw the warm messages from all 10 elders. Clearly, they had all already learned of the matter. He scrolled upward. It was all words of concern, sighs, or encouragement. The elders hadn't treated him as an outsider. Even though he had already withdrawn from Huntian sect, the elders still treated him as a disciple of Huntian sect. That, at least, moved Chun-Yi quite a bit. But he only quietly read the messages and did not reply. He did not want to bring trouble to Huntian sect. After looking for a while, he closed the group chat and continued checking the other messages. There were a lot of messages from schools and classmates. Some were asking if he wanted to go back to class. Others were openly or secretly probing for his address. Ignore them all. He was now an A-rank wanted criminal. He didn't dare trust the school as connections. If he trusted them once, he would definitely get surrounded and hunted once. Suddenly, a new message popped up on his phone. Huyin, Brother Chun, you've caused quite a stir. In a single day, you killed 11 people from the Jinwu division in a row, 6-star enforcers, and 5 Jinwu officers, and all of them were late 5th Realm. Chun-Yi frowned as he looked at the message. He had no intention of replying. Very soon, another message came. Huyin, Brother Chun is peerlessly talented and fierce in battle. I admire you. But your situation is very dangerous right now. If you need help, you can contact me directly. Chuni, alright, I know. Kunlun City, Chiyun Villa. Inside a standalone villa somewhere within the estate. Huyen looked at the message he had just received in surprise, delight showing on his face. Very good. That kid is still alive. And he even has time to check his phone. Not only is his talent outrageous, but his ability to stay alive seems just as impressive. He actually managed to make time to reply, while the Jinwu Division is conducting a city-wide manhunt. Huyen, Brother Chun, what realm are you at now? To kill a 5th realm star cultivator, you have to be at least a complete 5th realm, right? He had seen plenty of geniuses, but he had never seen this kind of genius, one who broke through realms as easily as eating and drinking. When they first met the day before yesterday, Chun, he had only been at complete 2nd realm, and now he had killed several 5th realm star cultivators in succession. Was this kind of talent even human? Huyen's heart trembled, his face full of disbelief. If I can bring this man under my command, he'll be an invaluable help to me. Whether in my operations in Jojo Nation or after returning to Red Moon, he could play a key role. Huyen muttered to himself, his eyes full of anticipation as he stared at the phone screen, waiting for Chun-E's reply. He had even already thought it through. How he would persuade Chun-E later and get him to accept his invitation. No matter how talented someone was, when facing a dead-end situation, he would still need help, right? And he, Huyen, was exactly the person willing to provide that help. But unexpectedly, no matter how long he waited, Chun-E still didn't reply for a long time. No ruse. He's being hunted across the whole city by the Jinwu Division right now. How could he have the chance to pull out his phone and reply anytime, anywhere? I'll wait a little longer. Huyen comforted himself. Tap, top, top, tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps came from outside. Huyen slowly put away his phone and listened carefully. The footsteps stopped at the door, and soon 3 slow knocks sounded. A kindly female voice came through. Young master Hu, are you asleep? Xiao Xian. Huyen recognized the owner of the voice. He slowly stood up and opened the door at an unhurried pace. Sure enough, standing outside was an elderly woman with a head full of silver hair and a dignified bearing. She looked to be about 60 years old, dressed in a green qipao, her aura restrained, with a smile on her face. So it's Senior Xiao. Please come in. Huyen gave a slight bow and made an inviting gesture, ushering her inside. The elderly woman was named Xiao Xian, the old ancestor of the Xiao family, a 6th realm powerhouse, with an aura faintly approaching the 7th realm. In terms of seniority and strength, she was the #1 figure in the Xiao family. They had met once at noon. With her hands clasped before her, Xiao Xian entered the room, swept her gaze around once, and asked, "This humble room is crude and simple. Young Master Hu, are you accustomed to staying here? Thank you for your concern, Senior. The Xiao family's generous hospitality will remain in this junior's heart." Huyen did not slight her. He casually gave a perfunctory response, then gestured again and invited the elderly woman to sit on the sofa. I've long heard that young master who likes reading. Today, I finally get to see it for myself. As Xiao Xian slowly walked toward the sofa, her gaze swept across the books on the tea table, and she casually offered praise. Huyen exchanged a few polite words, but he did not truly conduct himself with a junioress etiquette while receiving the elegant and noble old woman. Instead, he sat with her as an equal, even carrying a faint air of superiority, quietly waiting for her to bring up the real topic herself. Sure enough, after no more than a few perfunctory exchanges, Xiao Xian slowly said, "Young Master Hu, regarding what you mentioned during the day, may we discuss in detail now?" "Of course, but I'll still say the same thing. Right now, the friction at the border between Red Moon and Jojo is only growing more intense. If the Xiao family does not make a decision soon, I'm afraid the price you'll pay may become unbearable." Huyen spoke calmly. He even skipped the pleasantries. Staying at the Xiao family's place, what he had been waiting for was exactly this conversation. Since he had come, they might as well talk business directly. Once the matter with the Xiao family was settled, he still had to visit other families. Young Master Hu truly speaks frankly. Xiao Xian was nearly choked by the young man in front of her. She smoothed the silver hair by her temples and said, "Our Xiao family is only a small family in Kunlun City. Placed between Red Moon Nation and Jiuzhou Nation, we are nothing but a tiny ant. How can we have the right to choose? Senior Xiao is too modest. My Red Moon simply thirsts for talent. We have no intention of forcing the Xiao family." Huyen instantly understood the hidden meaning in the old woman's words. They wanted to sit on the fence. They wanted to place bets on both sides and take advantage of both sides, nothing more. Not just the Xiao family, probably every star cultivation family in Kunlun City was thinking the same way. On one side, they sent family disciples to work for Jiuzhou Nation. On the other, they secretly connected with Red Moon Nation, sending a few peripheral disciples to work for Red Moon Nation. No matter which side won, the Xiao family would not lose. He could accept that result, no matter what. It still meant reducing Jiuzhou Nation's combat strength, while adding a sliver more chance of victory to Red Moon Nation. Kunlun City was located on the border between the two nations. The star cultivation families did not have a strong sense of belonging to Jiuzhou Nation. There was a lot to work with there. Young Master Hu has lowered himself to come here. Our Shao family is deeply honored by this sincerity. We ask young master to enlighten us a little and point out a clear road for the Shao family. I speak bluntly, Senior Shao. Please forgive me. Please speak. Young master who? My Red Moon is willing to help Senior Shao break through to the 7th realm. We only have one requirement. Oh, this old woman is willing to hear the details. Please have Senior Shao personally go morning. Qingxiong Mountain, Huntian Gate, S. Council Hall. Sect Master Shui Tianhu sat high in the main seat, while the 10 great elders sat on both sides, their expressions solemn. Unlike usual, today there were 3 extra Grandmaster chairs beneath the Sect Master's seat. Seated on them were the 3 surviving Supreme Elders of Huntian Gate. Besides Zhang Wanquan, there was also 1 man and 1 woman, 2 elderly figures. The old man in gray robes was named Kong Kun. Beside him sat a kindly old woman with gleaming silver hair, named Do Yinxian. The 2 Supreme Elders had been in seclusion for a long time. Normally, even Shui Tianhu, the Sect Master, would rarely get to meet them. Yet today, they had all appeared together in the council hall. Everyone knew that a major event affecting the sect's life and death had occurred. Before Shui Tianhu could speak, Zhang Wanquan first introduced the general situation to the other 2 Supreme Elders. What he mainly talked about was Chun Yi. He said Chun Yi's talent was unmatched and his comprehension heaven-defying. He said Chun Yi was unstoppable in battle, killing 11 experts in one day in a row. He said Chun Yi had been born at the wrong time, not during an era when the martial path was flourishing. He said Huntian Gate had sealed the mountain and missed out on good talent, which was what led to the current crisis. In short, there was only one meaning. It wasn't Chun Yi's fault. The fault lay with this era. The fault lay with others. The fault lay with Huntian Gate for failing to discover this peerless martial prodigy in time. Shui Tianhu and the 10 elders nodded repeatedly, expressing that Zhang Wanquan was right. If they had discovered Chun Yi earlier, none of this would have happened. Trash, all of you are trash. Kong Kun, dressed in a gray robe, was so furious he tore out 3 of his beard hairs. Pointing repeatedly with his finger, he barked, Old Zhang, you're trash. Shui Tianhu, how are you even the Sect Master? You knew martial arts had declined, yet you still let the Zhenwu division hunt down our martial arts geniuses the whole way. If that isn't trash, what is? Swish. Pinching the torn beard hairs, Kong Kun rose to his feet, eyes wide with rage. What are you all standing there for? Follow this old man out of the mountain and trample the Zhenwu division flat. Even though he had never met Chun Yi in person, after Zhang Wanquan's detailed introduction, Kong Kun had already decided that kid surnamed Chun was the future of martial arts. Even if everyone in Huntian's sect died, they still had to protect him. Sit down first. Do Yinxian rose, her head full of glittering silver hair, and without another word pressed down on Kong Kun's shoulder, forcing him back into his seat. You're practically 1 foot in the grave already, and you're still this rash? Can't you first hear what everyone else has to say? Who? Zhang Wanquan quietly let out a breath, a smile curling at his lips. It really did take 1 fierce person to deal with another. Senior Sister Do really specialized in curing all kinds of stubbornness. At the same time, he shot Shui Tianhu a look. Talk business. Don't let this reckless brute drag everyone into his pace. Shui Tianhu caught the signal and gave a slight nod. He cleared his throat, his face stern as his gaze swept over the 10 elders. I agree with Martial Uncle Kong's opinion. Have you gone mad? Everyone turned to look at Shui Tianhu at the same time. Kong Kun grinned and raised his left thumb at him. Good lad. You're doing a fine job as sect moss. Before he could finish, Do Yinxian glared him back into silence. The old woman sat straight as a bell and gave Shui Tianhu a slight nod. Please continue, Sect Master. This old woman is all ears. She did not object, but she did not agree either. Shui Tianhu cupped his fist toward the 3 Supreme Elders. Martial arts has been in decline for a long time. If we still don't do something now, I'm afraid there may never be another chance. Hide? You can hide for a while, but not for a lifetime. If we keep hiding, all we'll do is hide away our blood and courage until they collapse, and hide martial arts in a withering away. Sooner or later, death comes anyway. In that case, I'd rather die gloriously. If future generations can still remember Huntian's sect, then maybe they'll give us a thumbs up and say, they didn't coward out. That is the worst case scenario. At most, we all die together. Gloriously. Die for a worthy cause. Then when we meet our sect seniors in death, we won't be too ashamed to face them. We can die. From the Supreme Elders at the top of Huntian's sect to the newest outer disciples at the bottom, all of us can die. But if we die, our deaths must have value. At the very least, we must preserve martial arts hope. We have to let Chun Yi live. The seat of Sect Master was not easy to hold. On the surface, it looked infinitely glorious, full of swagger and authority. But in truth, that little bit of prestige only existed because the elders and disciples of the sect gave him face. Those newly risen star refinement experts did not put Huntian's sect in their eyes at all. It was stifling beyond words. Today, he did not want to keep living like that anymore. Well said. That's exactly how we'll do it. Supreme Elder Kong Kun burst in a happy laughter. He was only halfway through when he abruptly shut his mouth. Seeing Do Yinchuan's ugly expression, he sat back down awkwardly. Dou Yinchuan's face darkened. Narrowing her eyes at Shui Tianhu, she said coldly, "As sect master, what you carry on your shoulders is the honor, disgrace, rise, and fall of Han Tian's sect. And yet you say something like this? Risking your life is easy. Just ram your head straight into someone else's blade, and that's that. If you die, if these old bones of ours die, if the 10 elders die, then the inheritance of Han Tian's sect dies too. If you do that, who could you possibly answer to? Living is what is hard. Humiliation, indignity, swallowing grievance. Fine. As long as a person is alive, there is still a chance to rise again. It is true that martial arts has declined, but the heavens will not let martial arts remain in decline forever. As long as Han Tian's sect endures until the day martial arts flourishes again, it will still be the foremost martial sect of Tianqing province. As sect master, you must think for the sect's inheritance. You cannot act on impulse alone. Dou Yinchuan's voice was not loud, but her tone was extremely stern. Her gaze remained calm as she looked at the crowd with their varying expressions. Han Tian's sect has been passed down for over 1,000 years. There has never been a shortage of astonishing talents. One more or one less is not more important than the sect's inheritance. Supreme Elder Dou is absolutely right. Ninth Elder Lu Qingfeng rose and cupped his fists, giving a slight bow toward Dou Yinxian and Shui Tianhu before speaking. Chun Yi is indeed a martial arts genius. I admit that. Han Tian's sect also greatly needs such a genius. But to bury the entire sect for the sake of a genius who is yet to grow up, is that really worth it? Liu Qingfeng liket Chenyi. But he leaned more toward the sect. On one side was Chun Yi, on the other was the sect. He chose the latter without hesitation. I agree with Supreme Elder Dou and the Ninth Elder. To sacrifice all of Han Tian's sect for one person is a bit too absurd. Seventh Elder Tang Suan also stepped forward to voice opposition. I agree as well. Another spoke up. It was Eighth Elder Wei Shanha. At this moment of life and death, they had decisively chosen to give up Chun Yi and preserve the sect. After all, Chun Yi had only entered the sect 2 days ago, and his realm was only the 5th realm. Who could say for sure what his future would be like? The sect was different. Its inheritance had lasted for hundreds of years. It had not just hundreds of disciples. Many of them had grown up here since childhood. Now, for the sake of one hope, everyone was supposed to be buried with him? How could that be possible? With 4 people opposing in succession, Shui Tianhu also fell silent. His gaze moved over the elders one by one. In the end, it stopped on Great Elder Zhao Xinjing, but she looked conflicted. Her lips parted, yet she said nothing. At this moment, 4th Elder Han Lai stood up, patted the long saber at his waist, and said in a deep voice, "I'm just a martial man. A martial man never hesitates over every little thing. I only know this. Whoever bullies a disciple of Han Tian's sect, I chop them." The corner of Shui Tianhu's mouth twitched, and he ignored him. Instead, he turned to look at Zhang Wankuan. The latter gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over everyone present before he spoke calmly. "Sect master, senior brother, senior sister, fellow elders. This old man formally announces that from today onward, I withdraw from Han Tian's sect. Whatever I do from now on will have nothing to do with Han Tian's sect." Zhang Wankuan, you. Dou Yinchuan's expression changed. She looked at the junior brother she had supported each other with for a lifetime in disbelief. 1,000 words surged to her throat, yet she could not speak a single word of reproach. She understood very clearly. In Zhang Wankuan's heart, the will to die had already arisen. Even in death, he would protect Chun Yi. Kong Kun froze for a moment, then quickly understood Zhang Wankuan's hidden meaning. Delighted, he slapped his thigh. "Old Zhang, today I find you more pleasing to the eye than ever. I also want to what?" One glare from Dou Yinxian forced the rest of his words straight back down his throat. Kong Kun instantly went silent, awkwardly rubbing his hands. He lowered his head and said nothing. 3rd Elder Shun Qinghe rose and cupped his fists, properly saluting the sect master and the 3 supreme elders. Then, unhurriedly, he said, "Blind recklessness won't accomplish anything, but giving up Chun Yi isn't right either. In my opinion, we can go speak in detail with the upper ranks of the Jinwu division. As long as the price we pay is high enough, perhaps both the sect and Chun Yi can be preserved. When it comes to conflicts of interest, there is no need for killing and fighting. Han Tian's sect is willing to pay a heavy price for Chun Yi. I refuse to believe the Jinwu division truly dares to fight Han Tian's sect to the death." The 3rd Elder's words are reasonable. Shui Tianhu gave a slight nod. The affairs of the state are tense right now, and friction breaks out at the borders again and again. If a war really starts, the first place to be affected will be Kunlun City. In this situation, whether it was the Jinwu division or the Lianqing family, they might not necessarily have the courage to go down in mutual destruction with my Han Tian sect. Besides, right then, a disciple who had originally been standing guard outside the discussion hall suddenly rushed in. Shui Tianhu's gaze flickered, and he stopped talking. "Sectmaster, Lord Yang and Lord Xiao from the Jinwu division request an audience. Yang Yin and Xiao Lanxin had arrived last night. They had aggressively pressured Han Tian's sect to give them an explanation, but he had brushed them off with an excuse, saying he would decide after discussing it with the elders today. Judging from the current situation, The two women had run out of patience, especially that Yang Yan. Her bearing was intimidating, and she wouldn't take soft or hard tactics. She was like a stone in a latrine, stinky and hard. While the disciple went to bring them in, Shui Tianhu briefly explained Yang Yan and Xiao Lanqin's purpose to the three supreme elders. A moment later, the two women entered the discussion hall under the disciple's guidance. Shui Tianhu and the three supreme elders remained seated. The 10 elders stood up to receive them and observe the proper courtesy. Someone bring seats for the two honored guests and serve tea, Shui Tianhu instructed. No need. Yang Yan raised a hand to cut him off and went straight to the point. Sect Master Shui, since everyone is here, give us a clear answer. Shui Tianhu frowned slightly and said flatly, Deputy Director Yang, we're still discussing this matter. Could you wait a little longer? From last night until now, 14 hours have already passed, and you still haven't finished discussing it? Yang Yan's tone was displeased. Deputy Director Yang may not know this, but he has already officially announced his withdrawal from Huntian sect. What he did has no relationship whatsoever with my Huntian sect. What do you mean? Yang Yan narrowed her eyes slightly, and faint starlight rose from her body. She stared fixedly at Shui Tianhu and said, Sect Master Shui, are you saying Huntian sect doesn't want to acknowledge what Yi has done? Or are you refusing to admit that Yi is a disciple of your Huntian sect? Shui Tianhu said flatly, Deputy Director Yang misunderstands. Yi is indeed a disciple of my Huntian sect, but Yi's cultivation method, martial skills. And Zhang Wanquan go into the Yang family to demand him all prove that Yi is connected to Huntian sect. You can't deny that. Before Shui Tianhu could finish, Yang Yan forcibly interrupted him. Then hand him over. Deputy Director Yang, I already said just now. Yi is no longer a member of my Huntian sect. He is not in Huntian sect either. As for where he is, I don't know, Shui Tianhu said. Supreme Elder Kong, Kun also spoke coldly. Yang Yan, the person you're looking for is not in my Huntian sect. Get the hell out now. A trace of anger appeared on Yang Yan's face. Under normal circumstances, when facing top martial arts powerhouses like Zhang Wanquan, Kong Kun, and Dou Yanxian, she naturally would not dare provoke them. But today was different. She was not just a Lianxing cultivator. She was also the deputy director of the Jinwu division. What she represented was the official authority, the Zhuzhou nation. So what if Zhang Wanquan and the others were strong? If they dared touch a single hair on her head, Huntian sect would definitely be destroyed. That was why Yang Yan was full of confidence. After hearing Kong Kun's words, she spoke again, Senior Kong, Sect Master Shui. Right now, I am here representing the Jinwu division. I hope you understand that clearly. What Yi has done can be called unforgivable. Before we left, Director Xiong had already listed him as an A-rank wanted criminal and issued a citywide warrant throughout Kunlun City. And as a disciple of Huntian sect, whether he has withdrawn or not, you must cooperate with the Jinwu division and bring him to justice. Deputy Director Yang, aren't you making things difficult for us? Shui Tianhu frowned and said, Oh, making things difficult for you? So what if I am? Yang Yan sneered at, with such a huge incident, does Huntian sect think it can stay out of it? Do you still think you're some great martial arts sect from 100 years ago? Yang Yan did not speak politely at all. Her attitude was overbearing, and she gave the crowd almost no face. The moment her words fell, the hot-tempered Kong Kun shot to his feet. Terrifying blood flames surged up, and an overwhelming aura enveloped the hall. He stared fixedly at Yang Yan, killing intent spreading from him as he roared in fury. Yang Yan, do you want to die? Dou Yanxian's expression also turned icy as she looked at Yang Yan. Zhang Wanquan made no move, but he placed his hand on his sword hilt and narrowed his eyes. The many other elders all raised their heads and looked down at Yang Yan. For a time, the hall was so silent that a pin drop could be heard, and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Yang Yan's face changed drastically, and she unconsciously took half a step back. At that moment, Xiao Lanqin stepped forward and said stiffly, Everyone, Deputy Director Yang and I are acting under orders. Director Xiong gave us a strict command that he must be brought to justice. Although he is not in Huntian sect, and he is no longer a disciple of Huntian sect, in the end his strength cannot be separated from Huntian sect. You must take responsibility for this to the very end. That's right. With Xiao Lanqin helping her, Yang Yan's momentum rose again. She swept her gaze around, utterly fearless, and said coldly, The incident has already been reported to the headquarters in Tianqing Prefecture. If Huntian sect wants to remain safe and sound, then immediately send all your disciples out to search for Yi. Once you find him, dead or alive, cut off his head and deliver it to the Jinwu division. Secondly, the losses suffered by our Jinwu division must also be compensated by Huntian sect at tenfold. Hearing Yang Yan's words, the expressions of everyone in Huntian sect were almost the same. They were furious beyond measure. Bang! Yang Yan, you've gone too far. Fourth Elder Han Lai was the first to lose control. He smashed the armrest of his seat with one palm and roared, We can help you look for him. But compensation? Why should my Huntian sect pay for that? That's right, and tenfold? Impossible. Deputy Director Yang. Being this aggressive, Aren't you afraid my hunting insect will fight to the death with you? The many elders all shouted in angry rebuke. As for Shui, Tianhu, Zhang Wanquan, Kong Kun, and Do Yinxian, the four strongest figures in hunting insect, they said nothing. They merely stared at Yang Yin and Xiao Lanxin with icy expressions. But even so, Yang Yin remained arrogant. She was certain hunting insect did not dare do anything to her. Fight to the death? Yang Yin chuckled coldly. If you want hunting insect destroyed, then go ahead and show me. She looked at Shui Tianhu and continued pressing him. Sect Master Shui, I'll give you one last chance. Right now, immediately, at once. Send people to find Chunyi and gather resources to prepare compensation for the losses of our Jinwu division. Otherwise what? The one who spoke was Zhang Wanquan. Narrowing his eyes, his right hand tightly gripping the sword hilt, he asked coldly, otherwise, your hunting insect can just wait to die. Yang Yin showed no fear and fired straight back at him. Yesterday, Zhang Wanquan had caused a huge disturbance at the Yang family and injured quite a few people. How could Yang Yin let that go so easily? So her forceful pressure on hunting insect today also carried the intention of using public business to settle a private grudge. As for whether the other side would fly into a rage and attack, she wasn't too worried about that. Unless everyone in hunting insect wanted to die, they absolutely would not dare make a move. But what she never could have imagined was, the instant her words fell, a sharp sword cry rang out inside the hall. The next moment, accompanied by several cries of alarm, a terrifying sword light slashed straight toward Yang Yin. Junior brother Zhang, stop. Martial uncle Zhang, wait. Supreme elder, you absolutely must not. Yang Yin's expression twisted in terror. Looking at the sword light coming at her, she let out a shrill scream. Zhang Wanquan, how dare you? Do you want hunting insect destroyed? You. Starlight flared up, enveloping her entire body and forming a light cyan star shield. But it was completely useless. Boom! Sword light, accompanied by crimson blood flame, slammed into the shield, erupting with a heavy boom. The star shield shattered in an instant. Puffed. A red flash swept across her neck. Her head fell to the ground and rolled off to the side. Her eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. She clearly had never imagined that Zhang Wanquan would actually dare to kill her. How dare he? And so, decisively too, beheading her with a single sword strike. Senior Zhang, please calm your anger. Beside them, Xiao Lanxin was so frightened that her face turned deathly pale. She hurriedly shouted, Yang Yin's words and actions were all her own and have nothing to do with me. Crimson blood flame surged as Zhang Wanquan turned into a mass of firelight and lunged straight at Xiao Lanxin. Knowing she was no match for him, Xiao Lanxin did not dare form hand seals to activate any star arts, lest it cause a misunderstanding. She let the blade rest against her neck and did not dare move. This old man already announced that I am withdrawing from hunting insect. So this matter of killing Yang Yin has nothing to do with hunting insect. Deputy Director Xiao, are you willing to testify for this old man? Holding his sword in one hand, Zhang Wanquan stared at her coldly. Yes, this junior is willing. Xiao Lanxin cupped her fist with both hands and nodded repeatedly. Zhang Wanquan called over a disciple to prepare brush and ink, then had her write out a testimony on the spot. After she signed and pressed her mark on it, she was taken away by the fourth elder to be guarded. A moment later, silence fell over the discussion hall. Other than fourth elder Han Lai, everyone returned to their places. But no matter who it was, their faces were grave, including Shui Tianhu and Kong Kun. At first, they had shouted fiercely, talking about slaughtering their enemies and fighting with burning resolve. But once it really happened, they fell silent, because with Yang Yin dead, they had completely offended the Jinwu division. There was no room left for reconciliation. After a long while, Do Yinxian sighed and broke the silence. Junior brother Zhang, you were reckless. I'm afraid hunting insect is truly finished this time. Grand Elder Zhao Xianjing gave a bitter smile. How did it come to this? Second Elder Zhou Changyue shook his head again and again. Sixth Elderly Xuanjin gritted his teeth. This can't all be blamed on Supreme Elder Zhang. That Yang Yin went too far. Relying on her status in the Jinwu division, she acted unbearably arrogant. She was obviously trying to suppress our hunting insect. Someone like that deserved to die. She did deserve to die. But what about after killing her? What do we do now? 10th Elder Shi Qianjun said, unhappily. Exactly. When several 5th Realm Star Refiners from the Jinwu division died, it was serious but not beyond saving. But now that a deputy director has been killed, 7th Elder Tang Suan shook her head, her face full of helplessness. Ahem. Seeing that the others were still about to speak, Shui Tianhu gave 2 light coughs, interrupting their train of thought. Only after everyone's gaze turned toward him did he slowly speak. Since things have already come to this, there is no need to keep saying words of complaint. The most urgent matter now is to come up with a solution as quickly as possible while the Jinwu division and the Yang family still don't know. Zhang Wanquan said, the solution is simple. I already announced my withdrawal from hunting insect. Whatever they want to do, I'll face it to the end. You're a fool. Do you think the people of the Jinwu division are fools too? You think they believe whatever you say? Do Yinxian snorted coldly. She then looked at everyone present. But the sect master is right. Since this has already happened, saying anything else is meaningless. We should pool our wisdom, unite as one, and overcome this hardship together. Hearing this, the others nodded slightly. No one chose to run. All of them looked toward Shui Tianhu, waiting for his decision. After pondering for a long time, Shui Tianhu said, "A deputy director of the Jinwu division has died. They absolutely will not let this go. Even the Tianxing continent headquarters may be enraged. Besides that, some of the forces we offended in the past will also seize this chance to suppress us. So what we need to do now is drag things out, delay for time, and let the talented disciples in the sect leave as soon as possible." Shui Tianhu said a great deal. In essence, they would first imprison Xiao Lanqin to prevent news from being sent back to the Jinwu division. They would hide it for as long as they could. During that time, the disciples, deacons, and elders of Huntian's sect who had talent and potential would quietly leave with resources and inheritances, going as far away as possible. As for the rest who did not want to leave, they would remain with the sect and live or die with it. I've lived for more than 100 years. How about my fill? You all should leave, Supreme Elder Kong Kun said calmly. Zhang Wanquan suddenly opened his eyes. He slowly nodded at Kong Kun, then looked at the elders. These old bones of mine still have to stay and protect Chun-Yi, so I want TB covering your retreat. Even now, Zhang Wanquan still thought highly of Chun-Yi. It felt like he was going all in on him. Since things have already reached this point, then Chun-Yi should be protected even more, Shui Tianhu nodded. Now that they had completely fallen out with the Jinwu division, there was basically no room left to turn things around. Huntian's sect had to prepare for the worst. So after discussing it with the elders, Shui Tianhu immediately began to act. At once, he arranged for the sect deacons and core disciples with potential to quickly evacuate. They would take Huntian's sect's core cultivation methods and resources with them. As the saying went, as long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Sect master, 3 supreme elders, everything has already been arranged. The younger generation of our Huntian sect has already begun evacuating with the sect's core inheritance, Li Xuanjin reported. Good. After leaving Huntian's sect, tell them to act with a low profile and not reveal their identities. They are not to have any involvement with any other forces. Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with according to sect law, Shui Tianhu said in a deep voice. Yes. After saying that, Shui Tianhu's gaze swept across all the Huntian sect elders present as he said, "This way, we will have no further worries. If the Jinwu division still refuses to let the matter rest, then why shouldn't we fight them to mutual destruction?" Grand Elder Zhao Xianjing rubbed his brow and gave a bitter laugh. "Sigh, this is the only way." That sword strike from Zhang Wanquan had forcefully made the choice for Huntian's sect. That choice was to protect Chun-Yi at all costs and place all their hope on him. They hoped he could break through to the martial god realm as soon as possible and let Huntian's sect be reborn from the ashes. Since we're betting on Chun-Yi, then we should support him with everything we have. Cultivation methods, star artifacts, resources, whatever he wants provided, though, Yin Xian said slowly. Her expression was calm and composed. Clearly, she had accepted reality, and her thinking had already turned toward Chun-Yi. Supreme Elder Do, rest assured, all of that has already been arranged. Supreme Elder Zhang has already taken them and gone to find Chun-Yi, Li Xuanjin said. Good. Next. It depends on how the Jinwu division moves. But with the foundation of our Huntian sect, dragging things out for half a year should not be a problem. If Chun-Yi can break through to the martial god realm within half a year, then we'll have won the bet. Even if this old woman dies, she'll be at peace, Do Yinxian said in a deep voice. The others also nodded slightly. After that, one by one, they discussed how to drag things out for even longer. To give Chun-Yi enough time to grow. Kunlun City, Heiyun District. Chun-Yi walked out of the rental apartment and stood in the corridor. Looking down, he watched the construction crew busily working in the residential complex below. They had come early in the morning and were repairing the damage left behind by his battle with Wang Yifei and the others yesterday. Quite a few old men and old women were gathered around watching as well. They whispered among themselves with lively expressions, though no one knew what they were talking about. After a while, Chun-Yi took out his phone. Time had passed quickly. It was already 11:35 at noon. There were still 25 minutes left before his attributes doubled. Almost there. However, at this moment, outside the residential complex, a black SUV engraved with the Jinwu Division emblem stopped at the entrance. Then, 5 people got out of it. The one leading them was a young man with dark skin and a resolute face. He looked steady and composed overall. The moment he got out of the car, he said in a low voice, "This is Chun-Yi's residence. Keep the noise down later. Conduct a covert search. If you find the target, report immediately. No one is allowed to act on their own." After Xiong Wansheng and the others finished the emergency meeting last night, they had classified Chun-Yi as an A-rank threat and placed him on wanted status throughout all of Kunlun City. The arrest was jointly handled by Lu Yunmu, a late 6th realm martial artist, and Wang Mu, a late 6th realm star cultivator. And all personnel from the town at Jinwu Division were free for them to mobilize. So as soon as the meeting ended, they moved at once. Overnight, they began a carpet search across Kunlun City. Jiayu's level 5 Jinwu squad just so happened to be assigned to search an important location, Chun-Yi's residence. Yes, Captain. Everyone nodded. Then they entered the residential complex together. But after only a few steps, everyone froze instantly. Report, Captain, target spotted. Straight ahead, on the second-floor corridor of the residential building. Squad member Chi Xin's face changed drastically as he nearly roared. I'm not blind. Jiayu's expression was grave as he looked up fixedly at the figure on the second-floor corridor, the one who looked harmless, like an ordinary college student. What do we do now, Captain? I think he saw us too. Make a move? Or retreat first? You coward. Captain S at 5th realm perfection. And the 4 of us are all late 5th realm. Are we really supposed to be scared of him alone? If you ask me, we should just go straight at him. When the merits are handed out later, our squad will get first credit. The muscular Jin Han at the side said eagerly, itching to fight. But the moment the words left his mouth, Jiayu barked at him. Shut up. Chun-Yi has already killed several of our 5th realm experts in a row. Don't you know that? Even 6-star holders have fallen. With a killing star like that, are we rushing up there to die? Having climbed to his current position through grit and struggle, his mind was far sharper than most. He knew very well that even if all 5 of them attacked together, they still might not be Chun-Yi's match. So Jiayu patted Chi Xin on the shoulder and said seriously, go notify Deputy Director Liu immediately. No, notify Deputy Director Wang too. Tell them they must get here as fast as possible. The rest of you, stay with me and keep an eye on Chun-Yi's movements. If the enemy doesn't team move, we don't move. If the enemy moves, we run immediately. Remember this. Merit is important, but your life is even more important. With that said, the chi and blood in his body began to boil faintly. His entire body was wound tight like a bowstring ready to be loosed. Confronting Chun-Yi from afar. Fortunately, from beginning to end, Chun-Yi never moved. Like a statue, he stood there without budging, quietly watching them. It made their scalps go numb and their hearts pound wildly. 20 minutes passed like that. Then, one after another, vehicles from the Jinwu division streamed toward the residential complex. A moment later, 5 level 5 Jinwu squads, 3 level 5 execution squads, and dozens of people, nearly all of the top combat power in Kunlun City's Jinwu division, had gathered inside the complex. The instant they saw Chun-Yi, they released their auras without holding back. In an instant, massive pillars of blood shot into the sky one after another, piercing straight through the clouds. Accompanied by bursts of dazzling starlight, they flashed without end. That overwhelming pressure was enough to blot out the sky itself. Shockwaves swept out like a Category 10 typhoon. The colors brilliant and blinding, the display absurdly exaggerated. The construction crew had never seen anything like this before. They didn't even bother with their tools or the worksite and hurriedly scattered in all directions. The old men and old ladies who had been watching the excitement had long since run off without a trace. At this moment, Liu Yimu stepped forward from the crowd. He had a burly build and a cold expression. Looking at Chun, he's standing on the corridor. He let out a cold snort. Boom! With a thunderous blast. The blazing blood flames burning on Liu Yimu's body reached their peak in an instant. A pillar of blood several times more terrifying than those of all the other Qian blood martial artists tore through the clouds in the blink of an eye. That blood pillar continuously spewed horrifying blood flames outward, like a living volcano that had appeared out of nowhere. The entire sky dimmed in an instant, as though a curtain had been drawn over it. Within several miles around, no other color could be seen anymore. Everywhere the eye could see was a uniform blood red. It was like a living hell on earth, horrifying to the extreme. A late 6th realm martial artist was terrifying to such a degree. Chun-Yi, do you know your crime? What crime do I have? Chun-Yi's gaze was indifferent. He slowly swept his eyes over the Jinwu division members standing at swords drawn tension and spoke calmly. You defied the laws of Jojo, killed no one knows how many people from my Jinwu division, and you still say that is not a crime? If you surrender right now and kneel before me, I may show mercy and leave you a complete corpse. Otherwise, I will cut you into pieces and grind your bones to ashes. Liu Yimu glared furiously, empowered by his chi and blood. His voice boomed like rolling heavenly thunder. But Chun-Yi's expression still did not change. Standing on the corridor, he looked utterly disdainful, as if no one here was worth his notice. With a thought, an attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Chun-Yi. Physique, 1678. Comprehension, 1280. Chi in Blood Realm. 5th Realm Blood Pillar, Perfection. Star Cultivation Realm. 4th Realm Star Chain, Early Stage. Star Cultivation Talent, 96%, Top Grade. Skills, Huntian Divine Art, 5th Realm Perfection. Shuangguang Haowu Star Cannon, 4th Realm Early Stage. Purgatory Chaos Body, Perfection. Blood Sea Prison Suppressing Divine Fist, Perfection. 9 Domains Star Slaying Blade, Perfection. Heaven Turning Sea Overturning Palm, Perfection. Shadowless Following Step, Perfection. Spiritual Visualization Method, Perfection. Aurora Thorn, Perfection. Star Guard Shield, Perfection. His realm had not changed. He was still at 5th Realm Perfection. His attributes had not doubled either. The only difference was his cultivation arts. Aside from his main cultivation method, his body tempering art, fist art, blade art, palm art, and movement art had all undergone multiple fusions last night. On the surface, his realm remained the same, but his combat power had increased several times over. Chun-Yi, are you refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit? Seeing Chun-Yi's calm and breezy look, Lu Yumu's face darkened as he shouted again. But Chun-Yi could not even be bothered to respond to him. He kept his mouth shut and stood on the second floor, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Seeing this, Wang Mu at the side was the first to lose patience. He said to Lu Yumu in a deep voice, "Deputy Director Lu, why waste words with him? Just do it." Lu Yumu was so furious he laughed instead. After holding power and status for so many years, this was the first time he had ever been ignored so thoroughly by a junior. Haha, good. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Jinwu squads, star execution squads, hear my order. Take down Chun-Yi dead or alive. The moment Lu Yumu's words fell, the 5 Jinwu squads no longer concealed their strength. Their chi and blood swept forth like a tsunami, their blood pillars like sea-calming divine needles punching through the sky. Countless pairs of eyes filled with killing intent shot over and instantly locked onto Chun-Yi. In a flash, every member of the Jinwu division drew their weapons. Under the glow of chi and blood, blades and swords flashed with terrifying bloodlight. At Lu Yumu's order, the many Jinwu division members shot toward Chun-Yi like arrows released from the bow. At the same time, the 3-star execution squads also took their positions. They spread out in the distance, dazzling starlight radiating from their bodies. In an instant, the dark red sky was forcibly torn open by that multicolored starlight. Countless dazzling star arts condensed in midair. Every move, every form, contained terrifying power, as if they could pour down on Chun-Yi at any moment. Facing the Jinwu division's attack, Chun-Yi did not panic in the slightest. Aside from Lu Yumu and Wang Mu, he simply did not take any of the others present seriously. The shockwaves produced by the collision of Chi blood and Star Force blew over, making the corners of Chun-Yi's clothes flap wildly. With a light flip of his wrist, he tightened his grip on the Zhan Yuan saber. Just you lot? As soon as he spoke, the Chi blood inside Chun-Yi instantly began to boil. The dense Chi blood was like a primordial ferocious beast as Chun-Yi released its restraints. It rampaged madly, and in the blink of an eye condensed into a horrifying dark red pillar of blood that shot straight into the sky, effortlessly piercing through the building above. As that momentum spread out, the Jinwu squads charging toward Chun-Yi all had their expressions change drastically. This Chi blood, how is it this strong? Is he really still in the 5th realm? In the distance, atop a high-rise building, 2 familiar figures stood with their hands behind their backs. It was none other than the siblings Hu Yin and Hu Xin. The 2 of them had come to Kunlun City. Since Hu Yin had matters to handle, and it was inconvenient to keep Hu Xin by his side, he had arranged for her to stay temporarily at Huntian Gate. With the martial arts manuals Huntian Gate had accumulated over the course of several hundred years, it could also broaden Hu Xin's horizons. But neither of them had expected the unexpected variable named Chun-Yi, and the impact Chun-Yi caused had far exceeded imagination. After Shui Tianhu explained the situation to Hu Xin that morning, she had immediately left Huntian Gate and gone to find Hu Yin. If she had continued staying there, she might have been caught in the fallout. What a pity. Such a heaven-blessed genius is probably going to fall here today. Hu Yin sighed. He had originally wanted to subdue Chun-Yi and add a fierce general to his ranks, but he had never imagined things would develop this quickly. All of the Jinwu division's level 5 squads had come out in full force to besiege Chun-Yi. Even if he possessed the valor to stand against 10,000 men, he probably still would not escape alive. Not to mention that Lu Yunmu and Wang Mu, these 2 6th realm experts, were also here overseeing the scene. Just one of them alone would be enough to make Chun-Yi's death certain. Hu Xin looked at the heaven-covering scene in the distance and shook her head. In her heart, Chun-Yi was already a cold corpse. Even if she racked her brains, she could not think of any way for Chun-Yi to break this deadlock. Maybe another miracle will happen to him. After all, that wouldn't be anything new. Hu Yin, however, felt things were not that simple. Even in such a desperate situation, he still held onto a trace of hope for Chun-Yi. A miracle is called a miracle because it's rare. If it keeps happening, can it still be called a miracle? Let us go, cousin. Chun-Yi is dead for sure. Hu Xin said this with absolute certainty. Hu Yin let out a sigh, his heart full of mixed feelings. He truly cherished talent. He could not bear to watch a genius like this fall with his own eyes. After a moment, he made up his mind. If Chun-Yi truly could not escape this calamity, then perhaps at the most critical moment, he could step in and save him. With the grace of saving his life, it should be easy to subdue Chun-Yi. And with that absurd level of talent, given time, Chun-Yi would absolutely become a top pillar of support in his future endeavors. Thinking of this, Hu Yin said, "No rush. Let us keep watching." Inside the residential complex, the atmosphere grew more and more tense. Chun-Yi stood on the ruined corridor, Zhen Yuan in hand, chi blood surging endlessly around him. Every fluctuation of his chi blood felt like a strike against everyone's hearts, making their minds tremble. Damn, is this guy even human? This pressure. Why does it feel like I'm facing a sixth realm expert? The expressions of the Jinwu squad members were grim. They gripped their weapons tightly, and not a single one dared to be careless. Even setting aside Chun-E's earlier battle record, just this aura alone, that blood pillar far beyond their own, was enough to make them feel like they were facing a great enemy. What are you all standing there for? Come on. Chun-E slowly raised Zhang Yuan and said flatly. After merging his cultivation arts last night, his combat power could no longer be measured by the fifth realm. So when facing these fifth realm Jinwu squads, his heart remained utterly calm. Attack! With a loud shout, the chi blood of the entire Jinwu squad boiled over. From all directions, they formed an encirclement around Chun-E, their killing intent shaking the heavens. Facing this Jinwu division force that pressed down like dark clouds over a city, Chun-E only let out a cold laugh. Then he suddenly swung Zhang Yuan. In an instant, a terrifying dark red saber aura dozens of meters long swept forward. This was the saber art he had after the fusion, 9 Domains star-slaying saber. Boom! The moment the saber aura was unleashed, the Jinwu squad members in the very front erupted with chi blood one after another. All kinds of martial skills were unleashed as they attacked Chun-E. PSHHK. But unfortunately, Chun-E's combat power was beyond anything they could imagine. One slash, just one slash, like cutting grass, devastating and unstoppable. The dark red saber aura swept across. In an instant, countless severed limbs and broken arms scattered everywhere like rain. The screams were endless. At the same time, the Jinwu squad from the other directions had also rushed to Chun-E's side. With a casual slash, Chun-E chopped off one enemy's head. The Zhang Yuan saber in his hand moved through the crowd of enemies like a roaming dragon. With every breath, someone died. In the blink of an eye, the Jinwu squad's 5 teams had already lost half their men. At this moment, Chun-E was like a god of slaughter. Scorching blood continuously flowed down Zhang Yuan's blade. Anyone who tried to get close to him became a dead soul beneath his saber without exception. While Chun-E was locked in fierce battle with the Jinwu squads, the Starbearer squads in the distance were not idle either. They erupted with dazzling starlight, and all kinds of dazzling star arts rapidly condensed in the air. A trace of disdain appeared on Chun-E's face. Faced with those overwhelming star arts, he showed no panic at all. With his perfected movement technique, shadowless following, he could dodge them with ease. And even the ones he failed to dodge in time struck his body like fireworks, neither painful nor itchy. Seeing this scene, the Starbearer squads were utterly shocked. They did not dare delay and hurriedly mobilized Starforce once again. Unfortunately, after its fusion and upgrade, the Purgatory Chaos body had brought his defense to an utterly inconceivable level. No matter how the Starbearer squads attacked, they still could not break through his defenses. Combined with the lightning-like speed of shadowless following, ordinary star arts could not even touch the corner of his clothes. The Starbearer squads, usually so lofty and untouchable, had now completely become a joke. The star arts they were so proud of landed on Chun-E's body with barely any more effect than scraping therapy. At most, they could blast apart the residential buildings behind him. Damn it, why are the star arts having no effect at all? One member of the Starbearer squad roared, his face deathly pale. HES really in the fifth realm. At this moment, the worldview of everyone in the Jinwu division was being reshaped. In their impression, how could someone in the fifth realm possibly be this monstrous? How could Chi Blood martial arts possibly be this strong? Weren't T-Star cultivators supposed to completely crush the martial path? Then what the hell was going on now? This Chun-E, was he really human? Everyone present was utterly shocked, staring fixedly at Chun-E with disbelief written all over their faces. At this moment, the buildings around Chun-E had already completely collapsed, and countless chunks of rubble flew everywhere. A single blade aura casually swung out by him was enough to pierce through several buildings. The once flat concrete road had also become full of craters, as if it had been bombarded by artillery fire. This guy, did he break through to the sixth realm? Liu Yimu looked at Chun-E with a grave expression, his face extremely ugly. No, he is still at perfect completion of the fifth realm. It's just that his combat strength far surpasses the fifth realm. He is ridiculously strong. This simply doesn't make sense. Wang Mu's face was filled with shock as he said in horror. He had cultivated for so many years and had long grown used to star practitioners crushing martial artists, unless the martial artist was a major realm above him. Otherwise, in his eyes, martial artists were no different from ants. But today, Chun-E had forcibly shattered his understanding. A fifth realm martial artist facing 5 squads. A total of 25 martial artists of the same realm, plus 3 squads, 15 star practitioners of the same realm. So many people joining forces to besiege him. And yet they couldn't do anything to him. Instead, they were being crushed, slaughtered like dry weeds and rotten wood. Wang Mu felt like he was dreaming. It was absurd and unreal. This can't go on. These team members are all the top combat strength of my Jinwu Bureau. If we keep letting this continue, my Jinwu Bureau will exist in name only. In just 2 minutes, more than half of the Jinwu Bureau's people were already dead or injured. These were all Lu Yunmu's trusted subordinates. He absolutely could not let Chun-Yi keep killing like this. Even if they managed to take Chun-Yi down in the end, what was the point if the price paid was this devastating? So many years of the Jinwu Bureau's training, the countless effort and resources spent, would all go down the drain. You're going to do it yourself? Wang Mu asked. There is no better choice right now. Lu Yunmu cursed angrily, both anxious and furious. Then he slowly walked in Chun-Yi's direction. As a veteran late 6th realm Chi blood expert, whether in strength or combat experience, he was far beyond what the others could compare to. At the same time, he was also a top expert from the Lu family, a martial arts clan of Kunlun City. An expert born from such a top aristocratic family was outstanding even among those of the same realm. His steps were steady. With every step he took, the Chi blood on his body grew heavier by another degree. His aura rose layer by layer. By the time he had fully entered the residential complex, the blood flames on his body were already blazing fiercely. Under the influence of those terrifying blood flames, even the surrounding scenery became distorted to varying degrees. All of you fall back, Lu Yunmu shouted coldly. The remaining Jinwu squads had already lost their will to fight. Hearing this, they felt as if they had been granted amnesty and fled for their lives. They knew clearly that if they kept fighting, it would only be meaningless suicide. At this time, on the enormous ruins, only Lu Yunmu and Chun-Yi remained. So you still couldn't hold back in the end? Chun-Yi stared at Lu Yunmu with a solemn gaze and muttered. He had long expected this scene, though he hadn't thought Lu Yunmu would lose his composure so quickly. You're very good, but this ends here. Lu Yunmu laughed instead of getting angry. He took out a silver short staff. With only a slight exertion of force, both ends of the staff instantly extended, turning into a long spear that shimmered faintly with starlight. With just one glance, Chun-Yi could tell that the spear in Lu Yunmu's hand was absolutely no ordinary weapon. A top-grade star weapon. It seemed the other party had no intention of underestimating him in the slightest. Lu Yunmu was also decisive. He gave Chun-Yi not even a moment to catch his breath and let out an angry roar. In an instant, the blood flames that had only been burning around him spread out at once. Like a prairie fire, they swept toward Chun-Yi from all directions. Chun-Yi raised his brows and looked gravely at the blood flames before him. He mobilized his chi blood and suddenly slashed out with his blade, wanting to force back the constantly approaching flames. But the blood flames were only suppressed temporarily. In the blink of an eye, they came at him again like a disease clinging to the bone. At the same time, they brought with them a suffocating wave of heat. Stop struggling pointlessly, Lu Yunmu sneered. Chun-Yi frowned and tightly gripped Zhang Yuan in his hand. Was this the chasm-like gap between the 6th realm and the 5th realm? This terrifying pressure was something he had never felt before, completely different from those people earlier. While he was thinking, Lu Yunmu's figure suddenly turned into an almost imperceptible afterimage. In only an instant, the other party had already closed in beside Chun-Yi. Fast. Too fast. The long spear in Lu Yunmu's hand whistled as he spun it, instantly stirring up a horrifying storm. Bang! The long spear tore through the air, and the deafening sound of it breaking through space rang endlessly by Chun-Yi's ears. Chun-Yi focused his spiritual power, and finally, at the instant Lu Yunmu attacked, caught sight of his figure. At this critical moment, the long spear carried overwhelming force as it smashed heavily toward Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi raised Zhang Yuan to block, while at the same time pushing Purgatory Chaos Body and Star Defense Shield to their limits. Boom! The long spear and Zhang Yuan collided violently, setting off a monstrous shockwave. The Star Defense Shield shattered with a crack and was completely useless. The surrounding rubble was blasted away by the shockwave, flying in all directions like sheets of paper before crashing down and kicking up towering clouds of dust. Chun-Yi steadied his footing and gripped Zhang Yuan tightly, but he was still forced back several meters by that powerful force. The concrete beneath his feet couldn't withstand such immense power. In an instant, it cracked then shattered. That strike actually smashed a huge crater right beneath Chun-Yi's feet. Dust billowed everywhere. The moment those stones came into contact with Lu Yunmu's blood flames, they instantly turned into nothing. Chun-Yi hurriedly used Wu Ying Suishing, his figure fleeing into the distance like a ghost. For the moment, he pulled some distance between himself and Lu Yunmu. He gasped heavily, his clothes soaked through with sweat. Lu Yunmu was actually this strong. Alarm bells blared wildly in Chun-Yi's heart. This was the first time he had truly felt the threat of death. The danger the other party brought him far exceeded his expectations. As expected of the deputy director of the Jinwu Bureau, to sit in this position among so many Chi blood martial artists with late 6th realm strength. Even within the same realm, he was among the very strongest. Facing such a formidable enemy, Chun-Yi did not dare hold anything back. Boom! Dark red blood flames suddenly erupted from Chun-Yi's body. His chi blood boiled, producing gurgling sounds inside him. His heart pounded violently, and each beat was deafening. The next moment, a blood pillar even thicker than before shot out from his body, soaring straight into the sky and blotting out the sun. Chun-Yi gripped the blade with both hands. As the blood flames burned, they continuously gathered into the Zhan Yuan blade. 9 domains, star-slaying blade. This was a martial skill he had fused from 3 different blade arts, with the intent of severing the stars in a single strike. He was about to unleash the strongest slash of his life. Chun-Yi took a deep breath, his eyes locked firmly onto Lu Yunmu. Then, Zhan Yuan in his hand suddenly swept out in a horizontal slash. The dark red blade aura instantly spread across several hundred meters, and that terrifying presence filled the observing Zhenwu squads with fear. Run! They stood there in a daze for a long moment before finally reacting. But by then, it was already too late. The Zhenwu squads that hadn't team managed to flee were reduced to ashes in an instant. Even those who had escaped farther away had their internal organs shattered by that terrifying aura. Wherever the saber chi passed, countless buildings turned to ruins and all flowers grass, and trees were erased in an instant. Lu Yumu's expression shifted slightly, shock flashing through his eyes. He raised his long spear, preparing to take Chun-Yi's strike head-on. Boom! The moment the saber chi collided with the long spear, a deafening explosion rang throughout the entire city. Dust surged into the sky, blotting out everyone's vision. Only after long did the dust gradually settle. The ground had long since become utterly devastated. Huge craters covered the area, making it look like the surface of the moon. Chun-Yi dropped to one knee, panting heavily as he stared at where Lu Yunmu had just been standing. Part of his clothes and hair had already been burned away under Lu Yunmu's blood flames. Even his skin had suffered large areas of burns. Did it work? But his instincts told him Lu Yunmu should be fine. Sure enough, a familiar voice rang out from the ruins. Never would V thought it. Never would V thought it. Chun-Yi, you really have opened my eyes. That slash just now. Very strong. Very, very strong. Far beyond the 5th realm. If it were some ordinary 6th realm martial artist, you might really have managed to injure him. But unfortunately, the one you ran into is me. As soon as his words fell, Lu Yunmu's figure flashed before Chun-Yi. Then the spear thrust out. Chun-Yi had no time to dodge. The spear tip was about to pierce straight into his chest. At the critical moment, a dark red glow flashed across his body. Purgatory, chaos body. Clang. Lu Yunmu's spear tip struck Chun-Yi's body and was actually deflected away. But the massive force still sent Chun-Yi flying over 10 meters away. Oh, you can actually withstand one of my strikes. Lu Yunmu was surprised. By all logic, killing a 5th realm enemy for him should have been as easy as chopping melons and slicing vegetables. Because whether it was realm, physique, or cultivation method, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. But Chun-Yi clearly couldn't be measured by common sense. Take that slash just now. Even he had been startled. However, that was all. A strong ant is still just an ant in the end. I admit it, you've got a little something. Too bad it's not much. You can withstand 1 strike from me, but can you withstand 10? As he spoke, Lu Yunmu raised his long spear again. He was as fast as lightning. An ordinary 5th realm cultivator wouldn't be able to react at all. The long spear shot toward Chun-Yi like a violent storm. Every strike carried the force of splitting Mount Hua, unstoppable and overbearing. However, what left Lu Yunmu dumbfounded was that every single one of those attacks, without exception, was knocked back by Chun-Yi with the Zhan Yuan saber. And in the gaps between the attacks, Chun-Yi seized Lu Yunmu's opening. In an instant, his chi and blood erupted. Zhan Yuan, carrying dark red blood flames, hacked fiercely toward Lu Yunmu. Bang! Lu Yunmu blocked with his spear and redirected the force. Chun-Yi was instantly blasted flying again by that savage power. Lu Yunmu pressed the advantage, and the two kept fighting through the ruins, with the destruction spreading wider and wider. The terrifying aftershocks shook countless houses into collapse. Wherever they passed, nothing was spared. This Chun-Yi, he is a freaking monster. He can actually fight. Lu Yunmu blow for blow. In the distance, Wang Mu was filled with horror as he muttered to himself. Farther away, on top of a high-rise building, Hu Yin and Hu Xen looked at each other. Both of them were so shocked by the combat power Chun-Yi had displayed that they were speechless. I thought once Lu Yunmu made a move, Chun-Yi would definitely die, but now. Hu Yin swallowed and spoke. He had originally been prepared to step in and save Chun-Yi, but now it seemed he had simply been worrying for nothing. What is even more unbelievable is that even though Chun-Yi is at a disadvantage, he still hasn't been completely crushed. Hu Xen widened her beautiful eyes and covered her mouth as she spoke softly. She had to admit it. It seemed she had misjudged him once again. At the same time, the shock in Lu Yunmu's heart was no less than that of the Hu siblings. As the one fighting him directly, he understood even better just how monstrous this was. Chun-Yi was not only able to block every one of his attacks, he could even seize flaws and counterattack. What the hell? Was this really the 5th realm? This combat power, this battle awareness, these absurdly overpowered martial skills. If he were allowed to break through to the 6th realm, what then? No, This man must die. As he spoke, Lu Yunmu's already formidable aura rose once more, and his attacks became increasingly fierce. A trace of fear rose in his heart. He wanted to kill Chun-Yi and eliminate future trouble once and for all. The blood flames around Lu Yunmu slowly faded. Replacing them was a crimson flame Chun-Yi had never seen before. Is this undying blood fire? Chun-Yi's expression changed slightly. The biggest difference between the 6th realm and the 5th realm was undying blood fire. It was also the existence above blood flames after the 5th realm's qualitative transformation. Far more powerful than before. As long as it touched you, you would either die or be gravely injured. Raging flame, heaven-burning spear. Lu Yunmu roared, and the spear tip was suddenly shrouded in blazing, undying blood fire. The sharpness of the spear tip, wrapped in a scorching tidal wave, swept toward Chun-Yi with overwhelming force. Chen-Yi frowned it. He knew this strike was far beyond the ones before. He erupted with all his strength and slashed down with one blade. Boom! The terrifying blast was like thunder exploding, deafening as it spread through the entire Heiyun district. Chun-Yi had no power to resist and was violently blasted away. The immense force drove his body straight through several buildings before he barely came to a stop. And where he landed, a giant crater like a volcanic mouth had been formed. Cough, cough. Chun-Yi forced his shattered body to stay upright on one knee. Wounds covered his entire body, blood pouring everywhere. There wasn't a single intact patch on him. Everywhere was mangled flesh and blood. He only felt his insides churning violently. His internal organs nearly shattered by that attack just now. He was badly wounded, and his combat power was nearly gone. In the distance, the Zen Wuxi members who had been watching the battle all revealed looks of delight when they saw Chun-Yi in this state. Wang Mu also secretly let out a sigh of relief. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. With this, Chun-Yi is doomed today. Yeah, Vice Director Lu is truly mighty. As long as he goes all out, with Chun-Yi's strength there's absolutely no way he can escape. He is dead for sure. That is right. Good. This villain has finally been brought to justice. At the same time, atop the high-rise, Hu Xin said decisively, "Cousin, want to make a bet? If you don't step in, and Chun-Yi still manages to survive, I'll shit upside down." Although many unbelievable miracles had happened around Chun-Yi before, this time, she didn't believe that many miracles could happen again. Hu Yin couldn't help rolling his eyes and replied irritably, "You come from the Hu family. Every word and action you make represents the imperial clan. How can you speak such filthy nonsense?" Snark aside, he did not speak up to refute Hu Xin's argument. The gap between the 5th realm and the 6th realm was like a heavenly chasm. It was not something that could be casually erased. Earlier, Chun-Yi and Lu Yunmu had exchanged a couple of moves. On the surface, they looked evenly matched, trading back and forth. But in reality, Lu Yunmu had not used his full strength. Now, Chun-Yi was bound to lose. There was not the slightest suspense. Sigh, to have made it this far, Chun-Yi's talent is already enough to look down on all his peers. As soon as he said that, a burst of 7-colored starlight suddenly spread across Hu Yin's body, dreamlike and illusory. Within that starlight seemed to be a kind of power different from that of other star cultivators. With a flip of his right hand, a crystal-clear orb appeared in Hu Yin's palm. Inside the orb floated a strange rune. The star power it gave off was terrifying. At the very least, it was a top-grade star artifact. You even brought that out? Are you sure you want to make a move? Hu Xin cried out in shock. Hu Yin nodded lightly. If I don't act now, I'm afraid Chun-Yi will die here. But just as Hu Yin was about to move, his body suddenly froze in place like a stone statue. His pupils contracted, his eyes widened, and he stared fixedly at where Chun-Yi was. HM, what is wrong? Hu Xin asked in surprise, confused. But when she followed Hu Yin's gaze, she too froze on the spot. Her red lips parted slightly. Only after long while did she barely force out a sentence. Holy shit. Is this guy even human? From within the giant pit, the slow sound of footsteps gradually rang out. Chun-Yi forced open his bloodshot eyes and saw Lu Yunmu slowly walking toward him. When he got to within 2 meters, he stopped. The undying blood flame on his body was still burning nonstop. The chi and blood throughout his body surged wildly, blasting away all the massive rocks blocking the surroundings. You really are impressive. Your strength far exceeds my expectations. Lu Yunmu looked down at him from above, the long spear in his hand pointing at Chun-Yi's glabella. He spoke coldly. If the information is correct, then your talent is absolutely the strongest I've ever seen. No wonder that old monster from Huntian's sect, who hasn't shown himself for ages, was willing to lower himself for your sake and personally turn the Yang family upside down. But you never should have, under any circumstances, lost your sense of reverence toward my Jinwu division and then killed so many of my colleagues. Hearing this, Chun-Yi suddenly jerked his head up. Those bloodthirsty eyes of his locked onto Lu Yunmu. His killing intent was overwhelming, cold to the extreme. So you already knew my little sister was taken by the Yang family? When Lu Yunmu saw Chun-Yi's expression, he was startled, and his face changed slightly. But then he thought of Chun-Yi's current state, already at the end of his strength. There was nothing to fear. He quickly returned to that arrogant look. He answered flatly, whether that is true or not is not for you to decide. This matter is for my Jinwu division to judge. Chun Yi sneered. Then why didn't you investigate? Instead, you kept targeting me and trying again and again to kill me. Lu Yunmu snorted and mocked. When my Jinwu division handles a case, we have our own procedures. Since when is it your place to point fingers? Then his tone shifted. But no matter what, you killed so many members of my Jinwu division and threw all of Kunlun City into chaos. So you must pay the price. The moment he finished speaking, a thought flashed through his mind, and the undying blood flame on his body swiftly spread to the tip of his spear. In your next life, keep a lower profile. The spear tip aimed at Chun Yi's head and thrust out without the slightest hesitation. That terrifying aura seemed ready to devour everything. Given Chun Yi's current condition, that single spear strike was enough to leave him without even a burial place. Yet at that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out in Chun Yi's mind. Daily time reset, attributes double. Chun Yi's eyes lit up. It was as if infinite vitality had been injected into his body. His burned-off hair began growing wildly. The injuries he had suffered earlier also recovered completely in an instant. At this moment, it was as though he had been reborn. Immediately after, that faint aura of his, like a candle flickering in the wind, reversed everything in an instant and began rising step by step. Boom! A fierce aura erupted from around Chun Yi. The stubborn shackles of the sixth realm shattered with a loud crash, with the support of his terrifying physique attributes. The latter half of the Huntian divine art that he had memorized earlier finally broke through its restraints. Surging chi and blood roared endlessly within his body, like a wild beast breaking free of its cage and bursting out all at once. The early stage of sixth realm, Wanfen, had now been achieved. Then came the middle stage, late stage, completion. This whole series of unstoppable breakthroughs felt utterly natural, as though it had all happened as a matter of course. And at this moment, inside Chun Yi's body, that hard crystal core began to show thread-like cracks under the violent force of his chi and blood. Then it suddenly shattered. Undying blood fire was born and rapidly grew stronger. It filled Chun Yi's body, but Chun Yi's transformation was still far from over. One had to know. He cultivated both chi and blood and star power. The Xianguang Haowu star scripture surfaced in his mind. There was no need to think much at all. With Chun Yi's comprehension approaching 3,000, another breakthrough began. The star power lingering around him rushed frantically toward Chun Yi. Like a vortex, it continuously drew in star power vast as the sea. Crack! Nourished by that enormous star power, Chun Yi's star cultivation realm began breaking through without the slightest doubt. From a middle stage of star chain in the fourth realm to the late stage, then straight to completion, and the breakthrough continued. Chun Yi was like a newborn infant, greedily taking in an endless supply of star power without any sense of fullness. Starting from the star apertures in his dantian, star cores rapidly condensed. His limbs, dantian heart, and glabella, 7 star apertures in total, 7 star cores, were formed successfully in the blink of an eye. At this point, Chun Yi had reached the 5th realm, star core completion. But was that enough? No, not yet. Chun Yi's spirit visualization method had long since reached the pinnacle. That accumulated, powerful spiritual force had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now at last, like a flood, it found a place to pour out. His spiritual force surged into the star core at his glabella, each wave racing to be first. In the span of a single breath, the divine soul that had caused countless star cultivators to fail had already taken shape. 6th realm, Xingyao. Breakthrough. Then the other 6 star cores followed, pouring in one by one and lighting up without stop. The star cores shone brilliantly, undergoing a qualitative transformation. 6th realm, middle stage. Late stage. Completion. In an instant, Chun Yi's body was wrapped in countless strands of star power. His whole person looked like a god descending to the mortal world, glittering with dazzling 7-colored starlight. All 7 star cores were lit almost at the same instant, each one as eye-catching as a true star. His star power underwent an unprecedented qualitative change, officially transforming into star essence. The 6th realm, Xingyao, was a watershed for star cultivation. After obtaining star essence, it meant Chun Yi could now use top-grade star arts. Compared to the previous 5th realm, the difference was like heaven and earth, and the scene before their eyes. If other star refiners found out that Chun Yi's breakthrough had been this easy, they would probably cry themselves unconscious in the bathroom. Chun Yi's aura was still rising non-stop, as if it would never stop. He only felt that every part of his body, every limb and bone, was filled with endless power. God knew just how many benefits this doubled attribute boost had brought him. Even Chun Yi himself didn't he know. But right now, there was only one thing he knew for sure. The crisis before him was no longer worth fearing. Why you? What the fuck is going on with you? How did your injuries suddenly heal? How did your realm suddenly break through? What are you doing? What the hell happened to you? Are you even still human? Every change in Chun Yi had been witnessed up close by Lu Yunmu. At this moment, his voice was trembling, his face full of horror, as if he had seen a ghost. He stared at Chun-Yi in utter shock. His entire worldview had completely collapsed. It wasn't he, just that Chun-Yi's injuries had instantly recovered. And it wasn't he, just that Chun-Yi had broken through again and again, crossing an entire major realm and reaching the 6th realm as completion. It was that Chun-Yi had actually cultivated star refining as well. How was that possible? Chi and blood and star refining were fundamentally incompatible, like fire and water. No one had ever been able to cultivate both. So how had Chun-Yi succeeded? And how had both reached the 6th realm? What the fuck was going on? The hand Liu Yunmu used to grip the spear trembled uncontrollably, and his breathing turned ragged. A storm was crashing through his heart, impossible to calm. He even started to wonder if he was dreaming. Was he still asleep at home? It was too absurd. Too unreal. Fuck your mother. Dream or not, die for me. Liu Yunmu, usually calm and steady, cursed again and again. At this moment, he no longer hesitated, nor did he dare to. With all his strength, he thrust the spear in his hand, mixed with undying blood flames, straight toward Chun-Yi's glabella. And before this, Chun-Yi definitely would not have been able to block this full-force strike. But now, Chun-Yi merely slowly raised a hand, and under Liu Yunmu's stunned gaze, he effortlessly grabbed the burning spear tip. The whole process was light and casual, as if he were grabbing a piece of rotten wood. Liu Yunmu's undying blood fire, which had once burned away all things, had completely become a joke in front of Chun-Yi. It couldn't even burn through Chun-Yi's skin, let alone injure him. That's it. Chun-Yi slowly raised his head. Those eyes that seemed to contain the entire universe were fixed tightly on him. In an instant, terrifying killing intent locked onto him. Liu Yunmu felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His whole body seemed frozen in place, unable to move even the slightest bit. From Chun-Yi, he felt a trembling that came from the depths of his soul. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but under the pressure of Chun-Yi's overwhelming aura, he discovered that he couldn't even speak. Cold sweat poured down his forehead like rain. The strength he had always been proud of could no longer give him even the slightest sense of security. 1 minute ago, Chun-Yi had still been at his mercy. But now, he had become terrifying enough to fill him with fear. Liu Yunmu couldn't understand it, couldn't make sense of it. He gritted his teeth and desperately resisted the pressure coming from Chun-Yi's body as he began to mobilize the power of chi and blood inside himself. Die for me. Liu Yunmu roared hysterically, pushing the spear forward with all his might, trying to pierce through Chun-Yi's head. But unfortunately, it was all in vain. The gap between the two had already completely reversed. The top-grade star weapon spear, in front of Chun-Yi, was like a completely ordinary fire poker, instantly losing all its brilliance. It was tightly clamped by Chun-Yi's seemingly powerless 5 fingers. It did not move in the slightest. How is this possible? Liu Yunmu had completely fallen into despair. His shrill cry echoed through the giant pit. There's nothing impossible about it. Chun-Yi looked at him expressionlessly and said flatly, "Next, it's my turn." If someone asked Liu Yunmu how he felt right now, then he would definitely answer, "It really fucking feels like a dream." Just a few breaths ago, Chun-Yi had been completely crushed by him in every way, already at death's door. But now, looking again, things were already entirely different. On the rooftop of a distant high-rise, Huyen swallowed hard, shock still lingering on his face. Only after long while did he slowly speak. "Looks like I want Tini to step in after all." "Chenan?" "What?" "Yeah, sure enough. You really can't look at him through the lens of common sense." Beside him, Kushina nodded slightly. Her face was full of shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. This guy is way too heaven-defying. She thought for a long time and couldn't come up with any other words. Only heaven-defying could describe him. Then she secretly glanced at Huyen. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention to her, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. After all, she had just said that if Chun-Yi didn't die, she would do that handstand thing. Now that reality had smacked her in the face. All she could do was pray that Huyen would forget about it. After all, she was the young miss of a wealthy family. How could she possibly do something so undignified? But speaking of which, this Chun-Yi really was unfathomable. He could even break a dead-end situation like this. And he even seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Kushina's gaze rested on the distant Chun-Yi, and a faint, unusual light flickered in her eyes. Inside the giant pit, Liu Yunmu was still gripping the spear tightly, confronting the calm-faced Chun-Yi. However, his momentum was already less than 1/10 of what it had been, and his face practically had 3 big words written on it. "This is impossible." Liu Yunmu's expression grew more and more terrified. He was even beginning to think about pulling back his spear and running first. But no matter how hard he tried, the other end of the spear was still casually restrained by Chun-Yi. It did not budge at all. "Didn't I just say, 'Next it's my turn'? What are you in such a hurry for?" Chun-Yi's icy voice rang out. But when those words reached Liu Yunmu's ears, they turned into the tolling bells of hell, echoing non-stop in his mind. At this very moment, the changes inside Chun-Yi's body were still continuing without end. After that series of breakthroughs, just now, although both systems had nearly reached perfection and already arrived at the limit of his current physique. The most important thing still had not changed. That was the separation between the two systems. It was as if they existed in two different worlds, each minding its own business, not interfering with the other. This was not the result Chen Yi wanted. What he wanted was for the two to achieve the most perfect, most balanced fusion. Only then could his strength undergo a qualitative leap. Only then could he truly transcend both systems and create a system that belonged to him alone. Before, all of this had only been an idea, but now was different. With his doubled comprehension, he was fully capable of supporting this unprecedented concept to completion. Without the slightest hesitation, the Xuanguang Haowu star canon instantly surfaced in Chen Yi's mind. Then came a meticulous analysis, thread by thread. The mysterious veil shrouding the Xuanguang Haowu star canon was instantly torn away, and all the mysteries contained within it were laid bare before Chen Yi's eyes. Right after that, Chen Yi used his powerful comprehension to continuously deduce and simulate it in his mind. In just a single thought, countless plans had already taken shape in his heart, tested and refined. Amid that vast, ocean-like sea of possibilities, Chen Yi finally found the most perfect solution. He took the Xuanguang Haowu star canon as the core, began to accept qi and blood, and then gradually fused with it. This way, Chen Yi would create a one-of-a-kind cultivation technique. Although he had mastered the complete version of the hunting and divine art, the Xuanguang Haowu star canon Hu Yan had given him only had the first 5 layers. Thankfully, just when he needed it most, the opportunity arrived. After fusing the two, Chen Yi deduced the 6th layer of the Xuanguang Haowu star canon. It was also because of this that he was able to keep his realm firmly at the peak of the 6th realm. Xuanguang Haowu Blood Source Scripture. A flash of inspiration struck Chen Yi, and he gave his self-created cultivation technique a name. Now that the Xuanguang Haowu Blood Source Scripture had been completed, the two forces within his body that had once been utterly incompatible were finally letting go of their hostility and perfectly merging together. Chen Yi looked inward and saw that within his dantian, the 7-colored starlight was actively drawing close to the violent qi and blood, the two gradually blending together. Then, a form of energy Chen Yi had never expected was born. After the two forces fused, they actually turned pitch black like ink. This black energy swiftly spread through every part of Chen Yi's body, whether it was his dantian or his star acupoints. Everywhere the eye could see was filled with this strange black energy flowing through it. This thing, Chen Yi was shocked. This unprecedented special energy, created by his fusion of star power and qi and blood, seemed terrifyingly strong. It wasn't as violent as qi and blood, nor did it have the dazzling radiance of star power. It was simply black, calm, and eerie. Then I'll call it Wu Yuan. Combining it with the Xuanguang Haowu Blood Source Scripture, Chen Yi gave this energy a name. Just as he was murmuring to himself, a voice suddenly broke into his ears. Chen Yi let go. It was Lu Yunmu, his face full of terror. As soon as he spoke, the undying blood flame around Lu Yunmu suddenly erupted, frantically trying to coil around Chen Yi's body. At the same time, the exaggerated muscles all over his body bulged. His entire body exerted force at once, trying to pull back the long spear. Unfortunately, the long spear did not move in the slightest. What was more, the moment his undying blood flame touched Chen Yi, it was as if it had seen something horrifying and scattered away like a receding tide. Chen Yi simply stood there, his left hand still gripping the spear tip. Not a trace of aura on his body, calm as still water, without the slightest ripple. If one only looked at him like this, Chen Yi was practically no different from an ordinary person, exactly the same as he had been a few days ago. But that was exactly where the problem lay. That also meant Chen Yi had not mobilized any power at all. No qi and blood power, no star power, relying solely on the strength of his physical body. He had easily suppressed Lu Yunmu. What kind of joke was this? Lu Yunmu was completely dumbfounded. The hand gripping the spear gradually became stiff. Had enough? A trace of amusement suddenly appeared on Chen Yi's face. Then it's my turn. His left hand rose, and the Zhan Yuan blade hung above Lu Yunmu's head. Like the legendary sword of Damocles, it could end Lu Yunmu's life at any moment. With a thought from Chen Yi, suddenly, a mass of black flames swiftly enveloped his entire body, as well as the Zhan Yuan blade. This was the power of Wu Yuan. At the same time, Chen Yi's eyes also underwent a wondrous change. Like an abyss, like the starry sky, vast and boundless, black as ink, like bottomless black holes. Seeing this bizarre scene, Lu Yunmu's expression changed wildly. Endless danger of death surged toward him from all directions like a flood. Run. At this moment, there was only that one thought left in Lu Yunmu's mind. He understood very clearly. If he did not run now, he would definitely die. A moment ago, Lu Yunmu had still wanted to snatch his long spear back from Chen Yi's hand. After all, it was a top-grade star artifact, exorbitantly valuable. If he lost it just like that, not only would he suffer a huge loss, his strength would also drop sharply. But in the current situation, how could he still care about the spear? A star artifact could be found again, but if his life was gone, then it was truly gone. So he gritted his teeth and, without the slightest hesitation, released the hand gripping the long spear. At the same time, he fully erupted with chi and blood, his body turning into layers of afterimages as he rapidly retreated backward. With his late 6th realm cultivation, escaping for his life was still very fast. In only an instant, he had already opened dozens of meters between himself and Chun-Yi. However, he had clearly still underestimated the other side's strength. He was fast, but Chun-Yi's blade was faster. Zhang Yuan moved in Chun-Yi's hand as naturally as an extension of his arm. He casually swung a slash with effortless ease. There was no booming sound, no explosion. There was only Zhang Yuan, carrying Wing, drawing a beautiful arc through the air. Everything happened soundlessly. And in Lu Yunmu's eyes, dazzling cold flash, mixed with black flames, swept rapidly past before him. Before the foot Lu Yunmu had lifted in midair could even come down, his entire body froze in place like an ice sculpture, unable to move. His expression gradually turned desperate. No matter how he erupted with chi and blood, trying to break free from Chun-Yi's suppression, his body was like it had been possessed. It simply would not obey his commands, unable to move even the slightest bit. At this moment, even begging for mercy had become an unreachable luxury. Facing Chun-Yi's casual strike, he had actually fallen so low that he could not even resist. Death is like the wind, always by my side. Now Lu Yunmu finally understood the meaning of those words. In an instant, a terrifying blade aura over dozens of meters long, condensed from Yuan, eerily appeared before his eyes. That blade aura was fast, so fast that Lu Yunmu had no way to describe it. It even made him feel as though it had torn through space and crushed through the void to arrive. The blade aura passed through Lu Yunmu's body with effortless ease, as if entering an unguarded land, meeting not the slightest resistance. Right after that, the blade aura did not stop. It continued all the way for several hundred meters before gradually disappearing. The entire process was silent, quiet as the night. Lu Yunmu did not even know when exactly Chun-Yi had swung out that blade aura, nor what that bizarre black power even was. He only knew he seemed to be about to die. Unwillingness, despair, regret. All kinds of emotions burst forth, but none of them had any meaning anymore. His expression gradually turned dazed, and the light faded from his eyes. A breeze brushed past, and Lu Yunmu's body silently scattered like ashes until it was reduced to nothing. Not a single bone remained. It wasn't just Lu Yunmu. Even the distant buildings, flowers, plants, and trees, everything swept by that blade aura, without exception, turned to dust and scattered away in the breeze. It was as if God had pressed a delete key here. Everything looked so natural, and yet every part of it radiated eeriness and terror. Under that blade aura, all things were erased. What the fuck is that thing? Looking at that unbelievable scene, an icy chill shot from Wang Mu's feet all the way to the top of his head. He cursed under his breath, while a storm had already risen in his heart. Just so was Chun-Yi's background. Was he a demon, a god, or a ghost? Otherwise, how could he possibly possess something this bizarre? Luckily, he hadn't been stupid enough to go support Lu Yunmu back then, or he would have been buried alongside him too. I don't want to die without even leaving a corpse behind. Retreat. Fall back now. Wang Mu hurriedly gave the order to the few team members beside him. They couldn't stay here any longer. Chun-Yi could discover them at any moment, but he didn't even need to say it. Those team members whose courage had already shattered were long gone, fleeing for their lives. Who was going to wait for his command? In the face of absolute terror, orders and discipline had long become meaningless. Run. HES not even human. Monster. Everyone from the Jinwu division screamed in fear as they scattered and fled. Who did you say ISNT human? A cold voice drifted over with the wind. Along with it came endless killing intent. Right after that, that familiar figure appeared before several team members like a ghost. Chun-Yi's figure kept flickering. His blade rose and fell, and in the blink of an eye, the remaining members of the Jinwu division, whether martial artists or star executors, all lost their heads. As those corpses hit the ground, a breeze swept by, and they all turned into dust and vanished. Everything happened in a flash. Chun-Yi was already so fast that the naked eye could no longer track him. Those people didn't even know how they had died. A bunch of trash. When Wang Mu saw that scene, he shivered and cursed angrily. Originally, he had wanted those people to buy him some time, so he could escape. But he hadn't expected that, in front of Chun-Yi, they were no different from ants. Were they too weak? Or had Chun-Yi already become so powerful that it was beyond his imagination? Just as Wang Mu was about to turn and run, he suddenly fell to cold. Murderous gaze locked onto him. Where do you think you're going? A voice devoid of emotion sounded from behind him. It wasn't too loud, but it made his body tremble uncontrollably. Wang Mu's heart suddenly started pounding violently. It was as if it were constantly sending him signals of danger. At some point, Chun-Yi had already appeared behind him without a sound. Wang Mu's face turned incomparably ugly. Right now, he felt like crying, but had no tears. Even if someone lent him 10 times the courage, he still wouldn't dare fight Chen Yi. He himself was a star cultivator, far stronger than a martial artist like Lu Yunmu, enough to suppress him completely. But he couldn't kill in one strike. Chen Yi could. So if he really fought Chen Yi, the result was obvious. He would definitely die. Chen Yi, what are you trying to do? You've already killed so many people from the Jinwu division. Isn't that enough? Wang Mu turned around and looked at Chen Yi, who was holding Zhang Yuan and slowly walking toward him. He forced himself to speak. Unfortunately, Chen Yi couldn't even be bothered to answer. He simply kept walking closer, step by step, and the closer he got, the more terrified Wang Mu became. Chen Yi, I'm from the Wang family, and I'm also the deputy director of the Jinwu division. You can't kill me. If you stop now, I can pretend I didn't see anything and let you leave. Wang Mu shouted, trying to sound composed. Chen Yi still said nothing. You, fine. You've made up your mind to kill me, haven't you? I'm telling you, Chen Yi, Wang Mu, am not like Lu Pu. Seeing Chen Yi's killing intent surge, Wang Mu was both shocked and furious. Gritting his teeth, Crimson Star origin erupted from his body. Since words wouldn't work, then he had no choice but to fight. Even though he knew perfectly well he couldn't win, there was no other option. But in the next moment, a streak of black saber chi flashed by. Wang Mu didn't even have time to react. He froze on the spot instantly, his face filled with terror as he stared fixedly at the vanished Chen Yi and said in despair, so fast. As a late-stage 6-phase star refining powerhouse, Wang Mu knew he was no match for the drastically strengthened Chen Yi, but he thought that no matter what, he should at least be able to exchange 2 moves. Then he could use an opening and escape with his life. But the power Chen Yi controlled was still far beyond his imagination. He didn't even know how he had died. Chen Yi's speed had already reached an absurd level, completely beyond what a 6th realm expert should possess. Wang Mu's despairing expression froze on his face. Under Chen Yi's strange wind, he was like a child without the strength to trust a chicken. His body gradually turned into dust, drifting away with the wind, silent and traceless. It was over. Chen Yi silently sheathed Zhang Yuan. On his calm face, there wasn't the slightest expression. The instant Zhang Yuan returned to its sheath, the surrounding environment also returned to normal. The sun still shone brightly, and a rainbow still hung high in the sky. Only, set against the shattered walls and broken ruins scattered all around, it looked especially jarring. At that moment, however, Chen Yi seemed to sense something. He abruptly turned his head and looked into the distance. In the next instant, strange black flames suddenly rose from his body. The black flames spun around him, as if they possessed the power to devour everything. His eyes also turned pitch black like hollow voids, like a bottomless abyss that made one shudder in fear. Then, his figure vanished from where he stood. A bizarre streak of black light swept across the air as he sped toward a certain place. After reaching the 6-star refining realm, one already possessed the basic ability to fly through the air, but because of the limits of star power, it couldn't be sustained for long. So it had little practical value in real combat. That was why ordinary 6th realm star refiners rarely used it. At most, they used it to make an entrance, strike a pose, and show off. But for Chen Yi, things were completely different. He simply couldn't be measured by the standards of an ordinary 6th realm cultivator. His aerial speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived atop a high rise several li away. Chen Yi verloit in middive, looking down from above at the brother and sister, Hu Yin and Hu Exing her. His expression was indifferent, and his whole body gave off an aura that kept strangers away. Brother Hu, long time no see. Why are you here? The expression on Hu Yin's face kept changing. Surprise, shock, horror. Normally eloquent and silver-tongued, he was actually at a loss for words in front of Chen Yi. The strange power Chen Yi had erupted with in the distance just now had shaken him beyond measure. It had even shattered his understanding of the world, because he had never heard that blue star contained such a bizarre power. But now that Chen Yi was truly standing before him, another entirely new feeling rose in his heart. Fear. The endless aura of death seemed like it was about to swallow him whole. After seeing that mysterious black power up close, Hu Yin couldn't stop his whole body from trembling. His scalp felt as if tens of thousands of ants were crawling over it. It was as if he had an inborn fear of this black power. But how was that possible? Hu Yin swallowed, and the scene of their first meeting couldn't help but surface in his mind. That had been at the foot of the Huntian Sect Mountain. He had keenly sensed that Chen Yi had a bit of talent for star refining. It wasn't high, but it was enough for Hu Yin to use a few methods and do him a favor. Their second meeting had been at Wanfu Plaza, when he invited Chen Yi to a meal. At that time, he had been shocked to discover that the star refining talent Chen Yi displayed seemed to have improved noticeably. Although it was strange, similar cases had happened before, so Hu Yin hadn't taken it to heart. Now this was their third meeting, and this time, when he once again sensed Chen Yi's star refining talent, he was completely dumbfounded. At this very moment, Chen Yi's star refining talent was like the vast universe, boundless and endless. It was also like a mysterious black hole, unfathomable. This kind of talent was already beyond what Hu Yin could even perceive. It couldn't be described as merely high, It was simply off the charts. If his own god-level talent was at the 100th floor, placing him among the very top on Blue Star, then Chun-Yi was unquestionably in the atmosphere. He had even surpassed the concept of levels altogether and reached another dimension. Hu Yin was like the glow of a firefly, while Chun-Yi was the bright moon in the sky. Shock was written all over Hu Yan's face. He stood there stunned for a long while before finally opening his mouth. But when the words reached his lips, he no longer knew what to say to express the indescribable shock in his heart. Hu Yan didn't dare look directly into Chun-Yi's deep eyes. He deliberately avoided his gaze, then took a deep breath. Only after calming down a little did he continue. I got word that the Zhenwu division is mobilizing the strength of the entire division to hunt you down. If it were just those trash fish, I really wouldn't care. But those 2 deputy chiefs will be coming too. I was worried you might run into danger. So I specially prepared things here to lend you a hand at any time as he spoke. He shook his head with self-mockery. But now it seems I was worrying for nothing. Chun-Yi listened, then gave a slight nod and slowly landed on the railing below. The black flames gradually contracted until they completely returned to Chun-Yi's body. As for the Yuan that had been extremely active just moments ago, no one knew when it had vanished without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared at all. In that case, many thanks, Brother Hu. Chun-Yi briefly expressed his thanks to Hu Yan. No matter what Hu Yan's intentions were, he had indeed helped him quite a bit. Brother Chun, after hesitating for a long time, Hu Yan still couldn't suppress his curiosity in the end. Feeling Chun-Yi's cold gaze fall on him, he couldn't help shrinking his neck before continuing. How did you manage to combine Qi blood martial arts and star refining? These 2 completely different cultivation systems? And fuse them so perfectly too, without any mutual rejection appearing inside your body at all? Chun-Yi thought for a moment, then answered sparingly. I just tried a few times and it worked. Hu Yan froze. He had never expected Chun-Yi's answer to be that simple, as if they were talking about some trivial matter. But in truth, that really was exactly what Chun-Yi had done. As expected of a heaven-blessed genius, Brother Chun. Impressive. Truly impressive. Hu Yan sighed in heartfelt admiration. He had once thought himself talented enough, but who would have thought that in front of Chun-Yi? He was nothing more than a little shaman before a great one. Who exactly are you? After thinking it over again and again, Hu Yan still asked the question. Or are you not even human at all? He wasn't cursing Chun-Yi. It was just that Hu Yan found all of this too unbelievable. So the words slipped out almost by instinct. Chun-Yi remained expressionless and said flatly, I am Chun-Yi. There was no explanation, nor was any explanation needed. Right after that, he spoke again. Brother Hu, could you pass on to me the subsequent cultivation methods of the Shuangguang Haowu Star Cannon? The Shuangguang Haowu Star Cannon was extremely important to Chun-Yi. The later methods could help push his strength to an even higher level. Hearing this, Hu Yan didn't hesitate at all and immediately took out a small silver-white booklet. This contains all the subsequent cultivation methods of the Shuangguang Haowu Star Cannon, all the way to the 9th layer. Brother Chun, keep it well. Chun-Yi didn't stand on ceremony and took the booklet. Many thanks, Brother Hu. Consider it that I owe you a favor. If you ever need help in the future, just say the word. So long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. As soon as his voice fell, Chun-Yi's figure disappeared at once, turning into an afterimage as he shot into the distance. Watching the direction Chun-Yi had left in, Hu Yan felt all kinds of emotions churning in his heart. The favor Chun-Yi had just mentioned mattered greatly to him. If nothing unexpected happened, Chun-Yi would surely become one of Blue Star's top powerhouses. A promise from him was simply too precious. Only after Chun-Yi disappeared did Hu Xiner dare to breathe heavily. The pressure Chun-Yi had brought just now was like a mountain pressing down on her body. Even breathing had become extremely difficult, let alone speaking. She patted her chest, her slender fair hand still trembling nonstop. Chun-Yi had not only cultivated 2 completely different systems at the same time, he had even managed to integrate them and fuse the 2 completely. If this had been before, it would have been something she wouldn't even dare imagine. And yet Chun-Yi had done it. Brother, why did you just give the Shuangguang Haowu Star Cannon directly to Chun-Yi? Didn't you always want to subdue him? Wasn't this a once-in-a-lifetime chance? Hu Xiner asked curiously. Hu Yan shot her an annoyed glare. Before this, I really did have the idea of subduing him. As he spoke, he shook his head helplessly. But now I no longer have the qualifications, nor the ability to subdue him. Chun-Yi's growth rate is simply terrifying to an outrageous degree when we first met Chun-Yi. Do you remember how long ago that was? Hu Xiner thought for a moment, then widened her beautiful eyes and cried out in shock. It was 3 days ago. Hu Yan nodded. That's right, 3 days ago. Back then, Chun-Yi was only at the 2nd martial realm, and had no connection to star refining whatsoever. Then he changed the subject. But think about it again. What realm is Chun-Yi in now? Hu Xiner froze, her pretty face full of shock. In 3 days he reached the 6th realm. She muttered haltingly. Hu Yan steadied himself and continued his analysis. Give him 3 days, and he can leap from the 2nd realm to the 6th without any bottlenecks at all. Then what about 5 days, 10 days, or even a month? How far will Chun-Yi have grown by then? By that time, perhaps even you and I will be nothing but ants in his eyes. As he spoke, Hu Yan drew a bitter smile. He couldn't imagine it and didn't dare imagine it. So the idea of subduing Chun Yi could only become a shattered dream. Since Chun Yi wanted the later sections of the Shuangguang Haowu Star Canon, then give them to him. In any case, we wouldn't suffer any loss. Most importantly, we could use this chance to earn a favor from Chun Yi. That was the greatest gain of all. After listening to Hu Yin's words, Hu Exen fell silent for a long time and said nothing, only nodding quietly. Then, the two of them turned into a blur and left the building. Not long after, amid the ruins, after leaving Huntian Gate, Zhang Wanquan finally arrived. But when he saw the scene before him, he was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? What happened? The building had been crushed into fragments, and countless craters covered the ground. Zhang Wanquan racked his brains, but still couldn't figure out. He had no idea what had happened. He even subconsciously wondered if the Red Moon Nation had launched some kind of military strike. But after thinking it over, that didn't seem very likely. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have something to do. Right, where was Chun Yi? He hurriedly pulled out his phone and called Chun Yi. No answer. He called again. Still no answer. Cold sweat gradually began to appear on Zhang Wanquan's forehead. Unable to reach Chun Yi no matter what, he couldn't help but direct his suspicions toward the Jinwu Division. If anything had happened to Chun Yi at the hands of the Jinwu Division, how was he supposed to explain it to Shui Tianhu? And how was he supposed to face the ancestors of the Qi blood martial path? The more Zhang Wanquan thought about it, the more anxious he became. Wisps of undying blood flame actually began to rise around him, and cracks gradually appeared in the ground beneath his feet. If anything really happened to Chun Yi because of the Jinwu Division, I'll slaughter every last one of you. With that said, Zhang Wanquan turned around without hesitation and headed straight for the Jinwu Division. At the same time, Chun Yi had already arrived at the Jinwu Division headquarters in the city center. Hidden in the shadows, he used Wu Yuan's silent and traceless nature to completely conceal his aura. It had to be said, as the power that covered the sky with one hand in Kunlun City, the Jinwu Division's building was indeed imposing. The number of floors alone had reached a terrifying 100, not to mention that every single security guard at the entrance was equipped with standardized star artifacts. This level of wealth and extravagance was unique even in all of Kunlun City. But these petty tricks meant nothing to the current Chun Yi. He had killed 2 of the Jinwu Division's deputy directors in succession. There was no way they would just let it go. After all, if the mighty Jinwu Division was humiliated like this and did nothing in retaliation, what authority would it have left in the future? So Chun Yi simply decided to go all the way. To stop these people from continuing to cause him trouble later, he had personally come here to eliminate every hidden danger. How could one allow others to snore beside one's bed? After dealing with these future troubles, he planned to head straight to the Yang family and look for news of his younger sister. At that thought, the status panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Chun Yi. Constitution, 3,356. Comprehension, 2,560. Qi Blood Realm, 6th Realm. Myriad Burns, Perfection. Star Refinement Realm, 6th Realm. Star Radiance, Perfection. Star Refinement Talent, 192%, God Tier. Skills, Shuangguang Haowu Blood Source Scripture, 6th Realm Perfection. Purgatory Chaos Body, Perfection. Blood Sea Prison Suppressing Divine Fist, Perfection. 9 Domain Star Slaying Saber, Perfection. Heaven Turning Sea Overturning Palm, Perfection. Shadowless Following, Perfection. Spiritual Visualization Method, Perfection. Aurora Pierce, Perfection. Star Guard Shield, Perfection. Jinwu Division, Director's Office. The phone beside Xiong Wanqing suddenly rang. The caller was none other than Yang Qinghong, head of the Yang family. Director Xiong, how have you been lately? A hearty laugh came from the other end of the line. Brother Yang, aside from some troublesome matters at work lately, everything else is fine. Xiong Wanqing replied. Oh, Chun Yi's matter? Yang Qinghong asked. Who else could it be? Recently, that guy's turned all of Kunlun City upside down. Xiong Wanqing gave a bitter laugh. Perfect. The reason I'm calling this time is also to ask how the operation to capture Chun Yi is progressing, Yang Qinghong said. Getting to the point. Xiong Wanqing had a headache. This was exactly what had been troubling him lately. The negative impact Chun Yi had brought to the Jinwu Division was simply unprecedented, and this matter was about to become known throughout the entire state. If he couldn't deal with Chun Yi in a short time, then even his position as director might not remain secure. So toward Yang Qinghong, he really had nothing to hide. After all, the other party was from one of Kunlun City's 3 great star refinement families. If he wanted to keep getting by in the future, he couldn't do without the support of these families. To tell you the truth, there's still no result for now. But Chun Yi won't be jumping around for much longer. Yang Qinghong was immediately interested. What do you mean by that? Xiong Wanqing explained. Not long ago, Chun Yi's location was found. Deputy directors Liu Yumu and Wang Mu went together to carry out the arrest. And along with them were 5 level 5 Jinwu squads and 3-star enforcement squads from our Jinwu division, all of them top-tier combat forces. I believe that in just a few more minutes, you'll hear the good news that Chun Yi has gone to report to King Yama. Yang Qinghong, on the other end of the line, was clearly relieved. In that case, many thanks for the hard work of everyone in the Jinwu division. Once Chun-Yi is brought to justice, my Yang family will surely offer a great reward. Xiao Wansheng replied, it's only right. This is the duty of my Jinwu division. Brother Yang, you're too polite. I really don't know what kind of madness Chun-Yi has been afflicted with lately. My Yang family originally had nothing to do with him at all, yet he suddenly slandered us, saying we abducted his younger sister. Yang Xinghong began crying thief while being the thief. This is simply absurd. My Yang family has always acted openly and honorably. How could we possibly do something so despicable? And somehow, this guy used some method to even get those old things from Huntian Gate to work for him. Last time, Zhang Wankuan even came to my Yang family and turned the whole place upside down. This is practically not putting the Jinwu division in its eyes at all. Yang Xinghong kept talking non-stop, even shamelessly turning the blame back on Chun-Yi. After hearing that, Xiong Wansheng gave a cold snort and said, no need to worry about that for now. In any case, Chun-Yi is definitely doomed this time. Once Chun-Yi is brought to justice, the innocence of your Yang family will naturally be restored. And as for Huntian Gate, I've already dispatched Deputy Directors Yang Yin and Xiao Lanxin there. If Huntian Gate doesn't want to be destroyed right then and there, they will definitely lower their heads to us. At that point, Chun-Yi will lose that backing as well. As he spoke, his tone suddenly shifted, carrying a hint of warning. And one more thing, after this is over, your Yang family had better keep a low profile. Let everything end here. Don't stir up any more trouble. There was a brief silence on the other end, and then a voice came through. I understand. A satisfied expression appeared on Xiong Wansheng's face. Don't think I'm deliberately targeting the Yang family. Recently, things along our border with the Red Moon Nation have been far from peaceful. Frictions big and small have been happening one after another. And Kunlun City is the city closest to the border. If any emergency really happens, then the first place to be affected will be Kunlun City. So I hope that at a time like this, every family can behave themselves and stop fooling around. Especially don't provoke Huntian Gate. When mentioning Huntian Gate, Xiong Wansheng deliberately stressed his tone. Yang Xinghong was puzzled. Why is that? Xiong Wansheng said meaningfully, think about it. If the two nations really go to war, can Huntian Gate stay out of it? They still have some use. Got it. Yang Xinghong instantly understood. I'll be careful during this period. Use? In the war between two superpowers, even an old sect with deep foundations like Huntian sect could hardly escape death. But before dying, it could still serve as cannon fodder. The call ended. Right after that, there was a knock at the door. Guomin, Deputy Director Chun Hongjun walked in. He was tall and powerfully built, and a faint killing aura lingered around him. Like Liu Yunmu, he was also a late 6th realm Qi blood martial artist. The Jinwu department had a total of 3 deputy directors of star refinement and 2 deputy directors of martial Dao. He was one of them. What is it? Chun Hongjun's expression was ugly as he hurriedly said, it's Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi has appeared at the entrance of the Jinwu department building. Xiong Wansheng immediately stood up, his face full of confusion and disbelief. He frowned slightly and asked, how is that possible? Did you confer it carefully? Is it really Chun-Yi himself? Chun Hongjun nodded. Absolutely. We VE checked carefully. It's Chun-Yi. Xiong Wansheng couldn't make sense of it. How could this be? Chun-Yi should have been dead by now. How could he possibly appear here at a time like this? Could it be that he escaped? But even he himself didn't dare believe that. Liu Yunmu and Wang Mu were both late 6th realm powerhouses, and there were also so many top experts from the Jinwu department there. How could they fail to catch a mere 5th realm Chun-Yi? Logically speaking, there was no way Chun-Yi could escape under such a heavy encirclement. Even with all his confusion, Xiong Wansheng still decided to go see for himself. Let's go take a look. The two quickly appeared in front of the building. At this moment, the entire Jinwu department headquarters was on edge. All forces that could be mobilized had been gathered together. But at most, these were only teams of the 3rd or 4th realm. All 5th realm personnel had already been dispatched to capture Chun-Yi. In front of the building stood a seemingly ordinary young man. There was no Qi blood or star power fluctuation coming from him at all. No matter who looked at him, they would think he was an utterly normal ordinary person. But everyone was familiar with that face. They had seen it several times. There was no mistake. The one standing before them right now was Chun-Yi, the man wanted throughout the entire city. But the more that was the case, the deeper Xiong Wansheng's confusion became. What the hell were Liu Yunmu and Wang Mu doing? Why they let Chun-Yi escape and even come to the Jinwu department so brazenly? There are warrants for your arrest all over Kunlun City right now. I never thought you'd actually dare deliver yourself to our door. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Xiong Wansheng sneered. Changyi, your crimes are monstrous. You slaughtered innocents and deserve death. Kneel and submit to justice now. Don't force us to act. Chun Hongjun shouted sharply at Chun-Yi. Seeing this, hearing the two of them, Chun-Yi frowned slightly. His original intention had been to talk things out properly and see if this matter could be settled here. He didn't want things with the authorities to escalate to an irreparable point, and he also didn't want to drag Huntian sect into it. But now, looking at how aggressive the two were, it was obvious this could not be resolved by peaceful means. Since that was the case, There was no need for him to waste any more words on them. So, at that thought, Chen Yi's aura suddenly surged. Wu Yuan poured out of his body like a rising tide. In an instant, strange blackness shrouded the area around him. Zhang Yuan was unsheathed in an instant, and Wu Yuan immediately spread over the blade, burning soundlessly. That terrifying aura instantly shattered the mental defenses of those low-level martial artists and star refiners. Fa Jing, Chanyi. They realized they couldn't even summon the courage to resist. This scene shocked and enraged Xiong Wansheng and Chen Hongjun. No matter what, they had never imagined Chen Yi would be this arrogant. Not only did he refuse to surrender, he actually wanted to attack. What nerve! But immediately after that, a sense of mortal danger struck, making both of them tremble in spirit. Cold sweat seeped out across Xiong Wansheng's forehead. It was fear born from instinct. How is this possible? He muttered in disbelief. According to the intel, Chen Yi was only a peak 5th realm Qi blood martial artist, and he himself was a perfected 6th realm star refiner. The gap in strength was right there. How could he possibly feel fear toward Chen Yi, who was a whole major realm below him? Chen Yi, you really don't know what is good for you. You actually dare attack here. Xiong Wansheng forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and roared. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiong Wansheng and Chen Hongjun stopped suppressing their auras. Vast star power and Qi blood erupted from their bodies at the same time. Xiong Wansheng came from a super star refining clan. What he had cultivated since childhood was the Qingmu Changsheng star record, a god-tier cultivation method. Countless strands of cyan star power drifted out from his body, carrying brilliant starlight and dazzling to the eye. As an old late 6th realm powerhouse, Chen Hongjun's strength was no weaker than Lu Yunmu's. In just an instant, a thick pillar of blood shot upward violently. The two stood ready, already prepared to fight Chen Yi to the death. But before they could make a move, in the very next second, Chen Yi swung Zhang Yuan in his hand. The surrounding space instantly sank into a strange, deathly silence, and a several-meter-long saber aura condensed at the blade tip in a flash. The saber aura formed from Wu Yuan swept out, carrying endless killing intent and a deathly presence that made one's heart tremble. Xiong Wansheng and the other immediately felt as if they had fallen into boundless darkness, and their bodies began trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, what is this? Chen Hongjun roared in fury, holding a top-grade star weapon shaped like a mountain-cleaving saber. He slashed viciously at the Wu Yuan saber aura. This strike was heavy and fierce. Undying blood fire coiled around it. Air-bursting sounds exploded, and its momentum was terrifying. Slash! Xiong Wansheng wasn't idle either. The ground around him suddenly began to shake violently. Then, under his spellcasting, countless cyan vines burst out from underground. Every single one was as thick as an adult man's waist, and all of them were covered in poisonous spikes. The vines grew like mad, also charging straight toward the Wu Yuan saber aura. Seeing the futile struggle of the two, Chen Yi said flatly, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. As the words fell, the saber aura passed through the blade-wielding Chen Hongjun without the slightest resistance, passed through the countless giant vines. Then, under Xiong Wansheng's despairing gaze, it pierced through his body with effortless ease. After that, the saber aura still did not stop. The remaining Jinwu department members also could not escape death as it passed through them, and even the Jinwu department building itself was not spared. The entire process was smooth and flowing, as if there was simply nothing in front of the saber aura. What undying blood fire! What star power! What top-grade star weapon! All of it was like air, crushed like rotten wood. All of it was killed in an instant. So much so that, in that sudden moment, the scene fell utterly silent. It was as if the surrounding area had been put on pause, so quiet a pin drop could be heard. Every person's face held either shock or fear. They were frozen in place like stone statues, unable to move even the slightest bit. Even powerhouses like Xiong Wansheng and Chen Hongjun were no exception. Before that terrifying saber aura, the two 6th realm experts were, in essence, no different from ordinary people. Xiong Wansheng's lips moved slightly, but he realized he couldn't make a single sound. Despair instantly flooded his heart. This was the first time he had faced death so directly, and also the last. Beside him, Chen Hongjun desperately tried to mobilize the qi and blood within his body, but he discovered that it was all futile. It was as if the martial path he had cultivated for decades had been wiped clean at this very moment. At that moment, he thought of Lu Yunmu, who had vanished without a trace. Could it be? A horrifying possibility had yet to fully form in his mind when, in the next instant, Chen Hongjun watched with his own eyes as his body gradually turned to dust, his consciousness dispersing along with it. At this moment, Xiong Wansheng's heart was filled with regret and unwillingness. He had originally possessed an endless future. Going to Kunlun City had only been meant as a gilded posting. Yet he never imagined he would capsize in the gutter. A gentle breeze blew past. His body turned to ashes and scattered with the wind. Right after that, the other members of the Jinwu division also vanished one after another, without making a single sound. In the span of a single breath, Nearly all of the Zhenwu Division's presentable cultivators were annihilated. Chun Yi stood with the wind, his hair lifted and drifting in the air. He quietly watched the imposing building before him gradually turn to dust, then sheathed Zhang Yuan. This was Wei Yuan. Anything touched by Wei Yuan, whether living or not, would turn into nothingness in an instant, as if it had never appeared in this world at all. With his worries dealt with, Chen Yi did not linger and simply turned to leave. Time passed. About 5 minutes later, Zhang Wanquan's figure flickered and appeared on the spot. Where the hell did this bring me? Is this still Kunlun City? He was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this supposed to be where the Zhenwu Division headquarters stood? Why had it turned into a wide-open, empty ground? There wasn't even a single blade of grass in sight. Zhang Wanquan's expression turned grave. His instincts told him that something must have happened. He took out his phone and called Grand Elder Zhao Xianjing. Marshal Uncle Zhang? What happened? Zhang Wanquan quickly recounted in detail everything from going down the mountain, rushing to Chun Yi's rental apartment, and the current state of the Zhenwu Division. What's going on? Why is it like this? Where is Chun Yi? Where is he? Is he still alive? On the other end of the call, Zhao Xianjing was both shocked and anxious. Zhang Wanquan said helplessly, I don't know. I really don't know. I contacted you because I want you to mobilize all of Hunting Gate's people in Kunlun City. Even if you have to turn this place upside down. You must find Chun Yi, and the matter with the Zhenwu Division too. Investigate it thoroughly and find out exactly what happened. All right, I'll make arrangements right now. Zhao Xianjing agreed without the slightest hesitation. Yang family, rear courtyard. Yang Qinghong and Yang Tianquan sat facing each other, playing a game of Go at a stone table. Ever since ancestor Yang Wanda had left Kunlun City for Tianqin Continent, and Yang Yin had gone to Hunting Gate to carry out mission, the two of them were the strongest ones left guarding the Yang family. Have you been in contact with the Zhenwu Division lately? How is the matter concerning Chun Yi going? Yang Tianquan placed a stone and asked. By coincidence, I just got off the phone with Xiong Wansheng. We should be hearing good news about Chun Yi very soon. With both Lu Yunmu and Wang Mu, two late-stage, sixth realm experts, making a move at the same time. No matter how capable Chun Yi is, he won't escape death. Yang Qinghong answered with a smile. Hearing that, a rare smile also appeared on Yang Tianquan's old face. Good. Chun Yi is a thorn in the Yang family's heart. He may not cause much real damage, but he is disgusting. Getting rid of him sooner is still a good thing. However, Yang Qinghong hesitated for a moment, then continued. Xiong Wansheng seemed to be giving our Yang family a warning during today's call. He meant that border conflicts have been constant lately, and war could break out at any time. So he told us to keep a low profile for now, and not to provoke Hunting Gate either. Yang Tianquan thought for a long while before saying, what Xiong Wansheng said does make sense. Then for this period of time, let us restrain ourselves a bit. With Yang Yin and Xiao Lanxin having gone to Hunting Gate, I presume they won't dare act recklessly either. Yang Qinghong nodded and said, if nothing unexpected happens, Chen Yi's matter will be finished today. When that time comes, it'll also be time to settle the old score from when that old thing Zhang Wanquan came to my Yang family and stir up trouble. Yang Tianquan frowned. Didn't Xiong Wansheng tell you not to come into conflict with Hunting Gate? Yang Qinghong let out a disdainful laugh and said, we'll just ask them for some compensation or something. There won't be any conflict. I'm sure Xiong Wansheng won't say much. While the two were talking, a streak of black light came racing over from afar and arrived above them in an instant. It was none other than Chun Yi. The moment Chun Yi arrived at the Yang family, the clansmen left behind to guard the place also noticed the disturbance and rushed over one after another. As one of Kunlun City's top star-finding families, the Yang family had deep foundations and a flourishing bloodline. In an instant, their clansmen had surrounded the entire rear courtyard so tightly that not even water could pass through. Among the crowd, the Yang family alone had more than 10 experts at the early and middle stages of the 6th realm combined, not to mention their 5th realm star refiners, who were too many to count. Bold fool, who are you? How dare you trespass into my Yang family? Who are you? State your name. Some Yang family experts shouted sternly. Yang Qinghong looked up, and when he saw Chun Yi, his expression froze slightly. This person looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. The next moment, he narrowed his eyes and slowly spoke. Chan Yi, why have you come to my Yang family? He remembered now. He had seen him in the intelligence files investigating Chun Yi, but Yang Qinghong was baffled. Hadn't Xiong Wansheng said Lu Yunmu and Wang Mu had gone to capture Chun Yi? How had he ended up at their Yang family instead? What was going on? No, something was wrong. Yang Qinghong suddenly reacted, and his pupils shrank. Chun Yi was actually floating in midair, as if walking on flat ground. Walking through the air was the mark of a 6th realm expert, and exclusive to star refiners. Yang Qinghong was stunned. Didn't the intelligence say Chun Yi was only at the 5th realm, and that he cultivated the Qi blood martial path? How had he suddenly become a 6th realm star refiner? What the hell was this? Did I mistake him for someone else? I'll only ask once. Where's my sister? If you can't answer, die. Chun Yi floated in midair, looking down on the Yang family below. As soon as his words fell, Zhan Yuan slid from its sheath at his will. Holding a blade, he pointed it at the Yang family members in the courtyard. His tone was icy, and not a trace of emotion could be seen on his still, ancient well-like face. Chun-Yi, what nonsense are you spouting here? Our Yang family doesn't know your sister at all, nor could we possibly know where she is. If you keep refusing to come to your senses and insist on making trouble without reason, then don't blame us when blades are merciless. After confirming it really was Chun-Yi, Yang Qinghong was inwardly horrified. He had no idea what was going on and instinctively barked out in anger. You're pretty good at putting on an act. I've already said my piece. I only asked a question once. And now, your answer has made me very dissatisfied. Chun-Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Wu Yin was already stirring restlessly within his body. Since the Yang family was determined to deny everything, there was no need to waste any more words. The next second, endless black flames began seeping out of his body. In the blink of an eye, they wrapped around him and even the Zhan Yuan saber. At the same time, Chun-Yi's aura surged explosively. The blazing black flames ignited in an instant. The black flames danced and roamed restlessly around Chun-Yi, as if with a single command from him, they could devour the entire Yang family in a moment. The shadow of death descended over the entire back courtyard and over the hearts of every member of the Yang family. Those Sixth Realm experts who had once lorded over Kunlun City were now completely suppressed before Chun-Yi. Even mobilizing the star power in their bodies to fight had become a luxury. No more words were needed. Just act. Boom! The moment Chun-Yi spoke, the black flames burning around him swept toward the Yang family with the force of a prairie fire. Under Chun-Yi's command, the black flames surrounded the entire courtyard in the blink of an eye, leaving not a single gap. Yang Qinghong and Yang Tianquan's expressions changed drastically. Both of them sensed the threat of death from those black flames. Driven by instinct, they quickly stepped into the air and floated up into the sky, narrowly avoiding being eroded by the black flames. But what they did not know was that it was not because the black flames could not reach them. It was because Chun-Yi had deliberately spared their lives to ask about his younger sister's whereabouts. The Yang family members touched by the black flames did not even have time to scream before they were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving neither corpses nor bones behind. More than a dozen Sixth Realm experts, along with countless Fourth and Fifth Realm cultivators, were wiped out in an instant, scattered to smoke and dust, utterly unable to resist. It was like the reaping of a death god, a merciless slaughter. Seeing this scene, Yang Qinghong and Yang Tianquan were furious beyond measure. Chun-Yi, you deserve to die. Yang Qinghong roared in fury. Brownish-red starlight lit up around him, and surging star essence continuously gathered in his hands. The rocks beneath his feet suddenly loosened. Under the constant interference of his star essence, the surrounding stones and rubble rapidly gathered toward him. Half a second later, a gigantic boulder the size of a house condensed above him. The huge boulder hung in front of Chun-Yi like a small mountain blotting out the sky. Go die for me. With Yang Qinghong's furious shout, the boulder smashed toward Chun-Yi like a meteor. But then a bizarre scene appeared. Chun-Yi's figure vanished from where he stood in the blink of an eye, effortlessly dodging the boulder. The boulder crashed into the distance, instantly kicking up towering dust. Yang Qinghong glared with eyes wide open, unable to believe what had just happened. I'll help you. Seeing this, Yang Tianquan activated the star essence in his body and condensed countless stone spikes around himself. The stone spikes spun continuously in midair, even stirring up a storm around them. With a thought from him, the innumerable stone spikes shot toward Chun-Yi at once. Hard rock thorn. Chun-Yi only let out a cold laugh. Facing the stone spikes rushing at him like a violent storm, his figure vanished again, turning into an afterimage. Rumble. A deafening blast rang out as all the stone spikes missed. When Chun-Yi appeared again, he was completely unharmed. Even his clothes were intact. Damn it. How is he so fast? What is that black thing? Star power? Why have I never seen it before? Yang Qinghong and Yang Tianquan were enraged. Like madmen, they unleashed one dazzling star art after another. But it was still useless. No matter what move they used, Chun-Yi neutralized it with ease. Instead, it was the Yang family estate that was being wrecked beyond recognition. Are you done? Chun-Yi said impatiently. At this moment, Yang Qinghong and the other man had already run out of tricks, their eyes full of shock. I'll give you one more chance. Where's my sister? Yang Qinghong cursed angrily and said, I already told you, your sister's matter has nothing to do with my Yang family at all. I advise you to surrender right now. Otherwise, once the people from the Jinwu division get here, you'll die without a burial place. After hearing that, Chun-Yi said indifferently, then you can die. As soon as the words fell, the Zhan Yuan in Chun-Yi's hand suddenly swung. With just one casual slash, the aura of death flooded over Yang Qinghong and Yang Tianquan like a tide, completely swallowing them whole. The saber chi formed by Wu Yuan slashed out. Yang Qinghong and Yang Tianquan were horrified and tried to summon star artifacts to block it. But to Wu Yuan, those star artifacts were nothing more than decorations. Why you dare? What the hell is this black energy? Why is it so strong? Chun-Yi, don't. I'll talk. The saber chi pierced through both of them like lightning. In an instant, the fear and pleading on their faces froze, then slowly dissolved and vanished into nothingness. Thus, the Yang family was destroyed. After sweeping his gaze around and confirming there was no one else nearby, Chun Yi put away Zhang Yuan and began spreading out his powerful spiritual power. That vast spiritual power quickly spread through the entire Yang family. Even the secret chambers built within it were exposed to Chun Yi's senses, laid out before him without the slightest concealment. But to his disappointment, even after turning the entire Yang family upside down, he still did not find the slightest trace of his sister. Chun Yi fell silent. In his eyes, a faint trace of loneliness flashed by. Right at that moment, a wave of aura suddenly came from the distance. It was Zhang Wanquan hurrying over in great haste. Chun Yi, I finally found you. Thank goodness, you're okay. When he saw the lively and unharmed Chun Yi, Zhang Wanquan finally let out a sigh of relief. But when he saw the devastated Yang family, the expression on his face changed again and again. Shock, horror, disbelief. The current Yang family had already had more than half of it annihilated by Chun Yi's Wuyuan. The once bustling Yang family now had no other living people in sight. This? You did all this? Zhang Wanquan's mind trembled in terror as he asked in a shaking voice. Chen Yi nodded. And the Jinwu division headquarters too. That was also your doing? Chun Yi nodded again. Zhang Wanquan's whole body stiffened. His eyes widened to the extreme, filled with shock. How long had it even been since they last met? Had Chun Yi already become this terrifying? How did you do it? How were you able to make an entire building disappear in an instant? Zhang Wanquan could not help asking. Wuyuan. As he spoke, strands of black power emerged from Chun Yi's fingertips. After Chun Yi explained to Zhang Wanquan the origin of Wuyuan, as well as everything he had done recently, Zhang Wanquan let out a long sigh. Sigh, this old man doesn't even know what to say anymore. At the same time, a faint smile slowly appeared on his aged face. Now that Chun Yi had grown to this point, it seemed he no longer needed the protection of his old bones. For a moment, Zhang Wanquan could not tell whether he felt joy or sorrow. Supreme Elder Zhang, my sister still hasn't been found. Can you think of a way to gather information through other channels? Chun Yi's tone carried a slight trace of desolation. Don't worry, we can use the manpower of Huntian's sect. As he spoke, Zhang Wanquan immediately contacted the Great Elder, Zhao Xianjing, and informed her of the entire sequence of events. How about coming back to Huntian's sect with me first? This is not a place to stay long. Zhang Wanquan suggested, but I just wiped out the Jinwu division. You could say I've completely offended them. The higher-ups will definitely send people after me. If I go back now, I'm afraid I'll only bring disaster to the sect. Chun Yi hesitated. Seeing how much Chun Yi was considering Huntian's sect, Zhang Wanquan felt deeply gratified. You still don't know, do you? We already killed Yang Yin, and we also placed Xiao Lanxin under house arrest. That means we've already offended the Jinwu division to the bitter end. So now, we're completely on the same side. Chun Yi was a little surprised, and at the same time, there was a trace of gratitude in his heart. Huntian's sect had actually gone this far for his sake alone. He quickly agreed. All right, I'll go back. Zhuiyue Investment Company. Wang Xiong kept pacing back and forth in the office. Every so often, he would glance at his watch, his face full of anxiety. Ever since Wang Yifei had been killed by Chun Yi, he and Chun Yi had become sworn enemies. Every moment of every day, he had been hoping that the Jinwu division would capture Chun Yi, so his pain over losing his son could be eased. Not long ago, he had just received news from the Jinwu division that Chun Yi had been found. But even by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there was still no word from the Jinwu division, which made him extremely anxious. In the end, Wang Xiong still couldn't hold back and called Wang Mu. Hello, the number you have dialed is powered off. Wang Xiong froze. He called several more times, but all that came from the phone was still that cold electronic prompt. Just as he was about to personally head to the Jinwu division, a call came from Wang Minxian, the head of the Wang family. Right now, immediately, return to the Wang family at once. On the other end of the phone, Wang Minxian's voice was extremely stern. Before the baffled Wang Xiong could ask what had happened, the other side had already hung up. Although he didn't know what had happened, he vaguely felt that something major must have occurred. The Wang family was located in a manor in the suburbs of Kunlun City. Wang Xiong did not dare delay in the slightest and rushed over without stopping. It was said that the manor was an inheritance passed down from several hundred years ago. Its antique design revealed its extraordinary value. Wang Xiong hurried over, only to discover that every important figure in the Wang family had already arrived. There were more than 10 people in the 6th realm alone, and here, Wang Xiong himself was the only one in the 5th realm. Faced with such a scene, he couldn't help feeling a little intimidated.